A Zone of Engagement. Perry Anderson. Contents. Foreword 9. 1. Geoffrey de Ste. Croix and the Ancient World 1. 2. Marshall Berman, Modernity and Revolution 25. 3. The Legacy of Isaac Deutscher 56. 4. Michael Mann's Sociology of Power, 76. 5. The Affinities of Norberto Bobbio 87. 6. Roberto Unger and the Politics of Empowerment 130. 7. W.G. Runciman, A New Evolutionism 149. 8. On Implotment, Andreas Hillgruber 169. 9. Max Weber and Ernest Gellner, Science, Politics, Enchantment 182. 10. Nocturnal Inquiry, Carlo Ginzburg 207. 11. The Pluralism of Isaiah Berlin 230. 12. Fernand Braudel and National Identity 251. 13. The Ends of History 279. Index 377. Foreword. The engagement to which the title of this book refers needs a few words of explanation. The texts below are critical essays on a variety of thinkers of the post-war period. In disciplinary range, these figures include historians of different fields, from antiquity to the recent past, sociologists who have taken the set of human societies as their subject, philosophers and critics of the political and cultural problems of modernity. In geographical setting, the writers involved have worked in what is still the principal region of intellectual production at large, the four leading countries of Western Europe, Germany, France, England, Italy and the United States. If the contrasts in interest and outlook among the individual figures discussed are often wide, the ideas of all pass, in one way or another, by the crossroads between history and politics. This is the area that has taken up most of my intellectual life, and explains the cast of this volume. The selection of authors considered here is partly a product of circumstance, as opportunity or solicitation arose. But it also corresponds to a temperamental choice. Out of the various possible motives for writing about the work of others, one combination has typically prompted me. The principal impulse behind these essays is one of admiration. Without this, none would have been written. In a general intellectual survey, I can be as hostile or dismissive, to the point of destruction, as anyone. The condition of a specific engagement, however, has always been respect. But I also need to feel a significant dissent. Without that, the precipitant of the form most natural to me seems to be lacking. So while this book is a record of different admirations, it is not an inventory of affinities or influences. The one exception is the piece on Isaac Deutscher, written as an introduction to a posthumous collection of his essays, rather than as a critical assessment of his major work, and so in a category apart. Generally speaking, I find it difficult to write about those to whom I feel, in one way or another, too intellectually close, which explains why, for example, this volume contains no appreciations of Erich Hobsbawm, or Frederick Jameson, or Sebastiano Timpanaro, about all of whom I would like to have written. Some grain of resistance seems necessary to irritate a liking into a capacity for writing. In recent years, intellectual history has become a battleground of rival procedures. The approach adopted below is at some distance from most of these. Roughly, three antagonistic programs now dominate the field. The first and most long-standing takes single concepts or themes as its unit of inquiry, tracing their vicissitudes across time in the work of successive thinkers. This is the method practiced by Isaiah Berlin, and discussed in the chapter here devoted to him. The second studies discourses as the collective language of ideologies current at any given time, rejecting any extrapolation of particular notions from them, and subordinating the contribution of individual authors to historically limited moves within them. Quentin Skinner has been the leading advocate of this way of treating, in particular, political ideas. Thirdly, of course, there is the deconstruction of texts developed by Jacques Derrida, which refuses stability of meaning to anything that is written, seeking to show the systematic dependence of all that is announced on what it denies, and the dissolution of the author into an infinite chain of unauthorized significations. The essays collected here are of different lengths and registers, but they imply a common norm of reading that is distinct from these modes. They are centered on individual authors, not concepts, discourses, or texts, whose work they aim to reconstruct, so far as possible, as an intentional unity, situated within the intellectual and political currents of their time. They assume neither automatic coherence nor inherent dispersion in the writing of their subjects. Rather, they try to locate specific contradictions of argument where these occur, generally treating them not as random lapses but as symptomatic points of tension, either within the body of thought itself, or with the evidence beyond it. Such contradictions can take the form of capsizles of meaning, but they need not do so. They may indicate a limitation of reasoning, or a complication of it, be signs perhaps of a critical infirmity, or a productively unresolved complexity of argument. There is no general rule for reckoning their upshot, each case has to be judged on its own merits. The first attempt I made at an intellectual history of this kind was an essay on Antonio Gramsci, written in 1976. Gramsci, as it happens, was a writer whose notes in prison were rife with extreme contradictions of concepts and of arguments, that a circumspect secondary literature had looked away from. Reading them closely led me to something like an analytic tableau formalizing the logic of the sliding bases of his key notions, hegemony, civil society, war of position, and others, and at the same time, to a detailed reconstruction of the historical debates involving Delbriac, Koskai, Luxemburg, Axelrod, Lenin, Trotsky, Lukács, Bordiga and others that proved to be a condition of understanding his oscillations. The result was an approach allying elements of what could be thought of as the deconstructive and discursive programs in the service, however, of a rational decipherment of the originality of one, supremely deliberate, thinker. The historical method and findings of this essay seem to me to have lost none of their validity. But its aim was also political. Written in the wake of the Portuguese Revolution of the mid-70s, after the better part of a decade of radical ferment in Western Europe, this was an account of Gramsci that sought to draw a balance sheet of the last great strategic debate of the international labor movement, for struggles still pending. That, at any rate, was my expressed intention. When it appeared, however, I received a letter from my friend Franco Moretti in Italy, the country still most buffeted by social turbulence, telling me that I had written a farewell in fitting style to the revolutionary Marxist tradition. In those days, this was not a verdict I was disposed to accept. But, not for the last time, his judgment proved better than mine. In the next years, I found myself facing problems in the history of ideas in a second setting. If the heritage of European Marxism was one tradition in which I was formed, leading to reflections on Gramsci, the experience of the New Left in Britain was another background. Its leading thinkers were Raymond Williams and Edward Thompson. In 1978 I collaborated in the production of a volume of interviews with the former. The result was a critical dialogue, across texts and contexts, reviewing all of Williams's writings to that date, a sustained exchange of a kind that is still perhaps unusual, certainly one essential to an understanding of the writer. Soon afterwards, a book about Edward Thompson sought to marry the form of the polemic, of which he is a master, with that of the profile, which calls for another kind of balance, in an attempt to capture his record as a reasoner. 3 theoretical and historical issues were mainly at stake. Politically, the conclusions of that work, though not unduly insisted on, remained close to those of the retrospect of Gramsci. Such was roughly the starting point of the essays in this volume. The first 3 of these, on Geoffrey de Ste. Croix, Isaac Deutscher and Marshall Berman, written in the early 80s, are substantially continuous, in concern and conviction, with texts of the 70s. The first 2 deal with eminent Marxist historians, the third with a cultural theorist of Soixante-Huitard sweep, whose work took its title from the manifesto. These were, so to speak, intramural surveys within the intellectual world of the revolutionary left, from a particular standpoint within it, one criticized by Marshall Berman, in his rejoinder to my account of him. For it was by now clear, politically, that the unrest of the recent period was over, that the end of fascism in Portugal had been a conclusion, not a harbinger, and intellectually, that Latin Marxism, at any rate, had expired. Registering these general changes at the time, my view was that the tradition of historical materialism could only benefit from losing pretensions, which had always been untenable, of absorbing the culture of socialism, but that it would retain its central position on the intellectual map of the left so long as no alternative theory of historical development, genuinely comparable in scope, emerged to challenge it, something that not even the greatest classical sociology had produced. 5. Meanwhile, the international scene looked once again much as it had done before the disturbances of the 60s. It was these conditions that changed abruptly in the second half of the 80s. The fourth and fifth essays below marked the turning point in my own reactions. With the publication of the first volume of Michael Mann's Historical Sociology of Power, it was immediately clear that there now existed a developed analytic theory of the pattern of human development, exceeding in explanatory ambition and empirical detail any Marxist account. Some of the criticisms that can be made of it are set down here, others developed elsewhere. But no work in a Marxist tradition could ignore the magnitude of the theoretical enterprise it represented. At the same time, against the background of perestroika, the political coordinates of the post-war world were starting to shift, as the societal ascendancy of the West became increasingly uncontested. The philosopher of the left who, more than any other, came into his own in this new conjuncture was Norberto Bobbio. The distinctive synthesis of liberalism and socialism for which he stood had no exact counterpart elsewhere. Defended since 1945, through the Liberation and the Cold War, it first acquired influence in Italy in the context of debates affected by the Portuguese Revolution, the same background against which my survey of Gramsci, whose conclusions Bobbio's arguments could have been directed against, had been written. A decade later his case appeared in a different light, and the insight of his work a benchmark of the difficulties facing the left. Bobbio's origins and certainties, but also his hesitations, are the object of the reconstruction attempted here. Bobbio commented on this account in an exchange of correspondence subsequently published in Italy, which clarifies points of difference and of convergence between us. 6. The change of focus in these texts gives the direction of the rest of the essays in this volume. For anyone working on broad comparative inquiries into the past, in my case, centered around the division of Europe, after the epoch of absolutism, the emergence of a formidable body of historical sociology was the most significant intellectual development of these years. The essays on W.G. Runciman and Ernest Gellner, with Weber as a common ancestor, pursue this interest. Further considerations on the trio of English sociologists discussed in these pages can be found in the companion volume to this one, which canvasses works not dealt with here. 7. Political concerns of these years are reflected in overlapping fashion, with two principal areas of emphasis. The liberalism Bobbio sought to wed to socialism takes less radical, yet still markedly original, forms in the writings of Isaiah Berlin and of Ernest Gellner. The most imaginative recent challenge to it has come from Roberto Unger, whose politics rest on a historical interpretation of the past equivalent to another macro-sociology. At the same time, modern liberalisms have typically involved a commitment to value pluralism, whose most explosive problem is posed by the nature and record of nationalism. The relations between the two are a recurrent theme explored here in the work of Weber, of Gellner, and of Berlin. Beyond them, the issue of national identity itself has become a crux of contemporary debate in Europe, not least in the final books of two leading historians of their countries, Fernand Braudel and Andreas Hillgruber. Set against all themes of cultural difference, on the other hand, is the pursuit of human nature. The most striking historical investigation of this issue in many years is Carlo Ginzburg's account of the millennial persistence of shamanistic motifs in popular imagination. The essay devoted to his work takes the liberties of friendship, to which he has warmly responded. 8. What it does not say, though it is a general lesson from a range of writers considered here, is that a significant research program is never spent as soon as its critics suppose. This has proved true of the tradition of structuralism, adapted by Ginsberg, of evolutionism, renewed by Runciman, of functionalism, animated by Gellner, of existentialism, socialized by Unger. All these doctrines were regarded as back numbers in the recent past. Today, in cases like these, it is their vigor which impresses. The future of Marxism is unlikely to be different. Its most powerful intellectual challengers, the various historical sociologies now arrayed against it, share a blind side whose importance is constantly increasing. They have little, if anything, to say about the dynamics of the capitalist economy that now rules without rival over the fate of the earth. Here the normative theory which has accompanied its triumph is equally, indeed avowedly, bereft, the Haeckian synthesis, for all its other strengths, disclaiming systematic explanation of the paths of long-term growth or of structural crisis. The comeback of historical materialism will probably be on this terrain, where already the signs of trouble are accumulating. The last chapter in this book, unlike the others in considering a number of authors, brings some of its strands together in a survey of the different ways in which the end of history has been imagined since Hegel. The contemporary version of Greatest Force is that of Francis Fukuyama, in which a liberalism of the right seeks to make sense of the times as the final victory of capitalist democracy. In this enterprise another intellectual tradition, dismissed for much longer, has displayed unexpected strength: German idealism. The end of history has been conceived in rival doctrines as well, and the essay tries to situate these, and their relationship to the Hegelian variant, in the context of the long-term development of liberal capitalism. From the mid-19th century onwards, this was a discourse that always also alluded to the destiny of socialism, sometimes with remarkable insight, in its sounding of the future. The book concludes with some reflections on where the socialist tradition stands today. == Geoffrey de Ste. Croix and the Ancient World. The appearance of Geoffrey de Ste. Croix's The Class Struggle in the Ancient Greek World alters, significantly and unexpectedly, the image of materialist history in Britain. Part of this change lies simply in the surprise of the author itself. It would have been reasonable to think that the remarkable company of Marxist historians formed in the years immediately before or during the Second World War had long since become a finite pleiad, its names familiar to every reader of History Workshop Journal. But it is now clear how mistaken such an assumption would have been. Alongside Hill or Hobsbawm, Hilton, or Thompson, Ste. Croix must be entered as a comparable magnitude. The paradox is that he is older than any of these. 1. The great work before us, avowedly designed for students of Marx and the general reader as well as for specialist scholars, was written during his 7th decade. The second change that Ste. Croix's book brings is to widen once again, one hopes once and for all, the horizons of historical materialism, to embrace the classical world as a central field of intellectual inquiry. Raphael Samuel has pointed out how important the class struggle in antiquity was for the terms of intellectual and political debate among Marxists around 1900, yet how almost entirely forgotten it became afterwards too. The reasons for this shift will have been complex. But among them, ironically, may have been the very rise of people's history, in its modern sense. The term lends itself, perhaps inescapably, to national horizons and definitions more easily than to universal ones. For obvious reasons, it is difficult to stretch the notion from, say, the English people back to the Roman populace. The peculiar pattern of evidence that has survived from the classical past, too, is drastically taciturn on the lives of the exploited and oppressed, providing little immediate purchase for the kind of detailed and imaginative investigations of them associated with the best of history from below. But whatever its causes, the result of this shift of sensibility and interest has commonly been to separate classical from European, let alone British, history, in the mental repertoires of many Marxists. Such intellectual separation, of course, itself reproduces the institutional division between ancient and modern history entrenched in academic departments. The effect of Ste. Croix's work is to overturn this situation. It restores the classical world to a natural and central position within the explanatory universe of Marxism. It does so, however, in an especially pointed and challenging way. For its proposed reintegration of antiquity involves more than simply a temporal expansion of materialist historiography, it also invites a reconstruction of its concepts. The class struggle in the ancient Greek world is one of the most strenuously theoretical works of history ever to have been produced in this country. Direct exposition and sustained critical discussion of Marxist concepts, at a very high level of analytic rigor, occupy a position in the overall design of Ste. Croix's book without equivalent in the practice of his peers. For that reason alone its repercussions will make themselves felt wherever social classes and the conflicts between them remain an organizing theme in the writing of history. It seems only appropriate that one of the incidental hallmarks of Ste. Croix's writing should be the liberty and pungency of his topical asides on the Conservative Party or the welfare state, the Cold War or the Christian religion. Two interrelated facts appear to have set Ste. Croix apart from his generation, among Marxist historians. He started his career much later, studying as an undergraduate in his 30s at University College, London, under A.H.M. Jones, and he came to classical studies after a decade of professional life as a solicitor before the war. 3. His first book, his only one till the class struggle in the ancient Greek world, was a survey of the origins of the Peloponnesian War, published in 1972. This brilliant study, already revealing many of his gifts and idiosyncrasies, advanced a radical reinterpretation of the springs of the conflict between Athens and Sparta in the 5th century BC, whose upshot was to shift primary responsibility for the outbreak of the war from the former to the latter, while emphasizing the unappeasable nature of the long-term antagonism between the democratic and oligarchic polities of these two slave-owning societies. Methodologically, the distinctive feature of the book is the extraordinary delicacy and precision of the textual analysis it deploys in scrutinizing and revising the evidence for the origins of the Peloponnesian conflict. The two tours de force, one technical, the other philosophical, of Ste. Croix's approach here were his demolition of the traditional view of the Megarian decrees, and his reconstruction of Thucydides' vision of history at large. His somber account of the Thucydidean thought world, especially its conviction of the essential amorality of the relations between states, is of unforgettable power. For it alone gives the origins of the Peloponnesian War enduring importance for the general reader. In these passages, as throughout the book, the marks of the highest kind of legal training are unmistakable, a capacity to analyze, with the utmost ingenuity and vigilance, the finest nuance and most elusive context, by means of comparison or precedent, in a contradictory set of written documents, in order to arrive at the most plausible final rendition of meaning or event. At the same time, a lawyer's presentation is not always, as everyone knows, the easiest for a layperson. The origins of the Peloponnesian War shuns the attractions of any narrative. Its chapters are severely organized by problematics, virtually discontinuous from each other, with a minimum of linkage. Discussion of residential gesti is constantly interwoven with criticism of accounts of them, in a manner more usual for a specialist article than for a book. Other authorities are cited and cross-examined in detail, over many pages, within the body of the text itself. The title bears a somewhat willful relation to the contents of the book, which include reflections on the end of the Peloponnesian War, and even the fall of Sparta or Athens a century later. Moreover, in what must be some sort of record for a recent historian, indifference to conventional expectations of storytelling, or even argument setting, generates no fewer than 47 appendices, covering well over 100 pages, after the conclusion of the main narrative itself, a formidable clip for any reader, perhaps even the contemporary classicist, to scale. A more substantive criticism of the book, finally, might be that an element of involuntary advocacy creeps into Ste. Croy's allocation of responsibilities for the Peloponnesian War, Spartan policy, at all events, earns a series of judgments and epithets: selfish, cynical, expansionist, aggressive, repressive 5, from which Athenian is generally exempt, even at times directly exculpated. Here the sympathies of the historian are at variance with the axioms of politics he draws from Thucydides, whose central lesson was that the logic of contention between all states in the ancient world was so implacable that their external policies could by nature never be other than ruthless and rapacious. With more reason to distribute political blame, for a catastrophe from which he suffered himself, Thucydides yielded less to it. The class struggle in the ancient Greek world is a very different kind of work. Constructed on a monumental scale, it surveys 1,400 years of history from archaic Greece to the Arab conquests across 700 pages, and what pages! In a prose of exhilarating sharpness and clarity, St. Croy attacks the huge task of unraveling the successive class structures that span the evolution of the ancient world. To this end the book summons up a fabulous range of sources. Classical historians have in some ways always needed to be more polymathic than most of their colleagues, for the stock of evidence that has survived from the ancient world can be regarded in most respects effectively all save its archaeological residue as a closed inventory. Just because that quantity is for many purposes so limited, it tends to impose exceptional qualitative dexterity on those who investigate it, that is, an ability to move and arbitrate between different sorts of evidence that in later periods of history would rarely be brought together within the compass of any one program of research. In the class struggle in the ancient Greek world, these peculiar skills are practiced in virtuoso style. St. Croy mobilizes his evidence from lyric poems, municipal inscriptions, legal corpuses, imperial constitutions, patristic polemics, narrative annals, philosophical discourses, medical anecdotes, biblical texts, senatorial correspondence, popular tombstones, administrative papyri, numismatic slogans not indiscriminately, but in each case incisively and critically. Some of the idiosyncrasies of his earlier writing persist. The title of the book is again misleading, more so, indeed, since St. Croy in no way confines himself to the Greek world. His treatment of Roman history is actually considerably longer and fuller. Its architecture is less abrupt than that of its predecessor, proceeding from general theoretical and sociological sections to sequential historical accounts. But space is very unevenly distributed within the latter, which themselves contain interpolations of extraneous material, where the author has effectively incorporated the substance of previously written articles into the text. This waywardness often produces some of the most enjoyable passages in the book, such as the splendid excursus on Jesus' relation to the world of the Greco-Roman polis 6 or on Jewish and Christian attitudes towards women, 7. But it also introduces a certain arbitrary element into the composition of the work as a whole, curiously inseparable from its grandeur. If these aspects of the class struggle in the ancient Greek world recall the origins of the Peloponnesian War, the decisive difference lies in the theoretical scope and ambition of the new work. Here too, it is difficult not to see the influence of St. Croy's legal formation. It is a commonplace that when historians come to write about historiography and its typically provisional procedures of inquiry, verification, and judgment, they have frequently resorted to analogies from law, as opposed, that is, to science. Two of the most recent and famous examples are Edward Thompson's extended metaphor linking historical and legal courts in The Poverty of Theory, and Oscar Handlin's earlier and more comprehensive comparison of the two disciplines, which it in some ways echoes. 8. Yet despite this, in the present century at least, it has been rather rare for a major historian to have any real experience of the law. Even most legal historians have not usually been practitioners. This may account for the fact that the conventional construal of wherein juridical virtues lie should have tended to be so partial. The traditional analogies essentially emphasize the empirical dimensions of legal or judicial practice, case-by-case examination of evidence, with attendant protocols of proof. But, of course, law also involves, even preeminently consists of, Concepts. Real jurisprudence, in other words, demands the highest capacity for rigorously abstract analysis of formalized categories, their distinction, interrelation, modification. In this respect, it is much closer as a discipline to classical sociology than to most varieties of descriptive or narrative history, as they are usually practiced. It is no accident, then, that St. Croix should show such an eloquent appreciation of the two-sided demands of any genuine historical materialism, the need, that is, for the Marxist historian to reconcile full and scrupulous attention to all forms of evidence for his chosen subject and a study of the modern literature relating to it with a grasp of general historical methodology and sociological theory sufficient to enable him to make the most of what he learns. 9 St. Croix's mastery of evidence has already been noted. Its complement is his command of concepts, his declared and deliberate use of categories of social analysis which are not only precise, in the sense that I can define them, but also general, in the sense that they can be applied to the analysis of other societies. 10 A large part of the class struggle in the ancient Greek world is devoted to the work of systematic clarification and foundation of Marxist social categories, a work performed in no spirit of grudging preliminary penance but with the energy of a natural theoretical temperament. The central purpose of St. Croix's work is to show the material structures of oppression and exploitation which laid the historical basis for successive forms of state and society in antiquity. A full-color reproduction of Van Gogh's Potato Eaters, for St. Croix the most profound and moving representation in art of the primary producers on the land, serves as frontispiece to the book. These are the voiceless toilers, the great majority, let us not forget it, of the population of the Greek and Roman world, upon whom was built a great civilization which despised them and did all it could to forget them. *11 To establish the exact and various identities of these toilers, St. Croix starts out with a general discussion of class, of far-reaching consequence for theory and history alike. Against the grain of most Marxist historical writing of the 60s and 70s, he insists that class should not be primarily defined as a subjective happening, whose essential criteria are therefore cultural consciousness or political autonomy, self-awareness or self-making. St. Croix respectfully but firmly rejects the different versions of this position that he finds in the work of fellow Marxist historians. Classes, he contends, are primarily objective formations, defined by social relationships of exploitation that secure the extraction of surplus labor from the immediate producers. That exploitation may, or may not, generate a sense of collective unity and interest in the exploited outcomes depending on the determinate possibilities for common action open to them. Consciousness of class identity, in other words, varies enormously among the dominated classes. The dominant classes, by contrast, will always possess a strong measure of it. What will not vary in the same way, however, is the fact of resistance to exploitation. For St. Croix, this is the other, equally objective, pole of the relationship constituting social class as such. That resistance, however, need be neither conscious nor collective, nor yet obviously visible in the recorded traces of the past which have survived the filters of prejudice and privilege. Class struggle is inherent in the class relationship itself, as the practices of exploitation, or resistance to them. It thus exists even where there may be no explicit common awareness of class on either side, no specifically political struggle at all, and perhaps even little consciousness of struggle of any kind. 1-2 St. Croix is fully alive to the theoretical and political implications of this position. To adopt the very common conception of class struggle which refuses to regard it as such unless it includes class consciousness and active political conflict is to water it down to the point where it virtually disappears in many situations. It is then possible to deny altogether the very existence of class struggle today in the United States of America, or between employers and immigrant workers in Northern Europe, and between masters and slaves in antiquity, merely because in each case the exploited class concerned does not or did not have any class consciousness or take any political action in common except on very rare occasions and to a very limited degree. But this, I would say, makes nonsense not merely of the Communist Manifesto but of the greater part of Marx's work. 1.3 Having defined class in general, Ste. Croy then proceeds to discuss the problem of slavery in the ancient world, and its position within the Greek and Roman economies. It is well known how much controversy has surrounded this issue in recent years. Roughly speaking, opinion has divided into two camps: those who argue that slavery was constitutive of the nature of ancient civilization, and point to the structural scale of slave ownership at its peak periods, and those who deny that slavery was central to it, on the grounds that independent or dependent small producers were in general more numerous overall than slaves. Among the latter, some would restrict their claim to classical Greece, or even just Athens, as opposed to the Roman order that ultimately succeeded it. 1.4 Frequently, though not invariably, tenets of the second position have tended to reduce the slave condition to an essentially cultural or juridical phenomenon, athwart economic divisions closer to a Weberian status than a Marxist class. Ste. Croy resolves these arguments with a decisive clarification of their terms. The bulk of the labor performed in antiquity, he maintains, may nearly always have been the work of non-slave producers, whether smallholders, artisans, or dependent tenants. But the surplus labor that provided the income and wealth of the dominant classes was essentially extorted from slaves, until the advent of generalized serfdom in the later Roman Empire. Ste. Croy reminds us that it was the latter category which was expressly theorized by Marx as the basis for his periodization of modes of production in history, in Capital, and elsewhere. What I think has often been overlooked is that what Marx is concentrating on as the really distinctive feature of each society is not the way in which the bulk of the labor of production is done, but how the extraction of the surplus from the immediate producer is secured. 1.5 Arraying the uneven but unquestionable evidence for the presence of slave labor on agricultural estates, not only in the Roman Republic or Principate but in classical Attica as well, Ste. Croy points out that if this is to be regarded as insufficient, then there is far less evidence for any other form of agrarian exploitation by the wealthy in these epochs. How then, he asks, if not by slave labor, was the agricultural work done for the propertied class? How otherwise did that class derive its surplus? 1.6 Not merely is there no sign empirically that wage labor or leasing, the only alternatives, were more widespread, logically too, he demonstrates, neither could have yielded rates of exploitation comparable to the use of slave labor in the conditions of the time. The conclusion, then, is irresistible. Reinstating the classical Marxist vision of the role of slavery in antiquity, but now on the basis of the most exhaustive modern scholarship, Ste. Croy sums up, slavery increased the surplus in the hands of the propertied class to an extent which could not otherwise have been achieved and was therefore an essential precondition of the magnificent achievements of classical civilization. 1.7 This holds good, he makes clear, for Athenian democracy itself, which well-meaning writers have on occasion sought to absolve from the taint of slavery. Yielding to none in his admiration for that democracy, of which he gives a memorable account, 1.8 Ste. Croy nevertheless insists that it was a dictatorship by the minority of the population, albeit not a small minority, that just because it was a democracy and the poorer citizens were to some extent protected against the powerful, the very most had to be made out of the classes below the citizens, and that therefore we need not be surprised if we find a more intense development of slavery at Athens than at most other places in the Greek world, if the humbler citizens could not be fully exploited, and it was inexpedient to try to put too much pressure on the metics, then it was necessary to rely to an exceptional degree on exploiting the labor of slaves. 1.9 It was thus no accident that it was slave owners, men liberated from toil, who produced virtually all Greek art and literature and science and philosophy, and provided a good proportion of the armies which won remarkable victories by land over the Persian invaders at Marathon in 490 and at Plataea in 479 BC. In a very real sense most of them were parasitic upon other men, their slaves above all, most of them were not supporters of the democracy. which ancient Greece invented and which was its great contribution to political progress, although they did supply almost all its leaders. What we know as Greek civilization expressed itself in and through them above all. 20. While the centrality of slavery is copiously documented, it is one of the great strengths of the class struggle in the ancient Greek world that St. Croix gives full and proper attention to the various other forms of exploitation characteristic of antiquity, and to the different types of small producers who were so densely represented within it. Detailed discussions of independent smallholders, free artisans, rural lao, later colony, provide a wide panorama of these distinct subordinate classes. Two aspects of St. Croix's treatment of them perhaps stand out. The first is his contention that lao or colony, that is, dependent cultivators tied to the land, can be described without reservation as serfs, a term often withheld from them because of its medieval connotations. The second is his claim that women in antiquity must be regarded as a separate class, because their special position in the earliest and most fundamental of all divisions of labor, monopolizing the reproductive function, made them an exploited group with inferior property and other legal rights, dependent on men. However numerically and humanly important these other oppressed strata were preponderant even, in census terms, at most times for St. Croix they do not provide the guiding thread of ancient history that lies within the exploitative structures of slave labor itself. For it is part of the principal theme of the class struggle in the ancient Greek world that slavery not only provided the surplus labor on which the fortunes of the propertied classes were based in the peak periods of Greek and Roman civilization, but also furnishes the explanation for the long-run evolution of the ancient world. Contrasting Marxist theory, which dynamically relates social classes to each other in antagonistic conflicts that generate historical change, with Weberian theory, in which status groups are juxtaposed inertly in a hierarchy without internal tendency or momentum, St. Croix argues that one test of the former is precisely its ability to explain, rather than merely describe, the decline and fall of Roman imperial civilization. Much of the second half of his book is devoted to such an explanation. He starts by suggesting, as we have seen, that slavery was generally the most efficient form of extraction of surplus labor in antiquity, maximizing the rate of exploitation for the propertied classes, and therefore always preferred by them when circumstances permitted. He then notes, as many other scholars have done before him, perhaps especially Weber, that once the frontiers of the Roman Empire were stabilized after Trajan, the supply of slaves captured in war tailed off, with the result that slave breeding became more widespread, as landowners strove to maintain the labor force on their estates. At this point, St. Croix introduces the crucial link in his view, hitherto missing, in the causal chain that led to the subsequent colonate, and thereafter to the collapse of the imperial order itself. To promote more regular reproduction, he argues, slave owners must perforce have given more leeway to female slaves to bear and bring up children, rather than till the fields, and maintained more female slaves tout court, as well as allowing greater elements of stable cohabitation between the sexes. Such changes from the lopsided ergastulum of Republican days could only have lowered the rate at which slave labor as a whole was exploited. Breeding slaves inside the economy, then, instead of mainly bringing them in from outside, either cheap or even virtually gratis, necessarily imposes a greater burden on the economy as a whole, especially in a society like ancient Greece, with a high infant and maternal death rate. 21. The logical reaction of the propertied classes was then to try to compensate for the declining profitability of slave labor by extending their mechanisms of extortion to hitherto free labor, and depressing it to a serf-like level. The inevitable consequence is that the propertied class cannot maintain the same rate of profit from slave labor, and, to prevent its standard of living from falling, is likely to be driven to increase the rate of exploitation of the humbler free population. As I believe the Roman ruling class now actually did, by degrees. 22. The result was the series of social and juridical changes that set in from the 2nd century onwards, steadily degrading the position of the lower classes in the empire. What came to be called the bumiliaries in the legal terminology that emerged during the Antonine Age, until eventually a uniform class of colony, including former slaves and smallholders alike, emerged on the land by the 4th century, a population of tide serfs, paying rents to their landowners and taxes to the state. The average rate of exploitation in the new system must have gone down, but its volume, as surplus labor was extracted on a far wider scale in the countryside, undoubtedly went up, as the escalating size of senatorial fortunes, not to speak of imperial inditions or clerical prebends, attests. The result was a social polarization of late Roman society so extreme, thrusting even the bulk of the curial class of provincial gentry downwards, as to fatally weaken its capacity to maintain either vigorous military forces of the republican type, or to generate any civilian loyalty and resistance in the face of external enemies. The barbarian invasions could then finish off a social order undone from within, by its own immanent logic. Such are the overarching themes of the class struggle in the ancient Greek world. Space precludes any adequate account of the richness of detail and aggression with which they are developed. Nor can any lay reader hope to do more than suggest a few possible queries or qualifications, from within the complex edifice of St. Croix's argument itself, as it were. These do not touch on the central theoretical statement of the book. St. Croix's redefinition of class, and redrawing of the place of slavery in the class societies of antiquity, have compelling force. It is difficult to imagine that discussion of either could ever be exactly the same again. Where grounds for further exploration start, is in some of the more strictly historical proposals within his conceptual framework. 3 areas stand out here, relating respectively to the frontiers of class, the role of class struggle, and the dynamic of the mode of production in which such struggle may have occurred. The first raises an issue that is in fact marginal to St. Croix's book as a whole, but an absorbing one for all that. Granted his definition of social class, can women in antiquity have constituted one? St. Croix makes his case by 2 moves. Firstly, he assimilates reproduction to production, as simply another form of the latter. Secondly, he emphasizes the inferior legal position of women, as reproducers, in antiquity, especially their lesser property rights, token of their exploitation by men. Greek wives, I have argued, and therefore potentially all Greek women, should be regarded as a distinct economic class, in the technical Marxist sense, since their productive role, the very fact that they were the half of the human race which supported the main part of the burden of reproduction, led directly to their being subjected to men. Politically, economically, and socially. 23 St. Croix remarks in this connection, plausibly enough, that individuals can in principle belong to a plurality of classes, if they combine a number of social roles in their person, but that one of these roles will normally preponderate, and so for most purposes define that person's class identity. The partners and daughters of slaves or smallholders, therefore, could be primarily slaves or smallholders, given the common destitution of both sexes in these groups, whereas the wives or female offspring of slave owners would be primarily women by class position, given the great disparity of rights between them and their husbands or fathers. In classical Athens, I would see the class position of a citizen woman belonging to the highest class as largely determined by her sex, by the fact that she belonged to the class of women, for her father, brothers, husband, and sons would all be property owners, while she would be virtually destitute of property rights, and her class position would therefore be greatly inferior to theirs. The humble peasant woman, however, would not in practice be in nearly such an inferior position to the men of her family, who would have very little property, and partly owing to the fact that she would to some extent participate in their agricultural activities and work alongside them, her membership of the class of poor peasants might be a far more important determinant of her class position than her sex. 24 It is possible to doubt the strength of these 2 arguments. For reproduction, however central a human function it may be in the generation of life, clearly is not production in the conventional sense of the term. It does not provide the necessities of life, still less yield a surplus over and above them, nor is it amenable to any yardstick of productivity, for Marx a central criterion for distinguishing any one type of historical economy from another. Moreover, there is obviously something paradoxical in arguing that the only women to form a truly separate exploited class were those from privileged backgrounds. For these were precisely the women who would dispose of domestic servants, generally slaves, not to speak of the other material comforts of wealthy households. What surplus labor was extracted from them, by St. Croix's own criteria? The social and cultural discrimination from which they suffered in Greece was, of course, real and grievous enough. But to speak of their economic exploitation seems captious. It might be added that Roman women of the upper class, here unusually, excluded from the discussion by St. Croix, in fact possessed very extensive legal and property rights, enjoying a measure of formal equality with their men that has struck many feminist observers from Simone de Beauvoir onwards. St. Croix's discussion of these questions is more tentative than that of his main themes, and he rightly looks forward to further research that may clarify them. A second area where some readers might feel St. Croix's choices of coverage were a trifle disconcerting concerned the class struggle in antiquity itself. For despite its salience in the title of the book, and its foregrounding in Part I, it could be argued that the actual manifestations of class struggle in Part II, which surveys the historical development of Greek and Roman civilization, are registered rather patchily, at times perhaps even underplayed. The most obvious lacuna here is any account of the great slave rebellions of the Roman Republic. Spartacus earns no more than 3 passing references. Eunice, leader of the Sicilian rising that preceded the era of Gracchan agitation, receives not one. It might be argued that these fall outside St. Croix's brief, as belonging to Roman history prior to its final incorporation of the Greek East. But in fact St. Croix devotes a fascinating chapter to class struggles within the citizen body of Republican Rome, from the conflict between patricians and plebeians to the popular tumults against the late oligarchy in the epoch of Cicero and Clodius. Given his own insistence on the centrality of slavery as a class relationship, the pattern of attention here seems inconsistent. For that matter, it might also be objected that the discussion of specifically Greek class struggle, promised by the title, is by comparison unduly terse. Certainly, 2 of its outstanding episodes are accorded scant space: the successful revolt of the Messenian Helots against Sparta, in conjunction with Theban penetration of the Peloponnese, and the extraordinary attempt at social regeneration by a sweeping program of reforms that included the emancipation of the Laconian Helots, of the Spartan king Nabis in the 2nd century BC, an enterprise that unleashed fierce class struggle within the Spartiate body itself. These absences must inspire a special regret, since no historian has displayed a more gripping mastery of Spartan society, in all its intricacy and obscurity, than St. Croix himself, in the very substantial sections devoted to it in the Origins of the Peloponnesian War. In part, the apparent imbalances of topical concentration within the second part of the class struggle in the ancient Greek world no doubt reflect the heterodox temper of the author himself, as impatient of conventional norms of composition as of received notions of any sort. But they also indicate an underlying issue in the treatment of the curve of ancient civilization that warrants further elucidation. Does the class struggle, as St. Croix formulates it, provide the direct key to the dynamic of successive classical societies? In Part I, he emphatically claims that it does. The irregularities of Part II, so far at any rate as direct accounts of the resistance of the exploited go, might be a symptom of the difficulties of that claim. The cruces here are obviously the destruction of Greek democracy and the decline and fall of the Roman Empire, the 2 most momentous changes in the political history of antiquity. What is St. Croix's explanation of the first? Why was classical Greek society eclipsed by the end of the 4th century BC? His general answer seems to be that there was an inbuilt tendency for the economically stronger groups within the city-states to increase their political power at the expense of the poorer citizens, which in the long run had to lead to the contraction and subversion of democratic institutions. The basic economic situation asserted itself in the long run, as it always does. The Greek propertied classes, with the assistance first of their Macedonian overlords and later of their Roman masters, gradually undermined and in the end entirely destroyed Greek democracy. 25 After the turn of the 4th century, he suggests, a slow regression began in Greece. There was widespread and serious poverty among the mass of the people, at the same time as the few rich were perhaps growing richer, this in a region that never possessed great natural resources anyway. The result was rising social tension and internecine conflicts in many of the city-states. These were then exploited by the Macedonian monarchy, which, given its own aristocratic character, found natural allies in the local propertied classes in its drive into Greece. How persuasive is such a compressed account? A major drawback of it would seem to be its lack of any sufficiently specific temporal logic. St. Croix argues, in both his books, that Greek democracy should be seen essentially as a mechanism whereby the humbler citizens protected themselves against the economic threat to them by the propertied. If successful defense was possible in the 5th century, however, why not also in the 4th? In fact, Athenian democracy did indeed prove relatively stable after the Peloponnesian War. The major change in its operation was not so much any greater power accruing to the rich within the city, as the lesser power rich and poor alike now enjoyed outside the city, with the disappearance of the Athenian Empire. St. Croix cites the financial crisis provoked by the stoppage of imperial tribute, and the ensuing difficulty for Athens in mobilizing adequate naval forces. But these factors are not integrated into his main explanation of the fall of Greece. Yet an alternative account of the decline of Hellenic democracy might be constructed in terms, not so much of internal social polarization within the polis, as of the external limitations of the democratic state form in antiquity, which, just because of its radically direct character, exemplified above all at Athens, could never transcend municipal size without contradicting itself by issuing into an imperial domination over other cities. Only such domination, however, could provide it with sufficient territorial and material resources to compete militarily with centralized monarchies or oligarchic republics. In this sense, loss of empire may be said to have doomed Athens, and with Athens the smaller cities that maintained popular constitutions in its shadow. The immediate agent of their downfall, however, was the Macedonian monarchy, treated by St. Croix as a more or less exogenous force in the whole process. But this understates the degree of symbiosis between urban Greece and its tribal periphery. The increasing strength and sophistication of the Macedonian polity and nobility under Philip II was itself the product of accumulative acculturation within the orbit of classical civilization proper, in the peninsula. Classical Greece drew its own destroyer onto it, in this sense. The struggle that was directly at stake here, it might be said, was one between ruling groups, a mountain aristocracy and municipal citizenries. While Macedonian policy was indeed socially and politically conservative in Greece, ruling out radical innovations in the cities that fell under its control, it is significant that it showed no immediate hostility to Athenian democracy as such, once its suzerainty was established over it, as St. Croix concedes. Neither Philip II nor Alexander interfered in any way with the Athenian constitution. It was not until the Lamian War, a generalized Greek revolt against Macedonian rule after Alexander's death, that Antipater temporarily imposed a more oligarchic regime on Athens, even then a fairly broad one, based on a hoplite census. But, of course, the vitality of any municipal polity could not in the long run survive the abolition of external autonomy, and the classical institutions of Greek democracy inevitably became ever more convulsed and weakened within the new Hellenistic universe of royal overlords, until finally Roman conquest effectively put an end to them. If we now turn to the decline of the Roman imperial order itself, St. Croix's account does not this time take as its point of departure the class struggle as such. It is a systemic contradiction, rather than social struggle, that sets in motion the secular process of dissolution. Decline in the supply of slave labor, consequent on low rates of internal reproduction, leads to offsetting attempts at slave breeding which decrease the rate of exploitation, thus necessitating a complementary depression of free labor to sustain overall levels of surplus extraction. The major manifestations of class struggle between slaves and their owners' slave revolts play no causal role here. This is surely why they figure so fleetingly in Ste. Croix's text. They bear little or no explanatory weight. Empirically, the soundness of Ste. Croix's judgment here brooks little doubt. Attempts to make of slave resistance in a recent version, if not rebellion then mass desertion 26 the lever of the diminution of slavery in the ancient world are uniformly unconvincing. The real mechanisms, indicated by Ste. Croix, rather form an instance of that other fundamental theme of historical materialism, namely, that modes of production change when the forces and relations of production enter into decisive contradiction with each other. The maturing of such a contradiction need involve no conscious class agency on either side, by exploiters and exploited no set battle for the future of economy and society, although its subsequent unfolding, on the other hand, is likely to unleash relentless social struggles between opposing forces. This is, in fact, just the sequence that Ste. Croix's interpretation of the final centuries of antiquity tends to suggest. It is striking how closely the theoretical and historical issues here resemble those posed by the dissolution of feudalism a millennium later. There too, Marxist writers, the most illustrious was Maurice Daub, have sometimes been inclined to read the crisis of the late medieval economy as the direct outcome of class struggle between lords and peasants, with ever-mounting exactions of the former leading to a collapse of production by the latter. In fact, the demographic and ecological limits of the feudal mode of production in Western Europe cannot be ignored in an analysis of its contradictory logic. It was the objective deadlock they imposed on the societies of the 14th century, as forces of production struck against insuperable barriers within existing relations of production, that precipitated the economic disasters of the time, which then set off the most spectacular episodes of pitched conflict on the land. The capital difference between the two processes, medieval and ancient, was of course that the one led to general emancipation of the direct producers in the countryside, the other to their general subjection final exit as against initial entry into a serf-like condition, as it were. To note this is to register some of the unsolved problems of the slow change of labor system in the later Roman Empire. The formidable cogency of Ste. Croix's reconstruction of the shift from slavery to colonate as predominant form of surplus extraction, superior to any alternative account available, rests more on logical deduction than on any empirical documentation. Given the absence of sources, this could not be otherwise. But it is in the nature of his argument to raise a number of further questions about the process it offers to explain. The first of these concerns the issue of slave reproduction. The central thrust of Ste. Croix's argument is that slave breeding, increasingly necessary once the great windfalls of conquest ceased, was economically less profitable than slave capture, hence the pressure to complement it with depression of tenants or small holders, if the income of the propertied classes was to be preserved. Could there have been a cultural spur to this change as well? Ste. Croix emphasizes, in his discussion of Greek slavery, the crucial advantages to slave owners of a labor force that was ethnically not only alien but also heterogeneous, at once demarcated from the rest of the population and deprived of common springs of resistance. 27 It was the absence of these two qualities, he writes, which rendered the Messenian helots so much more dangerous than Attic slaves ever were. The vast bulk of Roman slaves, as the empire expanded, were of course constituted from non-Latin peoples. There too, when there occurred an unduly large concentration of captives from any one region, enslaved and imported into Italy, insurrection could break out in republican days. The revolt led by Eunice, for example, massed recent prisoners from Syria and Asia Minor in common resistance in Sicily. But after the Augustan age, the relative stabilization of the workforce must, in the absence of any color bar, have led to widespread assimilation in language and customs, between slaves and free poor over large areas of the Western Empire. An episode like the plebeian riots in protest against a mass execution of domestic slaves in Rome under Nero, cited by Ste. Croix, suggests such a cultural convergence. In these conditions, it may be wondered whether one of the further limitations of slave breeding as a remedy to supply shortages was not its tendency to weaken ideological and coercive control over the slave population itself, which as time went on would become ever less immediately distinguishable as such. Perhaps facilitating flight, if not manumission, 28 while at the same time rendering the poor free population ever less perceptibly separate from the slave. Here might lie one of the ancillary reasons for the social and juridical changes of the Antonine epoch. However that may be, the consequence of these changes was vastly to extend the network of rural exploitation. The second question that Ste. Croix's account brings home very sharply is how this exploitation was organized. Two distinct problems are involved here. How was the surplus actually extracted from the immediate producers? How was it realized by the ultimate exploiters? The adjectives require emphasis here, because the obscurity of each process lies essentially in the intermediary agents and mechanisms ensuring them. Ste. Croix does not address the first problem directly. We know from the detailed descriptions in Columella how a slave villa was supposed to function in the 1st century AD, through an elaborate division of the workforce itself, involving a hierarchy of supervisory, skilled, unskilled, and chain slaves, toiling in small labor teams each with their own drivers, coordinated by foremen and commanded by the bailiff or vilices. Differentiation of rank, cooperation of task, and invigilation of rhythm, backed by lash and fetter, made up the prescriptive model of slave agriculture, whose average units of exploitation were probably no more than 150–200 acres. This transparency, however, disappears once the focus shifts to the way in which slave owners marketed the produce of their estates, as Ste. Croix comments, in an important passage. We have extraordinarily little evidence about this kind of activity. 29 He goes on to agree that landowners will have typically sold their output on local markets. But this only compounds the mystery of the administration of very large fortunes on the land, since these frequently involved a wide scatter of estates which, in the late Republic or early Principate, say, might be distributed up and down the length of Italy. How was the income from such disparate sources effectively gathered and centralized? This issue, far from clear for the period of large-scale slave agriculture itself, becomes more acutely perplexing once a shift to the colonnade has occurred. For on the one hand, direct supervision of the labor process by landowners necessarily declined, and with it the extraction of surplus at the point of production itself. But on the other hand, if the rate of exploitation decreased, the range of exploitation actually increased with the generalization of predial dependency in the later empire. Ste. Croix, in one of the most arresting statements in his book, writes, "There is one phenomenon in particular which strongly suggests that in the Roman Empire the peasantry was more thoroughly and effectively exploited than in most other societies which rely largely upon peasant populations for their food supply. It has often been noticed that peasants have usually been able to survive famines better than their town-dwelling fellow countrymen, because they can hide away for themselves some of the food they produce and may still have something to eat when there is starvation in the towns. It was not so in the Roman Empire. There, again and again we find peasants crowding into the nearest city in time of famine, because only in the city is there any edible food to be had." 30 What he does not perhaps sufficiently underline, however, is the fact that all the examples he gives date from the epoch subsequent to the decline of slavery, or 4th to 6th centuries AD. 31 The extraordinary efficiency of the agrarian exploitation of the ruling class in this age finds confirmation, on the other side of the coin, in the gigantic size of senatorial fortunes in the Western Empire, by the 4th century some 5 times larger on average than those of the 1st century. Yet how were these enormous sums levied from the immediate producers? What immensely ramified systems of rent collection, enforced by which forms of compulsion, operated by how many levels of intermediaries, secured the steady, lethal puncture of so many peasant livings in countless remote regions, without good transport or communications, to the profit of a magnate family in Rome. The geographical scale of the process, at its maximum reaches, was more like that of a modern multinational corporation than of any conceivable medieval holding. Melania, a noblewoman of the early 5th century, owned estates in Campania, Apulia, Sicily, Tunisia, Numidia, Mauritania, Spain, and Britain, literally transcontinental domains. On these estates were still thousands of slaves, but many more will have been coloni. By what channels was their produce converted into her income of £1,600 of gold a year? Ste. Croix makes a point of calling coloni serfs, but their relationship to their landlords never approached the potent ideological compact of medieval serfdom, lacking either the feudal rights of the seigneur over the family of the villain or the loyalties owed by the villain to the juridical authority of the lord. Yet, pressed less close to the ground, the Roman system yielded more. Part of the reason why it could do so, of course, was the sheer weight of the late imperial state itself. This figures less directly in Ste. Croix's concluding chapters than perhaps it is entitled to do. At any rate, there is no analysis as such of the deep and prolonged crisis of the empire in the 3rd century AD, between the death of Alexander Severus and the elevation of Diocletian, when endemic anarchy, invasion, plague and inflation seemed to threaten its existence for 50 years. The structural approach by problematic, rather than period preferred by Ste. Croix bypasses this watershed. It may in fact be the case that sources are so scant for these broken years. Jones compared them to a black tunnel 32 that no useful hypotheses can be advanced about their overall meaning. But the coincidence between their timing and the transition in the countryside seems unlikely to have been fortuitous. Any history that sacrifices narrative too austerely will pay a certain price for its analytic clarity. In this case, the cost is any close reflection on the metamorphosis of the imperial state in the 3rd century, which yet must be of central relevance to Ste. Croix's own explanatory purpose. It looks as if a kind of servo-mechanism may have been at work in this epoch. The great increase in the size of the imperial army and bureaucracy must have borne some relation to the enhanced capacity of the propertied classes to squeeze the peasantry ever more pervasively. The central apparatus of repression and coercion was enormously strengthened by the end of these decades. On the other hand, the growth of this apparatus in turn put remorseless further pressure on the same direct producers, in the shape of the much greater fiscal burden imposed for its upkeep, so depressing their economic position sharply in its own right, and thereby rendering them ever more liable to fall into the servitude of the colonate. The 4th and 5th century phenomenon of the patrocinium points very clearly to this dialectic, peasants voluntarily putting themselves at the mercy of a landowner, to secure some relief from the attentions of the tax collector. It is necessary to keep the complex logic of this circuit in mind. If Finlay, with whom Ste. Croix polemicizes unremittingly, and exaggeratedly, unduly hypostatizes what he calls the iron law of absolutist bureaucracy, that it grows both in numbers and in cost, 33 as a virtually supernal process detached from the determinate functions of such bureaucracy, Ste. Croix for his part fails to allow sufficiently for the degree of autonomy that the imperial state henceforward acquired from the aristocratic class that it served, by its very overhaul. For while the socio-economic privileges of the late imperial nobility were fortified and extended under the bureaucratic canopy of the dominate, its political power was clipped where it had once most counted, in the military machinery of the state, which now acquired quite novel proportions. The senatorial order was excluded from military commands by Diocletian, and never recovered them. The result in the West, where the aristocracy was wealthiest and most powerful, seems to have been widespread indifference by the rich to the defense needs of the state in the face of external pressures or emergencies, an indifference expressed in generalized tax evasion, withholding of conscripts, and hostility to the professional officers trying to muster imperial forces in the region. Ste. Croix argues that it was the disappearance of an independent peasantry that undermined the vitality of the Roman armies during the 5th century. but in fact conscription, reintroduced under the Dominate, produced a large and relatively reliable military machine, whose soldiers enjoyed a series of material privileges that set them above the mass of the peasantry from which they came. After contending that the morale of the army deteriorated 34 because of the debasement of the peasantry, St. Croix concedes a few pages later that the army of the late empire developed a most remarkable discipline and esprit de corps of its own. The rank-and-file soldiers became entirely detached from their origins and were usually the obedient instruments, if not of their emperors, then of their actual officers. 35, which seems closer to the mark. While popular apathy towards the barbarian invasions is manifest as a civilian phenomenon, it was patrician alienation that affected most directly the strictly military capabilities of the Roman order in the West. The armies gave a good account of themselves so long as they were kept up to strength. It was when they were neglected, in the final decades of the 4th century, under a series of emperors who were little more than aristocratic figureheads, that disaster struck. Even so, the empire did not fall simply from its own internal weaknesses. External assaults were the necessary agent of its execution. Here again St. Croix's picture of the process of decline needs to be complemented by some reference to the historical changes in the barbarian periphery of the empire. The increasing pressure from the Germanic peoples in the north, from the 3rd century onwards, cannot have been unconnected with the economic, political, and cultural impact on them of the magnetic civilization to their south. Growing social differentiation and military sophistication were bound to be concomitants of any long-term proximity of primitive tribal societies to an advanced urban and commercial culture of the classical type. Here St. Croix's account needs to be complemented by the outstanding work that documents just this process, by his fellow Marxist historian Edward Arthur Thompson, one of the most original contributions to classical studies since the war. 36 In fact, the evidence he himself marshals in a valuable appendix on barbarian settlers within the empire prior to its fall, who he reckons numbered hundreds of thousands, speaks directly of the creeping interpenetration of the two worlds. In this sense, an analogy could be ventured with the fall of Greece. Just as the latter developed at a distance its backward periphery in Macedonia, and thereby eventually drew its conqueror down upon itself, so the fall of Rome ultimately occurred when its rudimentary borderlands in Germany had evolved, under the force of its attraction, social and military forces capable of overwhelming it in its extremity. The difference, of course, was that Macedonia was politically a centralized monarchy and culturally a Hellenized society, sharing language and traditions with a classical Greece still intellectually and civically vigorous, the result being the great expansion of Hellenistic civilization, whereas the Germanic invaders were no Latinate country cousins, but still loose tribal confederations, while classical Roman society had long since been hollowed out from within, the result being the Dark Ages. Recollection of these external aspects of the collapse of the Western Empire, however, does not alter the essential conclusion to which St. Croix conveys us at the end of his long work. As I see it, he writes, the Roman political system facilitated a most intense and ultimately destructive exploitation of the great mass of the people, whether slave or free, and it made radical reform impossible. The result was that the propertied class, the men of real wealth, who had deliberately created the system for their own benefit, drained the lifeblood from their world and thus destroyed Greco-Roman civilization over a large part of the empire, Britain, Gaul, Spain, and North Africa in the 5th century, much of Italy and the Balkans in the 6th, and in the 7th, Egypt, Syria and Mesopotamia, and again North Africa, which had been reconquered by Justinian's generals in the 6th century. That, I believe, was the principal reason for the decline of classical civilization. 37 This summing up, with its emphasis on the main lineaments of the process, can be accepted entirely. Characteristically, in an explicit contrast with the dictum of his gifted non-Marxist colleague Peter Brown, that the prosperity of the Mediterranean world seems to have drained to the top by the 4th century, St. Croix concludes, if I were in search of a metaphor to describe the great and growing concentration of wealth in the hands of the upper classes, I would not incline towards anything so innocent and so automatic as drainage. I should want to think in terms of something much more purposive and deliberate, perhaps the vampire bat. 38 That judgment is unlikely to be forgotten. == Marshall Berman. Modernity and Revolution. Relations between the ideas of modernity and of revolution have been a focus of intellectual debate and political passion for the greater part of this century. The recent publication of Marshall Berman's All That Is Solid Melts into Air reopens that debate, with such renewed passion, and such undeniable power, that no contemporary reflection on these issues can avoid coming to terms with it. To pick out the main argument of the book is not to do justice to it as a whole, which will not be attempted here. Any compressed reconstruction of its general scheme must sacrifice the sheer imaginative sweep, the breadth of cultural sympathy, the force of intelligence, that give much of its splendor to All That Is Solid Melts into Air, qualities that over time will make it a classic in its field. Let us simply say at the outset that a stripped-down analysis of the principal case of the book is no adequate measure of the importance, and attraction, of the work to hand. Berman's visionary argument starts as follows: there is a mode of vital experience of space and time, of the self and others, of life's possibilities and perils, that is shared by men and women all over the world today. I will call this body of experience modernity. To be modern is to find ourselves in an environment that promises us adventure, power, joy, growth, transformation of ourselves and the world, and, at the same time, that threatens to destroy everything we have, everything we know, everything we are. Modern environments and experiences cut across all boundaries of geography and ethnicity, of class and nationality, of religion and ideology. In this sense, modernity can be said to unite all mankind. But it is a paradoxical unity, a unity of disunity. It pours all into a maelstrom of perpetual disintegration and renewal, of struggle and contradiction, of ambiguity and anguish. To be modern is to be part of a universe in which, as Marx said, all that is solid melts into air. 1. What generates this maelstrom? For Berman, it is a host of social processes. He lists scientific discoveries, industrial upheavals, demographic transformations, urban expansions, national states, mass movements, all propelled, in the last instance, by the ever-expanding, drastically fluctuating capitalist world market. These processes he calls, for convenient shorthand, socio-economic modernization. Out of the experience born of modernization, in turn has emerged what he describes as the amazing variety of visions and ideas that aim to make men and women the subjects as well as the objects of modernization, to give them the power to change the world that is changing them, to make their way through the maelstrom and make it their own visions and values that have come to be loosely grouped together under the name of modernism. The ambition of his own book, then, is to reveal the dialectics of modernization and modernism too. Between these two lies, as we have seen, the key middle term of modernity itself, neither economic process nor cultural vision but the historical experience mediating the one to the other. What constitutes the nature of the linkage between them? Essentially, for Berman, it is the idea of development. This is really the central concept of his book, and the source of most of its paradoxes, some of them lucidly and convincingly explored in its pages, others less seen by them. In All That Is Solid Melts into Air, development means two things simultaneously. On the one hand, it refers to the gigantic objective transformations of society unleashed by the advent of the capitalist world market, that is, essentially but not exclusively, economic development. On the other hand, it refers to the momentous subjective transformations of individual life and personality which occur under their impact, everything that is contained within the notion of //development, as a heightening of human powers and widening of human experience. For Berman, the combination of these two, under the compulsive beat of the world market, necessarily spells a dramatic tension within the individuals who undergo development in both senses. On the one hand, capitalism, In Marx's unforgettable phrase of the manifesto, which forms the leitmotif of Behrman's book, tears down every ancestral confinement and feudal restriction, social immobility and claustral tradition, in an immense clearing operation of cultural and customary debris across the globe. To that process corresponds a tremendous emancipation of the possibility and sensibility of the individual self, now increasingly released from the fixed social status and rigid role hierarchy of the pre-capitalist past, with its narrow morality and cramped imaginative range. On the other hand, as Marx emphasized, the very same onrush of capitalist economic development also generates a brutally alienated and atomized society, marked by callous economic exploitation and cold social indifference, destructive of every cultural or political value whose potential it has itself brought into being. Likewise, on the psychological plane, self-development in these conditions could only mean a profound disorientation and insecurity, frustration and despair, concomitant with, indeed inseparable from, the sense of enlargement and exhilaration, the new capacities and feelings, liberated at the same time. This atmosphere, Behrman writes, of agitation and turbulence, psychic dizziness and drunkenness, expansion of experiential possibilities and destruction of moral boundaries and personal bonds, self-enlargement and self-derangement, phantoms in the street and in the soul, is the atmosphere in which modern sensibility is born. 3. That sensibility dates, in its initial manifestations, from the advent of the world market itself 1500 or thereabouts. But in its first phase, which for Behrman runs to about 1790, it still lacks any common vocabulary. A second phase then extends across the 19th century, and it is here that the experience of modernity is translated into the various classical visions of modernism, which he defines essentially by their firm ability to grasp both sides of the contradictions of capitalist development at once, celebrating and denouncing its unprecedented transformations of the material and spiritual world, without ever converting these attitudes into static or immutable antitheses. Goethe is prototypical of the new vision in his Faust, which Behrman in a magnificent chapter analyses as a tragedy of the developer in this dual sense, unbinding the self in binding back the sea. Marx in the Manifesto and Baudelaire in his prose poems on Paris are shown as cousins in the same discovery of modernity, one prolonged, in the peculiar conditions of forced modernization from above in a backward society, in the long literary tradition of St. Petersburg, from Pushkin and Gogol to Dostoevsky and Mandelstam. A condition of the sensibility so created, Behrman argues, was a more or less unified public still possessing a memory of what it was like to live in a pre-modern world. In the 20th century, that public simultaneously expanded and fragmented into incommensurable segments. Therewith the dialectical tension of the classical experience of modernity underwent a critical transformation. While modernist art registered more triumphs than ever before, the 20th century, Behrman says in an unguarded phrase, may well be the most brilliantly creative in the history of the world, for, this art has ceased to connect with or inform any common life. As he puts it, we don't know how to use our modernism. 5. The result has been a drastic polarization in modern thought about the experience of modernity itself, flattening out its essentially ambiguous or dialectical character. On the one hand, from Weber through to Ortega, Eliot to Tate, Levy to Marcuse, 20th century modernity has been relentlessly condemned as an iron cage of conformity and mediocrity, a spiritual wilderness of populations bleached of any organic community or vital autonomy. On the other hand, against these visions of cultural despair, in another tradition stretching from Marinity to Le Corbusier, Buckminster Fuller to Marshall McLuhan, not to speak of outright apologists of capitalist modernization theory itself, modernity has been fulsomely touted as the last word in sensory excitement and universal satisfaction, in which a machine-built civilization itself guarantees aesthetic thrills and social felicities. What each side has in common here is a simple identification of modernity with technology itself, radically excluding the people who produce and are produced by it. As Behrman writes, our 19th century thinkers were simultaneously enthusiasts and enemies of modern life, wrestling inexhaustibly with its ambiguities and contradictions. Their self-ironies and inner tensions were a primary source of their creative power. Their 20th century successors have lurched far more towards rigid polarities and flat totalizations. Modernity is either embraced with a blind and uncritical enthusiasm, or else condemned with a neo-Olympian remoteness and contempt. In either case it is conceived as a closed monolith, incapable of being shaped or changed by modern men. Open visions of life have been supplanted by closed ones, both and by either or. 6. The purpose of Behrman's book is to help restore our sense of modernity, by reappropriating the classical visions of it. It may turn out, then, that going back can be a way to go forward, that remembering the modernisms of the 19th century can give us the vision and courage to create the modernisms of the 21st. This act of remembering can help us bring modernism back to its roots, so that it can nourish and renew itself, to confront the adventures and dangers that lie ahead. 7. Such is the general thrust of all that is solid melts into air. The book contains, however, a very important subtext, which needs to be noted. Behrman's title, and organizing theme, come from the Communist Manifesto, and his chapter on Marx is one of the most interesting in the book. It ends, however, by suggesting that Marx's own analysis of the dynamic of modernity ultimately undermines the very prospect of the communist future he thought it would lead to. For if the essence of liberation from bourgeois society would be for the first time a truly unlimited development of the individual, the limits of capital, with all its deformities, now being struck away, what could guarantee either the harmony of the individual so emancipated, or the stability of any society composed of them? Even if, Behrman asks, the workers do build a successful communist movement, and even if that movement generates a successful revolution, how amid the flood tides of modern life, will they ever manage to build a solid communist society? What is to prevent the social forces that melt capitalism from melting communism as well? If all new relationships become obsolete before they can ossify, how can solidarity, fraternity, and mutual aid be kept alive? A communist government might try to dam the flood by imposing radical restrictions, not merely on economic activity and enterprise, but on personal, cultural, and political expression. But insofar as such a policy succeeded, wouldn't it betray the Marxist aim of free development for each and all? 8. On the other hand, if a triumphant communism should someday flow through the floodgates that free trade opens up, who knows what dreadful impulses might flow along with it, or in its wake, or impacted inside. It is easy to imagine how a society committed to the free development of each and all might develop its own distinctive varieties of nihilism. Indeed, a communist nihilism might turn out to be far more explosive and disintegrative than its bourgeois precursor, though also more daring and original, because while capitalism cuts the infinite possibilities of modern life with the limits of the bottom line, Marx's communism might launch the liberated self into immense unknown spaces with no limits at all. Behrman thus concludes, ironically, then, we can see Marx's dialectic of modernity reenacting the fate of the society it describes, generating energies and ideas that melt it down into its own air. 9. Behrman's argument is an original and arresting one, and it is presented with great skill and verve. It unites a generous political stance with a warm intellectual enthusiasm for its subject. The notions of both the modern and the revolutionary, it might be said, emerge morally redeemed in his pages. Indeed, modernism is profoundly revolutionary, by definition, for Behrman. As the jacket of the book proclaims. Contrary to conventional belief, the modernist revolution is not over. A consideration of the logic behind this claim must start by looking at Behrman's key terms modernization and modernism, and then at the linkage between them through the two-headed notion of development. If we do this, the first thing that must strike one is that while Behrman has grasped with unequaled force of imagination one critical dimension of Marx's vision of history in the Communist Manifesto, he omits or overlooks another dimension that is no less critical for Marx, and complementary to it. Capital accumulation, for Marx, and the ceaseless expansion of the commodity form through the market, is indeed a universal dissolvent of the old social world, and can legitimately be presented as a process of constant revolutionizing of production, uninterrupted disturbance, everlasting uncertainty and agitation, in Marx's words. Note the three adjectives: constant, uninterrupted, everlasting. They denote a homogeneous historical time, in which each moment is perpetually different from every other by virtue of being next, but, by the same token is also the same, as an interchangeable unit in a process of indefinite recurrence. Extrapolated from Marx's theory of capitalist development as a whole, this emphasis very quickly and easily yields the paradigm of modernization proper, an anti-Marxist theory, of course, politically. For our purposes, however, the relevant point is that the idea of modernization involves a conception of fundamentally planar development, a continuous flow process in which there is no real differentiation of one conjuncture or epoch from another save in terms of the mere chronological succession of old and new, earlier and later, categories themselves subject to unceasing permutation of positions in one direction, as time goes by and the later becomes earlier, the newer older. Such is, of course, an accurate account of the temporality of the market and of the commodities that circulate across it. But Marx's own conception of the historical time of capitalism as a mode of production was quite distinct from this. It was of a complex and differential temporality, in which episodes or eras were discontinuous from each other, and heterogeneous within themselves. The most obvious way in which this differential time enters into the very construction of Marx's model of capitalism is, of course, at the level of the social order generated by it. By and large, it can be said that classes as such scarcely figure in Behrman's account at all. The one significant exception is a fine discussion of the extent to which the bourgeoisie has always failed to conform to the free trade absolutism postulated by Marx in the Manifesto, but this has few repercussions in the architecture of his book as a whole, in which there is very little between economy on the one hand and psychology on the other, save for the culture of modernism that links the two. Society as such is effectively missing. But if we look at Marx's account of that society, what we find is something very different from any process of planar development. Rather, the trajectory of the bourgeois order as he conceived it was curvilinear. It traced, not a straight line plowing endlessly forward, or a circle expanding infinitely outwards, but a marked parabola. Bourgeois society would experience an ascent, a stabilization, and a descent. In the very passages of the Grundrisse which contain the most lyrical and unconditional affirmations of the unity of economic development and individual development that provides the pivot of Behrman's argument, when Marx writes of the point of flowering of the basis of the capitalist mode of production, as the point at which it can be united with the highest development of productive forces, and thus also of the richest development of the individual, he also stipulates expressly, it is nevertheless still this basis, this plant in flower, and therefore it fades after flowering and as a consequence of flowering. As soon as this point has been reached, he goes on, any further development takes the form of a decline. 10 In contemporary terms, we could say that the history of capitalism must be periodized, and its particular paths reconstructed, if we are to have a sober understanding of what capitalist development actually means. The concept of modernization, if uncritically employed, will occlude any possibility of that. Let us now revert to Behrman's complementary term modernism. Although this postdates modernization, in the sense that it signals the arrival of a coherent vocabulary for an experience of modernity that preceded it, once in place modernism too knows no internal principle of variation. It simply keeps on reproducing itself. It is significant that Behrman is moved to claim that the art of modernism has flourished, is flourishing, as never before in the 20th century, even while protesting at the trends of thought which prevent us from adequately incorporating this art into our lives. There are a number of obvious difficulties with such a position. The first is that modernism, as a specific set of aesthetic forms, is generally dated precisely from the 20th century, indeed is typically construed by way of contrast with realist and other classical forms of the 19th, 18th, or earlier centuries. Virtually all of the actual literary texts analyzed so well by Behrman, whether by Goethe or Baudelaire, Pushkin, or Dostoevsky, precede modernism proper, in this usual sense of the word. The only exceptions are fictions by Belli and Mandelstam, from the early part of this century. In other words, by more conventional criteria, modernism too needs to be framed within some more differential conception of historical time. A second, and related, point is that once it is treated in this way, it is striking how uneven its distribution actually was, geographically. Even within the European or Western world generally, there are major areas that scarcely generated any modernist momentum at all. England, the pioneer of capitalist industrialization and master of the world market for a century, is of course a major case in point. Beachhead for Eliot or Pound, offshore to Joyce, it produced virtually no significant native movement of a modernist type in the first decades of this century, unlike Germany or Italy, France or Russia, Holland or America. It is not surprising that it should be the great absentee from Behrman's conspectus in all that is solid melts into air itself. The space of modernism too is thus heterogeneous. A third objection to Behrman's reading of modernism as a whole is that it establishes no distinctions either between very contrasted aesthetic tendencies, or within the range of aesthetic practices that comprise the arts themselves. But in fact it is the protean variety of relations to capitalist modernity that is most striking in the broad grouping of movements typically assembled under the common rubric of modernism. Symbolism, expressionism, cubism, futurism, or constructivism, surrealism. There were perhaps 5 or 6 decisive currents of modernism in the early decades of the century, from which nearly everything thereafter was a derivation or mutant. The antithetical nature of the doctrines and practices peculiar to these would suffice in itself, one would have thought, to preclude the possibility that there could have been any one characteristic stimung defining the classical modernist bearing towards modernity. Much of the art produced from within this range of positions already contained the makings of those very polarities decried by Behrman in contemporary or subsequent theorizations of modern culture as a whole. German Expressionism and Italian Futurism, in their respectively contrasted tonalities, form a stark instance. A final difficulty with Behrman's account is that it is unable, from within its own terms of reference, to provide any explanation of the divarication it deplores, between the art and thought, practice and theory, of modernity in the 20th century. Here indeed time divides in his argument, in a significant way. Something like a decline has occurred, intellectually, which his book seeks to reverse with a return to the classical spirit of modernism as a whole, informing art and thought alike. But that decline remains unintelligible within his schema, once modernization is itself conceived as a linear process of prolongation and expansion, which necessarily carries with it a constant renewal of the sources of modernist art. An alternative way to understand the origins and adventures of modernism is to look more closely at the differential historical temporality in which it was inscribed. There is one famous way of doing this, within the Marxist tradition. That is the route taken by Lukács, who read off a direct equation between the change of political posture of European capital after the revolutions of 1848, and the fate of the cultural forms produced by or within the ambit of the bourgeoisie as a social class. After the mid-19th century, for Lukács, the bourgeoisie becomes purely reactionary, abandoning its conflict against the nobility, on a continental scale, for all-out struggle against the proletariat. Therewith it enters into a phase of ideological decadence, whose initial aesthetic expression is predominantly naturalist, but then eventually issues into early 20th century modernism. This schema is widely decried on the left today. In fact, in Lukács's work, it often yielded rather acute local analyses in the field of philosophy proper. However marred by its postscript, The Destruction of Reason is not a negligible book. On the other hand, in the field of literature Lukács's application of it did indeed prove relatively sterile. There was never any Lukácsian exploration of a modernist work of art comparable in detail or depth to his treatment of the structure of ideas in Schelling or Schopenhauer, Kierkegaard, or Nietzsche. By contrast, Joyce and Kafka, to take two of his literary bêtes noires, are scarcely more than invoked, never studied in their own right. The basic error of Lukács's optic here was its evolutionism. Time, that is, differs from one epoch to another, but within each epoch all sectors of social reality move in synchrony with each other. such that decline at one level must be reflected in descent at every other. The result is a plainly overgeneralized notion of decadence, one of course enormously affected, it can be said in extenuation, by the spectacle of the collapse of German society and most of its established culture, in which he had himself been formed, into Nazism. But if neither Beermann's perennialism nor Lukács's evolutionism provide satisfactory accounts of modernism, what is the alternative? The hypothesis I will briefly sketch here is that we should look rather for a conjunctural explanation of the set of aesthetic practices and doctrines subsequently grouped together as modernist. Such an explanation would involve the intersection of different historical temporalities, to compose a typically overdetermined configuration. What were these various times? My suggestion will be that modernism can best be understood as a cultural field of force triangulated by three principal coordinates. The first of these is something Beermann perhaps hints at in one passage, but situates too far back in time, failing to capture it with sufficient precision. This was the codification of a highly formalized academicism in the visual and other arts, which itself was institutionalized within official regimes of state and society still massively pervaded, often dominated, by aristocratic or landowning classes, classes in one sense economically superseded, no doubt, but in others still setting the political and cultural tone in country after country of pre-First World War Europe. The connections between these two phenomena are graphically brought home in Arno Mayer's recent and fundamental work The Persistence of the Old Regime, whose central theme is the extent to which European society down to 1914 was still dominated by agrarian or aristocratic ruling classes, in economies in which modern heavy industry still constituted a surprisingly small sector of the labor force or pattern of output. 1. The second coordinate is then a logical complement of the first, that is, the still incipient, hence essentially novel, emergence within these societies of the key technologies or inventions of the Second Industrial Revolution, telephone, radio, automobile, aircraft, and so on. Mass consumption industries based on the new technologies had not yet been implanted anywhere in Europe, where clothing, food, and furniture remained overwhelmingly the largest final goods sectors in employment and turnover down to 1914. The third coordinate of the modernist conjuncture, it can be argued, was the imaginative proximity of social revolution. The extent of hope or apprehension that the prospect of such revolution aroused varied widely, but over most of Europe, it was in the air during the Belle Époque itself. The reason, again, is straightforward enough: forms of dynastic ancien regime, as Meyer calls them, did persist, imperial monarchies in Russia, Germany, and Austria, a precarious royal order in Italy, even in Britain. The United Kingdom was threatened with regional disintegration and civil war in the years before the First World War. In no European state was bourgeois democracy completed as a form, or the labor movement integrated or co-opted as a force. The possible revolutionary outcomes of a downfall of the old order were thus still profoundly ambiguous. Would a new order be more unalloyedly and radically capitalist, or would it be socialist? The Russian Revolution of 1905-1907, which focused the attention of all Europe, was emblematic of this ambiguity, an upheaval at once and inseparably bourgeois and proletarian. What was the contribution of each of these coordinates to the emergence of the field of force defining modernism? Briefly, it may be suggested, the following: the persistence of the ancient regimes, and the academicism concomitant with them, provided a critical range of cultural values against which insurgent forms of art could measure themselves, but also in terms of which they could partly articulate themselves. Without the common adversary of official academicism, the wide span of new aesthetic practices have little or no unity. Their tension with the established or consecrated canons in front of them is constitutive of their definition as such. At the same time, however, the old order, precisely in its still partially aristocratic coloration, afforded a set of available codes and resources from which the ravages of the market as an organizational principle of culture and society, uniformly detested by every species of modernism, could also be resisted. The classical stocks of high culture still preserved, even if deformed and deadened, in late 19th century academicism, could be redeemed and released against it, as also against the commercial spirit of the age as many of these movements saw it. The relationship of imagists like Pound to Edwardian conventions or Roman lyric poetry alike, of the later Eliot to Dante or the metaphysicals, is typical of one side of this situation, the ironic proximity of Proust or Musel to the French or Austrian aristocracies of the other. At the same time, for a different kind of modernist sensibility, the energies and attractions of a new machine age were a powerful imaginative stimulus, one reflected, patently enough, in Parisian Cubism, Italian Futurism, or Russian Constructivism. The condition of this interest, however, was the abstraction of techniques and artifacts from the social relations of production that were generating them. In no case was capitalism as such ever exalted by any brand of modernism. But such extrapolation was precisely rendered possible by the sheer incipience of the still unforeseeable socio-economic pattern that was later to consolidate so inexorably around them. It was not obvious where the new devices and inventions were going to lead. Hence the, so to speak, ambidextrous celebration of them from right to left alike Marinity or Mayakovsky. Finally, the haze of social revolution drifting across the horizon of this epoch gave it much of its apocalyptic light for those currents of modernism most unremittingly and violently radical in their rejection of the social order as a whole, of which the most significant was certainly German Expressionism. European modernism in the first years of this century thus flowered in the space between a still usable classical past, a still indeterminate technical present, and a still unpredictable political future. Or, put another way, it arose at the intersection between a semi-aristocratic ruling order, a semi-industrialized capitalist economy, and a semi-emergent, or insurgent, labor movement. The First World War, when it came, altered all of these coordinates. But it did not eliminate any of them. For another 20 years, they lived on in a kind of hectic afterlife. Politically, of course, the dynastic states of Eastern and Central Europe disappeared. But the Junker class retained great power in post-war Germany, the agrarian-based Radical Party continued to dominate the Third Republic in France, without much break in tone. In Britain the more aristocratic of the two traditional parties, the Conservatives, virtually wiped out their more bourgeois rivals, the Liberals, and went on to dominate the whole interwar epoch. Socially, a distinctive upper-class mode of life persisted right down to the end of the 30s, whose hallmark setting it off completely from the existence of the rich after the Second World War was the normalcy of servants. This was the last true leisure class in metropolitan history. England, where such continuity was strongest, was to produce the greatest fictional representation of that world in Anthony Powell's Dance to the Music of Time, a non-modernist remembrance from the subsequent epoch. Economically, mass production industries based on the new technological inventions of the early 20th century achieved some foothold in two countries only: Germany in the Weimar period, and England in the late 30s. But in neither case was there any general or wholesale implantation of what Gramsci was to call Fordism, on the lines of what had by then existed for 2 decades in the USA. Europe was still over a generation behind America in the structure of its civilian industry and pattern of consumption, on the eve of the Second World War. Finally, the prospect of revolution was now more proximate and tangible than it had ever been. A prospect that had triumphantly materialized in Russia, touched Hungary, Italy, and Germany with its wing just after the First World War, and was to take on a new and dramatic immediacy in Spain at the end of this period. It was within this space, prolonging in its own way an earlier ground, that generically modernist forms of art continued to show great vitality. Quite apart from the literary masterpieces published in these years but essentially nurtured in earlier ones, Brechtian theatre was one memorable product purely of the interwar conjuncture, in Germany. Another was the first real emergence of architectural modernism as a movement, with the Bauhaus. A third was the appearance of what was in fact to prove the last of the great doctrines of the European avant-garde surrealism, in France. It was the Second World War, not the first, which destroyed all three of the historical coordinates under discussion, and therewith cut off the vitality of modernism. After 1945, The old semi-aristocratic or agrarian order and its appurtenances were finished, in every country. Bourgeois democracy was finally universalized. With that, certain critical links with a pre-capitalist past were snapped. At the same time, Fordism arrived in force. Mass production and consumption transformed the West European economies along North American lines. There could no longer be the smallest doubt as to what kind of society this technology would consolidate. An oppressively stable, monolithically industrial, capitalist civilization was now in place. In a wonderful passage of his book Marxism and Form, Frederick Jameson has admirably captured what this meant for the avant-garde traditions that had once treasured the novelties of the 20s or 30s for their oniric, destabilizing potential. The surrealist image, he remarks, was a convulsive effort to split open the commodity forms of the objective universe by striking them against each other with immense force. But the condition of its success was that these objects, the places of objective chance or of preternatural revelation, are immediately identifiable as the products of a not yet fully industrialized and systematized economy. This is to say, that the human origins of the products of this period, their relationship to the work from which they issued, have not yet been fully concealed. In their production they still show traces of an artisanal organization of labor, while their distribution is still assured by a network of small shopkeepers. What prepares these products to receive the investment of psychic energy characteristic of their use by surrealism is precisely the half-sketched, uneffaced mark of human labor. They are still frozen gesture, not yet completely separated from subjectivity, and remain therefore potentially as mysterious and as expressive as the human body itself. 1-3 Jameson then goes on, we need only exchange, for that environment of small workshops and store counters, for the March auxiliary puces and the stalls in the streets, the gasoline stations along American superhighways, the glossy photographs in the magazines, or the cellophane paradise of an American drugstore, in order to realize that the objects of surrealism are gone without a trace. Henceforth, in what we may call post-industrial capitalism, the products with which we are furnished are utterly without depth. Their plastic content is totally incapable of serving as a conductor of psychic energy. All libidinal investment in such objects is precluded from the outset, and we may well ask ourselves, if it is true that our object universe is henceforth unable to yield any symbol apt at stirring human sensibility, whether we are not here in the presence of a cultural transformation of signal proportions, a historical break of an unexpectedly radical kind. 1-4 Finally, the image or hope of revolution faded away in the West. The onset of the Cold War, and the Sovietization of Eastern Europe, cancelled any realistic prospect of an overturn of advanced capitalism for a whole historical period. The ambiguity of aristocracy, the absurdity of academicism, the gaiety of the first cars or movies, the palpability of a socialist alternative, were all now gone. In their place, there now reigned a routinized, bureaucratized economy of universal commodity production, in which mass consumption and mass culture had become virtually interchangeable terms. The post-war avant-gardes were to be essentially defined against this quite new backdrop. It is not necessary to judge them from a Lukashian tribunal to note the obvious. Little of the literature, painting, music, or architecture of this period can stand comparison with that of the antecedent epoch. Reflecting on what he calls the extraordinary concentration of literary masterpieces around the First World War, Franco Moretti in his recent book Signs Taken for Wonders writes, extraordinary because of its quantity, as even the roughest list shows, but even more than extraordinary because that abundance of works constituted the last literary season of Western culture. Within a few years European literature gave its utmost and seemed on the verge of opening new and boundless horizons. Instead it died. A few isolated icebergs, and many imitators, but nothing comparable to the past. 1-5 There would be some exaggeration in generalizing this judgment to the other arts, but not, alas, all that much. Individual writers or painters, architects, or musicians, of course produced significant work after the Second World War. But not only were the heights of the first 2 or 3 decades of the century rarely or never reached again. No new aesthetic movements of collective importance, operative across more than one art form, emerged either, after Surrealism. In painting or sculpture alone, specialized schools and slogans succeeded each other ever more rapidly, but after the moment of abstract expressionism, the last genuine avant-garde of the West, these were now largely a function of a gallery system necessitating regular output of new styles as materials for seasonal commercial display, along the lines of haute couture, an economic pattern corresponding to the non-reproducible character of original works in these particular fields. It was now, however, when all that had created the classical art of the early 20th century was dead, that the ideology and cult of modernism was born. The conception itself is scarcely older than the 1950s, as a widespread currency. What it betokenned was the pervasive collapse of the tension between the institutions and mechanisms of advanced capitalism, and the practices and programs of advanced art, as the one annexed the other as its occasional decoration or diversion, or philanthropic point d'honneur. The few exceptions of the period suggest the power of the rule. The cinema of Jean-Luc Godard, in the 60s, is perhaps the most salient case in point. As the Fourth Republic belatedly passed into the Fifth, and rural and provincial France was suddenly transformed by a Gaullist industrialization appropriating the newest international technologies, something like a brief afterglow of the earlier conjuncture that had produced the classical innovatory art of the century flared into life again. Godard's cinema was marked in its own way by all three of the coordinates described earlier. Suffused with quotation and allusion to a high cultural past, Eliot style, equivocal celebrant of the automobile and the airport, the camera and the carbine, ledger style, expectant of revolutionary tempests from the east, Nizan style. The upheaval of May-June 1968 in France was the validating historical terminus of this art form. Regis Debray was to describe the experience of that year. Sarcastically, after the event, as a voyage to China which, like that of Columbus, discovered only America, more especially, landing in California. 1/6 that is, a social and cultural turbulence which mistook itself for a French version of the Cultural Revolution, when in fact it signified no more than the arrival of a long overdue permissive consumerism in France. But it was precisely this ambiguity, an openness of horizon, where the shapes of the future could alternatively assume the shifting forms of either a new type of capitalism, or the eruption of socialism, which was constitutive of so much of the original sensibility of what had come to be called modernism. Not surprisingly, it did not survive the Pompidou consolidation that succeeded, in Godard's cinema or anywhere else. What marks the typical situation of the contemporary artist in the West, it might be said, is, on the contrary, the closure of horizons, without an appropriable past, or imaginable future, in an interminably recurrent present. This is not true, manifestly, of the Third World. It is significant that so many of Behrman's examples of what he reckons to be the great modernist achievements of our time should be taken from Latin American literature. For in the Third World generally, a kind of shadow configuration of what once prevailed in the First World does exist today. Pre-capitalist oligarchies of various kinds, mostly of a Landowning character, abound. Capitalist development is typically far more rapid and dynamic, where it does occur, in these regions than in the metropolitan zones, but on the other hand is infinitely less stabilized or consolidated. Social revolution haunts these societies as a permanent possibility, one indeed already realized in countries close to home, Cuba or Nicaragua, Angola or Vietnam. These are the conditions that have produced the genuine masterpieces of recent years that conform to Behrman's categories, novels like Gabriel Garcia Marquez's 100 Years of Solitude, or Salman Rushdie's Midnight's Children from Colombia or India, or films like Yilmaz Gianizil from Turkey. Works such as these, however, are not timeless expressions of an ever-expanding process of modernization, but emerge in quite delimited constellations, in societies still at definite historical crossroads. The Third World furnishes no fountain of eternal youth to modernism. So far, we have looked at two of Behrman's organizing concepts, modernization and modernism. Let us now consider the mediating term that links them, modernity itself. That, it will be remembered, is defined as the experience undergone within modernization that gives rise to modernism. What is this experience? For Berman, it is essentially a subjective process of unlimited self-development, as traditional barriers of custom or role disintegrate and experience necessarily lived at once as emancipation and ordeal, elation and despair, frightening and exhilarating. It is the momentum of this ceaselessly ongoing rush towards the uncharted frontiers of the psyche that assures the world historical continuity of modernism, but it is also this momentum which appears to undermine in advance any prospect of moral or institutional stabilization under communism, indeed perhaps to disallow the cultural cohesion necessary for communism to exist at all, rendering it something like a contradiction in terms. What should we make of this argument? To understand it, we need to ask ourselves, where does Berman's vision of a completely unbounded dynamic of self-development come from? His first book, The Politics of Authenticity, which contains two studies, one of Montesquieu and the other of Rousseau, provides the answer. Essentially, this idea derives from what the subtitle of the book rightly designates: the radical individualism of Rousseau's concept of humanity. Berman's analysis of the logical trajectory of Rousseau's thought, as it sought to contend with the contradictory consequences of this conception across successive works, is a tour de force. But for our purposes the crucial point is the following. Berman demonstrates the presence of the same paradox he ascribes to Marx within Rousseau: if unlimited self-development is the goal of all, how will community ever be possible? For Rousseau the answer is, in words that Berman quotes, that, the love of man derives from love of oneself, extends self-love to others, and it is transformed into virtue. 1.7 Berman comments, it was the road of self-expansion, not of self-repression, that led to the palace of virtue. As each man learned to express and enlarge himself, his capacity for identification with other men would expand, his sympathy and empathy with them would deepen. 1.8 The schema here is clear enough: first the individual develops the self, then the self can enter into relations of mutual satisfaction with others, relations based on identification with the self. The difficulties this presumption encounters once Rousseau tries to move, in his language, from the man to the citizen, in the construction of a free community, are then brilliantly explored by Berman. What is striking, however, is that Berman nowhere himself disowns the starting point of the dilemmas he demonstrates. On the contrary, he concludes by arguing, the programs of 19th-century socialism and anarchism, of the 20th-century welfare state and the contemporary New Left, can all be seen as further developments of the structure of thought whose foundations Montesquieu and Rousseau laid down. What these very different movements share is a way of defining the crucial political task at hand: to make modern liberal society keep the promises it has made, to reform it, or revolutionize it, in order to realize the ideals of modern liberalism itself. The agenda for radical liberalism which Montesquieu and Rousseau brought up 2 centuries ago is still pending today. 1.9 Likewise, in all that is solid melts into air, he can refer to the depth of the individualism that underlies Marx's communism. 20, a depth which, he then quite consistently goes on to note, must formally include the possibility of a radical nihilism. If we look back, however, at Marx's actual texts, we find a very different conception of human reality at work. Here the self is not prior to, but is constituted by its relations with others. From the outset, women and men are social individuals, whose sociality is not subsequent to but contemporaneous with their individuality. Marx wrote, after all, that only in community with others has each individual the means of cultivating his gifts in all directions. Only in the community, therefore, is personal freedom possible. 21 Berman cites the sentence, but without apparently seeing its consequences. If the development of the self is inherently imbricated in relations with others, its development could never be an unlimited dynamic in the monadological sense conjured up by Berman, for the coexistence of others would always be such a limit, without which development itself could not occur. Berman's postulate is thus, for Marx, a contradiction in terms. Another way of saying this is that Berman has failed with many others, of course, to see that Marx possesses a conception of human nature which rules out the kind of infinite ontological plasticity he assumes himself. That may seem a scandalous statement, given the reactionary cast of so many standard ideas of what human nature is. But it is the simple philological truth, as even a cursory inspection of Marx's work makes clear, and Norman Garris's recent book Marx and Human Nature Refutation of a Legend makes irrefutable. 22. That nature, for Marx, includes a set of primary needs, powers, and dispositions, what he calls in the Grundrisse, in the famous passages on human possibility under feudalism, capitalism, and communism, Bedürfnisse, Fähigkeiten, Kraft, Anlagen, all of them capable of enlargement and development, but not of erasure or replacement. The vision of an unhinged, nihilistic drive of the self towards a completely unbounded development is thus a chimera. Rather, the genuine free development of each can only be realized if it proceeds in respect for the free development of all, given the common nature of what it is to be a human being. In the very pages of the Grundrisse on which Berman leans, Marx speaks without the slightest equivocation of the full development of human control over the forces of nature, including those of his own nature, of the absolute elaboration of his creative dispositions, in which the universality of the individual is the universality of his real and ideal relationships. 23. The cohesion and stability which Berman wonders whether communism could ever display lay, for Marx, in the very human nature that it would finally emancipate, one far from any mere cataract of formless desires. For all its exuberance, Berman's version of Marx, in its virtually exclusive emphasis on the release of the self, comes uncomfortably close, radical and decent though its accents are to the assumptions of the culture of narcissism. To conclude, where, then, does this leave revolution? Berman is quite consistent here. For him, as for so many others on the left today, the notion of revolution is distended in duration. In effect, capitalism already brings us constant upheaval in our conditions of life, and in that sense is, as he puts it, a permanent revolution, one that obliges modern men and women to learn to yearn for change, not merely to be open to changes in their personal and social lives, but positively to demand them, actively to seek them out and carry them through. They must learn not to long nostalgically for the fixed, fast-frozen relationships of the real or fantasized past, but to delight in mobility, to thrive on renewal, to look forward to future developments in their conditions of life and relations with their fellow men. 24. The advent of socialism would not halt or check this process, but on the contrary immensely accelerate and generalize it. The echoes of 60s radicalism are unmistakable here. Attraction to such notions has proved very widespread. But they are not, in fact, compatible either with the theory of historical materialism, strictly understood, or with the record of history itself, however theorized. Revolution is a term with a precise meaning, the political overthrow from below of one state order, and its replacement by another. Nothing is to be gained by diluting it across time, or extending it over every department of social space. In the first case, it becomes indistinguishable from simple reform, political change, no matter now gradual or piecemeal, as such, as in the discourse of latter-day Eurocommunism, or cognate versions of social democracy. In the second case, it dwindles to a mere metaphor, one that can be reduced to no more than supposed psychological or moral conversions, as in the ideology of Maoism, with its proclamation of a cultural revolution. Against these slack devaluations of the term, with all their political consequences, it is necessary to insist that revolution is a punctual and not a permanent process. That is, a revolution is an episode of convulsive political transformation, compressed in time and concentrated in target, that has a determinate beginning, when the old state apparatus is still intact, and a finite end, when that apparatus is decisively broken and a new one erected in its stead. What would be distinctive about a socialist revolution that created a genuine post-capitalist democracy is that the new state would be truly transitional towards the practicable limits of its own self-dissolution into the associated life of society as a whole. In the advanced capitalist world today, it is the seeming absence of any such prospect as a proximate or even distant horizon, the lack, apparently, of any conjecturable alternative to the imperial status quo of a consumer capitalism that blocks the likelihood of any profound cultural renovation comparable to the great age of aesthetic discoveries in the first third of this century. Gramsci's words still hold good. The crisis consists, he wrote, precisely in the fact that the old is dying and the new cannot be born. In this interregnum a great variety of morbid symptoms appears. 25 It is legitimate to ask, however, could anything be said in advance as to what the new might be? One thing, perhaps, might be predicted. Modernism as a notion is the emptiest of all cultural categories. Unlike the terms Gothic, Renaissance, Baroque, Mannerist, Romantic, or Neoclassical, it designates no describable object in its own right at all, it is entirely lacking in positive content. In fact, as we have seen, what is concealed beneath the label is a wide variety of very diverse indeed incompatible aesthetic practices, symbolism, constructivism, expressionism, surrealism. These, which do spell out specific programs, were unified post hoc in a portmanteau concept whose only referent is the blank passage of time itself. Literally taken, there is no other aesthetic marker so vacant or vitiated. For what once was modern is soon obsolete. The futility of the term, and its attendant ideology, can be seen all too clearly from current attempts to cling to its wreckage and yet swim with the tide still further beyond it, in the coinage postmodernism, one void chasing another, in a serial regression of self-congratulatory chronology. If we ask ourselves, what would revolution have to do with modernism, the answer is, it would surely end it. For a genuine socialist culture would be one which did not insatiably seek the new, defined simply as what comes later, itself to be rapidly consigned to the detritus of the old, but rather one which multiplied the different, in a far greater variety of concurrent styles and practices than had ever existed before, a diversity founded on the far greater plurality and complexity of possible ways of living that any free community of equals, no longer divided by class, race, or gender, would create. The axis of aesthetic life would, in other words, in this respect run horizontally, not vertically, as the calendar ceased to tyrannize, or organize, consciousness of art. The vocation of revolution, in that sense, would be neither to prolong nor to fulfill modernity, but to abolish it. Postscript. The two terms modernity and revolution appear to have a natural affinity. What is modern is newer than what it succeeds, what is revolutionary is more advanced than what it overthrows. Tradition in one case, reaction in the other. The connection between the two concepts lies in the common suggestion of a movement of progress, that each in its different way embodies. The most famous emblem of that relation is the proximity of the ideas of aesthetic and political vanguard. Developed independently, in the Parisian art world and the Russian revolutionary movement of the early 20th century, these notions for a time even coalesced in the self-definition of surrealism, which sought to be in the forefront simultaneously of cultural and political change, in part precisely by abolishing the distinction between the two. The revolution of modernism and modernizing revolutions then became part of the standard vocabulary of the West after the Second World War, when surrealism itself had waned. There is also, however, a disconnection between the ideas of modernity and revolution that needs equal emphasis. The two did not enter history at the same moment. The term revolution, whose original sense was the orbital movement of the stars, or the wheel of fortune, was first used in the late 17th century to denote the political overthrow of the fundamental structures of the state, and their replacement by a new order. The first, and formally unsuccessful breach in the absolutist Ancien regime in England, the civil war that broke out in 1640, was still called simply the Great Rebellion. It was the successful sequel of 1688 that acquired the permanent title, for the English landowners and merchants who made it, of the Glorious Revolution. By the 18th century, everyone finally, even Louis XVI himself, knew what the events of 1789 should be called, not a revolt, sire, but a revolution. Modernity and modernization, on the other hand, as distinct from the simple usage of modern in opposition to ancient, meaning no more than contemporary or recent, are coinages of the mid-19th century. They are products, not of the projects of bourgeois political emancipation, the ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity, but of the impact of capitalist socio-economic transformation subsequent to them, the relentless onward march, above all, of industry and machinery. The philology of these usages indicates a significant divergence between the later conceptions of modernity and revolution, in the 20th century. Each notion involves a different conception of temporality. The characteristic time of modernity is continuous, and all-encompassing, like the process of industrialization itself, at its most extended, nothing less than the totality of the epoch itself. The time of a revolution, on the other hand, is discontinuous, and delimited, a finite rupture in the reproduction of the established order, by definition starting at one conjuncture and ending at another. The glory, for the English bourgeoisie, of the revolution of 1688 lay above all in the speed and finality of the upheaval, and the closure of the settlement that concluded it. This distinction has its echo in linguistic convention as well. Because of it, in the 20th century people could speak of modernism without strain as the generic artistic expression of a perpetually ongoing experience of modernity, whereas the experience of revolution could not generate any semantic equivalent, the term revolutionism precisely possessing a merely derisive meaning in the vocabulary of the great revolutionaries, denoting empty rhetoric and phrase-mongering. Each idea, modernity and revolution, has thus always been endangered as a critical concept from opposite directions. The notion of modernity is extensive. Consequently, it has always been threatened by the risk of dilution and banalization. If the modern is simply the new, and the passing of time assures its progress, everything in recent or current experience has acquired equal validity and meaning. A deep passivity and conformism then lies just around the corner, an inert adherence to what we might call the motus quo. By contrast, the notion of revolution is intensive. The danger it has always incurred is not a dissipation but an overloading of meaning. That is, the determinate act of overturning an established state apparatus, as the principal political barrier to social change, becomes surcharged with the apocalyptic significance of a total transvaluation of values, in which the telos of all history itself comes to be concentrated. In that conception, activism becomes voluntarism, and voluntarism messianism. The inflation of the two ideas of modernity and revolution thus leads in opposite directions. But it is significant that these could even be crossed, into a strange hybrid, in the work of the European thinker who more than any other tried to unite the motifs of the two, Walter Benjamin. His concept of Jetztseed precisely combines the continuous flow of the new that is the hallmark of the modern, with the sudden transfiguring blast of the messianic into it, that is the sign of the revolution, in the overpitched versions of either. Modernist alert and millennial expectation intertwine in the theses on the philosophy of history, without exhausting the richness of these, at the end of the 30s. Today, the intellectual situation is very different from that of Benjamin's time. The notions of modernity and of revolution are under general assault. Not, however, equally so. The rejection of the idea of political or social revolution in the West predates the more recent questioning of modernity, and has been more absolute. But the two phenomena have been closely linked. Symptomatic in this regard has been the career of the leading contemporary prophet of postmodernity, the French theorist Jean-François Lyotard. Originally a militant of a far-left group, Socialisme ou Barbarie, devoted to the goal of a libertarian socialist revolution, subsequently herald and enthusiast of the May Revolt in France, by the late 70s he was welcoming the conservative rule of Giscard d'Estaing as a barrier against the perils of communism, and is today a voice of the cultural establishment under the Mitterrand regime. The repudiation of revolution paved the way for the rescinding of a modernity all too contaminated, in Lyotard's eyes, with it. What essentially defines modernity for this theorist of postmodernity? First and foremost, narrative structures that seek to render history intelligible as a developmental process, above all, naturally, Marxism. Such narratives, for Lyotard, bear with them the presumption of a universal subject and a predetermined goal, humanity and its eventual emancipation. Philosophically, their counterpart is the premise of an individual identity persistent or recoverable through even the most extreme psychic turbulence or fragmentation. The correlates of this identity in modernist aesthetics are the illusions of meaning and the residues of representation. Modern science, similarly, imagined that there was an overall logic of scientific inquiry involving general rules of research and common goals of ultimate agreement. All of these fading figurations of modernity are condemned by the verdict of the spectacular condition that has succeeded it: history without narrative, individuals without identity, discourse without meaning, art without representation, science without truth. In place of all these, Lyotard proposes the play of infinite language games, the paralogism of incompatible conceptual planes, the insinuation of the unpresentable, the miniaturization of the past, and, above all, the cult of the unsayable intensities of the libidinal instant, in the end sole arbiter and value of postmodern existence. Politically, the consequences of this degraded ecstaticism are obvious enough. Everything else may disappear, volatilized in the mixer of postmodernism, but capitalism remains intact as the motor of its energetics. Le capital fait jouir, Lyotard's Lesson 26. Is the slogan of Dionysus in Disneyland. Intellectually, this critique of modernity is trifling. No meta-narrative is so sweeping or speculative as that of the so-called postmodern condition itself. The one identity that is certainly not in question is that of the author of it, ever ready to protest that his meaning has not been properly understood, and singularly available for representation in photograph or on television. The ultimate feebleness of these particular claims for the crisis of modernity, and the advent of postmodernity, can be seen in their attempt to garb themselves, notwithstanding, in the prestige of modernism, of which postmodernism is finally presented as either condition or completion, thereby signing its own certificate of redundancy. Antithetical in spirit and substance to this parasitical construction of postmodernity is Marshall Behrman's exploration of modernity in all that is solid melts into air. Behrman's central theme is the connection between capitalist socio-economic development, everything that from the 19th century onwards came to be designated modernization, and that individual self-development which Marx in the Grundrisse argued was the measure of true modernity, that absolute working out of creative potentialities which makes the development of all human powers as such the end in itself, such that man strives not to remain something he has become, but is in the absolute movement of becoming. In the epoch of capitalist production, Marx wrote, this complete working out of the human content appears as a complete emptying out, as a total alienation, against which the childish world of antiquity could appear, and indeed really was, loftier in all matters where closed shapes, forms, or given limits are sought for. But this pre-modernity could only give satisfaction from a limited standpoint. By contrast, the modern gives no satisfaction, or where it appears satisfied with itself, it is mean. 27 Behrman's book is a sustained defense and illustration of the grandeur of that peculiarly modern dissatisfaction, as it has found expression in the successive forms of modernist art. Behrman defines the essential characteristic of this modernity as the simultaneous experience of personal liberation and disorientation, exhilaration and anguish, brought on by the destruction of traditional and customary forms of life in the whirlpool of capitalist modernization, the sense of a self at once emancipated and jeopardized, without either the constraints or securities of the pre-capitalist social order. Modernism is the aesthetic capture of this constitutive ambiguity of the experience of modernity, its artists from Baudelaire onwards both enemies and enthusiasts, as Behrman puts it, of modern life, in which all that is solid, and so reassuring, evaporates into air. It can be seen that Behrman's account of modernism, whose emergence he traces from Goethe through Marx and Baudelaire to Dostoevsky and Mandelstam, and on to Robert Moses, ignores every prohibition of postmodernist ideology, which he expressly rejects in his conclusion. It generates a compelling historical narrative, itself built on a series of works of art that often remain classically representational, in order to trace not a metaphysical abolition of personal identity, but its profound social transformations in and through the massive impersonal forces wrenching it away from the fixity of its customary moorings. The power of Behrman's vision comes from the imaginative depth at which it grasps the actual changes in the lives of millions of human beings as they were and go on being thrown into the vortex of capitalist industrialization, or now even deindustrialization. It is far from a mere intellectual construct, collated more or less superficially from an aesthetic trawl of the past. Politically too, it breathes an undaunted generosity and confidence in the possibilities of the future, without any trace of the complaisance towards the present of the characteristic discourse of postmodernity. Yet there is an unresolved tension, it seems to me, in Behrman's book. He argues that the experience of modernity which produced the classical works of modernism continues unceasingly today. Does it, then, also continue to reproduce a comparable contemporary modernism? Here, he appears to hesitate. On the one hand, he suggests that it does, that we are not short of works of the imagination fully equivalent to those of the 19th and early 20th centuries. On the other hand, he insists on the importance of a remembrance of classical modernism, for the renewal of a wider cultural vitality beyond isolated cases today. Just as classical modernism never cut itself unilaterally off from prior traditions, so a contemporary modernism must not turn its back on its predecessor as the discourse of postmodernism would have us do, in announcing a completely new sensibility and epoch, defined precisely by its indifference to that past. This emphasis of Behrman's is not wholly easy to reconcile with the first. Is modernism a tradition to be recovered, hence in some sense temporarily mislaid or forgotten, or is it a source that constantly renews itself, from the springs of ordinary contemporary life? My own view is closer to the first of these positions, but with the difference that it is difficult to believe that classical modernism could ever be restored, since it seems so clearly to have been the product of a particular historical conjuncture that extends from the Belle Époque to the Second World War, which has now passed in the metropolitan world, even if something like a version of it can be found in the underdeveloped world today. Nor, on the other hand, can it readily be maintained that the characteristic art which has succeeded classical modernism in the West is generally comparable to it in vitality or stature, let alone that some globally superior culture, embracing higher forms of history, philosophy, science, and politics, has emerged beyond it? Quite the contrary, judged by the standards of 1900 to 1945, the last decades could well be regarded as an age of brass in the advanced capitalist countries, so long as one never forgets that such a judgment does not exclude peaks of eminence here and there. This relative stagnation, perhaps only pause, may in turn be related to the blockage of either hopes or fears of fundamental social change in the West. Marshall Berman has replied eloquently and reproachfully to this critique. 28. The substance of his response is twofold. Why should the disappointment of revolutionary dreams condemn artists to silence? Did not, after all, the defeat of the French Revolution usher in the flowering of Romanticism? At the same time, does not any discounting of the mainstreams of contemporary culture, in the name of a better past, smack of a familiar elitism, more appropriate to the right than to the left? Since the basic social and existential experience of modernity, as described by Marx or Baudelaire, still manifestly continues, is not modernism as the creative response to it equally likely to persist? Berman remarks, very aptly, that it is an occupational hazard of intellectuals to lose touch with the stuff and flow of everyday life. But if we attend to that as he does, in a series of vivid snapshots from the streets of New York instead of looking vainly for lost masterpieces or missing revolutions, we will see that there is no reason to write any premature obituary for modernism. Life may be rough, Berman writes, but people haven't given up, modernity is alive and well. 29.
*******. The force of this response is undeniable. Like most of what Berman writes, in its own terms it is moving and persuasive. In particular, it resonates with one entirely understandable and salutary attitude to any cultural recoil from the time, that must be felt especially strongly on the left. We all have only one life to live, with one possible set of cultural experiences directly related to it. If we do not appreciate the one, must we not devalue the other? There appears to be something inherently disabling, self-destructive, in passing a limiting judgment on the collective self-expression of one's own epoch. Yet for all the force of this instinctive objection, socialists can and should make certain distinctions here. Berman is perfectly right to stress the constant sources of human creativity as such, regardless of historical conjuncture. If anything, he may have involuntarily tended to understate these. In all that is solid melts into air itself, where any conception of natural humanity as such often appears to be dissolved. But this creative potential finds widely different realization in different societies and epochs. At the simplest and most everyday level, the ability to shape a life in immediate relationships of love and solidarity has not been equally distributed historically. The Third Reich did not permit as many chances of that as the Second, to cite only two forms of an oppressive class power, though, as the recent epoch of the German cinema Heimat reminds us, even under Nazi rule, decent and dignified unpolitical lives were achieved. Reagan's America, for all its brutality and exploitation, allows far more space for that kind of realization, which is essentially, it seems to me, what Berman is talking about in his vignettes of New York. Contemporary Sweden would offer qualitatively more again. The historical conditions of artistic creation are not identical with those of a modicum of popular fulfillment. The one is necessarily public, while the other can remain private. Above all, in class-divided societies the division of labor typically restricts the production of a wide range of art forms, those requiring the most specialized skills, to a relatively small and privileged catchment within the population. There is no necessary translation of popular experience into aesthetic creation, in this sense. When Berman argues that because people haven't given up, modernity is alive and well, it doesn't necessarily follow that modernism is consequently in equally good shape, as at times he seems about to concede himself. The social roots of cultural vitality are variable, and often enigmatic, though not, we must believe, ultimately undecipherable. But they have to be explored differentially in each case, conjuncture by conjuncture, country by country. That is why it seems sensible to discuss the origins of modernism in the 20th century in greater detail. By tying down the kind of modernity that generated it more specifically, we can perhaps also see why it has since declined. That judgment, of a decline, can scarcely be regarded as scandalous. An attachment to one's own epoch is humanly understandable, and politically indispensable for the will to change it. It is no accident that it was the greatest conservative politician of the post-war era, Charles de Gaulle, a man whose imagination was in many ways deeply held in the past, who nevertheless said, 7/4 se merrier a son temps, even if the conjugal metaphor, not necessarily wholly pleasurable, expressed his ambivalence. But culturally, more detachment is possible. No one doubts, or thinks it surprising, that English painting in the 19th century was generally sparse and mediocre compared with French, or that Spanish philosophy could not match German. Few would question that Roman letters in the 1st century AD were superior to those of the 3rd century, or that Greek sculpture in the 6th century BC was less developed than that of the 4th. Contrasts of this sort between countries, or across periods, are common currency in the history of art, not just natural, but unavoidable if it is to be written at all. There is no reason to withhold them from the 20th century. Finally, political insurgency is distinct again from either artistic expression or private life experience, as a register of the realization of human potentiality. Revolutionary processes, in a world dominated by counter-revolution, do not bring any automatic fulfillment for those who participate in them, as the generation of 1789 or 1917 discovered. Nor, on the other hand, do they typically in themselves produce much great art for which the circumstances of the Holy Alliance or Entente blockade were scarcely propitious. More usually, they have been preceded by major aesthetic schools or discoverers, which have then intermittently accompanied their ordeals, David or Boly in France, Malevich or Lisitsky in Russia, perhaps Machado or Lorca in Spain. But fundamentally the times of the two are not the same. It was Antonio Gramsci who warned that changes in ways of thinking do not occur through rapid, simultaneous, and generalized explosions, and that the explosion of political passions in a revolutionary upheaval should not be confused with cultural transformations, which are slow and gradual. 30. What connection, then, exists between modernity and revolution in the 20th century, if there is such a basic disjuncture between the rhythm and nature of the two? Modernism, as a complex set of aesthetic practices that emerged primarily after 1900, although only baptized as such 50 years later, was the product of a historically unstable form of society and an undecided epoch, in which drastically variable futures were lived as immediately possible, among them, saliently but not exclusively, socialist revolution. That encompassing and vitalizing uncertainty was constitutive for what came to be called modernism. Since the Second World War, the West has passed into an opposite constellation. Apart from the intense but brief social turbulence at the end of the 60s, all the basic institutional coordinates of the major industrial countries have remained fixed, as capitalism has anchored itself in the structures, however partial and imperfect, of liberal democracy and consumer prosperity, to become a self-reproducing order such as it very rarely was before 1945. Any widespread sense of possible alternative futures has receded. The only one generally felt today is nuclear war, which is precisely unlivable as a prospect. It is against this background that classical modernism has, as might have been predicted, dwindled away. This does not mean that societies just entering political and economic conditions long since routinized in the core zones of capital find themselves in the same situation. Manifestly, countries as diverse as Turkey or Brazil today, where constitutional democracy was itself only one possible future, among many worse alternatives, a brief historical moment ago, and Fordism remains uneven and precarious, are not. The relations between art and the social order are likely to look different there. Even in the central countries of advanced capitalism today, the lapsing of modernism does not mean that therefore all the sources of an oppositional culture have dried up. At least one very large sea change has occurred in the most stabilized states of the West, with the gradual transformation still underway of the sexual division of labor within them. The movement of women's emancipation has, above all in the United States, thrown up a new range of art of its own, some of it indebted to modernist traditions, some of it not. Feminist writers have certainly staged their own kinds of aesthetic renewal. But we still remain a long way from the clustered heights of early 20th century modernism. In the interim, the relations between capital and culture have been transformed in these societies. The critical distance of art from commerce and publicity has narrowed enormously, the capacity of the established order for absorption and corruption has increased vertiginously. In these conditions, any generalized aesthetic breakout of the kind that marked modernism is difficult to conceive, as piecemeal achievements and individual innovations are swiftly recycled back into official celebrations that live on them. A certain ideology of postmodernism makes a spurious virtue out of that necessity, exalting every corporate pastiche and opportune eclecticism as the liberating spirit of the age. Leopold Ranke was fond of saying that every epoch is equally close to God. That is precisely the view that a socialist must reject. For a consequent cultural relativism must be conservative. If all cultures are in principle equally valuable, as Levi Strauss once claimed, why fight for a better one? The energies of modernity, once generated by capitalism, are now ever more trapped and compromised by it. That is another reason for remaining true to the hope of a passage beyond this world order, one soberly understood in its very limits as a radical political and not a metaphysical transformation. 3. The legacy of Isaac Deutscher. Isaac Deutscher, who died 17 years ago, was one of the great socialist writers of this century. He was a Marxist and a historian, but the way in which these two vocations were connected in his work, and the place he occupies in the literature of each, are without close counterpart. Deutscher's fame rests, of course, on two masterpieces on the fate of the Russian Revolution, his biographies of Stalin and of Trotsky. In these, all Deutscher's powers were concentrated on the object of his life study, and it is there that readers new to his work will continue to start. Marxism, Wars and Revolutions serves another purpose. The collection of essays and addresses it contains gives us an intellectual portrait of the biographer himself of Deutscher as a mind. For the essayist, in the nature of the genre, spoke more directly and personally, and over a more various and unexpected range of topics, than the historian. Subjective experience and conviction find greater expression in these interventions than in the major objective reconstructions of the past themselves. From them, we can see Deutscher as a more complex and multidimensional figure than the terms by which he became best known in his lifetime would suggest, not simply a scholar, but a thinker of the left, and beyond a commentator on events, a committed participant in them. This is a range of texts that gives a more comprehensive sense of Isaac Deutscher, as a fighter and a critic, an intellectual and militant, than any previously available. What do they show? In the first instance, through their prism, the original context that nurtured Deutscher comes into view. The universal features of the mature writer tended to conceal these origins, but it was in fact a very particular regional experience that made possible the later cosmopolitanism. However, like that of another master of English prose, Joseph Conrad, his Polish past long lay partly hidden from sight, and can easily be misunderstood. Deutscher was born in the province of Krakow in 1907, and as a boy grew up in natural sympathy with Polish traditions of literary experiment and political emancipation. But his family was not from the patriotic gentry, but from the Jewish middle class, where his father owned a printing business, and his youthful politics were early on socialist. A generation earlier, Rosa Luxemburg had come from a similar background in the neighboring province of Lublin, where her father was in the timber trade. One like her, Deutscher entered the Polish revolutionary movement while still in his teens, joining the Polish Communist Party in early 1927. Between the experiences of the two lay, of course, the change that had confounded one of Luxemburg's lifelong perspectives, the independence of Poland. But as Deutscher explains in The Tragedy of the Polish Communist Party, the predominant tradition in the political milieu in which he became a militant was still Luxemburgist. The way in which that tradition was weakened, compromised, and finally snuffed out forms, in fact, the leitmotif of his moving evocation at once analytically sharp and acutely felt of the fate of pre-war communism in Poland. Deutscher's own formation, however, was in close continuity with Luxemburg's heritage. From it he took its moral independence, its spontaneous internationalism, its uncompromising revolutionary spirit, a Marxism that was as classical in its ease with the theory of historical materialism, as it was vigorous in its connection with the practical life of the workers' movement. To these historical bequests there was added a specific geographical endowment as well. Poland lay between Germany and Russia, the two great powers that had decisively shaped, or mishaped, its destiny since the days of Napoleon. Luxemburg's career as a socialist had passed in the ambience of all three nations, organizing the clandestine labor movement in Poland from her student days, intervening in the debates of the Russian movement during the Revolution of 1905-1907, and leading the left in the German movement in the final decade of her life. Nor was her case an isolated one. Her contemporary Karl Radek, from Brest, was equally at home from Bremen to Moscow. For a socialist of Deutscher's generation, Versailles Poland no longer afforded this kind of possibility. But the geopolitical position of the country still ensured that any Polish Marxist would be formed against the immediate horizons of events in Germany and Russia, in some ways more so than ever, as the October Revolution had now given birth to the Soviet Union to the east, while the Comintern focused its greatest hopes on a second breakthrough in Weimar Germany to the west. It was thus quite logical that Deutscher service in the Polish Communist Party should have come to an end, not over national issues as such, tortuously mishandled though these were by the party under Soviet pressures, as his retrospect recalls, but over the growth of fascism in the neighboring capitalist state. In 1932, he formed part of a minority opposition that attacked the sectarian passivity of the German Communist Party, imposed by the Stalinist leadership of the Comintern, towards the rise of Nazism, while also criticizing the results of the same third period line, and the bureaucratic regime that accompanied it in the Polish party. These positions came to coincide with those of Trotsky in exile, and Deutscher was expelled from the Polish Communist Party as Trotsky's warnings of the terrible threat posed by Hitler's movement to European labor reached a crescendo. If Germany was the immediate occasion for Deutscher's break with the official communist movement, Russia was to be the lasting concern of his mature work as a Marxist. Already in 1931 he had traveled to the USSR for the Polish Party, and witnessed at first hand the ravages of collectivization and famine, as well as the industrial feats of the first five-year plan. By this time, the policies of the Third International were entirely subordinated to the twists and turns of the Soviet Party leadership, as Stalin remorselessly consolidated his power in Russia. With the victory of Nazism in Germany in 1933, the direction taken by the Russian Revolution would be decisive for the fate of the European labor movement as a whole. The text that opens the collection below, the pamphlet Deutscher wrote in October 1936 on the first of the Great Moscow Trials, set the agenda for the rest of his life. Written with searing indignation, his hand, as Tamara Deutscher puts it, trembling with rage, Deutscher's protest nonetheless already displayed some of the distinctive qualities that were to mark his later work as a Marxist historian. Thus he was not content with dismantling the circumstantial absurdities of Stalinist evidence at the trials. Even more conclusively, he dwelt on the psychological impossibility of an alleged terrorism that abased itself before its accusers, an audacious conspiracy collapsing into abject self-flagellation, and surmised the real mechanisms which extracted the confessions of Zinoviev, Kamina, and the rest, the GPU's secret promises of post-trial pardon in exchange for their moral suicide in the dock, that were promptly discharged by summary physical execution. The penetration of Deutscher's insight here, contrasting with the overblown speculations of so many of his contemporaries, has been confirmed by the evidence that has subsequently emerged about the trials, a remarkable tribute to his gifts of historical reconstruction. He concluded the pamphlet with the ringing words, "History still leaves socialism some time to save its burning edifice. Let us not lose faith in our ideals." 3 years later, Deutscher left Warsaw for London. The small communist opposition in Poland was isolated and dispersed. He had rejected the formation of a new international by Trotsky, arguing that a period of intense reaction and depression was wholly unfavorable to the venture. A new European war was visibly imminent, as the ambitions of the Third Reich expanded. Deutscher settled down to master English and start a new journalistic career abroad. War broke out a few months later, with the German invasion of Poland. Nazi victory in the West was followed by Soviet occupation of the east of the country, in accordance with the provisions of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact of 1939. With this partition, Deutscher's native land had once again disappeared from the map of Europe. 2 years later, Hitler launched the Wehrmacht against the USSR itself, and within months was at the gates of Moscow. Deutscher, after a brief spell with Polish forces in Scotland, was now working as a journalist for The Economist in London. The second text in this collection is the record of his reaction to the titanic struggle underway in Russia. Written in February 1942, when the victory of Stalingrad still lay well ahead, Deutscher's article addressed to Polish readers in exile expresses, with impassioned eloquence, the other pole of his response to the drama of the Soviet Union under Stalin. After his scorn and disgust at the infamy of the trials, his respect and admiration for the heroic resistance of the Russian workers and peasants, in which history had stripped off the mask of the bureaucracy and revealed the revolution's true countenance, bleeding but dignified, suffering but fighting on. Attacking both liberal myths of the solidarity of the two totalitarianisms, and the Stalinist crimes that had given rise to them, he underscored the real historical significance of the conflict between the USSR and Germany, a battle for the very existence of the workers' movement and the freedom of the European peoples, a freedom without which socialism cannot be achieved. The destiny of the world now hangs in the balance across the vast spaces of the USSR, he wrote. In the terse war communiques, we socialists read not only the reports about normal war operations, we are also reading in them the fate of the deadly struggle between revolution and counter-revolution. These early Polish language texts, on the purges and the Red Army at bay, were written with an incandescent intensity. Reflections on the Russian Revolution, published in the Political Quarterly in early 1944, as the Nazi armies were in full retreat before the advancing Soviet forces, and the end of the German invasion was near, is quite different in mode. Here Deutscher, setting aside any reference to current events, looked at the development of the Russian Revolution as a whole in a long historical perspective, comparing it with the English and the French revolutions before. Stalin's dictatorship, he concluded, was closer to the Cromwellian protectorate than the Napoleonic Empire in the paradoxical continuity of a repressive and hierarchical regime with the insurgent origins of October. But no stabilization was yet in sight. The Pandora's box of the revolution is still open, he wrote, releasing its monsters and its fears, but also the hope at the bottom of it, which alone had made it possible to sustain and keep together a nation which had drained the cup of defeat almost to the last bitter dregs, in the first months of the Nazi invasion. The future of the post-revolutionary bureaucracy formed under Stalin remained uncertain, once the struggle was over. Here the student of history can only put the question mark without attempting to formulate any reply. These concluding words announce the change in Deutscher's practice as a writer that was to occur in the years immediately following the peace. After 1945, Deutscher did not consider going back to Poland, as Marx had never thought of resettling in Germany, renouncing immediate political engagements. He wrote Stalin, a political biography instead, which appeared in 1949. The fourth text devoted to the USSR below, Two Revolutions, is his introduction to the French edition. It extends his comparison of the Russian and French revolutions, now with all the authority of that work, discussing in particular the analogy between their respective expansions beyond their borders, with the forcible creation of satellite states in Europe, hybrid products at once of emancipation and oppression. Revolt among his allies and satellites had contributed to the downfall of Napoleon, a precedent that should give grave warning to Stalin as he constructed a Soviet order in Eastern Europe, already against the rebellion of Tito. One of Napoleon's client states, he noted, had been the Duchy of Poland, where his legend had lived on long after his defeat, and was still alive to Deutscher as a schoolboy. The French system had not been saved by its redeeming features. But the verdict of history on its Stalinist counterpart was unlikely to be more severe than on the Napoleonic original. By the time Deutscher's biography of Stalin appeared, the political conjuncture in the West had, of course, changed. From 1946 onwards, the Cold War had set in. A comprehensive anti-communism now dominated official culture and politics in the advanced capitalist countries. In a climate of conformity and fear, the Soviet experience became the object of a vast ideological campaign, orchestrated through government agencies, political parties, trade unions, and intellectual institutions alike, depicting the Russian threat of perpetual aggression and subversion to the free world. In other words, a period very like our own. Deutscher's response to it, which forms the theme of the second part of this collection, thus makes timely reading. The Ex-Communist's Conscience is a cool and devastating review of the God that failed, a symposium of penitence with communist pasts. Deutscher compares their conversions liberal or conservative with those of disillusioned early admirers of the French Revolution such as Wordsworth or Coleridge, who rallied to the cause of Tory oligarchy and Holy Alliance in the struggle against Napoleon. This demeaning path he contrasted with the examples of three very different figures, Jefferson, Goethe, and Shelley, who refused to choose between the two armed camps of their time, and whose judgment history has proved superior to the phobias and hatreds of their age. The next essay deals directly with the centerpiece of the phobic literature of the Cold War, George Orwell's 1984. Deutscher, who knew Orwell quite well as a fellow journalist, pens a remarkable portrait of him and the springs of his vision of Stalinism as the expression of a primordial sadism, wielding power and inflicting pain for their own sake, human evil detached from historical cause or social reason. Amidst so many suffused tributes to Orwell's genius today, wanting any sense of the proportions of their object, the economy and severity of 1984, the mysticism of cruelty are a reminder of the function of real criticism. But if the celebrity of the book was created, in Deutscher's words, by the social demand of the Cold War, what was the real character of the Cold War as an international conflict itself? The third piece in this section provides a broad historical retrospect, 20 years after Potsdam. Deutscher prepared this text for a speech at a national teach-in in Washington during May 1965 on the war in Vietnam, a direct outcome of the original conflict unleashed by Western intervention in Indochina in 1945. Accepting the inevitability of a worldwide clash between capitalist and anti-capitalist regimes and social forces, after their joint defeat of the Axis powers, Deutscher pointed out the drastic inequality of position and strength between the leading victor states, the USA and USSR, two colossi, one full-blooded, vigorous and erect, and the other prostrate and bled white, and the absurdity of the claims that Russia was bent on a military assault on the West after its ordeal in the Second World War, or that Stalin sought, rather than feared, the spread of revolutions abroad. Nevertheless, despite the asymmetry of economic power and of political responsibility at the origins of the conflict, whose onus lay predominantly with the Anglo-American powers, effects outlive their causes, and the danger is only too obvious that this Cold War may terminate in total nuclear war. Moreover, Deutscher went on, in another decisive respect the Cold War has already given us the foretaste of the fully fledged nuclear war. Its fallout cannot be confined to enemy territory, it contaminates the moral texture, it destroys and warps the thinking processes of the popular masses in our countries, in all the countries engaged in waging the Cold War. To fight against the Cold War was not to abandon class struggle, but to release it from the morass of hysteria and insanity, myths and legends in which it had become alienated and obscured, to allow it, adapting a phrase of Marx's about the Commune, to run through its different phases in the most rational and humane way, for so that the divisions may once again run within nations, rather than between them. Following the death of Stalin there opened a period in which there seemed for a time to be a real prospect of such a rationalization of East-West conflict. Deutscher was the first observer to predict the ferment of de-Stalinization in the USSR after 1953. His book Russia After Stalin explored the different possible directions in which the Soviet state and society might move, as the first signs of the thaw became visible. In these same years, which seemed to hold some promise of a revival within the international communist movement of pre-Stalinist traditions, he was preparing his monumental biography of Trotsky, the first volume of which, The Prophet Armed, appeared in 1954. The texts contained in the third part of this collection reflect these interlinked concerns, but also cast light on Deutscher's attitudes to Poland and the crisis of Stalinism in Eastern Europe, to Germany and the fate of socialism in Central Europe, and to Scandinavian social democracy in Western Europe. The tragedy of the Polish Communist Party, as we have seen, recreates the world of pre-war Polish communism in which Deutscher was formed. But it was prompted by the Polish renewal of 1956, when the reforming current led by Gomulka defied Soviet intimidation with a significant liberalization of political and intellectual controls in Poland. Deutscher viewed these developments with a critical sympathy, hoping for a return of the better traditions of the past. His conclusion is striking testimony to the complete freedom of his spirit from all national cant. He insisted on the indestructible links between the Polish and Russian revolutions, links proved both negatively and positively, in 1918 to 1920, in 1939, in 1954 and again in 1956. Considering how often history had mocked and insulted Poland's national dignity and, in the first place, the dignity and independence of the Polish revolutionary movement, it was not surprising that the Polish people sought refuge in the jungle of our nationalist legends. The Polish masses, he argued, would eventually understand that the bonds which unite their destiny with that of the Russian and other revolutions are indissoluble, but only after they have recovered from the blows and shocks inflicted on them in the past, and when they feel that nothing can ever again threaten their independence and national dignity. 10 years later, Deutscher addressed a scathing open letter to Gomulka, denouncing the first trial of men who were to be the leaders of CORE in the 80s, and warning that with such persecutions Gomulka was compromising the future of socialism. Deutscher's judgment on each occasion was vindicated. The final decline of the Gomulka regime into the squalid repressions of 1968 prepared the way for the moral discredit of communism in the country at large, yet the subsequent rise of Solidarity proved unable to transform Polish state and society, in the absence of any corresponding movement against the bureaucratic order in the Soviet Union. The negative bonds between Polish and Russian experience still prevailed. Deutscher's conversations and correspondence with Heinrich Brandler represent a very different kind of document, of great fascination of their own. For Brandler embodied a living mediation between the epoch of Luxemburg and Lenin, and that of Deutscher. Born in 1881, as a young Saxon building worker he had joined the German Social Democratic Party, and become a friend and adherent of Rosa Luxemburg before the First World War. In 1918 he had participated in the founding of the German Communist Party, and found himself by 1921 at the head of it. In the following year there occurred the German October, the ill-starred attempt at an insurrectionary rising in central Germany by the KPD, on instructions from the Comintern in Moscow prompted by Zinoviev and Trotsky. Brandler, modest and cautious by temperament, neither believed in the prospects for a successful German revolution in 1923, nor thought himself capable of leading one. But as a loyal communist he obeyed instructions, and was then blamed for the failure of the enterprise. Expelled from the party for opposing the Third Period line in 1929, he spent the Nazi years in exile in France and Cuba. Deutscher first met him on his return to Europe in 1948. Tamara Deutscher vividly evokes the friendship that ensued. During these initial encounters, Deutscher recorded his discussions with Brandler, in which the older man recollected the famous episodes of the 20s in which he had been a principal figure. Deutscher's ability to convey a personality, on this occasion obliquely, is once again notable. After his return to West Germany, Brandler organized a small Marxist formation, Gruppe Arbeiterpolitik, committed to revolutionary socialism, and the two men continued to write to each other. Brandler had always been closer to Bukharin's right opposition in the 20s, while Deutscher's sympathies lay with Trotsky's left opposition, and this difference was reflected in the latter's more stringent overall hostility to Stalinism in the post-war years. When working-class riots erupted against the Ulbricht regime in East Germany in 1953, however, it was Brandler who viewed this upheaval with more unconditional approval, concentrating on its sociological character in the DDR itself, while Deutscher reminded him of the international context in which the rising was ideologically appropriated by the West, and of the setback to the cause of political reform in East Germany that it occasioned, paradoxically rescuing Ulbricht from the brink of political extinction as the Soviet leadership abandoned its intention of jettisoning him. The debate between the two over the significance of this contemporary crisis was conducted on both sides in terms of its position within German historical development as a whole, since the epoch of Tilsit. The exchange printed here concludes with Brandler's reaction to Deutscher's treatment of the German October 30 years earlier, in the second volume of his biography of Trotsky, The Prophet. Unarmed. 5. While admiring the character of the manuscript as a whole, he sought to clarify his own role in the disasters of that year, when many believed that the best single chance of a revolution in the West was missed. Deutscher's response to his objections is of especial interest, since here, in direct dialogue with an interlocutor of Lenin himself, both witness to the past and comrade in arms in the present, he sets out a memorable explanation of his practice as a Marxist historian, dealing with events in which his own revolutionary sympathies were fully engaged. Deutschers' exchanges with the Norwegian Social Democrat Trygve Lie provide a caustic contrast. Lie had been Minister of Justice in the Labour government that had first grudgingly given asylum to Trotsky in 1935, then isolated and harassed, and finally expelled him, under combined bourgeois and bureaucratic pressures, in 1937. In the course of his research for the third volume of his biography of Trotsky, The Prophet Outcast, Deutscher interviewed Lie in 1956 about these events. The notes that he took of his findings give a revealing glimpse of a certain kind of West European social democracy, in all its meanness and hypocrisy, as it confronted the grandeur of the Bolshevik tradition in the person of Trotsky in Norway. Trygve Lie, of course, incarnated all that was worst in such Scandinavian traditions, irresistibly recalling Ibsen's most savage portraits to Deutscher. Above and beyond his role during Trotsky's exile, he was to be one of the most servile functionaries of U.S. policy in the Cold War, when as the American appointee as Secretary General of the United Nations, he introduced McCarthyism into the international civil service, demoralizing it for a decade to the disgust of even liberal colleagues. The moral and political gulf between a Brandler and a Lie brings home much of the human meaning of the original separation of the Third from the Second International on the morrow of the First World War. The central focus of Deutscher's work was the fate of the Russian Revolution, the transformations of the Soviet state that emerged from it, and their impact on the European labor movement. Of all these, he had direct experience and first-hand knowledge, as a Marxist apprenticed in the Polish Communist Party, fluent in German and Russian. Familiar with the Latin cultures, writer of a memorable English. This was the world of classical Marxism, native to Europe. The victory of the Chinese Revolution in 1949 transformed the boundaries of this universe, extending its problems to Asia in the setting of an ancient civilization with a longer continuous history than any in Europe, and a culture of traditional self-sufficiency. Deutscher immediately realized the world historical significance of the overthrow of the Kuomintang. This was, indeed, the final emphasis of his essay Two Revolutions already mentioned, written within a few months of the entry of Mao's armies into Peking, where he argued that comparisons between the destiny of the French and Russian revolutions found their natural stopping place with the arrival of the Chinese Revolution. For this phenomenon we find no parallel in the epoch of the French Revolution. To its very end the French Revolution stood alone. Deutscher watched with close interest the first years of Communist China, but it was not until the exhaustion of the reforming impetus in Khrushchevite Russia in the late 50s, and the Chinese challenge to Soviet direction of the international communist movement in the early 60s, that he turned his full attention to the specific historical character of Maoism. The result was one of his finest and most original essays, Maoism: Its Origins and Outlook, which surveyed the tensions and contradictions of the Chinese experience in the light of its Russian predecessor. The balance and complexity of his assessment, made without benefit of any specialized linguistic or area skills, have few equals in the subsequent literature. Maoism, he argued, could be seen as a kind of fulfillment of Marx's conjecture that late 19th century Russia might develop directly from a primitive agrarian society to socialism, through a revolution based on the peasantry and its communal traditions, provided that the working class had come to power in the advanced industrial countries of Western Europe, and so could exert a gravitational pull on backward Russia. Mutatis mutandis, just such a sequence had occurred in China, but ironically with newly industrialized Russia playing the part Marx had assigned to Western Europe. Hence the paradoxes of Maoism. On the one hand, from its rural origins it rested more securely on the consent of the majority of the population than had Bolshevism, the movement of an urban minority. Initially more confident relations with the peasantry were also assisted by coming to power after and not before a civil war, permitting the Maoist regime, unlike the Leninist, to proceed immediately to the constructive tasks of economic revival. On the other hand, the agrarian background of Maoism also meant a narrow cultural provincialism and uncontested political authoritarianism, in marked contrast to the broad internationalism and lively intellectual pluralism of the classical Bolshevik tradition. Socially, the Chinese regime was relatively more egalitarian than the Russian at a comparable stage of its post-revolutionary development, but its organizational monolithism, untouched by any more democratic past heritage, nevertheless gave it an unmistakable affinity with Stalinism. Internationally, its preaching of the watchwords of irreconcilable class struggle and its campaign for radical resistance to imperialism, might be formally appealing. But Deutscher pointed to the incongruity of the cult of Stalin that accompanied them, and presciently asked how far Maoist professions of revolutionary internationalism really reflected the frame of mind of the Chinese masses, and were not merely a response to Western provocation, with the continuing blockade of China by the USA. Thus already in 1964, at the height of apparent Maoist intransigence towards Western imperialism, Deutscher lucidly foresaw the prospect that if the Western powers were to try to play China against the Soviet Union might Peking not succumb to the temptation. Less than a decade later, the answer was to be forthcoming. Deutscher did not live to see the embrace with Washington of Mao's last years. But he did witness, and judge, the launching of the Cultural Revolution in China that paved the way for it. Proclaimed in the name of the radical ideas of the Paris Commune, and a revolt against all hierarchy and bureaucracy, the Cultural Revolution was greeted with a wide range of indulgence and enthusiasm among the left intelligentsia of Europe and North America, forming a whole generation of Maoist sympathizers in the West. Credulity in the official propaganda of the Chinese regime, as purge succeeded purge in the ranks of party and state and the population at large, often persisted until the death of Mao himself. Deutscher was quite untouched by such fashionable illusions. From the outset, as can be seen from his trenchant piece The Meaning of the Cultural Revolution, he indicted the crude intellectual nihilism, the mindless xenophobia, and the brutal persecutions unleashed by the great helmsman in 1966. For all its apparently farcical aspects, he warned, the Maoist Cultural Revolution is a deadly serious affair. Its effect on China's spiritual and intellectual life is, in all probability, going to be just as devastating and lasting as were the consequences of the Stalinist witch hunts. Its political meaning is also comparable. Like Russia in the last years of the Stalin era, so China has now plunged headlong into a self-centered isolationism and nationalism. The result would be an irreparable loss to the nation, a gap in its cultural consciousness, a lowering of standards, and an impoverishment of spiritual life. Post-Stalinist Russia is still smarting under the loss, and so will Maoist and post-Maoist China. Deutscher's clairvoyance did not halt here. He went on to predict, again with arresting accuracy, that the deliberately lowered economic horizons of the regime, its failure to advance Chinese industrialization with anything like Russian-style success under Stalin, its inability to resolve rural overpopulation and unemployment were unlikely to provide a basis for political stabilization. Pressures for a more ambitious policy of economic progress will make themselves felt, and some reaction against the latest version of Maoism is all too likely to set in. He concluded, Mao has been in one person China's Lenin and Stalin. But at the end of his road he shows more and more similarity to Stalin, and the latest orgy of his personality cult underlines the likeness. It is as if he had outlived himself and is already a relic of the past, an embodiment of China's backwardness and isolationism. When the reaction against these aspects of Maoism comes, his successor or successors, whoever they are, will have to act as its mouthpieces and agents. The profile of Deng Xiaoping and his associates is already delineated. The final group of texts collected here is distinct in character from the rest. In these, which date from the 60s, Deutscher posed four of the most general and fundamental questions confronting any socialist in the second half of the 20th century. How should the bureaucratic systems, that have emerged from every revolution in the backward countries so far, be viewed historically? What is the validity of the classical theory of Marxism for an analysis of capitalism in the advanced countries? Where does the role of violence lie in the transition to a society beyond capitalism? What would be the shaping forms of a socialist civilization? The first of these issues Deutscher explored in The Roots of Bureaucracy. It is often said that his conjunctural writing on Russian political development in the Khrushchevite epoch was overly optimistic about the prospects of democratization in the USSR and in the Soviet bloc generally, and it is true that he thought the failure of reforms in the early 60s was unlikely to be a durable one, given the wider changes in Soviet social structure as a whole. The protracted stabilization of Brezhnevism was a process he did not live to dissect. But in his most considered theoretical reflections on the historical phenomenon of bureaucracy as a whole, he left little ground for confidence in any short-term supersession of it in a society like the USSR, let alone China. For there, in his long-range interpretation, he located the social origins of bureaucracy in the division between mental and manual labor which lay buried on the border between the primitive communistic tribe and civilized society, with the first embryonic emergence of class society itself. After sketching the metamorphoses of bureaucratic administration, and its relations to successive modes of production from the Pharaohs and the Bourbons, Deutscher then argued that under capitalism the political power of the bureaucracy has always been in inverse proportion to the maturity, the vigor, the capacity for self-government of the strata constituting a given bourgeois society. On the other hand, when in highly developed bourgeois societies class struggles have reached something like a deadlock, when contending classes have lain as if prostrate after a series of exhausting social and political struggles, then political leadership has almost automatically passed into the hands of a bureaucracy. This was why Victorian England or Jacksonian America, with their self-assured bourgeoisies, were the least bureaucratic of the major capitalist powers in the 19th century, while the mutual exhaustion of bourgeoisie and proletariat after 1848 gave rise to the Second Empire in France, and the many-sided deadlock between Junkers, industrialists, and workers in Germany yielded the domination of Bismarck's officialdom. It was this logic, transposed to societies where the capitalist class itself had been destroyed, yet the working class was still fragmented and weak, that explained the enormous growth in the power and longevity of post-revolutionary bureaucracies, against the background of the relentless hostility of the surrounding capitalism. These post-capitalist bureaucracies, however, for all their despotic arrogance and privilege, did not constitute new classes. To this day, Deutscher observed, the Soviet bureaucracy has not managed to acquire that social, economic, and psychological identity of its own which would allow us to describe it as a new class. It is something like an amoeba covering post-revolutionary society with itself. It is an amoeba because it lacks a social backbone of its own. It is not a formed entity, not a historic force that comes on the scene in the way in which, for example, the old bourgeoisie came forth after the French Revolution. Mined by its own contradictions, it would not last forever. In a society characterized by widespread automation, shorter working hours, civilized leisure, and cultural independence, the antagonism between brain work and manual labor really will wither away, and so will the division between the organizers and the organized. Then, he predicted, but only then, it will be seen that if bureaucracy was a faint prelude to class society, bureaucracy will mark the fierce, ferocious epilogue to class society no more than an epilogue. The three remaining texts in this group are all products of Deutscher's practical political interventions within the left. Once a mass movement of semi-revolutionary temper arose among a younger generation in the West towards the end of his life, with the emergence of widespread opposition to the American war in Vietnam and the beginnings of revolt on the campuses. These addresses show him grappling with the problems of socialism in the richest capitalist nations of the time, and indicate how wrong it is to think of Deutscher as only a historian, albeit of the major revolutionary experience of this century, for without ever ceasing to think historically, he also defended original political and ethical positions as well. Marxism in our time looks at the general situation of historical materialism as a theory of social emancipation, a century after capital, one which he then judged to display simultaneous ascendancy and decline. To the question, is Marxism obsolete? Deutscher replied, there is only one essential element in the Marxist critique of capitalism. It is very simple and very plain, but in it are focused all the many-faceted analyses of the capitalist order. It is this: there is a striking contradiction between the increasingly social character of the process of production and the antisocial character of capitalist property. Our mode of existence, the whole manner of production, is becoming more and more social in the sense that the old freelance producers can no longer go on producing in independence from each other, from generation to generation, as they did in the pre-capitalist system. Every element, every fraction, every tiny little organ of our society is dependent on all the rest. The whole process of production becomes one social process of production, and not only one national process of production but one international process of production. At the same time you have an antisocial kind of property, private property. This contradiction between the antisocial character of property and the social character of our production is the source of all anarchy and irrationality in capitalism. The contradiction could not be reconciled in the long run, a collision must come. The nature of that collision could not be predicted in detail, but its general shape was not in doubt. On the one hand, Deutscher, at the height of the Kennedy-Johnson boom, expressed his disbelief in any further smooth, evolutionary development of Western capitalism. After 20 years of prosperity, slump would come again, as it did. On the other hand, the class struggle in the West had to be seen as a war against capitalism that has lasted many generations, and which had seen the mobilization of counter-revolution all over the world, in all its various forms, from fascism to the most refined social democratic reformism, all mobilized in the defense of the existing social order. Then, in a striking passage, Deutscher went on, never yet, except in extraordinary moments like the Commune of Paris, has the working class mobilized itself even to a fraction of that intensity and strength at which the possessing and ruling classes have maintained their mobilization on an almost permanent footing. Even during the Commune the insurgents never really mobilized for a life and death struggle. We have all the descriptions showing their light-mindedness, their good-humored and good-tempered optimism. It was the strengths, yet also the weaknesses, of such optimism that Deutscher reviewed in the Dialectics of Violence and Nonviolence, one of his sharpest and most unsettling pieces. In it, he started by stressing the traditional tension within the classical outlook of Marxism between the necessity of political violence as a means for overthrowing bourgeois class rule, and the aim of a classless society that for the first time in history would be truly free from violence. That essential and defensible dialectic was, however, overborne in the tragic vicissitudes of the Russian Revolution, when under overwhelming and inhuman pressures terror was let loose and what was to have been but a glassful of violence became buckets and buckets full, and then rivers of violence, so that in the end the nonviolent meaning of Marxism was suppressed under the massive, crushing weight of Stalinism. But the two could not be cleanly separated. For, Deutscher argued, it would show a lack of moral courage in Marxism to draw the formal line of dissociation and say that we are not responsible for Stalinism, that wasn't what we aimed at. We cannot delete Stalinism from our records although we are not responsible for Stalinist crimes. Why was this so? In a rare personal avowal, Deutscher went on, to some extent we participated in this glorification of violence as a self-defense mechanism. Rosa Luxemburg understood this when she criticized the first faint signs of this attitude. Yet this was self-criticism, not repudiation. Revolutionary violence, regretted and unglorified, might remain necessary against an enemy who had never shrunk from any extremity of it, as the murderous war in Vietnam that formed the context of his intervention demonstrated. But in advanced industrial societies like America itself, the potential balance of class forces was immensely more favorable to an undistorted outcome of revolutionary struggle than in backward and isolated Russia. There such violence could be rational and infinitesimal, if the vast majority of the exploited were ready to employ it to break the power of their exploiters, without making a virtue of it. In the last text of the volume, on Socialist Man, Deutscher looked towards the future to ask what could be said, without relapse into utopian speculation, of human potential and limitation in a classless society once finally achieved. Two features of his reply stand out. The first is the sobriety of his projection. Socialism would not solve all predicaments of the human race, indeed of Trotsky's trinity of hunger, sex, and death, it could offer relief only for the first. Beyond class, human beings would still patiently suffer guilt and pain, and feel the discomfort of civilizational restraints over instinctual drives. But these drives, and this is the second significant theme of his address, could in themselves be given neither the historical immobility nor the societal importance that Freud's theory attached to them. While respecting the warrant of psychoanalysis within its proper and restricted domain, Deutscher had no difficulty in dispatching its inflated claims for the interpretation of history, let alone intrusions of it into politics. As he drily pointed out, in discussing Freud's theory of aggression, throughout history men organized into armies have slaughtered each other over property or claims to property, but they have not so far, except in mythology, fought wars over prerogative in the field of sexual relationships. Whereas Marxism had tried to tackle from the right end the tasks confronting our society, and had moved mountains both in victory and defeat, in so doing, the practical social effects of psychoanalysis were by comparison nugatory. In a period like the present, when an uncritical reception of psychoanalysis, even in ostentatiously idealist forms, coexists with a retreat from any form of historical materialism, Deutscher's calm reminder of the relations of truth and force between the two is a salutary one. Socialism, in his vision, would neither bring an impossible liberation from all human servitudes, nor stop at an imaginary immutability of all human instincts. Isaac Deutscher died in August 1967. He was just 60. It is difficult to compute the loss his disappearance has meant to Marxist culture since. The historical conditions that produced this singular revolutionary socialist have passed away. Neither the living connection with the world of Lenin or Luxembourg, nor the cosmopolitanism of an older East Central Europe, was available to subsequent generations. Yet Deutscher's work continues to represent an indispensable source for the culture and politics of socialism, because of its peculiar combination of qualities. Among these was the serene political fortitude with which Deutscher met the contingencies of his own period, his unshakable fidelity to the political ideals of his youth, amidst so many conflagrations in which one edifice of the left after another burnt down, or had to be reconstructed. That fortitude was the product of his absolute independence of thought, the entire freedom of his person and outlook from those fashions and phobias which have swayed the intelligentsias of the left in one direction after another, successively Stalinist or Maoist, structuralist or post-structuralist, advocates of the new working class or the new social movements, Eurocommunism or Eurosocialism. But this spiritual independence was the very opposite of sectarian or pharisaical isolation. Deutscher had an ability to communicate with a greater audience than any other socialist writer of his generation in English. His books were translated, his articles read, across the world. Such universality was given by literary power. But this was not simply an aesthetic gift, it reflected an intellectual command of a classical Marxism so close to its sources in the full range of European culture and enlightenment behind it that it had no need of a specialized vocabulary, required not the slightest technical strain, to find its words. The adoption of biography as his mode of writing history had a related meaning, a genre that has always possessed the widest appeal among the different kinds of literature about the past. In Deutscher's case, the biographical form had an additional, deeper meaning. In the life of an individual, he could join the discourses of morality and necessity that Marxism has often found it so hard to hold together. His Stalin and Trotsky are preeminently products of history, subject to the determinations of wider social forces that they expressed or rejected, but they are also moral agents, accountable for their actions and the consequences of them. Ethics traditionally refers to persons, causal dynamics to groups. Deutscher's exceptional psychological grasp was the medium in which the two, causality and responsibility, achieved synthesis in his writing. A socialist politics today needs to be informed by a sense of each in equal measure. Another way of putting this is to recall the actual contrasts between the trio Deutscher selected for their resistance to conformity in the Napoleonic age. Goethe, Shelley, Jefferson, serene Olympian, visionary iconoclast, shrewd politician. He had an element of each in his own makeup. The culture of the left needs them all. 1984. Postscript. The historian was survived for over 2 decades by his wife Tamara Deutscher. In his lifetime, she had been his intellectual companion and assistant. After his death, she became his editor and moral placeholder. The depth of her love for him gave her the courage to play this role, in which she was timid at first. But her background, she came from a family of radical intellectuals in the east of Poland, and her temperament, of generous intransigence, also equipped her for it. For more than 20 years, she personified the culture to which he had given expression, with a light warmth and beauty of her own. Deutscher's last published commentary on Soviet affairs saw the Brezhnev-Kosygin regime, still recently installed, as the dreary epilogue to the failure of de-Stalinization under Khrushchev, one that might be as short-lived as it would be sterile. Events proved otherwise, and it fell to her to follow the repressions that multiplied after the invasion of Czechoslovakia, and the growth of dissidents in Russia under the carapace of an obdurate tyranny. Watching for every sign of intellectual or political awakening in the USSR, she responded with alertness and hope, in the way he would have done, to the different kinds of opposition within the country which in one way or another moved downstream, however critically, from October, and when perestroika finally arrived, welcomed it, albeit with the skepticism she kept for all bureaucratic initiatives. The moral revival brought by the progress of democratization in the Soviet Union was for her the best source of confidence in the future. The gathering break with the whole legacy of Bolshevism disappointed, but it did not disillusion her. She viewed the trend of events under Gorbachev with a mixture of gaiety and sadness. Refusing to go to the USSR so long as Deutscher's work was still unpublished there, in the last months of her life she took part in a meeting in Barcelona between leading Soviet exiles and figures of the new wave at home, that gave voice to the emerging consensus in Russia. The unassertive dignity and independence of her person, as she expressed another kind of dissidence, made all the more impression. A few days before she died, she looked on television at the veiled face of Natalia in an archival film on Trotsky's life in Mexico, and said simply, "Niobe." A year later, the Soviet experience came to its end. More than any other historian, grasping them within his own political memory, Deutscher had taken imaginative measure of its original grandeur and of its subsequent gangrene, together. He never lost his hope that the revolutionary impetus of 1917 would recover from the fate that had overtaken it, and finish in freedom. He hoped his work would one day contribute to that emancipation, believing his widest readership would eventually be Russian. Shortly before August 1991, the first book under his signature appeared in Moscow, a pirate edition of truncated parts of the second and third volumes of his biography of Trotsky, glossed by a local detractor of its subject. A connoisseur of the ironies of history, his sense of the future also allowed for this one too. He is mostly thought of, with justice, as a guarded optimist for the revolution. But it was distinctive of his vision that he also contemplated, directly and calmly, the historical prospect of restoration. The peoples of the Soviet Union, he thought, might yet have to go through the modern experience of a capitalism they had missed. Much of the record of these 50 years is utterly discredited in the eyes of the people, he wrote in 1967, such that at times the Soviet Union appears to be fraught with the moral psychological potentiality of restoration that cannot become a political actuality. 6. If the possibility became reality, it might, like other restorations, have its redeeming place in the complicated longer-run progress towards a common human liberty, in whose resumption he never doubted. Michael Mann's Sociology of Power. Who could fail to be intellectually stirred by the breadth of Michael Mann's horizon in this 3-volume study? Its aim, in his own words, is nothing less than to provide a history and theory of power relations in human societies, an enterprise he thinks likely to be virtually synonymous with a history and theory of human society itself. Any initial misgivings that such a large promise must be idle or inflated are soon dispelled. The ambition of the conception is, against all conventional expectations, matched by the clarity and grandeur of the execution. Man's history of power begins with a survey of prehistoric evolution, and the reasons why it did not generally debouch into stable forms of social stratification. It then proceeds to an account of the emergence of civilization and the state in Mesopotamia, with some side glances at other Near Eastern, Asian or American Hokaul terrain. Sargon's Akkadian conquests are studied as the inauguration of a new configuration of power empires of domination, of which the Assyrian and Persian subsequently receive separate treatment. Classical Greece arises as the heir jointly of Near Eastern riverine civilization, Iron Age plough agriculture coming from the north, and Mediterranean coastal trade pioneered by the Phoenicians. Hoplite infantry, however, are the key to the construction of the class-divided polis, an ordering of power without regional or other precedent. The Roman world that succeeded it is defined by man as the first true territorial empire, capable of enforcing its rule uniformly across a vast geographical space rather than relying on indirect control through heterogeneous clients, as did the empires of domination. The contradictory effects of the Roman unification of the Mediterranean generate the spread of Christianity as a religion of salvation, which then provides the crucial moral carapace for decentralized economic growth in Europe during the Dark and Middle Ages, based on wet soil agriculture and littoral commerce. In this environment, the transition towards capitalism came to be inextricable from the growth of a multiplicity of organic national states, with far greater effective power over their terrain if lesser formal reach than any ancient empire, each at once constructed and checked by warfare between them. Such a simplified summary conveys little more than the chronological scope of man's survey, bold enough in itself. But it is the quality of his analytical narrative that is most impressive. Contemporary sociologists, however well-intentioned in their approach to the past, often tend to be gauche in their handling of it. Nothing could be less true in this case. Man displays a formidably close command of the literature on his multifarious topics, and an intuitive realism of evidence that would do credit to any historian. To sustain these gifts evenly, without any appearance of strain, across a span that extends from beaker bands to Hanoverian oligarchs is an astonishing achievement. But it is not one superadded, as it were, to the sociological inquiry as a whole, rather it derives from it. For man's theory of power is what takes him so closely into his history. At one level, this theory is general and conventional enough. There are four sources of the social power invoked in the title: economic, ideological, political, and military. Man's justification of this quartet is somewhat cursory. No doubt he intends to return to a more extended foundation of it in his third volume. At all events, within his own scheme, political power does not seem to possess the same categorical autonomy as the others, for any exercise of it manifestly depends on the possession of either ideological or military power, and normally a combination of both force and belief, while the converse does not hold, as the monks or marauders who cross his pages show. Political power in a pure state cannot exist in the same sense. With this reduction, however, the preliminary classification is unexceptionable, if not very novel. The originality of man's theory lies elsewhere, at a lower level of specificity, in his comprehensive concern with what he calls the exact infrastructures of each kind of power too. That is, the detail of their organizational techniques. The logistics of military mobility, the extent and quality of literacy, the technology of farming and transport capacities of trade, the incidence and range of judicial control, the pattern of fiscal revenue and expenditure are typical of the areas where man transforms our understanding of what the historical possibilities and realities of power have been, and how they have changed, over millennia. Again and again, these investigations are bravura performances. Man strenuously repudiates the false opposition between idealism and materialism as modes of social explanation, a sterile dualism he hopes to break down through, but in some ways his distinctive approach is best characterized in a phrase of his colleague John Hall's, whose essay Powers and Liberties can be taken as an elfin counterpoint to man's encyclopedic study, as an organizational materialism, for it is this common focus on the organization of contrasting types of power that confers such versatility on his sociology of it. Most practitioners, whatever their theoretical liberality in constructing or distinguishing different kinds of power, are usually at home with only one or two of them. Sociologists, like historians, or the rest of us, tend to have temperamental affinities of a fairly selective sort. Weber was the great exception, and man is another. The validity of his claim to elude the ordinary connotations of idealism or materialism lies not in any all too familiar presumption of a philosophical supersession of them, but in the even-handed authority and fluency with which he moves from religious doctrine to tax structure, from military strategy to agrarian ecology, from class relations to state diplomacy. All of these are unified in a single analytic of power. That might seem forbidding. An obsession with power normally suggests sinister overtones. But although man's optic does involve a limitation of his field of vision, there is no trace of an authoritarian fascination with his object. On the contrary, his writing is singularly humane and democratic in temper. The monumentality of the enterprise is offset by an agreeable informality of style, a prose of short, vigorous, vivid sentences, without undue jargon or rhetoric, which engages the reader in direct argument in that regard, a far cry from Weber. Mann describes his view of social development, in a term of Ernest Gellner's, as neo-episodic rather than evolutionary. Human power and so human society, changes in staccato bursts, rather than through any continuous growth, and its cumulative enhancement has been, he insists towards the end of the book, accidental. Much therefore depends on the choice of the episodes he singles out for attention, and the plausibility of his accounts of them. What can be said of these? The first real crux in the book concerns his explanation of the rise of civilization and the state. Having argued that general social evolution did not lead in this direction, because tendencies to social hierarchy and inequality cyclically went into reverse as those who risk subordination in prehistoric groups moved on or away from them, Mann contends that the essential precondition for the emergence of civilization and acceptance of its discontents was a closing of escape routes or ecological caging. 5. This is a logical deduction, rather than a geographical or historical conclusion. His actual survey of the rise of civilization focuses overwhelmingly on Mesopotamia, where he subsequently has to note that there was not much ecological closure at all, but rather a topographical space marked by a lack of clear-cut external boundaries, yielding a civilization fuzzy at the edges, the product of various interaction networks created as much as anything by ecological diversity. 6-7 Tacitly redefining his starting point in terms of the model he constructs of Mesopotamia. Mann then seeks to apply it to Egypt, which he finds a deviation because it lacked overlapping regional networks, was, so to speak, too sequestered along the Nile. These contradictions are left in the air as he moves to China or the Indus Valley, the two other regions of major alluvial agriculture, and to Crete or pre-Columbian America, which were not. Discussion of all these is desultory, even when they undermine the premises of the analysis most clearly. 8-9 The origins of civilization pose one of the most long-standing conundra of the social sciences, and man cannot be blamed for having failed to solve it. But here his method has let him down. Only a comparative analysis could offer a hope of coherent explanation. Such an account would, among other things, have to pay closer attention than man gives to the place of organized religion in the birth of the state, a point emphasized by a Marxist, Maurice Godelier, and it would have to look more systematically at the range of economic surplus available for either. But above all, it could not privilege one region and treat all others as perfunctory adjuncts. Mann's opening Mesopotamian option is not, however, arbitrary, it has definite significance for what follows. The second major theme of the book is the nature and import of empires of domination. Sargon, Assurbanipal, and Cyrus are the leading figures here, all establishing imperial states across the breadth of the Tigris and Euphrates. Mann's dissection of the mechanisms of rule that allowed these sprawling structures to be built in a world of desperately limited transport and communication, of ethnic and cultural localism, is excellent. The theoretical acuity also empirical liveliness of these pages make them far the best analysis of the early Near Eastern empires that we possess. Man himself puts great weight on their enforcement of what, after Herbert Spencer, he calls compulsory cooperation, or the extraction of a greater economic surplus via an increase in military coercion. His account of the potential benefits for production and circulation from imperial repression and exploitation brings a formal precision and detail to the process it has not had before. But he is wrong in claiming that his view of such empires of domination is in this respect particularly heterodox. If anything, it has always been the standard judgment of most authorities, satirized indeed by E.P. Thompson in his poem on the First Emperor of Chin. However many the emperor the scientific historian affirms that productive forces grew. 10 Man's third principal topic is the classical world, or more especially the character and fate of the Roman Empire. His treatment of Greece is full of admiring insight, and shows the skill with which he can deploy class analysis when he judges it relevant. The distinctions he proposes, here and elsewhere, between the different kinds of class struggle observable in history are eminently sensible and useful, once freed from a Procrustean reference to the institution of Greek class struggle as a power jump *11, but there is relatively little articulation between the Greek and Roman episodes of his story, the former becoming something of a parenthesis in the narrative as a whole. The brunt of his interest falls on the Roman conquest and control of the Mediterranean, viewed as a higher stage of imperialism, the advent of the first true territorial empire. Mann argues that the two axes of Roman power were the legionary army, an infantry force superior to any other in its day, and a ruling class culture of unprecedented literacy capable of assimilating any conquered elite in its path. Following Keith Hopkins, he stresses the economic multiplier effects of the first, which generated the great prosperity of the first 2 centuries of the Principate, and the ideological divider effects of the second, once the material conditions of cultural universalism, in literacy, language, and trade, spread beyond the ruling strata, and so subverted official cults to generate the triumph of Christianity under the dominate. Neither of these processes tells us much about the fall of the empire. Mann does briefly broach relationships between the state and the landed classes, but in an uncharacteristically nebulous fashion that compares somewhat lamely with Chris Wickham's recent treatment of the same subject. 1-2 There is little sense of the increasing social polarization that gripped the Western Empire. Deprived of an internal dynamic, man therefore has to fall back on the familiar ground of increased external pressures to account for the end of the Roman order. But barbarian invasions notoriously cannot explain Byzantine survival, hence he is driven to ignore the subsequent life of the Eastern Empire altogether, his narrative consigning Byzantium to an oblivion into which even Gibbon did not venture to thrust it. The rise of Rome is far more memorable here than its decline. One of the reasons for this is that man's interest is much more centrally engaged by another question: why and how did Christianity triumph in the Roman world? His discussion of this is in many ways a tour de force, one of the most original and compelling parts of the book, above all as it explores the social pathways by which the new faith asserted itself. But there is a suggestive bias to it. All religions have a dual existence, as systems of individual consolation within the cosmos, and as bonds of social cohesion within the community. Weber concentrated on the first, Durkheim on the second, respectively the sacred in human relationships with nature, and with society. Mann's interpretation of Christianity is single-mindedly Durkheimian. Christianity was not a response to material crisis, nor was it a spiritual alternative to the material world. The crisis was one of social identity: what society do I belong to? 1-3 This blunt affirmation, whose lack of nuance contrasts with the general way complex evidence is handled in his study, derives from Mann's overall angle of vision. In a work devoted to social power, religion must be thematically subsumed as a form of it. That can tell us part, an important part, of the truth about the rise of Christianity, but far from all of it. For the history of power is not virtually synonymous with human history tout court, contrary to his initial claim. In making it he veers close to the characteristic modern confusion that simply equates power and culture, whose foremost exponent has been Michel Foucault, otherwise far removed from his concerns. What Mann's account of Christianity casts radically aside is its intellectual setting within the classical thought world, the extent to which it could exploit the moral and philosophical gap between a rationalized culture, capable of producing an Epicurus or Lucretius, and residualized cults, ever more degraded to the imperial ends of a Domitian or Elagabalus, in a new explanation of the universe. The role of the supernatural is all but banished from Mann's account of Christianity, the word miracle never occurs in it. Yet it is upon these that contemporary polemics with paganism above all turned, not on alternative versions of the social order, but on divine intervention in the natural order. Mann's insensitivity to this dimension of Christianity is quite consistent, and leads him later on to the startlingly unhistorical judgment that the Church committed a terrible blunder by rejecting scientific rationality from the 17th century onwards, since the physical world was a trivial area for its concerns, which were overwhelmingly social, not natural. 1 As if Galileo and Darwin could properly have been welcomed by the Holy See, if only occasional incumbents had been. Sprier. Mann ends his book with an exploration of European development from 800 to 1760, which seeks to trace out the determining forces of its unique dynamism in a world historical perspective. His explanation rests on the cumulation of what can reasonably be simplified again to three sources of power. His account of the transformations of economic production and exchange between the Dark Ages and the Enlightenment is generally lucid and proficient, although it contains, as he himself notes, little that is novel as a contribution to an understanding of the transition from feudalism to capitalism. The firebursts of Eric Jones would in any case be a hard display to follow over environmental, demographic, or technological terrain. 1 More significant, perhaps, is the sparseness of coverage devoted to property relations. Here, as elsewhere throughout the book, Mann's polymathic range curiously omits the law for the most part. On the other hand, his path-breaking morphology of the politico-military structures of the state, from Offa to Frederick II, is magnificent, shaped around careful analysis of royal and public finances. In the paradigmatic case of England, this reconstruction of the slow emergence of the European state system is the most decisive single demonstration in the book. Its gist is that the primary crucible of state formation and transformation was always external military competition rather than the needs of internal political administration. No one has ever worked through the ensuing historical logic with such intellectual command. Yet this empirical centerpiece of the final part of the book is not its theoretical fulcrum. No more than decentralized feudal agriculture is the multiple state system of medieval or early modern times an explanatory innovation in the literature on the rise of the West. As Mann himself acknowledges, geostrategic analysis of the latter was a leitmotif of the German tradition that culminated in Hintze. What is new in Mann's explanation is the role he ascribes to his third source of power, ideology. The surprise hero of the tale is the Catholic Church. His argument, reduced to essentials, is that it was only the restraining and softening influence of Christian ethical teaching that pacified violence between or within states in some measure and regulated exchange of goods over any distance. The Church's preaching of consideration, decency, and charity towards all Christians imparted a common humanity and social identity to Europeans that acted as a substitute for coercive pacification normally required in previous extensive societies. 1-6 In short, without sermons no peace and no trade. Religious faith here becomes the precondition of economic development and political civilization. As Mann points out, this is not a Weberian view insofar as it does not appeal to any particular relation between doctrine and labor or nature, it simply, far more drastically, entrusts to theology the virtues of sociality as such. Having laid out this claim in his discussion of the medieval church, Mann drives the argument home without equivocation in his conclusion. After rehearsing the contribution of his four main power networks to the dynamism of Europe, he declares, "I have singled out one, Christendom, as necessary for all that followed. The others also made a 16. SSPP 381. significant contribution to the resultant dynamic, but whether they were necessary is another matter. 1.7 Christianity is primus inter pares as a cause of Occidental triumph. The last wisdom of social science rediscovers the first conviction of the conquistadors themselves. There are, however, two obvious objections to man's view, which only the particular architecture of his book could have led him to overlook. The first is simply that Christendom, to use the term he persistently employs, was never confined to Western Europe. The massive reality of the Eastern Church is blotted out from man's account, once Byzantine history is dispatched down the oubliette. Where were the fructifying effects of Orthodox Christianity on economic and political life? Why did it release no comparable development in Anatolia or the Balkans? Man provides no principles of differentiation within the history of Christian doctrine or organization that could explain the divergence. Whatever else it may have lacked, Byzantium certainly did not want for normative regulation by religion. But the same is true, of course, of the Islamic world, let alone of early imperial China. By recasting a Weberian claim for the catalytic role of religion in generic Durkheimian form, man deprives himself of any reasonable basis for claiming special privileges for Christianity. Normative pacification is a hold-all in the baggage of every major faith. There was a good deal more effective enforcement of it in Abbasid or Tiang lands than in the world of Charles the Bald. How can man screen out such evident reflections? The answer lies in an underlying parti pris of his work. The nature of his enterprise, he explains, is historical, not comparative. Sociology 1.8 There are occasional sidelights, a very able one on Hindu caste, for example, but, fundamentally, man constructs just one, continuous pedigree of power. A gigantic narrative binds Sumer to the city of London in a single unfolding story, from Mesopotamia to modern Europe. He theorizes such continuity as the macro pattern of a long-term drift, far antedating medieval experience, of the leading edge of civilization towards the west and northwest because of political blockage in the Orient, where this vanguard had to fight a defensive, and sometimes losing, battle against aggressive eastern neighbors, while finding favorable ecological opportunities westwards. 1.9 It is this meta-historical peregrination of progress towards the Occident that explains most of the weaknesses and blind spots of man's history noted above. Egypt treated as an anomaly in the emergence of civilization, and ignored as an empire of domination, China relegated to footnote condition as a territorial empire, Byzantium excluded from the ambit of Christendom, Islam disregarded as a force of normative pacification. The book's most striking failure is not to give any proportionate weight or attention to Chinese experience. That alone disqualifies the subtitle of man's work, which is a touch of unnecessary hubris. Was Shang's civilization ever environmentally caged? Did the unification of Chen not long precede that of Rome? Has the family responsibility system no place in the inventory of infrastructures of power? Were literacy rates in the time of Han Wuti less than under Hadrian? Can Confucianism be appropriately described as a salvation religion? Was the countryside of the southern Sung really a mere laggard beside the panorama of a 12th century Europe that was already the most agriculturally inventive civilization since the Iron Age? 20 Joseph Needham might have written in vain for all the impact of his work on this series of assumptions. There was a period when a rudimentary immobility was all too often attributed to the early medieval economy. But the necessary correction has become, in man's vision, a giddy overreaction which sees Europe leaping ahead by AD 1000, Anglo-Saxons and Franks already germinating the major achievements of our scientific, industrial capitalist era. 2.1 Admonishing the reader that European self-denigration is misplaced, man neglects the worst danger of self-intoxication. The springs of this error are not cultural, or any familiar kind of Eurocentrism. They lie in a theoretical fallacy, the idea that there cannot be a sociology at once historical and comparative. Man gives no valid reason for counterposing the two. His remarks on the subject are fleeting and specious. Comparative sociology is too difficult, or does not have enough cases for its purpose. 22 By shutting out real comparisons from his history, however, he has denied himself indispensable empirical controls for too many of his hypotheses. It is difficult not to feel that the motive for this restriction may have been less the intellectual impossibility of creating a wider framework than the compositional gain of the narrower one. For man's history of power, precisely because it does tunnel into a multi-millennial exordium of the Industrial Revolution alone, acquires a headlong narrative drive quite unlike anything in the masterpieces of classical sociology. Not lesser than economy and society itself in analytic stature, it is superior as literature. It is these qualities which are likely to remain with the reader, long after any particular reservations about its method or conclusions have faded. All criticisms of the sources of social power are bound to have something of the cat looking at the king. For this is, after all, only the first of 3 volumes, the next of which will trace the fate of nations and classes up to the present. No sociological enterprise of this magnitude has ever been undertaken that was not animated by some, tacit or explicit, political passion. One waits absorbed to see what that will prove to be. There can be little doubt that a great work is in the making. 1986. The Affinities of Norberto Bobbio. In early 1848, within a few weeks of each other, 2 antithetical texts were published in London, on the eve of European Revolution. One was the Communist Manifesto, by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. The other was Principles of Political Economy, by John Stuart Mill. The former famously declared that the specter of communism was haunting Europe, and would soon take possession of it. The latter, using the same imagery with scarcely less confidence, but in the opposite sense, dismissed socialist experiments as little more than chimeras that could never take on real shape as viable substitutes for private property. One, the antithesis occasions little surprise for us now. Liberalism and socialism have long been conventionally understood as antagonistic intellectual and political traditions, and with good reason, by virtue of both the apparent incompatibility of their theoretical starting points, individual and societal, respectively, and of the actual record of conflict, often deadly, between the parties and movements inspired by each. However, at the very outset of this historical contention, it was strangely short-circuited in the trajectory of Mill himself. The risings of the urban poor across the principal capitals of Europe and the bloody battles that followed them stirred a warm solidarity in Harriet Taylor, the object of his affections. He set himself to study with a newly opened mind doctrines of common ownership, and soon, indeed in the very same work, Principles of Political Economy, in its revised edition of 1849, pronounced the vision of socialists collectively to be one of the most valuable elements of human improvement now existing. Too rarely has a fundamental political judgment been so rapidly and radically reversed. Thereafter, Mill always regarded himself as a liberal and a socialist. As he put it in his autobiography, the social problem of the future we now consider to be how to unite the greatest individual liberty of action with a common ownership in the raw materials of the globe, and an equal participation of all in the benefits of combined labor. 3. He defended the Paris Commune, and died working on a book on socialism which he hoped would be more important than his study of representative government. Mill's evolution, however striking, might be thought idiosyncratic or isolated. But it was not. There was to be a distinguished succession to it. England's most famous philosopher after Mill replicated the same movement. In 1895, Bertrand Russell wrote the first English-language study of German social democracy, the leading party of the Second International, after a study trip to Berlin. While decidedly sympathetic to the more moderate aims of the SPD, the point of view from which I wrote the book, he noted 70 years later, was that of an orthodox liberal, for at that time Russell deprecated what he called the boundless democracy of the party's Erfurt program, and feared what he thought would be the foolish and disastrous experiments that might ensue if it were not modified to respect natural inequalities. 5. Within another 2 decades, he too had changed his mind thoroughly and permanently. It was the First World War which transformed his outlook, as 1848 had Mill's. The work he had planned to write jointly with D.H. Lawrence, Principles of Social Reconstruction, which appeared in 1916, if it contained caustic attacks on the state, private property, and war, was still deemed insufficiently intransigent by law. Rents, then urging a revolution that would effect the nationalizing of all industries and means of communication, and of the land, in one fell blow. 6. But Russell's next book, Proposed Roads to Freedom, written during his imprisonment for agitation against the war, was a full-scale discussion of Marxism, anarchism, and syndicalism, which came out unequivocally for guild socialism as the best practicable system, the form of common property he believed most conducive to individual liberty, as against the dangers of any too powerful state. 7. Another eminent contemporary who made the same transition was the economist J.A. Hobson. Best known at large for his work on imperialism, because of Lenin's use and critique of it in his own later work on the subject, Hobson was a convinced English liberal when he published it in 1902. In his case too, it was the First World War which altered his course. By 1917, he was actually attacking West European social democracy from the left, writing that, the patriotic stampede of socialism in every country in the summer of 1914 is as convincing a testimony to its inadequacy to the task of overthrowing capitalism as could possibly be given. 8. After the war, Hobson devoted his best energies to developing a theory of the socialist economy that would combine the structural exigencies of standardized production for basic needs, with sectoral conditions for personal liberty and technical innovation. The economist of oversaving whose influence Keynes acknowledged in the general theory was himself meanwhile writing a work entitled From Capitalism to Socialism. 9. The United States provides a final example. There too, the country's major philosophical mind, John Dewey, a staunch and outspoken liberal throughout his long career, traced the same curve. In his case it was not the First World War but the Great Depression which led him to trenchant conclusions. In his book Liberalism and Social Action, published in 1935, Dewey, noting the historical absence in America of the Benthamite, as opposed to Lockean, moment of what he took to be the historic liberal legacy, forthrightly denounced laissez-faire orthodoxies as apologetics for the existing economic regime that masked its brutalities and inequities. He went on, writing at the height of the New Deal, the control of the means of production by the few in legal possession operates as a standing agency of coercion of the many. Such coercion, backed by physical violence, being especially recurrent in the U.S. where in times of potential social change, our verbal and sentimental worship of the Constitution, with its guarantee of civil liberties of expression, publication, and assemblage, readily goes overboard. Dewey saw only one historical resolution for the tradition he continued to champion: the cause of liberalism will be lost, he declared, if it is not prepared to socialize the forces of production now at hand, even, if necessary, resorting to intelligent force to subdue and disarm the recalcitrant minority. The aims of classical liberalism now required the achievement of socialism. For the socialized economy is the means of free individual development. 11. It is timely to recall these illustrious examples today, because after a major interval we are seeing a significant new range of attempts to synthesize liberal and socialist traditions. The later work of C.B. Macpherson, in particular The Life and Times of Liberal Democracy, comes immediately to mind. The studied ambiguity of John Rawls's theory of justice can be, by some, has been read as laying philosophical foundations for a similar project. More express in intention is Robert Dahl, recently advocate not only of political pluralism but also of economic democracy. A younger generation of Anglo-American writers has produced a series of works, differing in temper and purpose, but comparable in political inspiration: David Held's Models of Democracy and John Donne's Politics of Socialism in England, Joshua Cohen and Joel Rogers's On Democracy and Samuel Bowles and Herbert Gintis's Capitalism and Democracy in the USA. In France, Pierre Rosanvallon, among others, seeking to recover liberal traditions for the Second Left, has called for a reconsideration of the modern relevance, not just of de Tocqueville, but of Guizot too. 1-2. Ibabio, Background, Career. In this current landscape there is one figure of outstanding moral and political significance, the Italian philosopher Norberto Bobbio. Although perhaps the most influential political theorist of his own country, with a wide audience in Spain and Latin America as well, Bobbio has hitherto been relatively little known in the Anglo-Saxon world. It is to be hoped that the recent translation into English of two of his principal works, Which Socialism and The Future of Democracy, will alter this situation. 1.3 Any reflection on the relations between liberalism and socialism must take central stock of Bobbio's oeuvre. To understand this, however, something needs to be said of the life experience behind it. Norberto Bobbio was born in 1909 in Piedmont, and grew up in what he has described as a bourgeois patriotic milieu, between those who had resisted fascism and those who had yielded to it. He fell initially under the influence of Gentile, philosopher of the regime, and did not reject Mussolini's order at the outset. 1. His early training was in political philosophy and jurisprudence at the University of Turin between 1928 and 1931. At that time, he recalls, the names of Marx or Marxism were unknown in the lecture room, less officially banned and regarded as intellectually dead and buried, and Bobbio's own outlook was largely formed by Croce's historicism, like that of many of his generation. At the same time, his teacher in the philosophy of law, Joel Solari, sought to develop a social idealism also inspired by Hegel, but one more progressive than Crocian doctrine in political sympathy. In due course, after doctoral work on German phenomenology, Bobbio came by the mid-30s to form part of a Turinese intellectual milieu that was strongly liberal in conviction, descending directly from the memory of Piero Gobti. This ambience provided the Piedmontese nucleus of Giustizia e Libertà, the anti-fascist organization founded by the Rosselli brothers in France. When its network fell to a police sweep in 1935, Bobbio was briefly arrested as a sympathizer. After his release, he taught at the universities of Camerino and then Siena before the Second World War. There, he joined the liberal socialist movement formed in 1937 by Guido Calogero and Aldo Capitini, two philosophers at the Scuola Normata in Pisa. In 1940, he moved to the University of Padua, which was to become the heart of the resistance in the Veneto. In the autumn of 1942, he helped found the Partito di Azione, the political wing of the resistance into which Giustizia e Libertà and the liberal socialist movement converged. Now a member of the Committee of National Liberation in the Veneto, Bobbio was arrested a second time by Mussolini's regime in December 1943, he was released 3 months later. 15 The following year, while fighting still raged in northern Italy, Bobbio published a short polemical work entitled The Philosophy of Decadentism, a study of existentialism. 1.6 This text, a vehement denunciation of the aristocratism and individualism of Heidegger and Jaspers in the name of a democratic and social humanism, makes clear the impact on him of the labor movement that was the leading force in the northern resistance. Bobbio was later to explain, we abandoned decadentism, which was the ideological expression of a class in decline, because we were participating in the labor and in the hopes of a new class. I am convinced, he went on, that if we had not learned from Marxism to see history from the point of view of the oppressed, gaining a new and immense perspective on the human world, there would have been no salvation for us. 1.7 In speaking thus, Bobbio was describing a widespread reaction among the pleiad of younger intellectuals who had rallied to the Partito di Azione. He himself was one of those who believed in the henceforward irresistible strength of the Communist Party 1.8 and looked forward to common action between workers and intellectuals for a radical reform of the structures of the Italian state. The avowed goal of such militants in the Partito di Azione was precisely to realize a synthesis of liberalism and socialism. Since these had long been joint objects of fascist imprecations, it seemed logical to many of its thinkers to vindicate them together. In their eyes this would be the specific vocation of the Partito di Azione, distinguishing it from the traditional parties of the working class. After the liberation, however, in spite of its distinguished military role during the resistance and its rich intellectual endowment, the party failed to win a durable position on the Italian political scene. After 3 years, it disappeared. No one has described the reasons for its eventual dissolution better than Babayo himself, who, a decade later, wrote, "We had clear and firm moral positions, but our political positions were subtle and dialectical, and therefore mobile and unstable, continually in search of an insertion in Italian political life. But we remained rootless in the Italian society of those years. Towards whom should we turn? Moralists above all, we advocated a complete renovation of Italian political life, beginning with its customs. But we thought that for such a renovation there was no need of a revolution. We were consequently rejected by the bourgeoisie, which wanted no renovation, and by the larger part of the proletariat, which did not want to renounce revolution. We were thus left tête-à-tête with the petty bourgeoisie, which was the class least inclined to follow us, and we were not followed. In truth, it was a rather painful spectacle to see us, the enfants terribles of Italian culture, thrown together with the most fearful and feeble layers of Italian society, minds in perpetual motion trying to make contact with the most slothful and withered mentalities, provokers of scandal winking complicitly at the most timorous and conformist of citizens. These super-intransigent moralists preaching to specialists in compromises. During the whole period in which the Partito di Azione, leaders without an army, was active as a political movement, the Italian petty bourgeoisie, an army without leaders, was indifferentist. You can imagine whether a marriage between the two was feasible. 19 This judgment, hard and caustic, on the experience of the Partito di Azione no doubt reflects the state of mind in which Babayo withdrew from direct political involvement after the party had dissolved itself in 1947, and he took up a chair in the philosophy of law at the University of Turin. But although devoting himself mainly to work in his academic field, he did not do so exclusively. For, in the following years, he wrote a series of eloquent articles criticizing the polarization of Italian political and intellectual life during the High Cold War. In them he courteously yet pointedly took issue with the ideologies of both official communism and anti-communism, the Congress for Cultural Freedom, and the partisans of peace. His principal interlocutor, however, was the PCI. Babayo's aim was to dissuade it from unconditional allegiance to a Soviet state that he numbered without being scandalized by the fact, since I hold that it reflects a hard historical necessity among totalitarian regimes, 20 and to persuade it of the permanent importance of liberal political institutions such as existed in the West. It is difficult to think of many other writers in Europe who achieved a tone of comparable civility and equanimity at that time. 21 The effect of these interventions was marginal until after the death of Stalin, when the changes in Russia started to loosen the ideological corsets of the Italian communist movement a little. It was then that Babayo published, in 1954, an article entitled Democracy and Dictatorship, which had a more significant outcome. Its theme was a serene but severe critique of the traditional Marxist conceptions of these two terms, insisting on the historic underestimation by Marxism of the value of the liberal legacies of the separation and limitation of powers, yet predicting that the PCI would evolve towards a greater understanding and acceptance of these, essential for its cohabitation with the Western world, in the years to come. 22 The summons provoked an extended response from the leading communist philosopher of the time, Galvano della Volpe, who reproached Babayo with regressing to the positions of the moderate liberalism of Benjamin Constant in the early 19th century, and maintained that Marxism was by contrast the heir of the more radical democratic tradition of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, theorist of a libertas major as against Constant's libertas minor. Babayo in turn replied to della Volpe with a much longer essay than his original article, on modern liberty compared with that of posterity, in which he developed his argument and urged, in a friendly but firm tone, the communists to beware of a too ardent progressivism that risks sacrificing the conquests of an existing liberal democracy to the installation of a future proletarian dictatorship in the name of a perfected ulterior democracy. The weight of this second intervention was such that Palmiro Togliatti himself felt it necessary to respond to its arguments, under a pseudonym in Rinascita. 23 In his rejoinder to Togliatti's counter-arguments, Babayo concluded with an autobiographical evocation and credo. Without a profound engagement with Marxism after the liberation, he wrote, we would either have sought a haven in the refuge of interior life, or would have put ourselves at the service of the bosses. But, among those who were saved from these two fates, there were only a few of us who preserved a small bag in which, before throwing ourselves into the sea, we deposited for safekeeping the most salutary fruits of the European intellectual tradition, the value of inquiry, the ferment of doubt, a willingness to dialogue, a spirit of criticism, moderation of judgment, philological scruple, a sense of the complexity of things. Many, too many, deprived themselves of this baggage. They either abandoned it, considering it a useless weight, or they never possessed it, throwing themselves into the waters before having the time to acquire it. I do not reproach them, but I prefer the company of the others. Indeed, I suspect that this company is destined to grow, as the years bring wisdom and events shed new light on things. 24 The quiet confidence of the final sentence was going to prove justified, if only in the long run, as no doubt Babayo intended it. In the short run, the episode of his debate with Della Volpe and Togliatti had little major repercussion in Italian political culture, remaining relatively neglected for the next 20 years. It was not a prelude to any immediate wider audience for Babayo, who continued to work essentially within the university. In 1964, the ruling Christian Democratic Party embarked on a coalition with the Italian Socialist Party for the first time, once the latter had broken its links with the Communist Party. For 6 years, Italy was governed by the formula of the so-called center-left. Much later, Babayo would describe this experience as, for better or worse, the happiest moment of Italian political development in the post-war period. 25 One may wonder whether Babayo really felt much enthusiasm at the time for the lackluster governments of those years. But one thing is certain. In 1968, Babayo for the first time entered the recently merged Unitary Socialist Party, a reunification of Nanisi and Saragosse Social Democratic PSDI. What ensued? A massive popular upheaval broke out in the universities and factories of the country, the famous Italian 1968-69. The vote of the newly unified PSU, instead of increasing, fell precipitously. The Italian middle classes, taking fright at the new student and worker militancy, shifted rightwards, and the center-left rapidly expired. All Babayo's subsequent references to 1968-69 are tinged with reserve or bitterness. At the national level, his political calculation had been brusquely swept aside. At the same time, he had to confront the turbulence and disorder of the student rebellion in his own arena of professional activity. 26 He did not enjoy the experience, any more than the majority of his colleagues. The student assemblies of the time, in particular, seemed to have shocked him a great deal, leaving disagreeable memories which can be read between the lines of the polemic which was going, in a subsequent phase of Italian politics, to make him a central figure of national debates for the first time. This could only happen after the ebbing of the great social movements of the late 60s and early 70s. In late 1973, the Italian Communist Party proclaimed the goal of a strategic connubium with Christian democracy, the so-called historic compromise, and the following year announced its general theoretical conversion to the principles of Eurocommunism. 20 years after his debate with Togliatti, Babayo's predictions were now fully vindicated. A political terrain finally favorable for his theses on democracy and dictatorship, liberalism and Marxism, had opened up. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Babayo wrote in 1975 two key essays in Mondoperaio, the theoretical journal of the Socialist Party, the first on the lack of any political theory in Marxism, the second on the absence of any alternative to representative democracy as the political form of a free society, with a clear warning against what he saw as the dangers of delusions to the contrary in the revolutionary process then underway in Portugal. 27 This time, Babayo's interventions aroused an enormous interest in the Italian public, and a large number of politicians and intellectuals replied to them, from both the PCI and the SI. At the end of an extended debate, Babayo could, a year later, congratulate himself on the consensus which he thought he could now discern around his basic emphases. By 1976, the PCI had formally renounced the Leninism he had once criticized, and was about to make striking electoral gains that he could welcome. The Psi, too, was adapting its traditions. With some satisfaction, Babayo noted that Pietro Nini himself was using his arguments officially from the tribune of the 40th Congress of the Socialist Party. 28 in 1978, fortified by this unfamiliar prestige, he collaborated in the drafting of the new program of the Psi, defending it against those who taxed it with being very little Marxist. In the wake of this influence, Babayo became a major columnist on national politics for La Stampa, his first regular journalistic practice since the liberation. These were also the years which witnessed the rise of Bettino Craxi to the apex of the Socialist Party, initially in the name of a moral and political renovation of Italian socialism, which would put it at the head of struggles for a better civic and secular democracy in Italy. Babayo, who like many in his party was suspicious of the corporatist logic of the historic compromise, seems to have shared the hopes of a libertarian remolding of the Psi, and its potential role in a national renewal. Disappointment was not long in coming. The governments of national solidarity yielded not a harvest of reforms, but the tares of terrorism. Parliamentary instability and corruption did not diminish. By 1981, Babayo was writing that for the purposes of understanding the realities of national politics, the yellowed map of the Italian Constitution could be thrown away. 29 The Psi under Craxi was becoming an increasingly cynical and authoritarian machine, subordinated to a cult of the leader decked out with a decisionist rhetoric borrowed at one remove from Carl Schmitt. The pentapartito regimes of the 80s, jumbling DC, PSC, PSDI, Republicans and Liberals together in an unwanted and hitherto unthinkable combination of the center-right and the center-left, he has regarded as designed to exclude any more progressive alternative. Under U.S. Veto 30 today, Babayo's position has once again become that of a more or less independent franc-tireur, today a life senator nominated by the president, a kind of honorific Italian peer, the moral conscience of the Italian political order. 2. Complexion, location. Such has been, approximately, the cursus vitae of Norberto Babayo, a life he once called a continual, slow, difficult apprenticeship, so difficult it has nearly always left me exhausted and unsatisfied, so slow that it is still not completed. 31 What is its particular historical significance? Within the line of thinkers who have sought to reconcile liberalism and socialism, Babayo differs from his principal predecessors in a number of important respects. One of these is simply the field of his special interests. Babayo is a philosopher with a wide formation, who measured himself against the phenomenology of Husserl and Schiller before the war, the existentialism of Heidegger and Jaspers during the war, and the positivism of Carnap and Ayer after the war. His own epistemological preferences have always been empirical and scientific, going clean against the grain of what he dubs the Italian ideology, congenitally speculative and idealist in Bias 32. In that respect he recalls Mill, Russell, or Dewey. Unlike them, however, Babayo is not an original philosopher of major stature, still less an economist, as were Mill and Hobson. But if he has made no comparable contribution to logic or epistemology, ethics, or economics, his grasp of the principal traditions of Western political thought from Plato to Aristotle to Aquinas or Althusius, Pufendorf and Grotius to Spinoza and Locke, Rousseau or Madison to Burke and Hegel, Constant and de Tocqueville to Weber or Kelsen is greater, not just in point of time but in scope and depth. Babayo's command of political philosophy is backed by a training in constitutional law and familiarity with political science. One element of this professional engagement is of a special consequence for the character of Babayo's work. He is much more at home with the history of Marxism than any of his immediate forerunners. His philological ease with the various traditions of historical materialism is not uniform. Marx as a classic he knows well, but if he is familiar with texts of Koski and Lenin, it is in a more superficial way, and when he speaks, for example, of Gramsci he can commit surprising errors. Paradoxically, however, this limitation can be deemed virtually an advantage in the context of the dominant culture of the Italian left up to the 70s, a culture all but suffocated by its too exclusive and internal reference to Marxism, leading to just those abuses of the principle of authority that Bobbio was to single out for criticism. 33 His knapsack of non- or pre-Marxism, of which he spoke to Togliatti, kept him far from that, as did his transparently tolerant, sceptical and democratic temperament. Another difference is that Bobbio's political coordinates are in some ways more complex than those of his principal predecessors. In effect, he stands at the crossroads of three major contending traditions. By primordial formation and conviction he is a liberal. But Italian liberalism has always been a phenomenon apart, within the European set. In England, its 19th-century homeland, liberalism achieved a pure consummation in the minimal state and free trade of the Gladstonian epoch. Thereafter, its historical vocation as it were fulfilled, it had little more to do than to pass over into its brief social epilogue under Asquith and Lloyd George, and expire as a political force. In France, on the other hand, liberalism as a doctrine was an expression of the Restoration, theorizing the virtues of a censitary monarchy, hegemonic under the Orleanist regime, mimicked under the Second Empire. It was thereby too compromised to survive the advent of a Third Republic based on untampered manhood suffrage. In Germany, notoriously, national liberalism capitulated to Prussian conservatism under Bismarck, abandoning parliamentary principles for adhesion to military success against Austria, and after political abdication, it fell into economic disarray when free trade was subsequently discarded by the Second Reich. In Italy, however, by contrast with Germany, national unification was achieved not over the body but under the very banner of liberalism. Moreover, the liberalism that emerged victorious from the Risorgimento had a double legitimation. It was both the constitutional ideology of the Piedmontese moderates, codifying the structure of their dominance under the monarchy, and the secular definition of an Italian state created against the will of the Roman Church. This singular success acted as if to render superfluous for a long time the fulfillment of a normal liberal agenda in Italy. The name of liberalism was so thoroughly identified with the construction of the nation and the cause of the lay state that its leading statesmen and thinkers felt little pressure to improve electoral honesty or to further political liberty. This was the country where the oligarchic and manipulative regime of Giovanni Giolitti, with its large dose of repressive violence and co-optive corruption, defined itself as liberal down to the Great War, where the major theoretical mind of economic liberalism, Vilfredo Pareto, called for a white terror to crush the workers' movement and sweep away parliamentary democracy, where the greatest Italian philosopher, Benedetto Croce, paladin of his own ethical liberalism, exalted the massacres of the First World War, and approved Mussolini's investiture in power. Yet it was, amongst other things, deformations like these which ironically helped to preserve the vigor and future of Italian liberalism well into the 20th century. In no country was the fate of liberalism so polymorphous and paradoxical. For precisely because its classical ideals were at once so extolled and burlesqued in Italy, they retained a radical normative power they had lost elsewhere, and would prove capable of entering into the most unexpected and combustible patterns in opposition to the established order. Bobbio is himself a testament to the ambiguity of this legacy. He treats the figures of Giolitti and Pareto with respect and admiration, that of Croce at times with near veneration. 34 The imprint of Crocian historicism, in particular, is very strong on one side of his thinking. Yet he also stresses the indifference of Croce's philosophical teleology to every institutional value of the political liberalism he holds dear, its all but complete irrelevance to the practical agenda of a modern democracy which in his view has required an atemporal natural rights foundation that was anathema to Croce. 35 For Bobbio's own liberalism is essentially a doctrine of constitutional guarantees for individual freedom and civic rights in the empirical tradition of Mill, which he associates especially with England, and his greater heroes in Italy have been those thinkers who could be regarded as close to it, the less representative figures of Carlo Cattaneo, who defended Milan against the Austrians in 1848, and Luigi Einaudi and Gaetano Salvini, who did not truckle to fascism in 1924. Now in itself, of course, such an outlook, however eloquently expressed, as it is by Bobbio, has little that is original in the 20th century. The whole interest of Bobbio's thought, however, derives from the confrontation of this classic political liberalism, mediated through the distinctive Italian experience, with two other theoretical traditions. The first of these is socialism, and here too the Italian context was formative. Bobbio, when he came to the left at the end of the 30s, entered an intellectual and political field that was already uniquely, so to speak, cross-pollinated. For in the kaleidoscopic conditions of Italian society after the First World War, in which so many social and ideological elements were shaken into unfamiliar patterns, liberalism did not fade but took on some new and startling colors. Italy produced in these years what is still the only full-scale scholarly study of European liberalism over the previous century, Guido de Ruggiero's Storia del Liberalismo Europeo, a work not only of comparative historical synthesis but also of embattled political engagement, completed as fascism consolidated itself in power. De Ruggiero, a historicist with a marked respect for the German contribution of Kant and Hegel to the European idea of a Rechtsstaat, was himself from the political center. Yet he could write that if we remember the mean and inhuman harshness displayed by early 19th century liberals towards the urgent social problems of their times, we cannot deny that socialism, for all the defects of its ideology, has been an immense advance on the earlier individualism, and, from the point of view of history, has been justified in attempting to submerge it beneath its own social flood. 36 Among a younger generation, further to the left, the gravitational force of an insurgent working class and sometimes of the Russian Revolution beyond it, produced an astonishing array of different attempts to weld proletarian and liberal values into a new political force. The first and most famous of these was the program for a liberal revolution of Piero Gobti, who published Mill in Italian and upheld free trade, yet admired Lenin and collaborated with Gramsci in L'Ordine Nuovo, before launching his own Rivoluzione Liberale in 1922. Gobti's liberalism was one that called on workers to conquer power from below and become the new rulers of society, as the only class capable of transforming it. Seeing itself as revolutionary in the full sense of the word, it shunned Italian socialism as too reformist, and expressed every sympathy for Russian communism. Gobti died in France in 1926. 2 years earlier, his journal had published an essay by a young socialist critical of the traditions of the Psi, Carlo Rosselli. In confinement under Mussolini, in 1928 Rosselli wrote a book entitled Socialismo Liberale before escaping to France, where he founded the movement of Giustizia e Libertà the next year. Rosselli's project for a synthesis came from the opposite direction to that of Gobti. Admiring what he thought he knew of British Labourism, he sought to purge socialism of its Marxist heritage and Soviet incarnation, and to recover for it the traditions of liberal democracy he believed were fundamental conquests of modern civilization. Rosselli and his brother were assassinated by fascist thugs in 1937. In that year, Guido Calogero and Aldo Capitini created a distinct current they called liberal socialismo in Pisa. The slight nuance of its name indicated a position intermediate between that of Rosselli and Gobti. Capitini, in particular, at once more religious in outlook and more sympathetic to the Soviet experience, aimed at a future social order that would be both post-Christian and post-communist, combining maximum legal and cultural liberty with maximum economic socialization. Calogero was closer to Rosselli, in a more philosophical idiom, rejecting Russia as a totalitarian state and arguing against any general socialization of the means of production. When the two movements flowed into the Partito di Azione in 1942, his advocacy of a mixed economy as the appropriate medium of a reconciliation of freedom and justice prevailed, and became part of the formal program of the party. But it was contested within it by another current that described its goal, such were the possibilities of the time, and the country as liberal communism. Its principal theorists, Augusto Monti and Silvio Trentin, were Gobti's most direct descendants. From within Giustizia e Liberia in the 30s, Trentin had rejected the idea of a two-sector economy, and insisted on the need for a revolutionary socialization of property relations, while at the same time calling for a decentralized federative state, along Proudhonian lines to safeguard liberty against the dangers of political despotism once capitalism was overthrown. For these thinkers, a communist revolution was anyway probable in post-war Italy, and the task was to think through the forms of the democratic revolution to come afterwards, that would historically write at 37 liberal revolution, socialist liberalism, liberal socialism, liberal communism. Has any other nation thrown up a range of such hybrids? They were possible in Italy because there had been no time for either bourgeois democracy or social democracy to set after the First World War, and establish a stable framework of demarcations for politics under capitalism. A decade of fascism meant that liberalism was still a peculiarly unconsummated force, while socialism became a relatively undivided one, and that together they confronted an enemy against whom resistance could in the last resort only be insurrectionary. In these conditions, the Italian resistance could display every kind of generous syncretism. Bobbio is an heir of this exceptional moment, which was, he has often explained, the central political experience that shaped him. Personally and morally closer to Capitini, his practical preferences were those of Calogero, although in his case they were combined with a lucid sense of the likely strength of the PCI after liberation that would lead him, more or less inescapably, to a much deeper engagement with Marxist culture. Once a liberal, Bobbio in these years became a socialist. But like his Anglo-Saxon predecessors, he was not only a liberal before being a socialist, but preeminently remained one after being so. That liberalism derived from a profound commitment to the constitutional state, rather than from any particular attachment to the free market. It was political, not economic, a difference formulable more sharply in Italian than other languages, in the distinction between liberalismo and liberismo. 38 Hence it could permit an egalitarian passage to socialism. Explaining his own conception of the relation between the two, Bobbio wrote much later. I personally hold the socialist ideal higher than the liberal. For, he argued, the former comprises the latter, but not vice versa. While equality cannot be defined in terms of liberty, there is at least one case in which liberty can be defined in terms of equality, namely that condition in which all members of a society consider themselves free because they are equal in power. 39 Socialism is therefore the more inclusive term. The logic of these convictions recalls Mill or Russell, Hobson, or Dewey. What differentiates Bobbio's version of them is the historical experience out of which they spring. Unlike these earlier exemplars, Bobbio's bridge from liberalism to socialism was not a relatively isolated intellectual episode. It belonged to a collective movement that played a major political role in a time of civil and national war. The struggles, the passions, the memories behind it are far thicker. But just because these were so much more practically embodied, they were also more subject to the verdict of results. For Bobbio there was only one real, new ideology of the Italian resistance, that of the Partito d'Azione, which he terms the Party of Liberal Socialists. 40 His nostalgia for the time of hope it represented recurs again and again in his texts. But it is always accompanied by the irony we have already seen. Liberal socialism was an elite formula, whose doctrinaire philosophical positions were doomed to defeat by great, real political forces that were moved by very concrete interests and powerful drives rather than by perfect syllogisms. 41 The two principal such forces were, of course, Christian democracy and communism. Bobbio has never had much to say about the DC. It was the PCI that dominated his post-war horizon, in dialogue or polemic. The unusual political tenor of his exchanges with it, for the years of the Cold War, has been noted. These debates mark a historic divide that separates, in a fundamental way, his conjugation of liberalism and socialism from that of his predecessors. They were typically formed within a comfortably established liberalism and then reacted against its outrages or its failures, vindictive repression, imperialist war, mass unemployment, by seeking a socialism beyond it. Babayo, by contrast, became a liberal and a socialist in something like a single impulse in the struggle against fascism, and then reacted against the crimes of established socialism, the system of Stalin's tyranny. To register this difference is not to minimize the seriousness of the engagement of his two closest forerunners, in their time, with the revolutionary experiences of the 20th century. Russell wrote the most penetrating, often uncannily prophetic, study of the Bolshevik regime of the Civil War period by any foreign observer, after his visit to the USSR in 1920. 42 Dewey arrived to work in China a few days before the May 4 movement, where he upheld the cause of the Canton government, attacking the role of British and Japanese imperialism in the country. He subsequently traveled to Turkey at the invitation of Kemal, to Mexico in the time of Calles, where he saw the realities of U.S. imperialism at work too in the Nicaragua of Sandino, and to Russia before the onset of collectivization. He wrote with sympathy about all of these. 43 In the late 30s, he famously and courageously helped to expose the Moscow trials. Nevertheless, such engagements were still in some sense honorable episodes rather than central preoccupations of men for whom, by background and native context, modern revolutionary movements inevitably remain somewhat remote. Babayo, fresh from a resistance movement whose leading force was the PCI, only a border away from the Yugoslav Revolution and little more from the newly created people's democracies, in a country whose internal politics were a direct stake of the conflict between West and East, was in quite another historical situation. His engagement with socialism was necessarily of another order, at once far tenser and more intimate. But there is also another element in the characteristic vision of Babayo which separates him from his predecessors. One of the most striking common traits of the outlook of Mill, Russell, and Dewey was their faith in the social power of education. The prospects of socialism hinged, for Mill, on a gradual cultural elevation of the working classes which only long-term processes of education could accomplish. Till then it would always be premature. Dewey's major influence in America derived, of course, from the laboratory school he founded in Chicago, developing a rational instrumental variant of progressive education. His bestseller in the U.S. always remained Democracy and Education. Russell combined a joint pedagogic enterprise at Beacon Hill with extensive advocacy of its principles in education and the social order and other writings. 44 In all three cases, the sovereign importance ascribed to education was linked to a particular conception of the intellectual as potentially exemplary educator. Babayo, on the other hand, has expressly rejected any such role for intellectuals, deeming it, indeed, the characteristic mirage of pre-war Italian thinkers, uniting such diverse figures as Croce, Salvini, Gentile, Gobti, Prezzolini and Gramsci himself in a common delusion that their task was to educate the nation. 45 His skeptical reserve towards programs of intellectual and moral reform, or overly ingenuous hopes in Bildung, is conversely accompanied by a marked respect for that tradition of political realism which has been especially concerned with the role of power and violence in history. Its influence on Babayo has been deep. This tradition, he observes, has nearly always been a conservative one. 46 In Europe, its supreme philosophical exponents were Hobbes, theorist par excellence of absolutism, for whom the law without a sword was but paper, and Hegel, for whom sovereignty was tested not so much in the enforcement of internal peace as in the prosecution of external war, the perpetual medium of the life of nations. In Italy this realism took the form not of a speculative rationalization but of a terrestrial exploration of the mechanics of domination, from Machiavelli to Mosca and Pareto. Babayo has been a close and appreciative commentator of his country's elite theorists, to whom he owes certain significant elements of his sociological outlook. 47 But there is a sense in which his appropriation of the realist legacy has taken its distance from, or rather inflected, the specifically Italian tradition. For the latter has characteristically tended to issue into an obsessive culture of pure politics, that is to say, of politics conceived as a sheer subjective contest for power per se, as Machiavelli himself essentially saw it. What that tradition has lacked, by contrast, is a real sense of the state, as an impersonal and objective complex of institutions. The reasons for this deficit are fairly evident: the long absence, and later persistent weakness, of an Italian national state. The originality of Babaio's own reception of the Italian realist tradition has lain in his firm reorientation of it away from politics as such, the intricate mechanisms for gaining or losing power which so fascinated Machiavelli or Mosca, or even Gramsci, and towards the questions of the state which preoccupied far more Madison, Hegel, or de Tocqueville. There are two fixed points of the reflections on the state that follow. The first is Babaio's unwavering insistence that all states rest in the last resort on force. 48 For him this is the great, pessimistic lesson of conservative realism. It was shared, he notes, by Marx and Lenin. But they combined a pessimistic view of the state with an optimistic view of human nature, that allowed the prospect of an eventual elimination of the one by an emancipation of the other, whereas for the mainstream realist tradition the incorrigibility of the passions required the permanent duress of organized power to restrain them. 49 Babaio, without pronouncing directly on this question, remarks that in general political studies owe more to the sometimes ruthless insights of conservatives than to the rigorous but brittle constructions of reformers. 50 His second emphasis does in fact uphold a conservative against a Marxist tradition. It falls on the irreducibly violent potential of interstate relations, beyond all internal regulation, as constitutive of the nature of political sovereignty as such. Precisely insofar as the logic of war is thus independent of domestic class relations, it has been neglected by Marxism to its peril. The history and theory of military conflict are for Babaio, as much as for Hegel or Treitschke, necessarily integral to any realistic reflection on the state. Paradoxically, it is just this sense of the centrality of war for the destiny of politics that has also made Babaio quite exceptionally in his country a steadfast opponent of the nuclear arms race, who yet advocates a Hobbesian formula for international peace. 51 Contrasting his outlook with traditions that descend from either Spencer or Marx, Babaio expressly disavows any belief in the necessity of progress here less than anywhere. On the whole, history reveals not so much the ruse of reason, unintended good coming out of intended evil, as the molly good nighty of unreason, unintended evil let loose by intended good. 52 Acknowledging in their place the claims of even a thinker like de Maistre, Babaio's thought is a liberalism simultaneously open to socialist and conservative, revolutionary and counter-revolutionary, discourses. Ill actually existing democracy, 2 Critiques. What, then, has been the pattern of Babaio's theoretical interventions over the last 30 years? The guiding thread of his writing in this period has been a defense and illustration of democracy as such. That democracy he defines procedurally rather than substantively. What are the criteria of Babaio's democracy? Essentially, there are 4. Firstly, equal and universal adult suffrage; secondly, civic rights which assure the free expression of opinions and the free organization of currents of opinion; thirdly, decisions taken by a numerical majority; and fourthly, guarantees of the rights of minorities against any abuses on the part of majorities. Defined in this way, Babaio insists tirelessly, democracy is a method, the form of a political community, not its substance. But it is no less transcendent a historical value for that. Marxism, he argues, has always committed the fundamental error of underestimating it, insofar as historical materialism has been concerned with another question altogether, that of who rules in a given society, not of how they rule. For Marx and Fanon, this second problematic, what Babaio calls the problem of the subjects, rather than the institutions, of power, obscured the first completely, to the point of generating a fatal confusion between dictatorship understood as any domination by one part or class of a society over another, and dictatorship understood as the exercise of political force exempt from any law in Lenin's famous definition, that is to say, between two wholly different meanings of the term, as a social order in a generic sense,
and as a political regime in a narrower sense. 53 Babayo observes that there was a pre-Marxist tradition which accepted the necessity of a revolutionary dictatorship to change society, one that extends from Babeuf to Buonarroti through to Blanqui. What was new in Marxism was its transformation of this classical notion of dictatorship, as a government at once exceptional and ephemeral, as the Romans conceived it, into the universal and unalterable substance of all governments prior to the advent of communism, that is of a classless society. Against this theoretical conflation, Babayo underlines the irreplaceable importance of the emergence of liberal institutions, parliaments and civic liberties within what is indeed a class society, dominated by a capitalist stratum, but one that exercises its dominion within a regulative framework guaranteeing certain basic freedoms to all individuals, whatever their class. This political democracy represents, historically and juridically, an indispensable bulwark against abuses of power. Liberal in its origins in the previous century, it continues to be liberal in its institutional format in this century. When I use the term liberal democracy, he writes, it is not in a limitative sense, since there could be no such thing as a non-liberal democracy, but to denote the only possible form of an effective democracy. 54 The essential function of such a democracy is to assure the negative freedom of citizens from the prepotence actual or possible of the state, their ability to do what they like without external legal impediment. The mechanisms of this guarantee are dual and structurally indissociable, on the one hand civic rights at the level of the individual, on the other a representative assembly at the level of the nation. The nexus between the two constitutes what Babayo calls the irreducible nucleus of the constitutional state, whatever the exact suffrage obtaining in the different epochs of its existence. As such, it forms a legacy that can be utilized by any social class. Its historical origin, Babayo argues, is as irrelevant to its contemporary usage as is that of any technological instrument, be it the railway or the telephone. There are no grounds why the working class cannot appropriate this complex in its own construction of socialism, and it has the most compelling reason for doing so. For in Babayo's view, as he puts it in a deliberately pointed echo of tenets of historical materialism, liberal institutions belong to that material culture whose techniques it is essential to transmit from one civilization to another. 55. In his exchanges with Della Volpe and Togliatti, Babayo naturally had no difficulty demonstrating the contrast between this liberal institutional nexus and the state of affairs in the Soviet Union, where a dictatorship of the proletariat was proclaimed for him a dictatorship tout court, complete with the phenomenology of despotism of all times, the contrary of any kind of democracy. 56 But this initial contrast has encompassed only half of his polemical intent. For liberal democracy had in the course of time also to be distinguished and defended against another enemy, or at any rate another model. What was that? Liberal democracy, Babayo has always insisted, is necessarily representative or indirect. The only alternative formally conceivable to it, therefore, would be a delegated or more direct democracy. By the 70s, there were few defenders of dictatorship, supposedly proletarian or otherwise, in Italy. But those who believed that a more direct form of democracy than the prevailing parliamentary order was possible and desirable were not so few. They looked forward to a conciliar democracy that would be as structurally proper to an advanced socialism as representative democracy was to advanced capitalism. The real target of Babayo's theoretical interventions between 1975 and 1978 were these. His central attack was directed against what he called the fetish of direct democracy. He did not deny the long pedigree of this idea from antiquity through to Rousseau, before it was integrated into the tradition of historical materialism. But he rejected its validity or applicability to the industrial societies of today. What are his arguments against it? They are twofold: structural and institutional. On general historical grounds, Babayo reiterates the familiar case that the sheer scale and complexity of modern states preclude ab initio direct popular participation in national decision-making, as a technical possibility. This does not mean, he goes on, that he therefore regards the existing representative state as the ne plus ultra of democratic evolution. Representative democracy and direct democracy are not antitheses, but compose a continuum of forms. In this continuum, there is no form which is good or bad in an absolute sense. But each is good or bad according to the time, the place, the issues, the agents. 57. Such contextualization would seem to qualify the starkness of the initial contrast Bobbio makes between representative and direct democracy. But in practice, he criticizes or rejects every specific institutional form of direct democracy that he discusses. Firstly, referenda, the principal element of such democracy in the post-war Italian constitution, which distinguishes it from more conservative counterparts elsewhere in Western Europe, may be tolerable for infrequent consultations of public opinion when the latter is divided into two more or less equal parts over some large and simple problem. But they are completely unsuitable for the bulk of legislative work, which far exceeds the capacity of the ordinary citizen to sustain an interest in public affairs, for voters cannot decide on a new law every day, as must the Italian Chamber of Deputies. Moreover, in referenda, Bobbio avers, the electorate is atomized, deprived of its normal guides or mediators in the shape of political parties. He has therefore deplored their multiplication in recent years. 5.8 Nor are popular assemblies as Rousseau once conceived them viable either, as mechanisms of a direct democracy in modern societies. Practicable at best in small city-states of antiquity, such bodies are physically impossible in contemporary nation-states with their millions of members. Moreover, even where they have briefly functioned at local level, in small settings, they have all too often proved easily distortable by demagogy or charisma, as the sad experience of the student movement demonstrated. Revocable mandates, for their part a pivotal element in the conception of a more direct democracy for Marx or Lenin, are actively nefarious, for they are historically typical, Bobbio maintains, of autocracies in which the tyrant can dismiss his functionaries at any moment. Their positive complement, the imperative mandate, on the other hand exists de facto in modern European parliamentarism, in the form of the iron discipline of parties over their deputies, and as such is a weak point, to be lamented, of the democracy that already exists, rather than a strong point of any future democracy. The very notion of a binding mandate, for Bobbio, is incompatible with the principle that deputies represent general rather than sectoral interests, which he holds to be essential to parliamentary democracy. 59 Thus his allowance that elements of direct democracy could be graded as complements into representative institutions is largely nominal. The only actual example he mentions with approval is a faculty meeting. The spirit of his position is expressed in dismissals of the very idea of direct democracy by Bernstein and Koski that he cites as inspirations for his own vision of the problem. 60. Defense of representative democracy, critique of direct democracy, rejection of revolutionary dictatorship. In its general lines, Bobbio's themes could so far be compared to the doctrine of any lucid liberal, or read as a more or less unconditional adhesion to the Western status quo. Where does his nonconformism begin, not to speak of his socialism? It is to be found in his critique of the representative democracy which we have and which he otherwise lauds. Here is where the really neuralgic point of Bobbio's thought lies, where the intellectual tensions which permeate and confer on it all its political and theoretical interest can be most clearly seen. For on the one hand Bobbio enumerates a series of objective processes which, according to him, tend to diminish and undermine representative democracy as he himself prizes it, that is, the classical schema of a liberal constitutional state based on universal adult suffrage, the pattern which became generalized throughout the advanced capitalist zone after the Second World War. What are these growing obstacles to the operation of representative democracy? They can be summarized approximately as follows. In the first place, the autonomy of the individual citizen has been completely eclipsed by the predominance of large-scale organization. The size and complexity of modern industrial societies necessarily renders impracticable the kind of composition of individual wills into a collective will postulated by classic liberal democratic thought. In its stead there emerges a conflict of consolidated and oligarchic groupings whose interplay, whether at the party political,
or the socio-economic level, typically takes the form of a corporative bargaining that undermines the very principle of free representation as it was understood by Burke or Mill. The entry of the masses into the political system, with the advent of universal suffrage, has not counteracted these tendencies. Rather, it has itself fatally generated a hypertrophied bureaucracy in the state, the outcome of justified popular pressures for the creation of welfare and social security administrations, which then paradoxically become ever more cumbersome and impermeable to any democratic control. Meanwhile, the technological advances of the Western economies make their governmental coordination and direction constantly more complex and specialized a function. The result is to open up an unbridgeable gulf between the competence, or rather incompetence, of the overwhelming majority of citizens in this area, and the qualifications of those few who alone know something of the matter. Hence the constitution of a technocracy is inevitable. For their part, moreover, the citizens of the Western democracies tend to sink ever deeper into civic ignorance and apathy, one carefully maintained by the dominant media of commercial distraction and political manipulation. The consequence is that the actual electors evolve towards exactly the opposite of the well-educated and politically active subjects which should have been the human base of an operative democracy, in the eyes of the classical theorists of liberalism. Finally, here Bobbio rejoins a general refrain of the 70s: the combination of multiple corporative pressures, intractable weight of bureaucracy, isolation of technocrats, massification of citizenry, is an overload of criss-crossing demands on the political system that sabotages its capacity to take effective decisions, leading to its growing paralysis and discredit. 61 Such is the first line of criticisms Bobbio levels at our political order today. He sums up the gravamen of his charges by speaking of the unfulfilled promises of representative democracy, expectations of liberty it has been unable to honor. But at the same time he insists that these promises could never have been redeemed. For the historical obstacles against which they were dashed have not been contingent. To Bobbio all the processes he enumerates so unsparingly, which have thwarted the hopes of the classical theorists of liberal democracy, are implacable so many objective transformations of our conditions of social coexistence from which none can escape. They are, so to speak, necessary deficiencies of established representative democracy. But at the same time, on occasion in the same texts, Bobbio advances a series of criticisms of this democracy whose effect is diametrically opposite. Hear his objection to contemporary parliamentary democracy is not promises it has failed to keep, but ones it has never given. For what Bobbio notes in this register is the general absence of any democracy in Western societies outside the precinct of legislative institutions themselves. Parliaments are held on either side in a rigid structural halter. On the one hand, the state itself comprises administrative apparatuses of a profoundly authoritarian character which, as he puts it, typically pre-existed the arrival of representative democracy and continue in large measure to be recalcitrant to it. What we call for the sake of brevity the representative state has always had to reckon with the existence of an administrative state which obeys a completely different logic of power, that descends from above rather than ascends from below, that is secret rather than public, based on hierarchy rather than autonomy, and the first has never been able to make the second wholly submit to it. 62 Army, bureaucracy, and secret services constitute the occult underside of parliamentary democracy. Even the best constitution shows only the facade of the huge, complicated edifice of the contemporary state. It reveals little or nothing of what is behind or within it, not to speak of the cellars below. 63 Outside the state, moreover, the characteristic institutions of civil society exhibit a virtually uniform lack of democracy. Representative principles occupy a relatively small space in social life as a whole. In factories, schools, churches, or families, autocracy of one kind or another continues to be the rule. Bobbio does not treat the absence of democracy in these as of interchangeable significance. His emphases are those of classical Marxism. Remarking that the institutions the citizen succeeds in controlling are increasingly fictitious as centers of power, he writes that the various centers of power of a modern state, such as big business, or the major instruments of real power, like the army and bureaucracy, are subject to no democratic control. 6. The process of democratization has not even begun to scratch the surface of the two great blocks of descending and hierarchical power in every complex society, large corporations and public administration. 65. His overall verdict on the balance of powers within the Western order is unequivocal. Even in a democratic society, autocratic power is far more widespread than democratic power. 66. To remedy these autocratic patterns, Babayo advocates a democratization of social life at large. By this he means primarily the spread of principles of a representative rather than a direct democracy, that is to say, the extension of rights of free organization and decision now confined to the political ballot to the basic cells of the daily existence, work, education, leisure, home, of the citizenry, wherever this extension is practicable. The present problem of democracy, he writes, no longer concerns who votes, but where we vote. 67. To pose the second question is not utopian today, for Babayo argues that social development itself tends towards its resolution. Thus he writes that we are witnessing the extension of the process of democratization, one in which quite traditional forms of democracy, such as representative democracy, are infiltrating new spaces, occupied till now by hierarchical or bureaucratic organizations. In these circumstances, he remarks, I believe it is justified to talk of a genuine turning point in the evolution of democratic institutions. 68. Now the contradiction, the fundamental incompatibility, of this register of Babayo's thought with the previous one is patent. Here he insists on unnecessary deficiencies or limits of representative democracy. That is, he dwells on deficiencies which he presents as potentially superable by means of an extension of democratic principles themselves, beyond their existing boundaries, deeper into the state and across into civil society. There can be no doubt of the sincerity of his proposals here. But how can such a critique be relevant to a political order which cannot even realize its own principles within their current limits, and not for any want of subjective will, but under the weight of irresistible objective pressures? Either representative democracy is fatally destined to a contraction of its substance, or it is potentially amenable to an amplification of that substance. Both cannot be true at the same time. On occasion Babayo seems to sense this and tries to soften the difficulty with formulas like, we seek ever more democracy in conditions that are ever worse for obtaining it. 69. But such awareness is fleeting. On the whole, Babayo does not seem really conscious of how radical and central the contradiction is for his discourse as a whole. The basic antinomy of his theory of democracy never becomes the direct object of a reflection on its meaning. How are we to explain this? The answer seems to be that the contradiction is precisely the involuntary result of Babayo's peculiar position at the confluence of the three diverse currents of thought discussed above. In effect, what happens is that he subjects his preferred ideal, liberal democracy, to two opposite and antagonistic kinds of criticism. The first of these is conservative. In the name of a sociological realism indebted to Pareto and Weber, it points out all those factors which pitilessly tend to evacuate the representative state of its vitality and worth, rendering it ever more a disappointing shadow of itself. The second is socialist. In the name of a conception of human emancipation derived from Marx, it points out all the areas of autocratic power in capitalist societies which the representative state leaves completely untouched, thereby depriving itself of the only social basis that would convert it into a true popular sovereignty. Babayo cumulates the two conceptions, without being able to synthesize them. In reality, they are irreconcilable. If that is so, we might suppose that Babayo himself would not be able to maintain an equilibrium between the two, the temptation of a conservative realism and the solicitation of a socialist radicalism. To see the upshot of his thought here, it is necessary to put to him the question that provides the title of one of his major essays. Which socialism, finally, does Norberto Babayo stand for? At first sight, the answer seems obvious enough: a moderate social democracy. Babayo himself virtually proposes such a definition. A recurrent theme of his writing has been a contrast between the benefits Northern Europe has enjoyed from effective reforming government by social democracy, in contrast to the woes Italy has incurred from the divisions of a labor movement unable to challenge the arrogance and corruption of Christian democratic hegemony. In the 50s, Bobbio invoked the positive experience of the Italy administration in Britain indirectly against the PCI. 70 in the 60s, he depicted the formative period of Italian politics after the First World War as a time of tragic extremism in which the opposed but related forces of the subversive right and the subversive left overwhelmed the better impulses of moderate conservatism and moderate reformism, with disastrous consequences for Italian democracy. 71 in the 70s, he criticized the PCI's formal advocacy of a third way between Stalinism and social democracy as strategically empty rhetoric that served only to conceal the need for a clear-cut choice between dictatorial and democratic methods of social change, which between them exhausted the range of possible options. Declarations of Italian particularity as the basis for a superior third road were intellectual presumption, as if this backward country, whose relevant peculiarities were only the mafia, official corruption, tax evasion, bureaucratic ineptitude, and clientelism, black economy and terrorism, could give lessons to the more modern societies of Europe. 72 In reality, Bobbio commented, ceremonial discourses apart, how can the practice to date of the two major parties of the Italian left be described other than as, in the most benevolent of hypotheses, social democratic? I say benevolent because, to tell the truth, compared with the practice of the more advanced social democratic parties, the center-left already experienced and the historic compromise merely proposed can only be described, the one as a makeshift and the other as a retreat. He concluded his verdict on the third way of the Berlinguer years with these words: once Leninism is excluded as inapplicable in advanced societies, which are anyway so different from Russia or China as to be incomparable, I frankly do not see how the Italian labor movement can avoid flowing into the great river of social democracy, abandoning the fascinating but inscrutable project of digging out a bed of its own, where the current would in all probability be weak in impetus and short in course. 73 Bobbio's endorsement of social democracy, apparently unambiguous in this judgment, nevertheless expressly concerns methods rather than aims. It does not underwrite the kind of society over which social democracy has so far presided in the West, and does not exclude the possibility of a third, for that matter, he notes, a fourth or fifth, model of society, alternative and preferable to the two antagonistic models now existing, as distinct from a third route towards one. The essential point is that any advance towards socialism in countries with liberal institutions must preserve them and proceed through them. Bobbio's historical realism prevents him from denying that there have been other roads to the overcoming of capitalism in other periods or other zones. Democracy is not a suprahistorical value. The democratic method is a precious possession, but it is not appropriate for all times and all places. In particular, there may be situations of emergency or revolutionary upheaval, violent transitions from one order to another, where it is inapplicable. 74 Bobbio is under no illusions that the liberal order itself came into existence liberally. It was forged in a harsh struggle against the ancient regimes by a minority of intellectuals and revolutionaries. Its founding episode, the bloody outcome of the pullulation of religious sects and political movements in the English Civil War 75, likewise the basis of the democratic order that eventually succeeded it, the majority rule first glimpsed by the Levellers, did not generally itself have its genesis in the decision of a majority. 76 Bobbio's capacity to register the insurgent origins of the Rechtsstaat, or the coercive matrix of a consensual democracy, is not just a token of his freedom from bien-pensant pieties of a conventional kind. It reflects that strain of his realism which derives from the tradition of the Italian elite theorists. Although this tradition started in the saturnine guise of the conservatism of Mosca and Pareto, it moved in the next generation into the hands of moderate Democrats, men like Berzio and Salvini, from whom Bobbio assimilated it without qualms. What regime is not the fruit of conscious and organized vanguards, he once asked a communist interlocutor. 77 Qualitative changes in history, or revolutionary processes, are the work of minorities. 78 But once a democratic political order is established, Babayo excludes, taxatively, its transformation by any similar scenario. The past of liberal democracy is viewed with a cool historicism, its present with a categorical absolutism. The influence of Croce, famous for the sang-froid of his history of liberty, served even by crimes against it, informs the first attitude, a resort to natural rights theory, abhorred by Croce, underlies the second. In tacitly playing on both registers, German-Italian idealism and Anglo-French empiricism, Babayo is undoubtedly inconsistent. But he is not in breach of a common liberalism, which virtually requires some amalgam of this kind. 7-9 The difficulty for him arises at the next step. For all the countries where liberal democracy prevails are capitalist. How, within this framework, is socialism then to be reached? Babayo's honesty and lucidity do not permit him to evade or obscure the problem. He gives no clear-cut answer to it, the hesitations of his thought are very evident here. But at the end of the day, the conclusion towards which he inclines is unmistakable. For he does look at the only two coherent strategies for a meaningful socialism available to him. These he describes as structural reforms from above, and widening of democratic participation from below. What is his verdict on them? He expresses a lethal skepticism about both. Writing of structural reforms, he asks, let us assume that a total transformation can result from a series of partial reforms, up to what point is the system prepared to accept them? Who can exclude the possibility that the tolerance of the system has a limit, beyond which it will shatter rather than bend? If those whose interests are threatened react with violence, what is there to do except respond with violence? 80 In other words, the central mechanisms of capitalist accumulation and reproduction may be inherently resistant to constitutional change, imposing a basic choice that forces the very notion of structural reform apart, either respect the structures, or transgress the reforms. Babayo has himself never shown much interest in the strategy of structural reforms, whose history stretches back to Belgian and French debates in the 30s. But he has often dwelt on the prospect of a progressive democratization of civil society, as we have seen. He might be expected, therefore, to be more sanguine about the potential of this strategy. But, in fact, his conclusion is equally bleak. There are good reasons to suspect that a progressive extension of the democratic basis of our society will encounter an insuperable barrier, I say insuperable, within the system at the factory gates. 8-1 The space for radical reform is closed by the very properties of the economic order that call out for it. Such doubts, concurrent in their logic, effectively tend to cut the ground from the parliamentary democratic road to socialism to which Babayo is formally committed. Moreover, they are doubled by even more radical doubts as to what might be the fate of democracy under socialism, once a classless society were achieved. It has been seen that Babayo's liberalism is not of the economic kind, he has never shown special attachment to the market. But for the same reason he has not shown much interest in economic alternatives to the market either. Capitalism as a system of production, as distinct from a set of injustices in distribution, is in some ways little more than a mildly reprehensible referential background for Babayo, on the whole rejected, but never analyzed. Consequently, when he thinks of socialism, its change in the ownership of the means of production conveys no positive value in itself for him. On the contrary, socialization, beyond the limits of the mixed economy, tends only to conjure up the specter of an all-powerful state, now master of economic as well as political life, an old liberal fear, of course. The result is that Babayo ends up by predicting that not only will the same obstacles to democracy exist under socialism as under capitalism, but that the dangers to it will actually be greater. I am convinced that in a socialist society democracy will be even more difficult. 8-2 A paradoxical conclusion for a democratic socialist, to say the least. But these two reflex ions, the probable unviability of a democratic road to socialism, the greater risks to democracy from socialism, throw into involuntary relief Babayo's ultimate historical choice. Between liberalism and socialism, he in practice opts for the former. At times he justifies his preference with the claim that it is in reality the more radical. In a certain sense, he writes, democracy is a much more subversive idea than socialism itself. 83 That claim is today by no means confined to Babayo. His way of redeeming it, too, is widespread, to redefine socialism as a sectoral specification of democracy, or local instantiation of a higher order concept. Thus he declares his leaning to a conception of socialism which emphasizes control of economic power by an extension of the rules of the democratic game to the factory, or the firm in general, rather than the transition from one mode of production to another that would involve an overall collectivization of the means of production. 84 The significance of this move, one that has become virtually a topos of recent discussion, is in the substitution it makes. The reconceptualization of socialism as essentially economic democracy answers to a dual purpose. It serves at once to appropriate the central legitimation of the existing political order for the cause of social change, and to avoid the central ideological obstacle to the implementation of such change, namely, the institution of private property. Its logic is that of a circumvention. The word it would not speak is expropriation. As such, it has a long tradition behind it. In fact, it was Mill himself who was probably the first explicit theorist of such a conception, envisaging socialism as the gradual growth of an industrial democracy that could afford to leave capitalist ownership of the means of production formally intact, if it elevated workers to managerial powers over them without violence or spoliation. 85 The same intellectual move, made for the same motives, can be found in Russell, for whom self-government in industry was the road by which Britain can best approach communism. 86 Dewey had his own version of it, seeking to overcome autocratic methods of management in enterprises that were harmful to democracy because they militate against effective give-and-take communication or free conversation. 87 The reappearance of this substitution in Babayo testifies to its persistence as a leitmotif of successive attempts to wed liberalism and socialism. If its practical fruit to date has been relatively small, the reason is in part that major social institutions do not generally allow themselves to be painlessly bypassed. The prerogatives of private property form an immensely strong bastion of the ruling ideology under capitalism, whose positive power is further fortified by the negative message inculcated by the division of labor that organizational hierarchy is the condition of industrial efficiency. Together, these two have hitherto been more than a match for appeals to economic democracy they all too readily render ultra-vires. Is it fortuitous that, contrary to the extensions of the suffrage on which they were optimistically modeled, the rights of codetermination in industry have so rarely, if ever, proved cumulative, have been so easily diluted or reversed? Babayo is too realistic to be unaware of these difficulties. His invocation of democracy as more subversive than socialism is more tactical than systematic. His real thought can be found elsewhere. Its actual conviction is the very opposite. The acceptance of a democratic regime presupposes the acceptance of a moderate ideology, he declares. 88 For majority decisions in a political order based on universal suffrage permit changes in the system, but they do not allow a change of the system. 89 The permanence of capitalism as a social order becomes, in other words, a premise of any effective participation within the representative state. Paradoxically, as Babayo himself candidly notes, this does not mean that if capitalism is untouchable, democracy is thereby inviolable. History has shown otherwise. One cannot change in a qualitative leap by democracy, but one can die by democracy. 90 If a parliamentary road to socialism has yet to be seen, Italian and German experience between the wars is a reminder that there is a parliamentary road to fascism. This uncomfortable reality has to be faced. For Babayo, it does not qualify the value of liberal democracy, but enhances the need for constitutional safeguards to protect it. These remain, in the end, his most abiding concern. Of the two problems, who rules, and how do they rule? Babayo declared without ado in 1975 that there can be no doubt that the second has always been more important than the first. 91 Always, in other words,
What matters is not which class dominates, but the way it dominates. Here Babayo's option, at the deepest level, for the liberal pole of his thought becomes manifest. For the same reason, of the two critiques of representative democracy in his writings, it is the conservative and not the socialist that has final weight. In his most recent writings, that critique even tends, in a familiar figure, to become a perverse apology. Thus, making of necessity a virtue, Babayo can write, political apathy is in no way a symptom of crisis in a democratic system, but usually a sign of good health. 9.2 It signifies a benevolent indifference to politics as such, that is founded on good sense. For in democratic societies major social change is generally not the result of political action at all, but of the progress of technological capacities and the evolution of cultural attitudes in voluntary molecular processes, rather than deliberate legislative intervention. Such continuous transformation through the stream of inventions and the adjustment of mores greatly reduces the significance of even traditional reformism, whose importance social democracy, for all its moderation, has typically overestimated. 9.3 In these conditions, it is better to accept the political agenda of limited competition among elites rather than risk the stability of the constitutional framework by putting too ambitious demands on it. Babayo expresses this with his habitual vivacity in the phrase, "Nothing risks killing democracy so much as an excess of it." 94 A fine elitist formula. 4 Conclusions, questions. How are such concluding cadences to be judged? Their meaning may be sought at two levels. At one of these, they without question reflect a certain biographical experience that has shaped Babayo profoundly, and of which he is completely self-aware, that is, a specifically Italian disappointment. In no country of Western Europe, one might say, were political hopes on the left legitimately higher as the war came to an end than in Italy, which had produced the largest popular resistance, the most vital intellectual ferment, the broadest radical labor movement, a moment whose memory is perhaps still not wholly extinct even today, something of it living on in the international aura of the PCI. But in none, too, were such hopes so radically confounded over the subsequent decades. Babayo's texts form a crystalline prism of this history. In 1945, he declared that the expedient of universal suffrage closes the democratic experiment in the form of indirect democracy, and in the name of the federal ideals of Cattaneo ardently advocated an advance towards direct democracy through a multiplication of the institutions of self-government. 25 years later, republishing this essay together with others, he introduced it with the words, "I do not hide from myself that the balance sheet of our generation has been disastrous. We pursued the Alcinesque seductions of justice and liberty, we have achieved very little justice and are perhaps losing liberty." 9.6 These lines were written in the bitter year for Babayo of 1970. His fears that the freedom won by the liberation would prove futile, squandered by the established order and then destroyed by terrorist subversion against it, reached their peak in the following period. By the mid-80s, he judged the worst dangers over and could observe with relief the relative stabilization of Italian democracy. The terms in which he did so, however, were scarcely a tribute to the civic spirit of the nation. One can be free by conviction or by mere habituation. I do not know how many Italians are really true lovers of liberty. Perhaps there are few. But there are many who, having breathed freedom for many years, could not do without it, even if they do not know it. To use a famous saying of Rousseau, in another context, Italians live in a society in which, for reasons of which most of them are ignorant and indifferent, they are obliged to be free by forces larger than themselves. 97 But this conclusion, withdrawing Babayo's more apocalyptic predictions of the preceding decade, has not substantially softened his historical balance sheet of the republic he fought to create. Vindicating the values of the resistance, a battle in which we were not mistaken, he has recently recalled once again the gap between the ideals of yesterday and the reality of today, writing, "We have learned to face democratic society without illusions. We have not become more satisfied. We have become less demanding.
The difference between our concerns then and our preoccupations now is all in that. The whole quality of our common life has not improved, indeed in certain respects it has worsened. It is we who have changed, becoming more realistic and less ingenuous. 98 This frank avowal explains a good deal of Babayo's apparent adjustment to the discolored minimalism of the representative order in Italy, his willingness to find reasons, or consolations, for the mortification of popular interest in politics, under elites whose regimen has for much of the time meant little more than bread and scandals. He has explained his own outlook on that scene with a characteristically self-critical straightforwardness. After developing the casuistics of conformity cited above, the benevolent character of political indifference, the necessary constraints on political alternatives, he remarked, I do not know whether the reflections I have been formulating here can be deemed generally reasonable and realistic. But I do know that they will be considered disillusioning and discouraging by those who, faced with the degradation of public life in Italy, the shameful spectacle of corruption, sheer ignorance, careerism, and cynicism with which the majority of our professional politicians present us every day, think that the channels allowed by the system are inadequate to bring about reforms, let alone radically transform it. Addressing these, Babayo went on, the present writer belongs to a generation of people who lost their hopes more than 30 years ago, shortly after the end of the war, and have never recovered them except for occasional moments, as rare as they were fleeting, and which came to nothing. They came at the rate of one per decade, the revocation of the leg truffa, the formation of the center-left, the great revival of the PCI. As someone who has been through many years of frustrated hopes, I have learned to be resigned to my own impotence. But I fully accept that these arguments carry no weight with the young in Italy, who have not known fascism and know only this democracy of ours, which is less than mediocre, and so are not equally disposed to accept the argument of the lesser evil. 99 Such sentiments, and the experience behind them, divide Babayo from his great predecessors. There is no reason to doubt their sincerity. But in one respect they fail to do him justice. There is a difference between ideal and influence. Disappointment is not necessarily impotence. Babayo's early hopes were not realized, but it is notable how often his later admonitions were heeded. If one compares his record with that of Mill or Russell or Dewey, it is clear that he has never been an original thinker in the same way. He is the first to underline the derivative character of his own principal ideas, for him a common trait of post-war Italian culture as distinct from that of the first years of the century. 100 But his political impact in his own time has certainly been greater than theirs. Babayo in effect urged Eurocommunism on the PCI, and foresaw its adoption, 20 years before the event. He played a significant role in the abandonment by the PSI of its Marxist past. He helped to discountenance the challenge of the far left in the same period. He anticipated the repudiation of the notion of a third road by both major parties of the Italian labor movement. It is difficult to think of another intellectual who has had such a real and visible effect on the political climate of their country since the war. 101 In successive debates Babayo has earned his influence not only by an unusual combination of gifts of expression and of erudition, but by a singular personal transparency and probity. Even when defending increasingly neo-moderate positions against more than justified criticisms from radical opponents, his moral and intellectual superiority over them has generally shone through. Yet that moderatism has ended, as we have seen, by casting the whole project of marrying liberalism and socialism into doubt. Mill described socialist schemes as chimerical, before the change of mind that started the history of theoretical attempts to unite them with liberal principles. Babayo, after participating in the practical movement of the Partito di Azione to achieve such a liberal socialism, has since pronounced it chimerical, no more than a lofty velleity. 102 Beyond the historical reasons for this irony, inscribed in Babayo's own political experience, there was an intellectual one too. From the outset, his theoretical formation included not only a socialist and a liberal but also a conservative strand. Babayo has always remained sincerely, admirably progressive in his personal sympathies and intentions, by any standards an Enlightenment thinker of nobility. but what his writings seem to show is a pattern of elective affinities at work, in spite of these intentions. For in Bobbio's texts, liberal socialism reveals itself to be an unstable compound, the two elements of liberalism and socialism, after seeming to attract each another, end by separating out, and in the same chemical process the liberalism moves towards conservatism. How representative is that recombination? Beyond all Italian circumstances, how far are these elective affinities operative more widely, independently of the volition of individual thinkers in modern political thought? As a term, liberalism first appeared in the world as a pennant of the 18th Brumaire of the year 8, when Napoleon brought the French Republic to an end, declaring that he took power to protect men of liberal ideas 103 through all its subsequent vicissitudes. That originating motive has perhaps never quite disappeared. But it also is true that the First Empire generated elsewhere a more radical reception of the idea, the same term inspiring in Spain the First European Revolution against the Restoration. When the old order was challenged on a continental scale in 1848, the recurrent attempt to extend liberalism beyond itself to meet new social classes and values began. To date, what is striking is the disproportion between the intellectual credentials and the political results of the successive projects that followed. For all the goodwill and talent expended on it, the synthesis of liberalism and socialism has so far failed to take. That is not to argue that it must. The renewed energies the conception now attracts, since who would wish for an illiberal socialism, might point in the other direction. It is too soon to say. But a sense of the history of the undertaking is likely to be a condition of resuming it to good effect. 1988. 6 equals. Roberto Unger and the Politics of Empowerment. The largest industrial power of the Southern Hemisphere has recently completed one of the most protracted and divisive processes of constitution-making in modern history. The fruits of 19 months of labor by the Constituent Assembly of Brazil have already aroused violent reactions. Clauses on employment worthy of Cuba, on foreign enterprise reminiscent of Romania, on freedom of property fit for Guinea-Bissau. Not the faintest odor of civilization, so said Roberto Campos from the right, Minister of Planning and Ambassador in London for the Generals, today Senator of the Cattle Barons of Mato Grosso, on the practical shape of the new charter. By coincidence, the same months have seen the publication in the Northern Hemisphere of a uniquely ambitious exercise in constitutional theory by a Brazilian American, which seeks to lay out the design not only of a polity but of a concomitant economy and society. Its author, Roberto Mangabeira Unger, comes from one of the most famous political families of Bahia. His grandfather Otavio was foreign minister under the Old Republic, an oligarch of legendary eloquence who oscillated between fascism and liberalism in opposition to Vargas, while his granduncle João founded and led the small Brazilian Socialist Party. Roberto, a byproduct of his grandfather's exile in the USA under the Estado Novo, had a mixed upbringing in the two countries. For the past decade he has taught critical legal theory at Harvard Law School, with recurrent forays into his native land, where he has been an acute critic of the new constitution from the left, for multiplying active welfare rights while legalizing further military fiats, Unger to his U.S. audience, Mangabeira to his Brazilian. Like Edward Said or Salman Rushdie, he forms part of that constellation of third-world intellectuals, active and eminent in the First World without being assimilated by it, whose number and influence are destined to grow. The originality of Unger's enterprise lies in its combination of aims. Politics presents an explanatory theory of society and a program of social reconstruction. The theory works towards a radical alternative to Marxism. The program advances a radical alternative to social democracy. It is the surprise of this two-edged challenge that gives the work its peculiar force. The vehicle chosen for it, however, does not always serve this purpose best. Crisply defined at the outset, Unger's project subsequently waylays and disperses itself through sheer multiplication of topics and repetition of themes. The huge spread-eagled text of politics stretches over 1,000 pages. The nominal organization of its 3 books by no means corresponds to its real architecture, whose foundation actually lies in a preceding work, passion an essay on personality, and whose lantern, as it were, will presumably be the ethics promised as part 2 of the whole in false necessity. Intellectual ambition has won an expensive victory over political communication in such giganticism. In virtually any work of practical advocacy, there is some trade-off between length and effect. Here the impact of often striking programmatic proposals is inescapably reduced by the extravagant mass of unbound ideation surrounding them. Unger's prose, unusual in the intensity of its rhetorical pressure, does not really relieve this difficulty. It displays an unremitting stylistic energy in the quest for a vocabulary free from every theoretical jargon or political cliché, with many memorable and felicitous results. But it can also resort to a less fortunate, quasi-revivalist register, try to understand, reader, by an act of imaginative empathy, the bitterness a person might feel when he discovered that doctrines invented to emancipate and enlighten had now become instruments of confusion and surrender. It was an instance of illusion passing into prejudice. You wanted to write a book to set things right, when the larger argument falls into confusion and obscurity, when I stagger and I stumble, help me. Refer to the purpose described in this book and revise what I say in the light of what I want. To disdaining any conventional apparatus of references, Unger appends instead an omnibus reading list to false necessity, whose concluding recommendation for the study of cultural revolution is, CTV guide an unwise flourish, liable to bring recent preachers of the screen too readily to mind. It would be wrong to make overmuch of this histrionic side of the work, but vibrato interpolations intended to heighten attention risk distracting it from the serious core of Unger's argument. The central premise of politics is that the present forms of decentralized economies and pluralistic democracies are neither the necessary nor the best expressions of inherited ideals of liberty and equality. They frustrate the very goals for whose sake we uphold them. 3. The aim of the work is to develop a persuasive alternative beyond the limits of social democracy to these congealed forms, a particular way of reorganizing governments and economies that promises to realize more effectively both aspects of the radical commitment, the subversion of social division and hierarchy and the assertion of will over custom and compulsion. Such institutional reconstruction is for Unger inseparable from cultural transvaluation, or a radical politics of personal relations that will allow us to connect leftism and modernism, for these contemporary political purposes are set within a much vaster theory of history, from which they receive their warrant. Unger constructs this vision from a double rejection, principally of Marxism, for adhering to a vision of the past composed of a limited number of modes of production, conceived as integrated orders capable of replication in different epochs or environments, if also all other variants of deep structure theory, and secondarily of sociological or historiographic positivism, for tending to deny the existence of societal totalities or qualitative discontinuities at all. Against the latter, Unger insists that distinct and decisive structures do indeed exist, what he calls formative contexts, as opposed to the formed routines subject to them. Against the former he argues that each such structure is at once internally dissociable and historically unique. The elements that comprise it do not have to fit together, and the combination of them never recurs. Formative contexts, so understood, exercise a formidable constraint over all social practices, forcing them into a specific mold of predictable routines. But they also embody a fundamental contingency, since there is no intrinsic logic binding their constituent parts together. The conventional opposition in modern politics between reform and revolution, or piecemeal versus overall change, the one potentially ineffectual, the other hypothetically lethal, is therefore misguided. Formative contexts can be disassembled by bits, in partial moves that by the same token effect basic alterations. The real contrast is between context revising and context preserving conflicts. But there is no unbridgeable gulf between these. Rather, they form a continuum, in which disputes over routines can always suddenly escalate into battles over structures. Why is such escalation perpetually possible? Unger's answer appeals to a trans-historical attribute of the species which he calls its negative capability. The meaning he attaches to this term is virtually the opposite of that intended by Keats.
What it denotes is active will and restless imagination pitted against all circumstance or convention, a constitutive human capacity to transcend every given context by negating it in thought or deed. As such, Unger argues, its exercise has gradually expanded since the dawn of civilization, giving history what cumulative direction it appears to have. Today the goal of politics must be to increase the space of that negative capability, by creating institutional contexts permanently open to their own revision, so diminishing the gap between structures and routines, and disentrenching social life as a whole. Such disentrenchment represents both a pragmatic and a moral value. In the past, the economic and military success of states always depended on the degree to which they achieved what Unger terms plasticity, or the ability to promote a pitiless recombination of the factors of production, communication, or destruction to meet changing conditions or opportunities. But this kind of institutional flexibility typically consorted with predatory or despotic power, the rule of nomadic conquerors, agrarian bureaucracies, or mercantile oligarchies. Once modern popular sovereignty starts to emerge, however, it acquires normative force as a principle of social emancipation as well as material prosperity. For now the fixity of all traditional hierarchies and dependencies may be seen as a false necessity that can be undone by the general will. The advent of the Rechtsstaat, universal suffrage, and social security are only the hesitant beginnings of this process. Unger looks beyond them towards a more radically empowered democracy, capable of freely remaking every dimension of its common life. His own program for empowerment includes proposals for the reorganization of government, property, work, and personal relations alike, in a spirit intended to dispel the received, superstitious contrast between liberalism and socialism. Within Unger's extended construction, there are three distinct theoretical planes. The first and founding one is a philosophical anthropology. It is set out not in politics but in the preceding work on which much of this trilogy depends, Passion, an essay on personality. There Unger postulated a twofold model of the self, as on the one hand endowed with an infinite mobility in always finite conditions, on the other possessed of a constitutive yet perilous longing for others. The external world and all character are perpetually subject to transcendence by the self, but the self is subject to an unlimited need for others that is also an unlimited danger, of craven dependence or collective conformity. There is no constant human nature, only an inherent tension between attachment to and fear of others. Unger improbably presents this vision as a restatement of the Christian romantic image of man, fortified by a touch of Nietzsche. In fact, what is striking is its similarity with Sartre's account of consciousness in being and nothingness, the quicksilver capacity of the for itself to elude all given determinations and the tormented dialectic of its relations with others. But where the early Sartre remained essentially asocial, his conclusions negative, Unger seeks to give a positive resolution to the same existential premises by projecting a society based on them. It is necessary to enact the modernist ideal as a form of social life. 5. The unifying principle of such a form would be empowerment. Unger uses this notion simultaneously for the conversion of the individual capacity for transcendence into a collective power of context revision, and for the mastery of each individual's exposure to others, which requires satisfaction simultaneously of the need for passionate engagement and the need to avoid menacing dependence in intersubjective relations. The strain of yoking together these two quite different senses of empowerment, the second visibly a willful graft on the first, is pervasive in Unger's work. The two underlying ideals remain in effect dissociated, their forcible union producing the characteristically dissonant appeals to the paired virtues of ardor and gentleness, greatness and sweetness that are a feature of his writing. 6. The dominance of the first concern, inscribed if not avowed in his existential starting point, emerges much more unambiguously once Unger moves to the historical issues which form the second major plane of his work. For Sartre, when he shifted onto the terrain of history in Critique of Dialectical Reason, the negative motor of human development was scarcity. For Unger, the motor is negative only in name, through whimsical annexation of a term from Keats whose meaning he inverts. The driving force of history is actually the perpetual positive disposition of human beings to transcend their inherited context's development as dépassement. Scarcity and the practico-inert do not disappear altogether, but they are downgraded to secondary obstructions or intermissions in the pathway of this revisionary will, in the guise respectively of a need for coercive surplus extraction and a persistence of sequential effects. The formal outline of Unger's theory of history can thus be read as an optimistic transcoding of Sartre's. But unlike Sartre, Unger goes on to propose substantive analyses of major episodes in the course of history. Here his key conceptual instrument is the notion of formative context. This is presented expressly as an alternative to the mode of production in the Marxist tradition, rejected as too rigid and replaceable. A formative context is something looser and more singular, an accidental institutional and ideological cluster that regulates both normal expectations and routine conflicts over the distribution of key resources. The contemporary North Atlantic example thus includes, for Unger, constitutional division of governmental powers, partisan rivalry incongruously related to class, market economies based on absolute property rights, bureaucratic supervision of business activity, differential unionization, tailorized work organization, vocabularies of private community, civic equality, and voluntary contract. 7. The price for the looseness of configuration prized by its author is, in other words, vagueness of boundaries and indiscriminacy of elements. For the tangible and intangible resources on whose control the whole definition of a formative context depends are never demarcated. The result is that the concept lacks any hierarchy of determination, and its only law of motion is cyclical, since a true dynamic has been identified from the outset not with the working, but precisely with the breaking of contexts by negative capability. Unger provides two principal examples of such historical cycles. The first, and much the most extended, is what he calls the reversion cycle in agrarian bureaucratic empires, Han, Roman, Byzantine, Korean, Mughal. These states, he argues, essentially rested on a monetary economy rather than coerced labor or barter. For a commercial agriculture, generating cash taxes was the precondition of the political autonomy of a central government capable of withstanding the Paris power of local magnates. The normal base of these aristocrats was the large, autarkic estate. Production for the market, on the other hand, was typically undertaken by small independent cultivators. The contradiction of the imperial regime was to be socially solidary with the dominance of the nobility, but economically dependent on the vitality of the peasantry. To keep magnate pressures at bay, the state could resort to a limited repertoire of policies, found again and again in the most widely separate epochs and areas: recruitment of an upstart bureaucratic staff, creation of a service nobility, or implantation of military agrarian colonies. But over time, aristocratic power in the countryside all but invariably prevailed. The consequence was then the fatal erosion or disappearance of smallholders, the contraction of output for the market, the decline of fiscal catchment by the state, leading eventually to a full reversion crisis or relapse into a natural economy, and therewith the disintegration of the imperial order. 8. Only medieval Europe and Tokugawa Japan escaped this cycle. There the peasantry could withstand landlord exactions since there was no united front of power and privilege arrayed against it, in the absence of a bureaucratic state in Europe, and of a resident aristocracy in Japan, though the Ottoman and Qing empires succeeded in mitigating the cycle by drawing on their nomadic backgrounds to strengthen central checks to magnate autonomy, and so stabilize small agrarian property. This is an ingenious and elegant schema. But it suffers from a fundamental empirical flaw. In pre-modern societies, there was no general affinity between peasants and markets of the kind presumed by Unger, quite the contrary. The overwhelming priority of the immediate producers was normally subsistence production for their own households. Commercial agriculture, where it emerged far more patchily and precariously than Unger suggests, tended rather to be associated with the marketable surplus of medium or large estates whose proprietors were not tied to the needs of their own reproduction in the same way, because of the latitude of their material base. The most spectacular example, of course,
was farming in the late Roman Republic and the Principate, where the advance of monetization spelt not the rise but a savage depression of the smallholder, as oligarchs amassed huge concentrations of land and servile labor for market production, and cash relations acquired historically unprecedented intensity. Unger registers the sequence, but not the depth of its discrepancy with his thesis. Moreover, if the development of classical Rome effectively inverted the relation he postulates between markets and magnates, the evolution of medieval Europe upsets no less his scenario for peasants and states. For having argued that the eclipse of centralized state machinery in the Dark Ages permitted the emergence of a degree of village autonomy in the countryside that was the key to feudal dynamism, Unger has no ready explanation for the scale of the crisis that overtook the latter in the 14th century. In fact, to account for what he deems its avoidance of outright reversion, he is driven to invoking just the opposite of his initial principle, namely the vigor of the non-commercial parts of the rural economy centered on the peasant plot and village community. 9 At the same time, he notes that the resolution of the crisis saw a strengthening of centralized aristocratic power in the new monarchies, rather than a weakening of it. The original terms of the argument are thus switched or scrambled in the two best-known chapters of the world story it sets out to tell. The analytic of pre-modernity in plasticity into power has its sequel in a genealogy of modernity in false necessity. There Unger's concern is to establish the origins and nature of the formative context of the present OECD zone. He does so by means of a critique of what he calls its mythical history, shared by conservatives, liberals, and Marxists alike, that is, the view that there was a convergent, irresistible logic in the long-run process which led to the contemporary configuration of market economy, mass production industry, and parliamentary democracy. Unger argues that this package was adventitious. The major institutional clusters of the West emerged separately, without particular congruence. Politically, a liberal constitutionalism of 18th century caste became improbably coupled to mass parties, for which it had never been designed, in the course of the 19th century. The corporation came to dominate the organization of private property only later, after hard-fought contests against it. Assembly line industry, exemplified by Fordism, arose more recently still, and is already receding. Yet out of these disparate histories a pervasive status quo has crystallized. Marked by preventively deadlocked government, unconditionally held property entitlements, massively concentrated business units and rigidly hierarchical work processes, this conformation was dictated by no imminent technological or social necessity. There was a real historical alternative to it, represented by the forces of petty bourgeois radicalism in the 19th and 20th centuries. Unger uses this term in a broad sense for all those who resisted elite politics, big capital, large factories, unregulated markets, whether in the name of populist or utopian socialist ideals. His crucial claim is that smaller forms of property and production, based on flexible forms of work organization, were just as progressive technically, and therefore viable economically, as giant trusts and mass production industry, as the experience of modern farming or selected textiles was to show. Their stabilization in either individual or cooperative form, however, required support by the state, a characteristic goal of their radical spokesman from Proudhon or La Salle to Demarest Lloyd. It was the political defeat of programs like theirs which sealed the fate of this potential and preferable path of development, not any sociological impossibility of its realization. What then decided the political issue itself? Unger's answer is essentially that the petty bourgeois alternative posed more of a threat to the interest of traditional elites than its rival, which prevailed because it encountered less resistance from entrenched agrarian or patrician interests. Hence a realistic popular radicalism was crushed or constricted by force. In the terms of Unger's general historical theory, this is an appeal to the weight of sequential effects, the practico-inert force of one formative context in shaping the next. Figured against these, the petty bourgeoisie represents the front line of negative capability of the modern epoch, as the peasantry did in the pre-modern world in Unger's vision, the bearers of the most creative economic forces. The industrial proletariat, creature of mass production and regimented work organization,
is eo ipso tacitly disqualified from any vanguard role in this conception. Classical claims for it are never, however, tested in a direct comparison. For here there is a very striking lacuna in Unger's counter-history of modernity. He initially defines the contemporary formative context of the West by four institutional clusters: the work organization complex, the private rights complex, the governmental organization complex, and the occupational structure complex. But when he moves to his genealogy of it, he omits the last altogether. For the sake of simplicity, such simplification exacts a high price. For what it means is that Unger provides no analysis at all of the emergent social structure of the societies he is discussing. He rejects the use of the term capitalism for them, on the grounds that it is either too general or too particular to be helpful. The merits or otherwise of this scruple are of less moment than the ensuing absence of any overall class map of these social formations. The petty bourgeoisie itself, the hero of Unger's parable, is in this respect virtually plucked out of thin air. For there are no surrounding class relationships into which it is inserted, in structural antagonism or dependence, affinity or ambivalence. Nobility or bourgeoisie, middle classes or working classes, are little more than smudges on the horizon. Indeed, even the small producers themselves are only gesturally sketched. They are most consistently identified under the rubric of petty commodity production, a term ostensibly taken from the vocabulary of Marx that Unger otherwise shuns. But the concept loses its direction in his usage. When Marx spoke of Einfachwaren production, simple commodity production, he defined it not by the scale of its output but the nature of its key input. It was that form in which the producer marketed goods without resort to wage labor. For Unger, on the other hand, petty commodity production includes every kind of market enterprise short of the centralized factory and multi-divisional firm, from the manufacture of cutlery in Solingen to computers in Silicon Valley. The connection of this gamut of economic forms with even the widest notion of petty bourgeoisie is tenuous indeed. On the other hand, Unger virtually ignores white-collar employees, the archetypal petty bourgeois of the big cities from the later 19th century onwards, epitomized in the Caldecott public of T.J. Clarke's unforgettable portrait of Parisian popular culture of the period. Some sustained recovery of the forgotten visions of emancipation of small producers, whether populist or socialist, is an attractive and overdue project. The passionate, unfashionable plea Unger enters for the bearers of petty bourgeois radicalism is in this regard likely to have only good effect. He is right too, of course, in insisting on their crucial role in the European insurgencies of the 1840s or American of the 1890s. But the argument that they could have remade the world for the better, wholesale, demands much more than this. The structural heterogeneity and ambiguity of the petty bourgeoisie alone, emphasized in nearly all the classical studies of it, militate against anything like that. Unger, lacking any theory of different class capacities for collective action, which must depend on a general account of social structure, overlooks these traits and their implications. Astonishingly, politics contains not a single substantive reflection on, scarcely even a mention of, fascism, the political movement of the 20th century for which petty bourgeois forces, above all, provided the shock troops. Unger, after criticizing a mythical history of modernity, describes his own as schematic and polemical, even frankly speculative one too, but, even short of fuller empirical documentation, the structure of his argument requires comparative controls of a kind he does not venture. If it was the power of traditional elites which thwarted the success of petty bourgeois radicalism in Victorian Europe, why did not their relative absence permit it in North America? If small property generated the virtues of flexible work organization and ideals of democratized government, how could it rally so rapidly to the New Rome and the Third Reich? But beyond these questions, Unger's alternative history poses a more drastic difficulty for his own theory. For it culminates in a contemporary landscape of monotonous sameness, the familiar, featureless plains of the world of G7. In that panorama all advanced capitalist societies are subject, Unger argues, to the futile recurrence of a reform cycle impotent to alter them,
regularly swinging between meliorist attempts to guide investment and redistribute income, generating inflationary wage struggles that provoke loss of business confidence, followed by reactive drives to restore market dominance and fiscal discipline. The predictable movements of this pendulum he describes as an insult to the primacy of the will. 1.3 Their determinant is the formative context finally consolidated as a general rule of the North Atlantic and Pacific regions in the post-war epoch. The millennial growth in negative capability that Unger ascribes to the overall course of human development, instead of yielding an ever greater variety of social invention, thus paradoxically issues into an end state of massive uniformity. The historical contingency he insists upon as the mark of true volition enigmatically generates not the play of creative diversity, but a necessitarian identity. Unger on occasion senses the problem, and offers ad hoc responses to it, lamely invoking the similarity of problems facing societies or the pressure of leading states on latecomers to imitate them. But within the logical structure of his thought the contradiction seems radical and insoluble. Yet whatever the anomalies of the philosophy or history advanced by Unger, it is politics that must be decisive for judgment of his work, as its title suggests. Here, however, its reception has been ironical. For controversy has focused on everything but this. Two polar reactions to the overall merits of politics are represented, on the one hand, by the capacious symposium of a dozen admiring contributors drawn from a wide range of disciplines, across 350 pages in the Northwestern University Law Review, on the other, by the furious combination, Harvard's greatest fraud of the New Republic. One for the rancor of the latter, a zealot for the Contras, is perhaps not hard to explain. Curiously, however, in both cases the actual political program of the book is largely ignored as if it were too hot to handle in the depoliticized atmosphere of the United States at the hour of Dukakis and Bush. But this is unquestionably the most seminal and powerful part of the work. Unger starts by asking whether social democracy, which he takes to be the single most attractive emergent model of social organization in the world today, least oppressive, most respectful of felt human needs, is for all that the best that mankind can hope for an indefinite time to come. His answer is a firm negative. For social democracy makes the liberal project of the Enlightenment the cause of liberty, equality, and fraternity, unnecessarily hostage to a transitory and replaceable institutional order. 1.5 The pillars of this order are, a state that requires and produces a quiescent citizenry, markets ruled by property rights that are absolute in duration and scope, work processes that are needlessly stultifying and inflexible. Social democracy pursues its ordinary aims within the parameters they set. By contrast, Unger's overriding objective is to reduce such fixed distance between contexts and routines, by making the fundamental institutions of society available for regular revision. The programmatic proposals which ensue are systematically addressed to the existing forms of power, property, and labor. Unger criticizes what he sees as the modal type of Western liberal state for effectively paralysing significant change from above, and precluding it from below, by constitutional checks and balances originally and deliberately designed for the restrictive purposes of 18th-century notables. But he does not endorse any call for a more direct democracy. Along conciliar or other lines, which he regards as little more than an imaginary inversion of the prevailing model. Instead he argues for dualist constitutions conferring rival power and initiative on two centers of authority, president and parliament, favoring creative conflict between them, with rapid resolution of deadlocks by popular consultation. The principle of this conception is an overlapping rather than separating of powers, extended to the creation of a special instance for ensuring the democratization of information inside and outside the state itself. So constructed, Unger's republic is designed to mobilize the democratic energies of its citizens rather than to neuter them. Yet its charter can be realized only if the economy is transformed. For such a democracy cannot flourish if the everyday world of work and exchange is organized in ways that not only differ from the principles of democratic government but limit their scope, undermine their influence, and disrupt their workings. 1.6 The target of Unger's critique here is the assimilation of markets as decentralized arenas of exchange,
with property rights as absolute claims to divisible portions of social capital. The former are indispensable, for freedom and for efficiency, the latter are unacceptable mechanisms of inequality and privilege. Their fusion in the current economic order withdraws the basic terms of collective prosperity from effective democratic choice and control. 17 Unger's remedy is to transfer control over major productive assets to a rotating capital fund which would disaggregate property rights down through a tier of capital givers and capital takers, an ultimate social fund controlled by the government, leasing capital to autonomous investment funds operating in given sectors, which then auction or ration resources to competitive teams of producers, for stipulated periods. Breaking up consolidated property rights in this way would then encourage more flexible forms of work organization, characteristic of small or medium vanguard enterprises today. The workings of the market, in which final capital takers act as unrestricted gamblers, would be buffered by welfare rights guaranteeing a minimum income to all citizens. Unger completes his program by arguing that a transformation of personal relations is the necessary counterpart of institutional change. He calls this prospect cultural revolution, significantly, the only time the latter term acquires salience in his vocabulary. Its contours are much more elusive, in part because detailed treatment of them is deferred to a further volume on the microstructure of social life. But two elements are already sketched. Interpersonal relations can be rewrought in the spirit of modernism by deliberate role jumbling and confusion of expressive conventions, while the idea of a community should move from the seamless sharing of customary values to a heightening of mutual vulnerability, which accepts conflict as itself a positive value. Although these notions occur only as a tentative coda to false necessity, they are of central importance to Unger, who insists that the qualities of our direct practical and passionate dealings always represent the ultimate object of our conflicts over the organization of society. 18 For sheer imaginative attack, Unger's project for social reconstruction has no contemporary counterpart. It certainly honors its promise to advance far beyond the ambitions of social democracy. Perhaps the best way of grasping just how radical Unger's vision is would be to compare it with that of a thinker whose intellectual energy matches his own, and whose political sympathies are not so distant. Habermas too constructs his analysis of current capitalist society in dualist fashion, and develops his critique of it in the name of a normative modernity. For him the two levels of the social order are its systems, the economy and state, the domain of strategic action steered by the objective media of money and power, operating behind the back of individual agents, and its life world, the private and public spheres that are the abode of communicative action, where intersubjective meaning and value arise, in cultural transmission or socialization. The drive of capitalist rationalization is towards the relentless colonization of the life world by the systems, the invasion of every refuge of unforced sociability or aesthetic play by administrative rules or cash relations. For Habermas this process is pathological, and must be resisted. This is the vocation of the new social movements, ecological, pacific, feminist. But the actions of these will be for the most part experimental or defensive in scope, border conflicts to safeguard the spaces of the life world. What they cannot undertake, under pain of a dangerous regression, is any counterattack to reconquer the systems themselves. For these are necessarily beyond the intentional control of agents, as products of the structural differentiation that is a condition of modern industrial society. 19 The reappropriation of an alienated economic and political order by its producers and citizens as it was once envisaged by Marx, in other words, is tabooed by Habermas. It is just this demarcation, between what can and what cannot be reclaimed for conscious collective control, that Unger rejects. The whole force of his duality is exactly the opposite. Contexts are contrasted with routines in order to show how the frontiers between them are mutable and crossable. The aim of a democratic politics is to make a routine of the revision of contexts. Intellectually more remote than Habermas from the Marxist tradition, Unger is in this respect politically much closer to it. At the same time the confidence and scope of his institutional program separate him from nearly all conventional socialist discussion today.
A general inhibition in this area has been a long-standing reflex of the lines of thought that descend from Marx. The all but complete silence of Habermas himself is a striking case in point. No such aversion to reconstructive detail marked the alternative utopian traditions that started with Saint Simon, and Unger is right to claim their heritage. The boldness of his recovery of it can only be admired. But his particular proposals raise a number of difficulties. Unger's juridical background can be seen in a certain overestimate of the independent significance of constitutional arrangements as such. For all their real importance, the effect of these is always subject to the objective structure of the state and the actual balance of social forces. The Constitution of the Fifth Republic answers fairly closely to Unger's ideal of a governmental power divided between two potentially rival authorities, in the presidency and assembly, with rapid resolution of conflicts between them by popular consultation. The cohabitation of Mitterrand and Chirac, and the successive elections of 1988 which wound up, fit this description very well. But far from mobilizing the democratic energies of the French, the experience lowered them to a post-war nadir, a third to a half of the electorate abstaining. The example of England is even more discomfiting for Unger's assumptions. He proceeds throughout as if the U.S. Constitution were prototypical for the West as a whole, assailing a supposed standard model of rigid checks and balances for stymieing decisive political initiative. The complete lack of any such pattern in the UK, with its virtually untrammeled executive power, appears to have escaped him. Decisional capacity is the last thing missing here. Who would argue the results are nearer a radical democracy? Ironically, the most devastating critique of the Westminster state to be produced from the left, Tom Nairn's great polemic The Enchanted Glass, looks on the contrary to the American Constitution as an inspiration of Republican liberty. Not for the first time, socialists reciprocate in finding foreign virtues where their neighbors see domestic vices. In general, Unger pays too much attention to the legal framework of the state, and too little to its bureaucratic machinery and party outworks. The central theme of his economic argument, on the other hand, is compelling. The disaggregation of consolidated property rights. Unger points out that these can be nominally collective as well as private would surely be one of the basic principles of any socialism worth the name. The lexicon of leasing is likely to become greatly amplified and diversified in the transition towards one, as it is already starting to do in the East today. Unger, on the whole a shrewd observer of the communist experience, anticipates not a few of the notes struck in perestroika. In the West, the potential of the lease as a contractual devolution of public facilities to independent groups of producers, so cutting the knot tied by the speculator and the bureaucrat, was early seen by Raymond Williams as an alternative to state monopoly or commercial dominance of the means of communication. For the origins of his own conception, Unger invokes the contested name of Lassalle, as corrected by Rodbertus and Marx. His general formula of the rotating capital fund suffers, however, from a noticeable vagueness about the delicate question of rotation itself, that is, how and when capital would be reallocated between enterprises, short of insolvency or takeover. The word planning does not appear in the text, although the idea is clearly present, perhaps a gesture of tact. Nor is much said about self-management, beyond an effective criticism of the Yugoslav version of it. The emancipation of labor is entrusted more to flexible work organization than to industrial democracy. Nevertheless, these lacunae do not really detract from the novelty of the main proposals. Finally, of course, Unger's emergent cultural agenda is one that is deeply shocking to liberal assumptions. Its basic claim, that the ultimate stakes in politics are the fine texture of personal relations, warranting revolutionary transformation of psychic identities and affective ties alike, is a manifest affront to the principle of a private realm shielded from public intrusion. Unger justifies it with the argument that no society is ever in practice institutionally neutral between all possible styles of personal interaction or modes of association. But selection is not the same as determination. The fact that some forms are always excluded does not necessarily mean that others are therefore enforced. The liberal claim is simply to maximize the range of allowable choice, Unger would be on stronger ground querying that. He describes his own position as superliberalism. Despite the apparent paradox, the term is not entirely misleading insofar as he shares with the classical variety an intrinsically asocial model of human beings, since the negative capability vested in every individual precedes all common ties between them. The difference is that this is an individualism without human nature. Only the fugitive capacity of the self for transcendence, and an ominous longing for others, define it. The first provides the passage to modernism, interpreted by Unger as a dissolution of traditional conceptions of personal character and social roles, rather than of the idea of the subject itself, as in post-structuralist versions. This is the strong sense of empowerment, the throwing off of the masks of false necessity, by individual defiance of all self-expectation or exterior convention. The second leads to the strained sense of empowerment, as mastery over the conditions of self-assertion, through the enhanced mutual exposure of a community enfolded not in consensus but in conflict. The connection between the two is as forced as was Sartre's vast conjugation of the term freedom in Cahiers pour un moral, heroically stretched from an ontological indicative to a political imperative for just the same reason, the desire to reconcile a metaphysic of nihilation with an ethic of generosity. Unger's program for a cultural revolution combines role jumbling with solidarity rights, but whereas the former is evoked vividly enough, the latter remain impalpable, even unimaginable, as entitlements declared unenforceable 2-1. Critics have not failed to point out, with justice, the omission from Unger's preoccupations of a great deal of the ordinary agenda of politics in the West. There is little about the issues of poverty or unemployment, race or gender, armaments or environment. Although these are real limitations, perhaps their main significance lies in the detachment from the actual checkerboard of political forces they suggest. The universal endowment of negative capability generates no specific calculus of collective action, either of social interests or of social abilities to realize them. The result is that Unger can on occasion argue, in all apparent seriousness, that his overall program should appeal to conservatives, centrists, social democrats and radicals alike. 2 At other times he concedes that it has a far better chance of taking root in the Reform, Labor, Socialist, and Communist parties, or identifies certain social groups unemployed or unskilled, petty bourgeois or professionals as more likely adherents to it than others. 23 At others again, he argues that the escalation of political conflict is typically characterized by not a polarization but a disintegration of class allegiances, giving way in revolutionary situations to a struggle between pure parties of opinion. Moments of great historical decision, in their intensity, do not reveal but consume the logic of class. 24 What these vagaries amount to is a basic indeterminacy of political agency in Unger's thought. Its most telling sign is the absence of any category of the adversary. There is no equivalent to the figure of the foe in Carl Schmitt. The opponents of a radical democracy remain without shape or name. Do they even exist? At most, it might seem, in the risk of an obstructive civil service. If the subjective forces for, or against, fundamental social change remain in the end largely inscrutable, its objective conditions are little less elusive. Unger looks for the opportunities of democratic empowerment in what he calls middle-level crises today, in which the border between routines and contexts may be most readily crossed. Excluding the impact of wars or the overthrow of tyrannies, superseded in the West, he finds them in the dictates of economic growth and the pursuits of self-fulfillment. These he terms respectively the humdrum and ethereal springboards for institutional reconstruction. 25 To the tough-minded, who might be tempted to call them trite and vaporous, Unger would no doubt reply by invoking the contrasted crises in Czechoslovakia and France of the year 1968. But whatever the validity of such a description, Unger does not in fact put much weight on the notion of structural crises at all. For on the one hand the formative context is always more or less arbitrarily stitched together in the first place, and on the other the pressure of negative capability can always burst it apart at the seams anyway. Again and again Unger insists that society, no matter how impregnable it seems to its inhabitants, always stands at the edge of the cliff, since it is an order subject to an endless stream of petty disruptions that can escalate at any moment into more subversive conflicts. 2.6 If the possibility of explosion is perpetual, there is little call for the work of a Richter. At the same time, and in part for the same reasons, there is not much need for a theory of transitions either. False necessity skirts all discussion of the actual social processes, national turmoil, international reaction that any bid to implement its program would unleash. Instead, Unger merely offers a menu of preliminary institutional measures, as if his scheme of radical reconstruction had no losers. Intimations of harmony discount considerations of strategy, in a reminder of the other side of the utopian tradition. That side belongs to the character of the work as a whole. For the enormous edifice of politics undeniably possesses a dream-like quality. Unger himself freely describes his enterprise as speculative, and much of it lies at a visible remove from the realities of history or politics. Yet unlike nearly all others today, the dream is a salutary and emboldening one. Unger is entitled to say, as he does at one point, that its realization would mean reversing the defeat of the revolutionary movements and leftist experiments throughout Europe in the aftermath of World War I, would represent one version of the victory of which they were robbed. 27 Where else have past and future been so temerariously joined? For a long time intellectuals from the First World have been diagnosing the condition and prescribing the treatment of the Third, still the dominant mode of all writing on the subject. Here something new has occurred, a philosophical mind out of the Third World turning the tables, to become synoptist and seer of the First. 1989. W.G. Runciman. A New Evolutionism. Under a flat, anonymous title and in serial guise, one of the most exotic, even flamboyant, intellectual projects of recent years is coming to fruition. The first volume of W.G. Runciman's treatise on social theory, devoted to the dry topic of methodology, one set out in reasonable and moderate tones an agenda for social understanding, combining in so many words the ambitions of a Ranke, a Comte, a Proust, and a Hart, to report accurately, to explain scientifically, to recreate imaginatively, and to judge impartially and benevolently. Perhaps the most striking feature of this program was its association of two aims normally reckoned antithetical, an explanatory structure continuous with the natural sciences and an imaginative recapture modeled on literary fictions. Few practitioners of the social sciences have the confidence to invoke the ideals of Herbert Spencer and Henry James simultaneously. In his second volume, Runciman proceeds to his own substantive social theory. He remarks at the outset that he will here be concerned only with the explanatory segment of his overall prescriptions. But this involves no shrinkage of horizon, on the contrary. For the two questions he seeks to explain are nothing less than these: what kinds of society are possible at any given stage of human development, and why any given society became the kind it did, in the course of it. The answers he arrives at, Runciman goes on to argue, have profound intellectual consequences, offering a very great deal more for our general understanding of history than can be found in the contributions of Marx or Weber, or anyone else. 2 For Volume 2 of a treatise on social theory. Proposes a novel account of social structure and an original theory of social evolution. It is the integration of these two conceptions, Runciman contends, that marks a fundamental advance in our ability to grasp the pattern of the past. What is the import of each? For Runciman, power is as basic a concept to sociology as energy is to physics. Societies are to be conceptualized as so many different ways of allocating power. Such power comes in three, and only three, sorts: economic, ideological, and coercive. These are always interdependent, but none is ever reducible to the others. Runciman's principal early debt was to Weber, from whom this axiom derives. He reformulates it, however, in terms designed to effect a bridge to Marx. Societies are modes of distribution of power, founded on differential control of the means of production, persuasion, and coercion. It is the variations in these three dimensions of power that furnish the key to a scientific classification of societal forms. At the same time, each of them is composed of a specific set of social practices, and these practices are perpetually subject to selective pressures, generated either within or between the societies concerned, above all, from the competition of alternative practices. The process of this selection in turn constitutes the essential mechanism of social evolution. Runciman's calm, considered commitment to an evolutionary theory of history is a gauge of his independence of mind. Nothing could be less in fashion today. For some time now evolutionism has been a disreputable term for many sociologists, one of the cardinal, egregious errors of earlier generations, since generally repudiated. The last major thinker to attempt a systematic theory of social evolution was Talcott Parsons, in his final years. 3. It is significant that Runciman, amidst a vast bibliography, never mentions him. Moreover, the discredit into which evolutionism has fallen has attached principally to variants of Marxism which assert no more than some directionality to historical development. Runciman's evolutionism, however, is far more specific and stringent. It is a sociology literally sculpted after modern biology. Natural selection serves throughout as the model of social selection. Runciman is well aware of the fate of previous versions of social Darwinism. But he is undeterred by the failure of every previous bid to map the origin of species onto the genealogy of social forms, because he believes he has corrected the root mistake common to them. All such theories took as their unit of selection, the basic materials out of which only the fittest survived either whole societies or social groups. Runciman substitutes particular practices. These, he maintains, are the true counterpart of genes. Like DNA, they display random mutations, in the sense that their origins are extraneous and irrelevant to the process of selection itself. The bodies on which they confer advantages in the competition for power are roles, and these in turn are attributes of social groups or societies, which form the equivalent of species. Armed with this analytic equipment, Runciman then directly broaches the historical record. His purpose is twofold: to establish a Linnean taxonomy of all societies known to us, and to demonstrate the Darwinian mechanisms of their speciation, how and why successive forms evolved from their predecessors. The result is a dazzling display of erudition. On this showing, Runciman's command of the comparative historical record has few, if any, rivals. Old Babylonia, tribal Africa, archaic Greece, pre-Columbian America, Stone Age Melanesia, Classical Rome, Dark Age Lombardy, medieval Japan, Imperial China, feudal Poland, Republican Venice, Caliphal Islam, absolutist France, industrial Britain, revolutionary Mexico, Stalinist Russia, populist Argentina, social democratic Sweden, racist South Africa. All these and many more parade across what astonishingly remains a compact, middle-sized book, each deftly and economically captured for the purposes at hand. There are a few gaps: Egypt or Assyria from the ancient world, the Third Reich from the modern, and the sources drawn upon could be thought too consistently Anglophone. But these are trivial limitations. Runciman handles the enormous range of his evidence with a precision and assurance that are deeply impressive. Vaulting in global ambition, his survey is unfailingly sober and careful in local execution. It is difficult to think of a single obvious lapse or extravagance of historical judgment in the whole account, where stray instances could readily be pardoned. An even, scrupulous, dispassionate voice controls what might otherwise appear an inordinate enterprise. The tone is one of imperturbable suavity. How should the completed theory be assessed? The comparative testing of Runciman's hypotheses yields a historical inventory of great richness and fascination. But there are a number of difficulties with the theoretical framework itself. The first of these concerns Runciman's preliminary move, the definition he adopts of society itself. Can societies be satisfactorily envisaged simply as so many intertwined networks of power? Runciman is not alone in thinking they can. The same assumption can be found in the work of Michael Mann, of which Runciman has been a severe critic, but whose scale and focus invite comparison. 4. The common source of this bias is Weber, the dominant influence on this cohort of British sociologists. Fixation with power has, of course, gone much further elsewhere, in France and the United States, under the spell of Foucault. The excesses and absurdities of the metaphysic now current in much literary theory, even cultural history, are generally foreign to the more prosaic world of English social science. But they have their warning for it. Whether in its Weberian or Foucauldian version, engrossment with power appears hard-headed, in fact, it is naive. Societies are not just power stuff. 3 very large domains of collective life resist such ingenuous reduction. These are the production of persons, of goods, and of meanings. Demographic, economic, and cultural systems are never mere transcriptions of power relations between human actors, for they always involve transactions with nature that surcharge or overflow these. The sociology of power characteristically seeks to avert this objection by extending its central concept, in a direction originally indicated by Parsons, towards positive sum usages. Man, for example, distinguishes between distributive and collective power, the former exercised by some agents over others, the latter shared between agents as a common enhancement of their capacities. For Runciman, similarly, the notion of power encompasses both domination and cooperation. 5. This doubling of the term is not a mere artifice. Technological invention or economic progress can legitimately be entered under it, since these directly involve an increased social power over the natural world. But this is not true of most recorded demographic regimes, of major world religions, or significant art forms, to name only them. It is no accident that these virtually disappear from Runciman's conspectus. Even economic activity, in principle more amenable to his treatment, gets short shrift. Indeed, it is noticeable that he makes much less of his cooperative than man does of his collective forms of power. After a perfunctory initial mention, they are all but forgotten thereafter. Symptomatically, Runciman himself, a leading industrialist, who must know more about modern economic realities than most of his peers put together, can nevertheless write that the fundamental economic practice is the exchange of goods or services. 6. As if production did not exist. The ellipse is dictated by the parti pris of the theory as a whole, where to all intents and purposes power is distributive domination. The same inflection recurs in Runciman's account of the ideological dimension of social structure. Once societies are conceptualized as so many practices of power, competition between these must be anchored in the dispositions of the individuals who compose them. Runciman postulates universally effective, and equivalent, strivings for the possession of wealth, force, and prestige. The pursuit of ideological power is a quest for the latter, and the fundamental practice of ideology is deference. Noting that some might doubt whether the wish for prestige is really a historical force on a par with the desire for command or riches, he replies that honor is a profound and ubiquitous value, Locke even holding credit and reputation to be the most important of all springs of human action. 7. But this is a non sequitur. For reputation, which can just as well be moral, intellectual, or aesthetic, need have, normally does have, nothing to do with power. Of Locke's contemporaries, what ideological sway was exercised by Aubrey or Spinoza, or Vermeer? Even where real ideological systems are at work, moreover, in such massive structures as the great religions, is their principal function usually just to instill social deference? Plainly not. Christianity as a cultural meaning complex cannot be reduced to the mere authority of priests. Its world historical role, across successive forms of social order, is not to be squeezed into any such straitjacket. Runciman is right to distinguish between economic, ideological, and coercive forms of power, and to insist that the variable relations between them need to be studied empirically, in their different historical settings. But he is wrong to suggest that history itself consists simply of their interplay. Neither labor nor faith, to say nothing of birth or death, is ever just an adjunct of power, and the changes in their regimes, affecting technology, reproduction, belief, cannot simply be assumed to have less causal weight for social evolution than the practices of domination. That has to be shown. The strains that Runciman's restrictive optic imposes on his own inquiry become apparent as soon as he moves to develop a concrete taxonomy of societal forms. Since these are identified with modes of distribution of power, each a specific combination of separate modes of production, persuasion, and coercion, their number should be determined by the actual range of variation of the latter. Runciman proceeds to enumerate these, 8 forms of economic power, 8 of ideological power, and 7 of coercive power. That yields a Linnean grid of some 450 possible kinds of society, as he points out, without considering hunter-gatherer bands or communities prior to the emergence of a state. He then immediately adds that empirical overlaps are possible in each column, and that not all combinations are conceivable, so that the historical gamut of realized forms will necessarily be less. 8. The proviso is reasonable enough. But nothing in it could prepare one for the eventual figure Runciman arrives at, no more than 10 distinct kinds of society in all, from the dawn of civilization to the present. In other words, less than 3% of those theoretically called are empirically chosen. The discrepancy between the potential and actual typology is so large that it cries out for explanation. In effect, either the initial classification of variance is misguided and redundant, or there is some intermediate mechanism capable of a drastic transformation of profusion into parsimony. Runciman, however, does not appear to register the anomaly of his own conclusions. Here, if anywhere, the issue he announces at the outset, what kinds of society are historically possible, is unambiguously posed. But the promise of an answer is not kept, the question itself seemingly forgotten. There is a further anomaly within the taxonomic outcome itself. For the 14 separate forms ultimately classified as discrete modes of distribution of power, are themselves aligned in a developmental sequence which commands their order yet remains external to their identity. Runciman, in effect, lists them as follows: limited power, dissipated power, shared power, obstructed power, patrimonial, citizen, warrior, bureaucratic, feudal, bourgeois, liberal democratic capitalist, authoritarian, state socialist, racist. Each of these kinds of society is defined in terms of the configuration of power within it. But at the same time each is de facto situated within a larger set organized on a very different principle. Limited power obtains in hunter-gatherer societies. Dissipated, shared, or obstructed power is characteristic of horticultural, nomadic pastoral or primitive agricultural societies. Citizen, warrior, bureaucratic and feudal forms belong to agrarian civilizations proper, bourgeois to early commercial capitalism. Liberal democratic, authoritarian, state socialist and apartheid societies are specific to industrial nation-states. These correlations are not merely deducible from Runciman's account, they are conceded by him, in so many terms. In effect, behind the apparently static classification of power, lies a surreptitious dynamic based on an economic periodization. 9. There is no reason to quarrel with the latter. But its discrete presence inevitably throws the rationale for the taxonomy itself into question. Can human societies really be conceived just as patterns of power, if their overall development answers to another presumably a more fundamental logic? Should not a theory of social evolution address itself in the first instance to the series of basic historical modes of livelihood, rather than to the various crenellations of power supported by them? Another way of saying this is that while Runciman's taxonomy purports to classify societies, its operative units are for the most part actually states. This is the level at which his concentration on power is in fact appropriate. Here, however, the denomination of his distinct botanical species is not wholly consistent. Having argued that any given mode of distribution of power is always composed of separate modes of production, persuasion, and coercion, which can vary independently of each other, Runciman goes on to say that a classification of societies along these lines must therefore take a Linnean polynomial form, that is, must spell out the particular combination of economic, ideological, and coercive power in each case, as in liberal democratic capitalist to describe Western societies today 10, but this rule is waived in the larger part of his enumeration. No attempt is made to apply it to early protostats or semi-states. The 5 pre-industrial state forms are captured not by polynomial categories, but essentially by designation of their dominant strata: citizens, warriors, lords, bureaucrats, bourgeois. This is certainly one reason why the number of forms drops so precipitously. The criteria for them have tacitly reduced. It is really only with the industrial species that polynomials come into play, yielding such alternatives as authoritarian nationalist capitalist and liberal democratic socialist. **11 Yet a certain casual ease with his own formal scheme is in another sense an attractive quality of Runciman's writing. There is no trace of the manic attachment to pet minutiae so often characteristic of those with a taste for taxonomy. On the contrary, what is striking is the largeness of mind with which Runciman puts his categories to work, depth of learning, one might say, precluding rigidity of construction. His actual depictions of the many societies that he discusses to illustrate his argument are a chief instruction and pleasure of the book. If they stimulate disagreement on occasion, it is nearly always because of their placing within the logic of classification, rather than any error in their representation. How important are the demurs indicated on this score? If we start with the transition to statehood itself, there is one curious spot of uncertainty within Runciman's account. He describes the earliest proto-states as patrimonial rudimentary forms in which those who hold civil or military office stand in a purely personal relationship to the ruler. As such, patrimonialism does not figure in his five-fold typology of pre-industrial constellations of power, species which he locates on a plane over and above it. 1-2 Categorized as a simple beginner, it would appear to be structurally, in general also chronologically, superseded with the advent of these higher forms. But later on patrimonialism re-emerges as a state form proper, of notable range and potential sophistication, including such diverse structures as the Greek tyrannies and the Carolingian Empire, not to speak of the Tudor monarchy or the Portuguese kingdom in the age of the discoveries. 1-3 These contradictory emphases are never really reconciled. This may have something to do with the fact that some of the Hoka-Ulturen often regarded as archetypes of the patrimonial state, pharaonic Egypt or Shang China, are among the few major historical experiences Runciman bypasses in his survey. The exception is Hammurapi's Babylon, to which he devotes a special attention. But the purpose of this is to argue that Old Babylonia was a kind of sport, an unclassifiable hybrid of different forms of the distribution of power, whose only counterpart was Anglo-Saxon England. The two societies are judged sui generis on the grounds that they cannot be fitted into any of the 5 modes just listed. 1-4 But why should they not be assigned to the patrimonial mode where Runciman elsewhere locates Sumerian, Lombard, or Merovingian societies, neighbors in time and space? The only reason discernible, from a single stray aside, seems to be that for Runciman the royal administration of Hammurapi or Edward the Confessor exceeded that of a patrimonial ruler. This is scarcely persuasive. Was the staff at the disposal of Henry VII, or the House of Avis really less? Patrimonialism, one is forced to conclude, the least anchored of modes in the subjacent economic narrative, remains a relative black hole in Runciman's spectrum of forms. There is, of course, another obvious objection to be made to the way this first of state structures features in the survey as a whole. This is simply the enormous historical spread between the cases Runciman adduces. Can the societies of Pisistratus, Ashoka, Chilperic I and Henry the Navigator be in any regard sensibly grouped together under a common label? The difficulty is rendered particularly acute in this case by the brevity and sketchiness of Runciman's initial definition of patrimonialism itself. But the same problem recurs within his more carefully worked out forms as well. 3 examples will suffice here. In his very interesting discussion of the citizen mode, about which he writes with the authority of an accomplished classicist, Runciman applies the concept alike to Greek cities and the Roman Republic, Swiss cantons, North Italian towns, and the Icelandic Commonwealth 1-5. Here the institutional resemblances, as well as differences, do indeed constitute a productive field for comparison. But however cognate the political fact of a free citizenry, is it plausible to claim that Rome in the epoch of Cicero and Iceland in the time of the Engela saga were historically the same kind of society? One was a wealthy multi-continental empire, controlling a population of some 50 million from a capital city of 750,000, with massive social stratification, large standing armies, heavy taxation, high levels of monetization, advanced literary culture. The other a desperately poor, tiny pocket of perhaps 30,000 peasants, without mint, militia, trade, administration, or written culture. The decisive structural difference, commanding all others, was that the principle of Roman civilization was urban from the outset, whereas Icelandic society was more completely rural than any other sovereign polity on record. There were scarcely even villages, let alone towns, in the heroic age of the Commonwealth. A socio-economic contrast of this magnitude surely breaks any bracketing apart. Runciman is able to minimize its import only by deciding that for the purposes of sociological theory towns can be regarded simply as institutional expressions of power. 1/6 The limitations of this way of looking at the historical significance of cities need no laboring. Feudalism as a form of society provides a set of similar paradoxes. Here there is a considerable existing literature, going back at least to Bloch, that has tried to grapple with the taxonomic problems it poses. Opinion has generally divided into two camps: those who restrict the term to areas where the institution of the fief, as conditional landed property deriving from the nexus between benefice and vassalage, involves jurisdiction over a dependent peasantry, and those who extend it to any pre-capitalist regime of large landowners extracting customary rents from the direct producers. For the first, medieval Europe and Japan tend to exhaust the field; for the second, India, Africa, China, the Near East, Mesoamerica all had their examples of feudalism. Runciman takes up an intermediate position, by defining as feudal any regime of decentralized magnate power, where landlords extort a surplus from dependent cultivators. This looks like a reasonable compromise. Nevertheless, its application leads to some curious results. For on the one hand, he excludes medieval England from the range of feudal societies, on the grounds that the Angevin and Plantagenet monarchies were too centralized. On the other hand, he includes the Latin American states of the 19th century. 1/7 The resistance this proposal arouses is not just to do with an erratic use of the criterion of decentralization itself, though that is certainly relevant. By no standard could governments like those of Roca in Argentina, Guzmán Blanco in Venezuela, or for that matter the Empire in Brazil, be deemed weaker than Lancastrian rulers, even at their height. More important, however, is the sheer developmental distance between the sword and lance world of Capetian or Ashikaga knights, to take two original cases of feudalism accepted by Runciman, and the railway and carbine universe of Latin American presidents. Something of the same difficulty is visible in the discussion of absolutism as well. Runciman identifies this with the bureaucratic mode of distribution of power, in which there is a strong central administration composed of salaried state servants without patrimonial ties to the ruler. He then takes as two paradigm examples the Roman Principate and the Bourbon monarchy. But so much had changed, materially and culturally, between the two that the pairing loses analytic force. Without considering the wider society, the two state structures themselves were qualitatively distinct in ways that man contrasting the territorial empire with the organic monarchy has graphically shown. 1/8 Louis XIV could raise an army larger than Trajan's from a realm an eighth of the size. In Asia, Runciman treats among his major instances of absolutism both imperial China, from Sung times onwards, and Tokugawa Japan. 1/9 But the dissimilarities between the two societies and their respective states are so large as to form a virtual topos in Far Eastern scholarship, not least because of the dramatically divergent outcomes of their common collision with the West. To refer only to the structural profiles of the holders of power, Mandarin and samurai differed in recruitment to office, focus of allegiance, relation to land, role in war, function in learning. Nor was the machinery of power at all alike. The heavenly kingdom commanded, in principle and in normal times in practice, an effective monopoly of armed force. The shogunate did not even control a majority of the military levies in Japan, where the combined troop strength of the outlying band always outnumbered its own, a weakness brought home in the hour of its overthrow. Can a state of this kind be usefully termed absolutist? A final quirk of Runciman's discussion here, it may be noted, concerns England. Having contested that Angevin or Plantagenet rule was ever feudal, he goes on to deny that Stuart government was ever absolutist. England alone evolved from a patrimonial to a bourgeois monarchy, he writes, there was no genuinely feudal stage any more than there was ever a genuine absolutism. 20. This seems categorical enough. Yet elsewhere, in a rare moment of apparent inadvertence, he paradoxically classifies the Norman monarchy after the conquest as absolutist. 21. There have been so many perverse claims for English exceptionalism in this period that it would be churlish to make too much of this particular contradiction. But it nevertheless points to a more general problem. The tacit modulation from society to state in the typology as a whole unbalances the triad that was intended to govern it. For virtually all pre-modern states devoted the bulk of their resources to the mode of coercion. In Runciman's sense, the administration of force was nearly always much the most costly and most vital of their functions. Concentration of focus on states thus necessarily tends to relegate modes of production and persuasion to the margins of this field of vision. The result is twofold. On the one hand, economic disparities between the states assembled under a common rubric are largely disregarded, once their type has been positioned in the understated background sequence. But the sheer developmental distance between many of Runciman's cases strains to breaking point the attempt to yoke them together conceptually. Technology in its widest sense, which is always in part specific to ecological setting, cannot be factored out so easily from historical comparison. France circa 870 and Argentina or Brazil circa 1870 were separated not just by a millennium, and a hemisphere, but an industrial revolution capable of material transformations across the world. Even on Runciman's own criteria they should be allocated to different modes of distribution of power, since serfdom predominated in the first, wage labor in the second, and slavery in the third. Closer settings, or epochs, should put less burden on common definitions. But even here acute problems arise. The England of Edward I and of Elizabeth I was one country, but was it really the same kind of society, within the terms of the taxonomy itself, when villeinage had disappeared between the two? Sung China was a contemporary of Norman Sicily, and Runciman judges them absolutist alike. But where were the free peasant tenants, and high commercial agriculture, in the latter, to say nothing of industrial skills and teeming urban radiance? In such classifications, culture fares no better than economy as a marker of substantive difference. The same double attrition of it occurs. In effect, Runciman first confines his mode of production to what Marxists would call relations of production, excluding forces of production from it, and then often sets aside these relations themselves in constructing his typology. Similarly, he restricts his mode of persuasion to the formal figures of deference, excluding all larger meaning systems, and then gives only intermittent attention to these figures themselves. By his own criteria, for example, the form of legitimation of power was hereditary in the Poland of the 16th century's Lachta, but charismatic in the Bolivia of the 19th century Caudillo, each of which, however, he qualifies simply as feudal. 22. Despite their role in the theory of social variation, distinctions of this kind are absent from the taxonomy of pre-industrial forms that issues from it. Yet they constitute only one particular sort of persuasion, the justification of rule. Differentiation here is, in other words, ideological rather than cultural. Runciman's solution to the problem of material productivity is to displace it into a generic chronicle outside the typology. His solution to the problem of cultural diversity is to trim culture itself to the typology, by treating it as no more than the content of the institutional rules of power, whose pattern composes a social structure. 23. This definition then allows him to abstract structure from culture for the purposes of historical classification. This is the operation which yields such startling juxtapositions as the twinning of Old Babylonia and Anglo-Saxon England, which depend on the elimination of central empirical features of each cuneiform script or Christian belief, from the picture. Given the eloquence of Runciman's own case for the capture of cultural interiority, in Volume I of his treatise, there is something wry in this procedure. Runciman himself remarks that in practice structure and culture never vary independently of each other, but this is a maxim whose consequences he never follows through. He observes at one point, for example, that Muslim societies were generally either warrior or patrimonial in structure, in part because Islam was inimical to feudalism. 24. But the reasons why, and extent to which, religious culture may have contributed to delimit the range of political structures in the Middle East, that is, potentially to select their form, rather than merely supply their content, is left quite unexplained. Questions like this fall beyond the ambit of the inquiry. One result is that Runciman can repeatedly assert that the diversification of human societies has greatly increased over time. 25. A thesis that is remotely defensible only if they are identified with structures in his sense. In fact, it is the opposite process that is surely striking, the enormous reduction in the number of discrete forms of society under the impact of modern capitalism, above all, from the extraordinary variegation of primitive cultures, to the lesser number of religious civilizations, down to the global uniformities of industrial living today, but also from the formidable diversity of pre-capitalist relationships of production and power, to the relatively stark simplicity of the institutional map of the contemporary world. In the spirit of economy and society, Runciman's typology is resolutely oriented to formal comparison in diametric contrast to man's single-track narration. Each contends that the one excludes the other, man denying the possibility of a comparative macro-sociology. Runciman scouting the prospect of an intersocietal history. 26. But although the treatise is faithful to Weber in its taxonomic drive, pursued with a lucid rigor that leaves the sprawling mass of economy and society well behind, Runciman has no time for the teleology of rationalization that is the other side of Weber's inheritance. His theory of social evolution is designed to supersede it and all its counterparts, including Marx's dialectic of class or any other. This second moment of the enterprise occupies the long concluding part of the book, where Runciman tests the theory against a gamut of empirical cases. The originality of the evolutionary account put forward here lies, as has been seen, in its focus on practices rather than societies or groups. But Runciman's evolutionism also differs from its most recent predecessor in another way. For Parsons, the principal mechanism determining evolutionary change was adaptation of societies to their environment. For Runciman, this mechanism is selection or competition between practices. This is a sharp change of emphasis, which brings his sociology much closer to the neo-Darwinian leitmotif that the dynamic element in evolution is not the adjustment of species to an environment but the warfare of species with one another. Dawkins's Arms Races, 27, and which also, of course, marks a return to the earlier tradition of evolutionary social thought that gave pride of place to the survival of the fittest, in the 19th century. The central objection to the Parsonian notion of adaptation lately leveled most scathingly by Anthony Giddens 28 was always its vacuity, for it never defined what it was that societies were adapting to, as they evolved, or what adaptation itself, taken as a nebulous reduction of uncertainty, actually meant. Does Runciman's alternative avoid these pitfalls? Certainly the idea of social selection is much more precise than that of adaptation, and specific practices more plausible as units for it than whole societies. But there is still a difficulty. The process of selection, in Runciman's account, turns on competition. How does he envisage the workings of this competition? The answer, if one looks at the test cases he presents, proves to be oddly elusive. One of the most extended treatments is his discussion of the origins of European feudalism in France, northern Italy, and Germany, whose purpose is to show the selective pressures that picked each end result in the three regions, why the monarchy eventually achieved dominance in the first, towns in the second, magnates in the third, whereas, in the different context of the Byzantine state, there was a stand-off between monarchy and magnates. 29 Runciman's account of these variants is succinct and sensible. But is it more than an intelligent inspection of the respective balance of forces in each zone, of a kind that historians without evolutionary equipment make all the time, indeed to which he appeals later? The explanatory bonus yielded by the idea of competitive practices is unclear. Its effect seems more like a redescription. The same could be said of Runciman's analysis of the ending of Japanese feudalism, as he sees it the emergence of the Bakuhan order under the first Tokugawa rulers. Here he advances the unusually strong claim that the isolation of Japan from exogenous pressures made its evolution from a feudal to an absolutist mode as near to inevitable as any such shift can be. 30 The crucial practices that permitted it, he suggests, were those which involved the transformation of bushi from armed retainers into salaried officials. But how these were competitively selected remains unstated. Runciman contents himself with saying that this was the trend of the time. So far as the larger thesis goes, it is surely more plausible to argue the reverse, that the shogunate never developed into an absolutism precisely because there was no external danger to impose true military centralization. This was why, in part, it proved so easy to overthrow from within once a threat did materialize from without. What an example like this indicates is that for the notion of competitive selection to have force, there must be some unambiguous medium or Kampfplatz in which rival practices can conflict, for one to triumph over the other. Revolution would seem to form one major kind of arena for such a shock. Runciman contests the use of the term for the armed movement that created the Meiji state, which he views rather as the ideal typical model of a reform. His own discussion of revolution, rebellion, and reform, to which a substantial excursus is devoted, is full of ingenuity and interest. But it is Linnean rather than Darwinian in emphasis, an illuminating typology more than an integral moment of the account of evolution. In fact, Runciman shows a consistent skepticism about the importance of revolutionary change for social selection. The two examples he analyzes at length are the Mexican and the French. 31 He concludes that the first merely restored the Porphyrian status quo ante in more centralized and secular guise, while the second was accidental in origin and irrelevant in outcome, leaving the evolution of French society unaffected. The Russian Revolution, by contrast, was truly transformative, but it too was historically an improbable occurrence, let loose only by the hazards of the Great War. For classical theories of social evolution, the prime arena of social selection was, of course, precisely war. It was the battlefield that provided the supreme medium of decision, between alternative forms of collective life. Paradoxically, however, Runciman also shows the utmost reticence towards this kind of test, which acquires little or no salience in his survey. The reason he gives, revealingly, is one that recurs in his treatment of revolutions. Wars are dramatic events, which may indeed divert the whole course of human history. But their outcome is so often a matter of chance, the product of accidents of fortune, that they frequently cannot be grounded in an evolutionary theory concerned only with the sociological causes of differences in modes and subtypes of the distribution of the means of production, persuasion, and coercion. 33 Empirically, the claim that the issue of military conflicts tends to be especially fortuitous is quite unsupported here. Runciman's only illustration is the Second World War, in many ways a particularly unhappy one, given the huge disparity in material resources between the victorious Allies and the Axis powers. Theoretically, however, what is significant is the apparent downplaying of war, as the regular terrain of competitive selection that might be expected within a quasi-Darwinian framework. Here it looks as if Runciman may be overcompensating for Spencer's notorious stress on it, in a wish to put as much distance as he can between their two accounts of evolution. There is, finally, One other medium of competition which does not feature as prominently as might have been imagined in Runciman's theory of social selection. This is simply the market itself. The most widespread version of an evolutionary outlook today is the belief that the Cold War is coming to an end as the superior economic practices of the West visibly prevail over those of the East, portending the rapid elimination of an alternative societal form that has been proved historically uncompetitive. This has, of course, long been the prediction of von Hayek, a thinker for whom the truths of economics have always been continuous with those of biology, in a neo-Darwinian synthesis of his own. 34. It is noticeable that Runciman's reserve extends to this diagnosis as well. His treatment of communist societies, cool and judicious throughout it, contains a remarkable shaft of observation on Stalin's purges, gives no hint of such a prospect. Perhaps he is just suspending judgment. These uncertainties all concern the mechanisms of social selection. But biological evolution, of course, has another and prior side to it, the genetic variation that furnishes the raw materials for natural selection. It is here that the real, insurmountable weakness of any theory of social, or for that matter cultural, evolution lies. For all analogies break down at this crux. The mutation of genes is a strictly random element within the process of natural evolution. That is, the causes of misprints in DNA have no relation whatever to the filter that selects these, they belong to another order of determination altogether. The origin of mutations is in this sense completely irrelevant to the origin of species. They belong to two separate planes of intelligibility. But does this hold in social or cultural life? The formal counterpart of genes in Runciman's explanation of social evolution are practices of power. His biological model then commits him to the claim that the origin of these practices, the mutations which are selected or eliminated, is also random. Innovations consequently become intrusions from another causal sequence, which can be treated simply as acts of God for the purposes of social explanation. 35. The structure of argument is the same in Franco Moretti's splendid Signs Taken for Wonders, which proposes a theory of literary evolution where genres play the role of species, and individual works furnish the random mutations. 36. Human history, however, exhibits no such Darwinian dualism. For in the process of its unfolding, innovation belongs to the same plane as selection. There is no split-level causation here. For both the genesis, and the generalization, of social practices always involve the common material of conscious human agency. The origins of institutional forms are thus never divided by an epistemological abyss from their stabilization. The two rather compose one continuous flow of intentional action. They are thus, contrary to Runciman's suggestion, amenable to the same kind of social explanation. There is no sense in which major social innovations can be treated as random inputs for a plausible theory of historical development. Some of the finest Marxist work of recent years has, in fact, been devoted to elucidating the origins of such momentous new practices as the emergence of the Greek polis from the debris of the Mycenaean palace kingdom, of feudal relations from the involution of late imperial Roman society, of capitalist farming from the unraveling of English monorealism, all innovations of central importance to Runciman's own account of social evolution. 37. But there is nothing specific to historical materialism in such inquiries. Perhaps the greatest modern example of one is Peter Brown's masterpiece The Body and Society, which explores the emergence of sexual ascesis in early Christianity, a far-reaching practice of the kind Runciman's theory leaves aside. Beginnings such as these can all be reconstructed as intelligible patterns of intentional action, typically yielding unintentional consequences, in this no different from their ongoing sequels. But there are, of course, historical episodes which bear the impress of a much more deliberate kind of will. The practice of social insurance, with all its long-term significance for the construction of the contemporary welfare state, was inaugurated by Bismarck for specific political ends. Can the initiative of the Iron Chancellor really be treated as an act of God? Were the reforms by the Meiji oligarchs of rank, order or land tenure mere random inputs into the evolution of modern Japanese society?
Should the inception of international monetary coordination by Keynes and White at Bretton Woods be regarded as belonging to a cognitive world different from the one governed by the workings of the gold dollar standard? Social engineering of this kind is a central, pervasive fact of the modern world. Runciman compares it to stock breeding, no disproof, he insists, of natural selection from random genetic mutation. But no rancher or pigeon fancier has ever produced a new species. Yet what, in Runciman's own typology, was the birth of the Soviet state other than a true speciation, and who would care to deny the prior purpose of Lenin and the Bolsheviks in bringing it about? In all these cases, the skein of historical causality is one. The reasons why Bismarck, Guido, Keynes, or Lenin made their innovations response to the rise of the socialist movement, the threat of foreign takeover, the memory of pre-war slump, the opportunity of revolution are no different in kind or level from the reasons why these practices took as institutions thereafter, as their authors approximately intended, say, moderation of popular insecurity, contribution to national growth, stabilization of foreign exchanges, social promotion of labor. Just because that is so, historical development shows not the slightest similarity to natural evolution in the tempo of its innovations. The whole force of Darwinian biology lies in its stress on the implacable slowness with which natural selection necessarily works, since the only variations offered to it are infinitesimal modifications whose gradual cumulation alone, in an unimaginable series of tiny steps, produces evolution. The social innovations that are Runciman's topic are utterly different in both the scale of the variation they represent, and the speed of the changes they unleash. It is a far cry from the reign of Munira, lasting 3 billion years, to the rise of Islam in 50. Undeterred by these disparities, Runciman concludes his work with a grand restatement of his major themes, and claims, however much further refinement and elaboration is called for, the fundamental idea that the evolution of human societies and their constituent roles and institutions proceeds through a continuing struggle for power whose outcome is determined by the competitive selection of practices in the three mutually irreducible dimensions of social structure is no less demonstrably superior to its rivals, or so I believe, than Darwin's was. 38. Social evolution, like natural, is directional in the sense that both reveal a cumulative increase in complexity. Yet each buries every teleology beyond hope of resurrection. The history of humanity, as of life itself, has no pattern, goal, or meaning. The one significant difference between the two is that in society power, not survival, is the criterion of success. 39. That was the shift made by Nietzsche, critic of the generalized notion of a struggle for life in the twilight of the idols. Where there is a struggle, it is a struggle for power. 40. Nietzsche himself is a reminder, however, that to repudiate teleology is not necessarily to renounce metaphysics. His will to power was resolved out of a, fabulously, speculative instinctual psychology. For all the distance in temperament and outlook, there is a trace of the same temptation in Runciman. He looks forward to the day when advances in psychology will provide a more complete underpinning for his sociology. Meanwhile, it can be said with assurance, in social evolution there are only people competing with one another for economic, ideological, and coercive power, as they will continue to do as long as the species survives. 41. The agonistics of this vision are close to fortune-telling. Should we say, with Nietzsche, that competition for power will be perpetual between the sexes too? A doctrine of eternal rivalry belongs with that of return, outside any rational social science. This gesture aside, the seriousness of Runciman's commitment to such a science is never in doubt. He explains that it was his conviction of the essential unity of scientific method, eloquently defended in Volume 1, that helped him reappropriate evolution as the idée matrice of Volume 2 of his treatise. The result is a theory of history that, by any standards, amounts to a large intellectual sum. 1989 = 8 = On Emplotment. Andreas Hillgruber. Of the literature involved in the historical dispute that broke out in West Germany 4 years ago, one work stands out in retrospect.
Andreas Hilgruber's two kinds of ruin not only poses what is likely to be the most persistent substantive problem, it also raises the most significant formal issue to emerge from that debate. The text comprises two essays, whose respective subjects are designated by the subtitle, The Dismemberment of the German Reich and the End of European Jewry. One in their original versions these were written separately, the latter, much shorter than the former, concluding a colloquium on the murder of European Jews in the Second World War. But both essays are terse, their economy not unusual in this historian. The first question presented by the text is an obvious one. The two accounts that make up the work are not interwoven, but remain at a distance from each other. What, then, is the force of their juxtaposition? A dissociate double narrative is a rare form of historical composition. Plutarch's Lives, a biographical undertaking, is perhaps the only sustained use of it. What is its function here? If we adopt the vocabulary of meta-history, the figural ground of the text is the trope termed in classical rhetoric collatio tu, in which two objects are set in parallel, without being identified, by means of a metaphorical projection across them. Hayden White does not discuss this particular device, but his claim that tropes typically govern the narrative strategies of historians 3, whatever its general validity, undoubtedly holds good here. In this case the initiating trope commands the emplotment in a quite precise sense. The conventional narrative of the Second World War represents it as a gigantic ordeal that nevertheless ends with the reconciliation of a fortunate victory that is, in the technical terms used by Fry and White, plots it as comedy. Hilgruber's figure reverses this representation, by the gesture of an apposition which draws the fate of Germany into the orbit of that of Jewry, an area of incontestable tragedy. He insisted on the category of tragedy, expressly, in a significant passage on the German beginning and ending of the war. Whether the concept of the tragic can be applied to the events that culminated in the Second World War, may be left open. Guilt and fate, legitimate demand and blatant injustice, tyranny and entanglement, were here inextricably mixed. But in the case of the German East in 1944–45 we ought indeed to speak of tragic processes, for there it is clear that there was no way out for the soldiers and inhabitants of those provinces. *******, for in the content of the form White has argued that narrativity always involves moralization, historical emplotments invariably embodying ethical judgments. 5. Plutarchian parallelism is certainly a case in point. What is the moral effect of Hilgruber's construction? In the historian's controversy, it was assimilated by his critics to arguments of Ernst Nolte. Both were charged with relativizing the Nazi extermination of the Jews, by extenuating comparison, in other words, a banalization of evil. The procedures of the two were nevertheless distinct. Nolte's work fully meets the charge. Its direct effect is to diminish the enormity of the Judeocide, in two ways, by arguing that it was typologically, in quantity and quality no worse than other great massacres of the 20th century, and that it was causally precipitated by the fear and example of communist terror, within a European civil war. Hilgruber's text makes neither of these claims. His essay on the final solution asserts it to be historically unique, and ascribes it essentially to Nazi racial doctrines. 6. Within the spectrum of scholarly interpretations of the extermination program of the Third Reich, Hilgruber was an intentionalist, who stressed Hitler's fanatical pursuit of biological purification and territorial expansion in the East, as the central goals, the nucleus of Nazi ambitions at large. 7. A certain intentionalism, by concentrating overwhelmingly on the demonic figure of the Führer himself, can tacitly exonerate any wider sections, or longer traditions, of German society from responsibility for the crimes of the regime. Hilgruber, who went out of his way to reject any view that would put Nazism into a realm of pathology outside history, was not of this kind. He dated the origins of both the turn to virulent antisemitism and the drive for an immense empire in the East to the year 1916, when Hindenburg and Ludendorff took command of the Third Army on the Russian front. 8. When the fatal opportunity of limitless conquest and killing came 25 years later, he stressed, responsibility for them was very widely shared. In the party and state apparatus, apolitical functionaries as well as zealots organized the extermination of the Jews. Much larger numbers carried out their deportation, while the mass of the German population, preoccupied with the pressures and hardships of the war, predictably accepted the Unvermeidlicherwesener Unzuldenglich Verschleierten Vorgangs, a process that could never be more than inadequately concealed. 9. It would be difficult to find a stronger statement of far-ranging moral responsibility than this. The officer corps too, Hillgruber argued, was deeply implicated in the practices of exterminism unleashed by Operation Barbarossa. The traditional tension within it between an ethos of corporate honor and a duty of strict obedience had shifted steadily towards unconditional fulfillment of orders from the Wilhelmine epoch onwards, and when that ended, freebooters outside the service knew no law but violence anyway. After 1918, German soldiers could take the path of the Freikorps or that of the Reichswehr under Siegt. These roads seem to have divided, Hillgruber grimly observes, but in the collaboration of the SS and Wehrmacht elites in the Russian campaign of the 1940s, they ran more or less closely back together again 1-0 without the active or passive collaboration of a large part of the traditional military leadership of the country, in whom all moral substance had been lost. Hitler could never have waged his unprecedented war of annihilation in the East, which from the start had combined territorial expansion and racial extermination. It cannot therefore be said that the purpose of Hillgruber's dual narrative is to normalize the final solution, by assimilating it to other mass killings. Its function is rather to solemnize the German expulsions as a tragedy too, albeit of another kind, historically adjacent to it. The distinction is not a mere artifice. It corresponds, as we have seen, to two quite different treatments of the Judeocide. Nevertheless, it remains to be asked, within the generic category of tragedy, which in principle might allow of any number of illustrations, what is Hillgruber's specific justification for associating the fate of the Germans in the East with that of the Jews? His foreword asserts more than the formal characterization of both as national catastrophes, of which there have been many. It argues that this particular pair belong together. 1. What reasons does Hillgruber give for this commonality? He stresses, in the same sentences, that the prehistory of and responsibility for each differed. The murder of the Jews was exclusively a consequence of the radical racial doctrine that in 1933 became the ideology of the state in Hitler's Germany. 1. The expulsion of the Germans, on the other hand, was not simply a response to the crimes of the Nazi dictatorship, but also answered to independent war aims of the Allies, formulated in ignorance of the full measure of these crimes. Later in the text, Hillgruber argues that in a longer-term historical perspective, the fatal idea of Volksspielfeld und Flurbereinigung ethnic clean sweeps can be seen to have spread practices of organized mass killing and forcible population transfer from the European periphery, when Armenians and Greeks were their principal victims, to the whole of Europe under Nazi domination, not leaving even the British or American record intact by the end of the war. 3 Critics have objected to this contextualization, but it is difficult to deny it all validity. Hillgruber does not here equate the Judeocide with the massacres and deportations that preceded it, but views it rather as the finalized absolute of an inhumanity of which they were initial or relative versions. The argument, however, is not pressed. Hillgruber's linkage of the destiny of Germans of the East with that of the Jews does not essentially depend on either the proximate causes or precise character of the disasters which overtook them, it rests instead on the ultimate consequence that issued from them. They belong together, above all, for their common effect, which was to destroy the Europe of the center. Once the middle of the continent was broken to pieces in the cataclysm of war, Europe as a whole was the loser. Division and subordination to the two great powers on its wings inevitably followed. 4 How is this construction to be assessed? Much of the discussion of it has treated Hillgruber's text as if it were more homogeneous than it is. In fact, it contains a number of different arguments, which require a more discriminating response. We may look at 4 of them. The first is in a sense the most obvious. Because Hillgruber never directly compares the two processes of which his title speaks, but simply juxtaposes them under a runic adjectives wearily, the parallel narrative cannot accord them their due disproportionate weight. The result is inevitably to scale down, however inadvertently and indirectly, the nature of the Judeocid. The effect of this oblique reduction is then aggravated by the register in which the end of the German East is described. Notoriously, Hillgruber declared that the presumptively German historian was obliged to identify with the concrete fate of the German population in the East and therefore also with the desperate and sacrificial efforts of the German armed forces to protect it from the vengeful advance of the Red Army, with its train of savageries and deportations. 1.5 The notion of identification, often at work in the practice of historians, but rarely so ingenuously professed, belongs to a certain traditional canon of tragedy. Hillgruber's appeal to it has been emphatically and rightly dismissed by Weller and Mayer, in particular. 1.6 Behind it, almost certainly, lay biographical experience. Hillgruber grew up in Cadnesburg, where his father was a schoolteacher dismissed by the Nazis, and as a young man fought in the Wehrmacht's defensive campaign in East Prussia in the winter of 1945, which he describes as allowing 2 million refugees to escape across the Baltic to Denmark or Schleswig-Holstein. Had Hillgruber simply noted this personal background, as a subjective basis for his account of the situation confronting German civilians and troops in the eastern provinces, rather than declaring identification with them objectively mandatory, few could have quarreled. But in making this false move, Hillgruber slipped in one step from the understandable to the indefensible. His construction is immediately compromised. For identification with the fate of the Jews is not demanded of the historian in the companion essay. Perhaps he thought that osios. The procedural fallacy of Hillgruber's plea for identification, nevertheless, does not in itself dispose of the substance of his analysis of the collapse of the German East. Hillgruber makes three fundamental claims here. The first concerns the final year of the German military effort against Russia. In June 1944 the Wehrmacht had suffered its decisive defeat of the war, when the strongest of its forces, Army Group Center, was suddenly overwhelmed and broken by a Soviet offensive in Belorussia that cost it 350,000 casualties, 4 times the number at Stalingrad, and drove a huge breach through the German front, exposing East Prussia to immediate attack. A month later, the military opposition led by von Stauffenberg attempted to kill Hitler and overthrow the Nazi regime. How does Hillgruber judge the attentat of July 20? He argues that by that date, after so many previous opportunities had been missed, the conspiracy was too late. The war was by now lost anyway, and even if the coup had been successful, it would only have led to strife and chaos in the German leadership, accelerating the debacle on the Eastern Front. The motive of the resistance plotters was an ethic of expressive intention, designed to show the world that another Germany than that of the regime existed. By contrast, he suggests, many of those soldiers and officials who fought on did so out of an ethic of responsibility, seeking to lessen the consequences for the German population in the east of looming Soviet conquest and vengeance. Hillgruber in effect validates their choice. The continued resistance of the Wehrmacht permitted, he argues, the escape of 2 million people across the Baltic, and the eventual surrender of some 60% of the troops in the east, close to another 2 million to the Western Allies rather than to the USSR, so saving large numbers of further lives. From a strictly German standpoint, then, the prolongation of the war for another 10 months appears from Hillgruber's account as if it were the lesser evil. It is this suggestion, more than any other in Zweierliche, which lacks any historical warrant. Here the full strength of the moral reaction against Hillgruber expressed by Habermas and Weller was justified. 1.7 For in those months, German military and civilian casualties alone amounted to between 1.5 and 2 million dead, half the total killed in the fighting of the entire war, not to speak of the continuing victims of Nazi terror, and Allied casualties on the other side. If a counterfactual calculation is to be made, the overthrow of Hitler in July 1944, by shortening the war,
would without question have saved far more lives that were actually lost than the continuation of the fighting hypothetically saved, before Germany surrendered. Moreover, the surrender itself would all but certainly have been partially negotiated as, despite the principle of unconditional surrender, was in practice that of Japan, in a far weaker position vis-a-vis the Allies in August 1945 than a go-or-deal government would have been in August 1944, not to speak of the peace concluded by Finland in September. Post-war suffering and loss for Germany would thus also have been curtailed. For the terms of the peace in turn play a central role in Hillgruber's second argument. One of the major themes of his text is that the truncation of Germany, by the transfer of East Prussian, Pomeranian and Silesian lands to Poland in 1945, cannot be regarded simply as geopolitical retribution for Nazi criminality in the East. For it had already been projected as a strategic goal by leading Polish politicians in the interwar period, and was then adopted by Britain and the United States during the war, with the aim of eradicating what was widely supposed to be the driving force of Prussian militarism, and putting an end to Germany as a major European power. These plans, Hillgruber argues, envisaged the expulsion of up to 6 million people from their homes, in the name of raison d'etat, not of commutative justice. In the event, the number of those expelled at the end of the war was 11 million, of whom probably 2 million perished in the process. These deportations were, it follows from Hillgruber's account that he does not even need to say so, unjustifiable. Herein lay the final German tragedy of the war. The most extended attempt to rebut this case has been undertaken by the English historian Richard Evans, in his recent General Review of the German Controversy, In Hitler's Shadow. Evans argues that the role of the German minorities in Poland, Czechoslovakia and elsewhere before the war had revealed their subversive potential, convincing the Western Allies of the need to remove them, that Poland had to be compensated in the West for its loss of territories to Russia in the East, and that in any case, however they were brought about, 40 years of uninterrupted peace add up to an unanswerable defense of the arrangements reached in 1945. Evans concedes that the expulsions were accomplished with appalling harshness, but maintains that the wholly unacceptable means by which the expulsions were effected can and must be distinguished from the ends sought by the expulsions themselves. 1-8 The distinction, however, does not convince. What are the acceptable means of forcibly dispossessing millions of people from their homes and driving them from their native lands? Sudetenirdentism did provide the pretext for Hitler's aggression against Czechoslovakia, but did it therefore warrant the wholesale deportation of the German communities of the area after the war? On the authority of the current Czech president himself, it did not. Was Poland's extension to the Oder-Neisse line in the west a compensation of equivalent nature to its contraction behind the Curzon line in the east? In the territories lost, Poles were a minority of perhaps 30% of the population, which was why the Entente had originally awarded them to Russia after the First World War. In the territories gained, Germans were a majority of nearly 90% of the population. 1-9 Is the fact of subsequent peace in itself justification of these events? Both ethically and logically, it is quite insufficient. Peace has reigned for 70 years along Turkey's eastern frontier, over the graves of the Armenian community. Is that a defense of them? 20 The population of the German East was expelled, not massacred, but is it really the case that peace depended on such expulsions, that no alternative settlement was conceivable? Allied calculations precluded any other outcome. It may be said, that, however, is to confirm the force of Hillgruber's observation that traditional imperial interests, as well as universal values, determined the fate of Germany in 1945. The violences committed then were in no way commensurate with those inflicted by the Nazi state. But for the millions who lived through them, they were suffering enough. 21 When Hillgruber was asked in a questionnaire what was his fondest dream, and ironically replied, to live a life in Königsberg, his answer commands respect. It did not mean he thought the disappearance of his native province reversible, but he recalled for explanation, and criticized, the expulsions which had brought it about. Although Hillgruber's reflection is here at its most nationally self-absorbed,
The issues it raises are paradoxically of most contemporary concern to Jews too, as Israeli historians recover, against official legends, the complex and painful realities of the Arab flights involved in the birth of their country, at a time when some voices envisage their repetition in the West Bank today. Finally, beyond the dilemmas of German soldiers or the expulsions of German farmers, there was in Hillgruber's view a third tragic element in the collapse of 1945. The obliteration of the German East, he argued, broke Europe itself in two, for it had historically been Germany, the land of the middle, which had been the principal bridge between the western and eastern halves of the continent, mediating, in innumerable economic, cultural, and political, as well as military ways, influences from beyond the Rhine into the vast area between the Baltic and the Black Seas. Once this bridge was destroyed, Europe's center could not hold, and the continent was doomed to scission and subjection by the rival great powers on its flanks. The dismemberment of Germany thus also spelt the overthrow of Europe as a whole in world politics. It remained to be seen whether a common German nationality and a Europe of the center could be reconstructed anew. 22 These reflections were bitterly attacked by Habermas, who charged them with threatening the only reliable basis of our connection to the West, and by Weller, who declared that they subverted loyalty to the West far more effectively even than the foolish talk of the Greens. 23 For Habermas and Weller, the very idea of Germany as a land of the middle, indeed of a Europe of the center, was to be rejected, as incompatible with the anchorage of the Federal Republic in the West, not just Western Europe, but the Western world headed by the U.S. Modern German national identity, Habermas maintained, could take only one legitimate form, a constitutional patriotism centered on Bonn. Anything else was a dangerous lure. How are we to judge this exchange? Strangely, in their haste to repudiate Hillgruber's whole problematic, such critics overlooked what is in fact the main reproach to be made against his treatment of it. Hillgruber starts by linking, programmatically, the Jewish and German catastrophes as interlinked dimensions of the collapse of Central Europe. But in what follows, whereas the role played by Germans in the history of the region is directly touched upon, more than once, that of the Jews is not. Logically, Hillgruber's argument requires some rendered account of the contribution of European Jewry to the binding of the two halves of the continent. That role merits the term mediation much less ambiguously than the German, since it was always essentially economic and intellectual, free of the stains of political and military domination that marked the latter. The consequences of its removal are evident enough. There are few more vivid illustrations of the disappearance of what a Europe of the center once meant than the culture of, say, post-war Austria. Hillgruber found no words for this. To register it is not to deny, but to accept, the validity of the notion of peoples and places located in the middle of Europe, on whose fate the linkages between its western and its eastern ends historically depended. Hillgruber's own concern with this theme was, of course, not simply a scholarly but also an avowedly political one. Despite the catastrophe of the Second World War, he maintained, Germany's role in the center of Europe was not inevitably cancelled for all time. German national identity could not be divorced from the spatial setting of an undivided nation. Replying to his critics, he wrote that it was necessary always to keep in mind the prospect, the hope, that one day Germany would be reunited again on the basis of self-determination. 24 In however unforeseeable a way, the possibility of a reconstruction of Central Europe was still open. Hillgruber died in May 1989. In November the Berlin Wall was breached. Today, less than a year later, German unification is at hand. Hillgruber, a conservative, saw things here more lucidly than his liberal critics. One might say that his equations are taking shape before our eyes. The reunion of Germany will indeed involve the re-emergence of a Central Europe already in statu nascendi, and the reconstruction of Central Europe will all but certainly restore independence to Europe as a whole, in the wider theater of the world. To have asserted these connections so clearly, on the eve of their historical realization, was not an inconsiderable achievement. 2 years ago, Charles Mayer described Hillgruber's emphasis on Germany's mediating role between Western and Eastern Europe as the geopolitics of nostalgia. 25 The phrase looks less appropriate now. Mayer's discussion of the problems of national identity raised in the course of the German historians' debate nevertheless remains the most interesting exploration of the issues at stake. Criticizing conceptions of the land of the Middle, he argued that national identity should in any case not be viewed simply as a deposit of successive historical experiences. It ought perhaps rather to be rethought as something closer to the older idea of national character, one especially strong, he notes, in America, from the time of Crève-Coeur onwards, a character in good part amenable to non-historical, quasi-anthropological analysis. To this end Mayer invokes Levi Strauss's well-known denial of any special value to history. 26 The character or identity of an individual is, of course, always something relatively plural and unstable, so how much more so is that of any nation. But if the concept of a national identity is at all negotiable, and its elements be held to exceed the imprints of historical time, what are the most plausible further constituents? Surely not the biological substrata of race detected by Gobineau, nor the involuntary uniformities of the human mind divined by Levi Strauss, but the coordinates of geographical space. These are durable and material enough, in most cases, to possess an obvious specific efficacy. The logic of Mayer's argument thus paradoxically points back to the very thematic he initially discounts. German national identity, if it exists, must in part be a function of German territorial position. It is because the idea of the land of the Middle corresponds to certain objective realities that it was a polemical mistake of the liberal left in Germany to allow conservatives to make it their own. There the Greens showed better sense. Scrutiny of Zweierliche Untergang reveals, then, a series of complexities. Hillgruber was a nationalist historian, but he was not an apologist of National Socialism. The device of Collatio did not in itself dictate a diminution of the final solution. Nor did Hillgruber's treatment of the destruction of European Jewry as such contribute to one. But any juxtaposition of Jewish and German fates demanded an exceptional, moral and empirical, delicacy that was beyond the compass of this historian. In its absence, the laconic could not but seem the insensible. For its part, colored by personal memory, Hillgruber's obituary of the German East was of divided validity too, its counterfactual assessment of the conspiracy of July 1944 groundless, its factual verdict on the expulsions of 1945-47 well grounded. Finally, Hillgruber's projection of Central Europe as the common scene, and victim, of the tragedies he related, signally failed to situate the Jews historically within it, but, political in impulse, it captured the current position of the Germans, and some of its possible consequences, remarkably well. All of this, in its mixture of acuteness and obtuseness, fallacies and foresights, is quite normal for a historian. Abnormal, however, is the subject. If we ask, what are the limits of a historical representation of Nazism and the final solution, through the prism of Hillgruber's work, the answer is surely this. Firstly, certain absolute limits are set by the evidence. Denial of the existence of either, of the regime, or its crimes, is plainly ruled out. No such issue arises in this case. Counterfactuals are also subject to control by the rules of evidence, which will eliminate some of them, as they do in this case. Narrative strategies, to be credible, always operate within exterior limits of this kind. Secondly, however, such narrative strategies are in turn subject to a double interior limitation. On the one hand, certain kinds of evidence preclude certain sorts of implotment. The final solution cannot historically be written as romance, or comedy. On the other hand, any generic implotment has only a weak determinative power over the selection of evidence. Hillgruber could legitimately depict the end of East Prussia as tragic, however, that choice, permitted by the evidence, did not in itself dictate the series of particular empirical judgments that make up his account of it. There is a large gap between genre and script. Other, divergent, Tragic accounts could be written of the same events, and these would not be aesthetically incommensurable forms, or so many fictions, but epistemologically discriminable attempts to reach the truth. The typical measure of such discrimination is not the presence of suggestio falsi, very rare in modern historiography, but the degree of suppressio veri, that is, representation omitted rather than misrepresentation committed. In history, as in the sciences, the depth of a truth is usually a function of its width, how much of the evidence it engages and explains. Narratives, then, are never plenipotentiaries over the past. The modern scepticism that would reduce history to rhetoric has a number of sources. It would be a mistake to read these selectively, as if, for example, one could trace in them principally a fascist ancestry or a leftist progeny. That would be to satisfy oneself too easily. American pragmatism, a liberal philosophy, was earlier and more influential than Italian activism in diffusing an instrumental conception of what today are sometimes called truth effects. It was Claude Lévi-Strauss, on the moderate right, who was the first theorist of the incommensurability of historical codes, each of them arbitrary in relation to the others. 27. There is good sense in Gramsci's remark that in intellectual battles, the only lasting victories are those won over the adversary at his strongest. For those who conceive representation as a responsibility, rather than a velleity or an impossibility, the advice remains sound. Max Weber and Ernest Gellner. Science, Politics, Enchantment. The two addresses given by Max Weber on science as a vocation and politics as a vocation occupy a special position within his work. In a body of writing often intractable and diffuse, they stand out as masterpieces of literary economy and passion, sudden distillations in a few glowing pages from the sprawling mass of Weber's scholarly thought. Here the themes of rationalization, religion, value, freedom, power, bureaucracy, charisma, ethical responsibility are all present, with a rhetorical intensity that has made these texts two of the most influential intellectual statements of this century. Yet it is as if their classical status has tended to shield them from close inspection. For beneath their surface clarity, each reveals signs of a turbulence that escapes logical control, generating a series of aporia which form a significant pattern. Weber delivered his lecture on science as a vocation on November 7, 1917, the day the Bolsheviks seized power in Russia. To his student audience in wartime Munich, he explained the sternness and strangeness of the scientific enterprise. Quite apart from its external drawbacks, in the lottery of academic life, it afforded no inner satisfactions of a traditional sort either. Irremediably specialized, it excluded any possibility of general cognitive achievement. Inherently impersonal, it forbade temperamental self-expression of the kind normal in art, perpetually developing. Its progress ruled out any lasting achievement. Nor could it acquire meaning from any other sphere of life. For modern science had stripped the world of those active harmonies where it was once believed to be united to eternal truth, or to nature or divinity or happiness. Structurally disappointing for the scientist and disenchanting for society, what value then attached to it? At least, Weber argued, it was the indispensable means of technical efficacy and conceptual clarity of practical control or clear thinking, to whatever purpose. The vocation of science, so understood, had nothing to do with politics. The principles of the two were absolutely separate, permitting of no mixture. Pronounced to the same audience just over a year later, on January 28, 1919, in the midst of the Bavarian Revolution, politics as a vocation spelled out the differences. The role of the politician was to exercise independent leadership in the conquest of state power, defined by its monopoly of legitimate violence. Such legitimacy, assuring the obedience of those subject to it, could be traditional, charismatic, or legal in character. Its enforcement required a permanent administrative staff, in whose historical development lay the origins of the modern professional politician. Unlike the functionary, however, the statesman takes personal responsibility for his political action, initially as a leader among notables, later as plebiscitary commander of a popular following organized in a mass party. Where such figures failed to emerge, electoral machines operated by mere officials over the heads of equally passive constituencies were the only alternative, leaderless democracy. The true politician, by contrast, not only relished the exercise of power for its own sake, but was distinguished by a combination of passion, judgment, and sense of responsibility. Such passion could be for any cause. The choice of a faith was unarguable. But once made, the vocation of politics imposed its own rules. Since the decisive medium of politics was violence, with its peculiarly unpredictable consequences, force breeding force, the only appropriate code to guide it was a secular ethic of responsibility, judging actions by their consequences, not by their intentions. In outline, such is the substance of the two lectures. The connection between them is at first paradoxical. For the theme they most conspicuously share is also that which Weber intended to separate them, the idea of the vocation as such. In the formal organization of Weber's discourse, whatever else the term may come to mean, it always denotes the exclusive pursuit of one goal, be it science, art, business, politics, at the expense of all others. What makes it serious is specialization. The central message of the two addresses appears to be that politics and science obey distinct laws, which must on no account be commingled or confused. The term Beruf is, of course, pervasive in Weber's sociology. But what has been insufficiently noticed is its extreme semantic instability, the drastic shifts in its meaning from one context to another. Its original sense was, of course, a religious calling. As Weber himself noted, it was first introduced into German by Luther, in his translation of the Bible. 1. The Protestant ethic and the spirit of capitalism freely mines this usage for its account of the high spiritual purpose and rigid moral discipline of the early Calvinist merchant. It is this register, now detached from its religious background, which dominates the Munich addresses, science and politics conceived as strenuous existential callings. But by Weber's time, the normal German meaning of the term was quite different. Beruf was simply a profession. That sense too recurs in the lectures, and Weber occasionally senses the difference, but without at any point theoretically fixing it, or realizing its consequences for his construction as a whole. Thus, in a famous passage, he spoke of two kinds of Berufspolitiker, those who lived for politics, and those lived from them. The former could devote themselves to public life in economic independence from it, typically as rentiers or landowners. The latter, without major property of their own, derived their income essentially from offices of party or state. This would seem a clear-cut enough contrast. No sooner is it made, however, than it is undone, when Weber goes on to remark that politically dominant strata invariably exploit their power for private economic ends, while the most unconditional political idealism is normally displayed by the propertyless. 2-3 The antithesis of living for and living from is incoherent here, in part because it does not coincide with an opposition that is more important to the argument. For Weber starts by defining the vocation of the politician in its highest expression as pure charismatic leadership. Hier wurzelt der Gedanke des Berufs in seiner höchsten Ausprägung. After tracing the rise of various kinds of administrative staff, he then proceeds to a catalogue of political roles in which the idea of Beruf finds, so to speak, its lowest expression. These include the party official and the machine boss, parliamentary herds or municipal cliques, in short professional politicians in the pejorative sense of the word. To these Weber finally applies the disgraced term Berufspolitiker ohne Beruf, in effect, a reductio ad absurdum of the contradictions in the concept. For what Weber had yoked together under the single rubric of his title were three completely opposite meanings: charismatic leadership in the pursuit of high ideals, bureaucratic service under orders in the state, and mercenary competition for spoils of office. In Wissenschaft als Beruf the oscillation of meaning is scarcely less severe. On the one hand, the vocation of science is to serve the moral purpose of self-reflection, Selbstbesinnung, by instilling a sense of duty, clarity, and responsibility in the individual who answers to its intellectual standards. On the other hand, it simply furnishes the techniques for calculable control of external objects and human behavior, much as a Midwest grocer's wife supplies cabbage across the counter. *5 The second function is in fact more plausibly presented by Weber than the first, which would not seem to require any specialized scientific knowledge at all. Here too the notion of Baroff dilates and fissures in the course of the argument. This process is not confined to the formal exposition of the lectures. The same pattern can be observed in Weber's informal accounts of himself. Explaining his refusal late in life of the compromises demanded of a politician, he could declare proudly, "Ich bin von Baroff, Geleberter." But he could equally express thorough contempt for the whole notion, as too narrow for him. "Irgendwie einem Respekt vor dem Begriff de Baroffsbabe ich nie gehabt," he wrote as a young man of his attitude to his prospects. 6 Ironically, the great final peroration of politics as a vocation, climactically conjuring up once again the mission of the leader and the hero, also involuntarily lets out that same dreary underside of the concept. What will become of you? He challenged the students before him, listing their possible life failures: Verbitterung oder Benausentum, einfach stumpfs hinamander Welt und de Baraffies. 7 Here, with the further connotation of Philistine routine, the fall, across the same term, of calling into career is complete. There are a number of ways of seeing this particular strain in the structure of the two lectures. It can be related to Weber's more general difficulty in negotiating the relationship between the ideal and material elements of his social theory, where the actual balance or connection between the two is rarely if ever confronted. Typically, rather, the former acquires a tacit predominance through the formal volume of its elaboration, suddenly interrupted by uncompromising reminders of the weight of the latter, often all the more brutal, as if by way of compensation for steadier treatment. Something like this occurs with the notion of vocation. There are other striking instances in the Weberian theory of politics as well. In them Herrschaft undergoes a duplication comparable to that of Baroff. After asking how political domination is secured, why do men obey a given state? Weber proceeds straight away to discuss the ideal types of legitimation, as the forms of its inner justification, then recollects briefly that in reality obedience is conditioned by very solid motives of fear and hope, and material interests of the most varied sort, thereafter reverts once more to the eminent powers of charisma. In similar fashion, he explains that the obedience elicited by legitimation can then be used to obtain the means of administration, staff and materiel, necessary to enforce a monopoly of coercion, and then undermines this causal sequence by remarking that the ultimate and decisive basis for the loyalty of administrators to power holders is fear of losing their wages, 8 so rendering the argument circular. The material means of rule become at once product and precondition of the ideal operations of legitimacy. But there was another, and more specific, reason for the anomalies in Weber's treatment of the concept of vocation. The term had one unambiguous force, common to its ideal and material registers alike. It spelt specialization whether as higher calling or lowlier profession. It was this which rendered the notion a firebreak between science and politics. What was then its antonym in Weber's vocabulary? The answer is readily to hand. Strewn throughout his political writings is a set of obsessive references to literati and dilettantes. These function as nearly interchangeable imprecations. However indiscriminate in their polemical application, they always contain at least one fixed charge, the slur of amateurism. Over against the man of a vocation or profession, there was the dabbler and the dilettante. The literaten against whom Weber so tirelessly thundered varied over time. They included the sycophants who enthused over Bismarck's mere violence and cunning, as well as the carpers who impotently resented them, the parasites who advocated a relaxation of German diligence after the war, and the demagogues who demanded too many territorial annexations during it, the dreamers of democratized industry, alongside the conf-ectors of new religions. 9 But by the time of his second lecture in Munich, in its dramatic political setting, previously diffuse referents had narrowed to one overwhelming target. The German Revolution had put power into the hands of absolute dilettantes, whose only claim to it was their control of machine guns,
all that distinguished the rule of Bolshevik or Spartacist ideologues, workers' or soldiers' councils, from that of any military dictatorship was their dilettantism. 10 Eisner was a prize example in Bavaria. Another was Trotsky, who had displayed the typical vanity of the Russian literati in questioning the good faith of Germany at Brest-Litovsk, forcing the Reich to impose its own peace. 11 In these years, the familiar terms of earlier dislike become fused into a figure otherwise elusive or absent in Weber's sociology of modernity, the intellectual. In the talk he gave to Austro-Hungarian officers on socialism in July 1918, he told them that the Bolshevik government consists of intellectuals, some of whom studied here in Vienna and in Germany. Among them there are certainly only a few Russians. 2 In Munich a few months later, he declared that the sterile excitation of the worst Russian intellectuals had now spread to their German counterparts in this carnival tricked out as a revolution. 3 Such fevers, typical of the mere political dilettante, were the antithesis of the disciplined passion of the true politician, not to speak of the disinterested research of the scientist. Identified with revolutionary socialists of all persuasions, USPD, Spartacists, syndicalists, Bolsheviks, the figure of the intellectual, lacking the specialized aptitudes for either science or politics, bespeaks generic irresponsibility and incompetence. This theoretical contrast, at least, seems hard and fast enough. Yet the notion of what it is to be an intellectual, too, suffers a curious sideways disturbance in Weber's writing. For one of the central themes of his later thought, unforgettably developed in Science as a Vocation, is what he termed the intellectualization of modern life. By this he meant just that process of specialization which divided life into separate and incompatible spheres of value, draining meaning from it as a whole. The fate of our age, with its characteristic rationalization and intellectualization, above all disenchantment of the world, is that the ultimate and highest values have withdrawn from public life. 4 In other words, here the character of the process is the very opposite of the figures who should logically embody it. Intellectualism portends just what intellectuals forego. Crucially, moreover, Weber deplored the consequences of the process as he described it. After invoking the unending and inconclusive struggle between different outlooks on life in the disenchanted world, he told his audience that he too hated intellectualism as the worst evil of modern times. 5 The strongest expression of that dislike is, of course, the scathing final verdict of the Protestant ethic. Of the last stage of this cultural development it might truly be said, specialists without spirit, sensualists without heart, this nullity imagines it has attained a level of civilization never before achieved. 1/6 The Nietzschean scorn for the Fachmensch here was one that could extend to the Berufsmensch, the two indeed being equated as products of the bureaucratization of power and culture, whose long-run effects threatened something like an Egyptian bondage of the spirit. 1/7 Weber, who was sure that he himself could in some measure perform in rather a large number of positions, had reason to say that he detested this kind of intellectualism. 1/8 On the other hand, however much he disliked it, Weber never formulated an alternative. In part, that was certainly because he regarded specialization as the unalterable condition of modernity, whatever its cultural byproducts. But it was probably also because he feared the actual historical form such an alternative might take. Before the war, he had observed two intelligentsias that refused a separation of value spheres. In Russia, a revolutionary intelligentsia rejected capitalism from the left, in the name of what Weber saw as the last great movement in history to approximate to a religion. 19 In Germany, a conservative intelligentsia doubted if the dominion of capital would give better or more lasting guarantees to personal liberty and to the development of intellectual, aesthetic, and social culture than the aristocracy of the past, and so a serious fact the representatives of the highest interests of culture turned their eyes back, and with deep antipathy opposed the inevitable development of capitalism, refusing to cooperate in rearing the structure of the future. 20 The social order that Weber defended, even if at times as no more than a relative brake on the growth of bureaucracy, was thus under pincer attack from left and right by the most prominent groups of intellectuals in his line of sight.
It is not surprising he was so hostile to the category when capitalism entered the most dangerous crisis of his lifetime. Yet the problem posed by the bane of intellectualism valued as integration, remained. It was the strong sense of vocation that was uppermost in Weber's mind when he gave his Munich addresses. Science and politics were callings, a summons to the right conduct appropriate to each. But how was an ethics possible in either, once the process of intellectualization had divested the world of all objective obligations? Within the texts themselves, two kinds of response can be found. The first attempts to formulate a morality proper to each calling in terms of the immanent logic of its practice. The pursuit of science assists or forces individuals to confront the logic of their life choices, to render account of the ultimate meaning of their actions, even while it cannot prescribe it. In so doing, Weber declared, it served the Sitte-like mocked, social moral forces, of duty, clarity, and responsibility. 21 The practice of politics, for its part, because its principal means was violence, required sober reckoning of what might come of any action contemplated, not the morality of pure intention preached on the Mount, but the civic responsibility defended by Machiavelli. In each field the ethic enjoined, one of intellectual clarity, the other of practical consequence, is of a technically formalist type, stipulating no substantive ends. Moreover, Weber conceded, neither could motivate their own adoption. 22 A decision external to, and unwarrantable by, each was necessary for that. This decisionism, with its markedly Nietzschean background, has been sharply criticized by Habermas and others. Its irrationalist cast is obvious enough. What has been less noticed is the incoherence of each of the formal prescriptions themselves. After defining contemporary science as inherently specialized knowledge, Weber has ruled out in advance any possibility of arguing that it can perform the completely generic task of logical clarification he eventually ascribes to it, and, in fact, there is a predictable slippage at this point in the text to philosophy as the indicated helpmeet, i.e., just the opposite of the sciences as depicted by him, or the most general of intellectual disciplines. Similarly, his case for an ethic of responsibility in politics centers essentially on the claim that in the world of power it is the case that good ends can be achieved by bad means, that is, the use of force prohibited by the Sermon on the Mount. It is on this problem of the justification of means by ends that an ethic of convictions inevitably founders. 23 But since for Weber the decisive means in politics, as he never tires of repeating, is violence, the means are by definition always bad, they therefore cease to be discriminative, so that within the schema policies can paradoxically only be judged by their ends, in other words precisely the maxim of an ethic of conviction. At the same time, in remarking that the tragedy of all political action is that as a rule, in other words, whatever ethic is adopted, outcomes not merely fail to coincide with intentions but contradict them, he renders ends themselves incalculable, and the lessons of statecraft he adduces from Chandragupta onwards irrelevant. In a remarkable non sequitur, Weber draws the conclusion that precisely because of this unreckonability, political action must serve a cause if it is to have inner strength and not bear the curse of creaturely nullity. But what cause the politician adopts in his drive for power is a matter of faith. 24 If Weber's endeavors to deduce a morality specific to the pursuit of science or politics lack much cogency, there is a more consistent theme that is partly screened by them. This is a psychology of practical success, which provides the real voltage of the account. What is striking is the similarity of its formula in each calling. The first requirement of the scientist, Weber explained, was passion, a strange frenzy that was the condition of inspiration. The second was hard work, which normally prepared the ground for it. 25 Intoxication on the one hand, application on the other, were the keys to scientific insight. In politics, likewise, the first essential quality of the statesman was passion, devotion to the god or demon of a cause. The second was detachment, the capacity for a cool gaze at the world and the self,
which demanded a firm taming of the soul that set the true politician apart from the dilettante. 26. The duality is echoed in the concluding flourish, which evokes the immeasurably moving spectacle of the mature man at a crossroads of conscience, whom Weber represents, ignoring an earlier claim of their incompatibility as suddenly synthesizing the ethics of responsibility and of conviction in his person, that is truly human and affecting. 27. The recipe for the two vocations is thus basically the same, a combination of intense passion and iron discipline. The recurrence of this trope, across the separation of science and politics, had deep biographical sources. For it corresponded, of course, to Weber's sense of himself. In the resonant words of his marriage proposal to Marianne, "High breaks the tidal wave of passion and it is dark around us. Come with me, my high-souled comrade, out of the quiet harbor of resignation, onto the high seas, where growth comes from the struggle of souls and the ephemeral falls away." But reflect, in the head and heart of the mariner there must be clarity, when all is surging beneath him. We must tolerate no fanciful surrender to turbid and mystical moods within us. For when feeling rises high, you must chain it to be able to steer with sobriety. 28. On that bridge the scientist and politician are already at the helm. Weber's portraits of them are not quite exhausted by the projection of what might be called his own volcanism. Beyond this common stock, they have features of their own. The scientist is a teacher, and his work is necessarily impersonal. The politician is a leader, whose authority can only be personal. Vanity in the former, however frequent, is innocuous, in the latter, ruinous. These contrasts are designed to underwrite the segregation of the two activities. But in Weber's account, the fundamental difference between the two lies elsewhere. Science is the main force for that rationalization of the world which has denuded it of objective values, and must itself abstain from the expression of subjective preferences. Modern politics operates within the disenchanted world created by science, but necessarily pits subjective causes against each other. The cardinal error for the scientist is to stray across this line into value judgments on public life. Politics has no place in the lecture room. The proper duty of a public speaker on democracy, Weber declared, is to use words not as plowshares for loosening the soil of contemplative thought but as swords against opponents, instruments of struggle. Such language would, however, be an outrage in a lecture. 29. The most cursory glance at the two addresses reveals how far Weber was from practicing these precepts. Value judgments abound in each, giving them their peculiar rhetorical force. The whole structure of science as a vocation builds up to an impassioned final warning against the swindle or self-deception of new religious cults fabricated by intellectuals without a new and genuine prophecy, as distinct from the sublime values to be found in the transcendental realm of mystical life or in the intimate realm where the pulsations of immediate community recall the sacred pneuma of old. 30. What could be the scientific criteria for demarcating these, on Weber's own terms? The polemical ends of politics as a vocation are still more insistent and overt. Far from being the neutral survey promised by Weber in his opening sentences, in which all advocacy would be completely excluded, ganz ausgeschaltet, it is filled with furious attacks on the revolutionary socialists of the time, in Russia and in Germany. In a typical passage, Weber could accuse Bolshevism in the same breath of disarming and dispossessing all bourgeois elements and of accepting everything it had fought as bourgeois institutions, of building its power on a network of informers that stripped the Tsarist police of their positions, and using the agents of the Okhrana as the main instrument of its state power. The German Revolution was a vast collapse into successive mob dictatorships. The attempt to create socialism in conditions of modern class struggle was bound to appeal to predominantly base ethical motives, the satisfaction of hatred and the slaking of revenge, power, booty, and spoils. 31 Pronouncements like these, within days of the killing of Luxemburg and Liebknecht, were swords indeed. Weber's inability to separate science and politics in his practice, radical though it was, matters less than the nature of the relationship actually at work between them in his thought as a whole. The central themes of his sociology of modernity are disenchantment and bureaucratization, the loss of meaning and the loss of freedom paradoxically brought by that process of rationalization which gave Western civilization its lead over the rest of the globe. Science is the principal author of the demystification of the world. But what is the nature of the waning of enchantment it causes? In perhaps the best known of all his passages, Weber described it as a new polytheism in which the many gods of old, no longer magic but become impersonal forces, rise from their graves and contend for power over our lives in unending mutual struggle. 32. Which are these deities? Weber amalgamates two answers in his account that are logically independent of each other. One is that they represent, as in the pantheon of antiquity, rival ideals of wealth, power, art, love, knowledge, in other words a multiplicity of value spheres. There might then exist binding norms specific to each, inherent in the nature of their domain. This is the version, derived from Mill, on which Weber relies in arguing for an ethic of responsibility in politics whose morality he contrasts with those that govern the spheres of eros, commerce, family, or administration. We are placed into various life spheres, each of which is governed by different laws. 33. But there is, of course, a second answer, that the strife of the gods means, not because there are many of them, but because they have lost their magic, a general indeterminacy of values within each sphere. This is the more radical version, derived from Nietzsche, to which Weber would revert when discussing the general logic of modern culture, whose every step leads to an ever more devastating senselessness, a meaningless bustle in the service of worthless, self-contradictory, and mutually antagonistic goals. 34. In other words, the intellectualization of the world could lead to either ethical pluralism or nihilism. What were the consequences of this conception of the impact of science for Weber's politics? He was an early 20th century liberal, of a distinctively German kind. Civic rights, electoral competition, and private enterprise were conditions of individual freedom. If universal male suffrage had probably come too early in Germany, the censitary franchise in Prussia was an obstacle to national unity. Parliamentary responsibility was needed, but did not have to extend to the choice of chancellor. Academic life should be free from political control, and trade unions encouraged. Neither natural rights nor free trade entered into this liberalism, whose basic concern was the formation and expression of the free personality. Before the war, Weber believed that strong leadership was best nurtured by competitive selection of independent elites in parliamentary settings, after the war, by plebiscitary mandates overriding parliamentary divisions. He identified himself with the German bourgeoisie from which he came, but was an uncompromising critic of what he held to be its cowardice in the Wilhelmine order. He assailed the conservatism and egoism of the Junker class, but much of his outlook was markedly aristocratic. Few terms are so cherished in his political vocabulary as honor. Wounds to that, he told his audience in Munich, a nation could never forgive. For his deepest political commitments were, of course, national. Weber never retracted his inaugural address at Freiburg, which announced at the outset of his scholarly life that the power interests of the nation are the ultimate and decisive interests for the study of economic policy, a science in the service of politics for which raison d'etat is the final measure of value. In famous phrases, he declared, "It is not to peace and human happiness that we must show the way to our descendants, but to the endless struggle for the preservation and higher breeding of our race, in the hard and clear air in which the sober work of German politics flourishes, yet pervaded too by the serious splendor of national emotion." 35. Critical of the diplomatic ineptitude of the Wilhelmine regime, he was a strong advocate of German naval and colonial expansion. When the First World War broke out, he greeted it with jubilation, "Whatever the outcome, this war is great and wonderful." 36. It had led to the inner rebirth of Germany, for the country had a responsibility before history to become a great power, as a nation of 70 million whose calling as a master people was to turn the wheels of world development. The cause for which Germans were fighting was not changes on the map or economic profits, but the honor of our nationality. 37. If our state has to be an armed camp, it was because it had a duty to prevent world power, that is, control of the culture of the future from being divided between the regulations of Russian bureaucrats and the conventions of Anglo-Saxon society, perhaps with a dash of Latin raison thrown in. Only German military might could protect the small nations of Europe, and command the role that befitted the Second Reich in the shaping of the culture of the earth. Here lay the tragic historical duty of a people organized as a power state, without which the German Empire would be an idle, culturally inimical luxury. 38 Weber never repented these exultant visions. His nationalism survived the defeat of 1918 intact. The war had to be fought because German honor demanded it. He ended his life looking forward to another great general staff, confident that history, which has already given us, and us alone, a second youth, will give us also a third one. 39. Weber's nationalism was more important to him than his liberalism. But the two were connected, since for most of his life he believed that only a liberal political order could equip Germany to play its appointed imperial role. If they conflicted, however, within the horizon of his own experience, nationalist principles came first. He declared that for him the German nation and its future in the world towers above all questions of state organization, and at the hour of the Free Corps had no hesitation in urging revolutionary violence in the service of German Irredentism. He who is not willing to risk scaffold and prison will not deserve the name of nationalist. 40. Although Weber was outspoken for his generation, this hierarchy of values had been characteristic of the main tradition of German liberalism in the epoch of unification, exemplified in the career of the national liberals. But by Weber's time, the stakes were higher, no longer national unity, but world power. How did he justify these? There are two basic themes in his bellicist writing. One is the cultural mission of the German people to save the world from Russian diktat and English etiquette, equally stifling of inner authenticity. This was a standard topos of wartime literature, capable of a number of individual variations. By comparison with the extended constructions of Thomas Mann or even his brother Alfred, Weber's use of it is quite cursory. Unlike them, he never spelt out the contrasting virtues of German Kultur. On the contrary, conceding that small nations often produced better art and displayed more community than large ones, and never opposed Anglo-French civilization to it, Russia always remaining the most dangerous enemy for him. The real mandate for Germany's world historical embrace of war lay elsewhere. It was fate, Schicksal, that decreed it. Since the mere existence of a great power, such as we have become, is an obstacle in the path of other great powers, the European conflict was inevitable. The fact that we are a people not of 7 but 70 millions, that was our fate. It founded an inexorable responsibility before history, which we could not evade even if we had wished. We must make this clear again and again, when the question of the meaning of this endless war is now raised. The magnetic force of this fate drew the nation upwards, past the perilous abyss of decline, onto the steep path of honor and fame, from which there could be no turning back, into the clear hard air of the realm of world history, to look its grim majesty in the face, as an imperishable memory for our remote descendants. 41. The significant crux here is the linkage of meaning and fate. It recurs again, in a particularly revealing way, when he compares the life of the masses in peace and war, speaking of that loveless and pitiless economic struggle for existence, which bourgeois phraseology calls peaceful cultural labor, in which hundreds of millions wear out body and soul, sink under, or lead a life infinitely more devoid of any perceptible meaning than the engagement of all in the cause of honor, that is, the historical duties of the nation decreed by fate. 42. For Weber, in other words, nationalism was above all meaning regained. It is no accident that in this text, devoted to Mars, he should have invoked the theme of the new polytheism. The purpose of his argument was to dismiss pacifism as a gospel mentality incompatible with any action in this world. That world included not only beauty, dignity, honor, and grandeur, but also the inevitability of wars for power, and the different laws binding each of these domains. He who enters the world must choose which of these gods he would serve, or when one and when another. 43. Fate and choice are thus exploited side by side, in the same rhetorical construction.
The oscillation between them corresponds, one might say, to the two poles of Weber's political outlook. The idea of a free choice between the locally valid codes of this world, allowing for temporal negotiations between them, answered to Weber's liberalism. It followed the logic of the mild version of disenchantment. The idea of a sheer fate imposing one value, without appeal, inspired his nationalism. In a paradoxical way, it followed the logic of the strong version of disenchantment. For if there are no specifically valid codes, in any sphere of life, there are no grounds for selecting or negotiating between them. Choice that is purely arbitrary then swivels into another form of facticity. A pure decisionism is thus always liable to be shadowed by a radical fatalism. Nietzsche had already displayed this paradox, as he moved from the death of God to amor fati, the will to power operating simultaneously as metaphysical challenge and physical destiny. So it was with Weber. If choice between values is rationally impossible, the chance of nationality becomes unanswerably valuable. The intellectualization of the world which strips it of meaning here prompts just that. Sacrifice of the intellect Weber otherwise scorned, in the discovery of supreme meaning in fate, and its moral decoration as duty. Weber, of course, was not alone in the headlong rush to the Great War. But it is striking how unconscious he was, sociologically, of his own solution to the disenchantment he feared. The extent of his self-reflection was the solitary sentence at which the few scant paragraphs on the nation in the vast mass of economy and society peter out: intellectuals are in some degree predestined to propagate the national idea. 44 The most powerful political force of his day, and central passion of his public activity, is all but absent from his theoretical sight. It is as if nationalism had to be exempt from the light of science, as the consolation for what it wrought. It was immune, too, to the maxims of politics Weber ostensibly defended. The sermons to the left on the ethics of responsibility have their irony. For it was Weber who welcomed the carnage of the First World War, whatever the outcome, with a cult of expressive community and a pathos of military power heedless of all consequences. The cost of those ethics of conviction was about 7 million lives. 45 But on the battlefield, such deaths were enchanted. War grants the warrior something uniquely meaningful, the experience of a sense in death that consecrates it. The community of the standing army today feels itself a community unto death, the greatest of its kind. 46 The Sinnlosigkeit of the world dissolves in the modern sublime, the Sinnhaftigkeit of national destiny. To move from the pages of Max Weber to those of Ernest Gellner is a large change in atmosphere. It is not just that the two belong to such different epochs. Their temperaments and tones are so contrasted. What could be more antithetical than Weber's heroically elevated pessimism and Gellner's deliberately plain man optimism, the high rhetoric of the one, and the low jokes of the other? The distance between the cultivated middle classes of Berlin under Bismarck and those of Prague under Beneš have their part in this. Czech manners, in the absence of a nobility, were no doubt always more egalitarian. But there is also a marked opposition of philosophical background. Where Weber was deeply affected by German vitalism, above all the legacy of Nietzsche, Gellner comes out of British empiricism and utilitarianism as it culminated in Russell. The gulf between the two traditions speaks for itself. Gellner is a shining example of the eudaimonism Weber scorned. Ironically, on the other hand, Weber professed a variety of methodological individualism for the social sciences, even if his practice, to its advantage, ignored it, whereas Gellner has been a trenchant critic of the doctrine, which for obvious reasons has rarely appealed to anthropologists. Last but not least, of course, there is the striking divergence in the forms of their corpus, the massively detailed scholarship of the one, monuments of historical erudition and taxonomic improvisation, compared with the insouciantly reconnoitred forays of the other, traveling light over the most variegated terrain to unexpected theoretical effect. In all these respects, the two are evident antitheses. Yet there is another sense in which, of all the sociological thinkers of the subsequent epoch, Gellner has remained closest to Weber's central intellectual problems. Some have sought to develop his formal analytic of action, building it into large new systems theories. Others have taken up the unfinished tasks of his historical encyclopedia, giving it a superior narrative direction or typological consistency. But none has addressed themselves with such cogency to the core cluster of his substantive concerns. If we take Weber's great terminating themes of science and politics, this becomes readily apparent. Gellner's account of the structure of human history, like Weber's, is essentially one of the pilgrimage of reason through the world, from magic through religion to science. It is, of course, more tightly, also more selectively, focused, not rationalization as a whole, which in Weber is a process differentiating and transforming all the domains of life from the economic and administrative to the aesthetic and erotic, but cognition as such, that Reich der Denkenden Erkennens which forms only the last, if most important, of Weber's reflections in the Zwischenbetrachtung, is the leading theme of Plough, Sword, and Book. Philosophy and science are foregrounded in this version with greater overall force. But the new situation created by the advent of modern science is the same in both accounts, a decline of meaning. For Gellner, consistently with his starting point, this is however in the first instance an epistemological crisis, where for Weber it was immediately ethical and existential. In the general problem posed by legitimation of belief, what can I know, logically commands what should I be/do. 47 Here there are two problem areas to which Gellner returns again and again, the original validity basis of modern science, and the contemporary forms of philosophical relativism. The former, he has argued, can best be seen as a, not wholly natural or easy, union of an empiricist sense of the self and a mechanist view of the world, an atomism of evidence, and structuralism of explanation. The fit between them is never quite sealed in Gellner's writing, which tends to fall back on professions of faith for the autonomy of the first. The ghost always rattles somewhat in the machine. When Gellner treats of the classical tradition of modern philosophy, the scientific universe is the cold mechanical environment of impersonal causation, scoured of value as Weber held it to be. But when Gellner tackles the lax conceptual relativism of so much late 20th century culture, science, the precipitant of the crisis of meaning, reverses out to become its solvent. This is the basic intellectual move which distinguishes him from Weber. It is one that in part reflects their different historical situations. Where Weber jousted no more than briefly with Spengler in the last months of his life, Gellner confronted the luxuriance of his descent 40 years later, as it was mediated through Wittgenstein. Gellner's reaction to the doctrine of the incommensurability of the forms of life embodied in different communities was to emphasize the universal cognitive and therewith moral power of science. In substance, his argument has consistently been that science, and science alone, brings modern industry, that yields mass prosperity, which permits effective morality. It is the material affluence afforded by scientific reason that is its epistemological trump card. 48 No community, once exposed to the benefits of industrialization, has ever resisted them, and once gained, hunger and disease overcome, ethical decency for the first time becomes generally possible. This is the change of thought and change, in which, one might say, premises derived from Weber somersault into conclusions close to Holbach. 49 The political force of the argument is entirely sympathetic, but its philosophical form is one Gellner himself criticizes in others. To rest philosophical truth on technological success is to veer towards the pragmatism he rebukes in Quine, 50 while to tie moral decency to material ease is to assume more than to found its content. The role of industrial progress in Gellner's thought is rather like that of human rights in the world at large, a value whose only normative foundation lies in the extent of its de facto acceptance. The distance between this position and Weber's is not just a question of temperament. It also reflects the immense transformation of life conditions brought by industry since the Second World War, creating levels of popular consumption in the advanced countries, and promising them to the backward unimaginable at the time of the first. It is difficult to imagine Weber, relaxed before a television set, greeting the festivities of the time as a new belle époque.
5.1 But his sociological realism would have respected the empirical strength of Gellner's case. Where does this leave disenchantment? Among the most striking of Gellner's ideas is, of course, the thesis of the rubber cage. Industrial modernity, far from constructing houses of an iron bondage excluding all meaning, provides open ground for constant new flowerings of it. Reenchantment, indeed, becomes an industry in its own right with a multiplication of self-indulgent fads and subjectivist creeds, from the Oxonian cult of ordinary language to the Californian mysteries of daily conversation. 52 The disciplines of industrial production prove more than compatible with these fantasies of ideological consumption. Both increased leisure, and the effortless technical aids to it, actually encourage them. Gellner likes to invoke Weber's contempt for the sham spiritual furnitures of his time, while pointing out that he never conceived they could become so widespread. But, of course, in Gellner's scheme of things, the proliferation of bogus meanings can occur because real meaning has already been restored. Science provides the grid of all our effective beliefs, leaving us the luxury of symbolic creeds that can be retracted as easily as a videocassette. Or so it would seem at first sight, from Gellner's main doctrine. In fact, it is part of the interest of his work that it contains certain contraindications. In his final reflections on the crisis of meaning, Weber showed particular concern with two domains of value, the religious and the interpersonal. 53 It is no accident that Gellner should have devoted major studies to each of these. The results are not entirely consistent with the ironic harmonies of his general theory of reenchantment. Of the major world religions, Weber wrote least on Islam, and it is this lacuna Gellner has filled to pointed contemporary effect. For all its imaginative brilliance, it is true that his sociology of actual Muslim societies models them too heavily on the Maghreb, the backward Wild West of the Islamic world, rather than the core zones of settled agriculture in the Middle East. But this limitation is less significant for his more general theoretical program than his contention, often reiterated, that Islam is so soberly monotheist, scriptural and egalitarian that of all the world religions it is most compatible with the requirements of an industrializing age, and will perhaps alone survive intact into it. Khomeini himself, certainly the nearest recent approximation to a prophet in Weber's sense, is presented as theologically true to this singular Muslim modernity. 54 Here Gellner, scathing about ersatz religions, is curiously uncritical about the original article. The claim that Islam is uniquely egalitarian forgets entirely the position it accords women. More generally, it overlooks the obvious fact that precisely because it is a traditional religion, that is, a set of dogmatic beliefs about a supernatural order, it is bound to be decommissioned by contact with modern science and mass consumption, like every other such faith, for just the reasons Gellner elsewhere insists on, ending up like them in the symbolic rather than effective economy of belief. Intercontinental hysteria over blasphemy expresses not unusual congruence with modernity, but exceptional fear of it. With good reason, there will be no special reprieve for the integrity of the Quran. Gellner's treatment of the realm of the interpersonal is very different in character. If the psychoanalytic movement is the most wittily sustained of all his polemics, it is also his most serious and searching, arguably his finest single book. In conditions of material security, social fluidity, and moral anomie, it suggests, traditional fears and anxieties projected onto the natural world become concentrated on the social, at the sensitive points of the individual's most intimate relationships with others. Here, where the greatest share of life's happiness or misery is now decided, all seems unpredictable, yet often unfathomably patterned, an arena of tension, mystery, and danger. Freud's doctrines owe their success to a combination of ostensibly scientific explanation of this domain of experience, with covertly pastoral ministration to it, condensed in the unique confessional mechanisms of transference. Of all the modern forms of reenchantment, psychoanalysis, offering personal salvation through an austere theoretical medication, is the strongest. In a considerable adversary literature, Gellner's critique of it is unmatched. His principal concern, however,
is less with its intellectual shortcomings than with its cultural influence. If he exaggerates, the psychoanalysis has never been a movement in the normal sense of the term, with a mass following. The error paradoxically stems from an acknowledgement of the scale of the distress it promises to relieve. For the other main theme of the book vindicating Nietzsche against Hume is the intrinsic crookedness and unruliness of the human psyche, contorted in so many involuntary directions by multiple unconscious forces that Freud naively simplified, assimilating them to the workings of the conscious mind. 5. Weber, expressing interest in psychoanalysis as a new field of research, found its clinical material still alarmingly thin, and looked forward to the development in 2 or 3 decades of an exact casuistics of the instinctual dynamics it had started to explore. 5-6 These are essentially the demands that remain for Gellner still unsatisfied today: more and better evidence, more precise and complex theory, for the study of what is not conscious. The stress that falls on the painful precariousness of this zone of experience, and intensity of the need to wrest meaning from it, nevertheless contradicts the portrait of the rubber cage. On Gellner's own showing, here the bars are truly cold and hard, and it is desperation, not distraction, that shakes them in search of escape. If such are the sequels of Weber's view of science in Gellner's work, what of politics? Much more straightforwardly and unreservedly, he too has been a liberal. That liberalism is a primary commitment, unaffected by dreams of imperial power. But the view of democracy that issues from it has sociological points in common with Weber's, and might be described as a benignly updated version of it. Popular will can only exist within a concrete social structure that cannot be willed. Democracy reposes on principles that are not based on consent, but limited. Parliamentary government therefore is most effective where decisions to be taken are relatively marginal. The essence of democracy is perhaps no more than civic rights garnished with symbolic participation in the Durkheimian community, the ballot essentially limiting the life of governments, and so indirectly cautioning their conduct. 57 The Western exemplars of it should inspire no smugness. They overlook unnecessary enclaves of poverty and preserve archaic areas of hierarchy. But can they really be much improved? Egalitarian in mores, if perhaps less so in structure, they can allow reveries of yet greater equality because the danger of these being implemented is so small that their compatibility with liberty is unlikely to be tested. No one has yet shown how power might be more diffused in an industrial society. 58 Compared with Weber, there is a much more central attachment to the openness of liberal institutions to criticism and reform as values in their own right, and much less interest in the leadership presiding over them, a difference that follows from the tasks of the epoch. The mission of the state is not to conquer world power, but to manage growing affluence. With this sanguine outlook, Gellner reacted to the upheavals of the late 60s with sardonic good humor, treating student rebellion as little more than the obverse of establishment conservatism, both equally facile ideologies, the one rejecting all general ideas in the name of common sense, the other trumpeting any number of them as a dérèglement de sens. 59 Each comfortably ensconced in a costless realm of make-believe typical of advanced industrial societies. Uncharacteristically, his serenity briefly deserted him in the 70s, when industrial unrest and oil price rises seemed to have disproportionately agitated him. Texts of this period strike an apocalyptic note found nowhere else in his writing. The horizon suddenly becomes menacing, civilization undermined by rot and betrayal, England itself doomed, all, apparently, because of the blackmail of miners and sheiks. These addresses are his modest version of Weber's forebodings at Munich, a liberalism under threat of social unrest, at home and abroad, fearing if not a polar night, at any rate a dark and lowering sky before it. 61 Imagines a conservative vote in 1979. Return to normal service, with the boom conditions of the 80s, has restored Gellner's natural sang-froid. Other and more lasting preoccupations have since dominated. The main one, of course, has been nationalism. Here lies the most significant and paradoxical of all the relationships between the two sociologists. For Gellner has made good Weber's central omission, with a vengeance. His work contains the boldest and most original theory of nationalism to date. Prompted by his field work in the Third World, it explains the emergence of nationalism as a breakwater of differential industrialization. Modern technology demands occupational mobility. But the more fluid the social structure, the more unitary is the culture it requires of its agents, as they shift and intermesh across its positions in an increasingly complex and mutable division of labor. This is a universal imperative of industrialism. But its advent is not only historically staggered, it hits a world already ethnically and linguistically divided. On the one hand, no single culture is yet powerful enough to encompass the globe. On the other, the later a region comes to industrialization, the more it risks subjugation to those which arrived earlier, and exclusion of its inhabitants from the local fruits of the process. The result is nationalism, or the spread of the drive to create states whose political frontiers roughly coincide with ethnic boundaries. Nationalist movements are typically recruited from a disaffected intelligentsia and an uprooted proletariat, the former standing to benefit from monopoly of public office in an independent state, the latter at least to be exploited only by fellow citizens. Contrary to received prejudices, the diffusion of nationalism throughout the globe is a salutary process, which has certainly improved the lot and perhaps bettered the conduct of humanity. For the nation-state, however fortuitous its original demarcation, is the necessary general framework for the unitary culture also preliminary protection, required by modern industry, which is in turn the only passport to prosperity for individuals, and equality between peoples. This explanation of the nature of nationalism is an outstandingly powerful one on its own ground. But that ground is self-confessedly less than the whole phenomenon. Gellner's theory can account for the rise of nation-states in Eastern Europe, and the decolonization of Asia and Africa, even if it runs into difficulties with the earlier liberation of Spanish America. But what it completely skirts is the really spectacular manifestations of 20th-century nationalism, not the independence of Czechoslovakia or Morocco, but World War and Nazism. Such catastrophic processes cannot be blandly tidied away as anomalies, with the discreet assurance that exceptionless generalizations are seldom if ever available. 61. It is difficult not to sense a parti pris here, as if Gellner has overreacted to previous depictions of nationalism as a destructively irrational, atavistic force producing something like a mirror opposite, in which it becomes to all intents and purposes a wholesomely constructive and forward-looking principle. The huge world historical ambiguities of nationalism are not captured by either, they call for an account that is temporally and spatially more differentiated. But what Gellner leaves out casts into a sharp light what he puts in. The most arresting feature of his theory of nationalism is its single-minded economic functionalism. The economy needs the new type of cultural center and the central state, the culture needs the state, and the state probably needs the homogeneous cultural branding of its flock. The mutual relationship of a modern culture and state is something quite new, and springs, inevitably, from the requirements of a modern economy. 62. Gellner early on defined his sociological position as a multiform materialism, with a clear-sighted insistence on the general priority of the physical and material determinants of social existence. 63. Whatever its variability over time, this moderate materialism has generally distinguished him from Weber, to whom such clarity of outlook was foreign. Ironically, however, there is a sense in which Gellner's theory of nationalism might be described as immoderately materialist. For what it plainly neglects is the overpowering dimension of collective meaning that modern nationalism has always involved, that is, not its functionality for industry, but its fulfillment of identity. Here, in effect, only the rational is real, the irrational, underlined in his critique of psychoanalysis, is set aside, economy and psyche do not join. The result is that, in his tour of reenchantments, Gellner has paradoxically missed far the most important of all in the 20th century. There are surely reasons of sensibility for this. That same Enlightenment optimism which made him avert his gaze from the threat of nuclear war during his own Belle Époque, as not easily amenable to rational consideration, has also probably stopped it before the Great War of the original one, the founding episode of the century simply seems in retrospect sheer madness. 64 Whereas Weber was so bewitched by the spell of nationalism that he was never able to theorize it, Gellner has theorized nationalism without detecting the spell. What was tragic fate for the one becomes prosaic function for the other. Here the difference between idealist and utilitarian backgrounds tells. But if Gellner's view of nationalism focuses so calmly, at times blithely, on cause at the expense of meaning, there is a sense in which it also does so consistently with the structure of his sociology as a whole. For as we have seen, the serious business of Sinstiftung has already been taken care of, in the scientific provision of affluence. Nationalism is a means to the values of abundance, not a value force in its own right. There is a political prejudgment behind this. Gellner's liberalism has been resistant to any crossing of the division between public and private spheres, critical of all hopes of a more expressive community than we now have, in which individuals would find a larger share of their identity in collective life. That for him, it would seem, is dangerous romanticism. 65 The public realm is instrumental, for the management of prosperity, the more marginal its meanings the better. Private life, where the fruits of ease are to be enjoyed, is the proper sphere of self-expression. It would look as if with this, Gellner's universe has at any rate potentially solved all its major problems, save those mishandled by psychoanalysis. But there is a serpent in the garden. Science may unexpectedly have brought peace among Weber's warring gods by installing Pluto as unchallengeable master over them. But what if its progress should move on from triumphant transformation of the world to that of the self? 66 The rickety fit of the ghost in the machine, noticeable at the epistemological start of Gellner's enterprise, returns as a socio-biological shiver at its end. Perhaps genetic engineering might one day cancel the illusions of the empiricist ego, leaving only mechanist laws for its manipulation. Loss of meaning affected the objective world, and proved curable or tolerable with the de facto appearance of subjective consensus about the one major meaning after all. Loss of self could attack the stability of subjective agreement about anything prosperity, liberty, knowledge, at all. In these moments, it is as if Gellner is caught wondering whether Weber did not rather than overestimate the long-term problems of science for public and private life alike. 10. Nocturnal Inquiry. Carlo Ginzburg. Carlo Ginzburg has many claims to be considered the outstanding European historian of the generation which came of age in the late 60s. Certainly few have equaled him in originality, variety, and audacity. He made his debut with a spectacular discovery, the first, and still only, documented case of a magical fertility and funerary complex in the countryside of early modern Europe, the trances of the Benandanti in Friuli, stumbled upon unawares by the Roman Inquisition. Next, he transformed the genealogy of religious dissimulation in the age of the Reformation, by tracing the origins of Nicodemism, theological doctrines sanctioning public concealment of private faith, to the defeat of the Peasants' War in Germany and milieu close to Anabaptism, well before the rise of Calvin, whose attacks on it coined the term. There followed his famous, vivid portrait of the autodidact Italian Miller Minocchio, whose cosmology of spontaneous generation, the world born as cheese and worms, he related to a subterranean peasant materialism. Changing terrain again, Ginzburg then suggested a new iconographic explanation of Piero della Francesca's greatest paintings, linking them through an unnoticed Aradine humanist to the abortive union of Greek and Roman churches, and the Crusades projected around the fall of Constantinople. The intellectual unity, and novelty, of these different inquiries can best be grasped in the essays that make up the recent collection Myths, Emblems, Clues. Its centerpieces are two long methodological reflections, the first on the Warburg tradition of art history, and the second on the general heuristics of attribution, from ancient divination to modern connoisseurship or the psychopathology of verbal slips. 1. Ginzburg's new book, Storia Notturna, more than keeps the promise of this record. *2 It is by far his most ambitious work to date. Subtitled A Decipherment of the Sabbath, it advances a vast, dramatic reinterpretation of the central image of the European witch craze. Far from being simply a phobic invention of the persecutors, confected from fixed stereotypes of heretical diabolism and garbled scraps of rural magic, the Witches' Sabbath reflected the deepest mythological structures of popular culture of the age, a network of beliefs and practices rooted in Eurasian shamanism, stretching from Ireland to the Bering Strait, and running back across millennia past the ancient world to the darkness of Indo-European and Ural-Altaic origins. In a polemical introduction, Ginsberg criticizes those historians who have concentrated on the authorities and procedures that set European witch-finding in motion, at the expense of research into the beliefs of those persecuted as witches, Trevor Roper in the first instance, but also Keith Thomas, charged with reductionism and functionalism. Against this tradition, Ginsberg sets what he sees as the superior progamy of Levi Strauss's structuralist treatment of myths as symbolic systems, whose hidden meaning is generated by unconscious operations of the human mind, even if Levi Strauss's anthropology has given insufficient weight to historical research proper. By contrast, Ginsberg's aim is to combine the morphology and history of the Sabbath, its synchronic significations and diachronic development in a single, comprehensive reconstruction. The argument of Storia Notturna is divided into three parts. The first opens dramatically, with a staccato account of the French pogrom against lepers and Jews in 1321, accused of poisoning wells in a plot against Christendom orchestrated by the Muslim king of Granada. It then moves to the massacre of Jews in 1348, as agents of a conspiracy spreading the Black Death, which unfolded further east towards the Alps. In each case, confessions of a phantasmagoric iniquity were extorted from the victims, under pressure of torture. By 1380, inquisitors were ferreting out Waldensian heretics on the southern flank of the Alps. Soon afterwards, Ginsberg suggests, the obsessive fears at work in these persecutions of successive marginal groups were condensed and displaced into the specter of a new sect practicing witchcraft in the Alpine regions. With this, other dread themes surfaced, absent from the earlier confessions. By about 1440, the full nightmare of the Sabbath diabolism, anthropophagy, animal metamorphoses, supernatural flight, promiscuity had been incubated in Christian imagination. Ginsberg does not pursue the consequences. Breaking off his historical account here, he switches directly to the meaning of what he terms the folkloric nucleus of the Sabbath, identified with the motifs of nocturnal flying and animal transmogrification. The second part of Storia Notturna pursues the archaeology of these. It picks out three cubic origins behind the popular beliefs that went into the compound image of the Sabbath: ecstatic experiences of a night goddess surrounded by animals, and of a night battle to ensure fertility or prosperity, and ritual processions masked as animals. Ginsberg tracks each of these across formidable temporal and geographical distances, starting out from archaic Greece and Gallo-Roman Gaul, the first in Lombardy, Scotland, Sicily, the Rhineland, the second in Latvia, Dalmatia, Hungary, Romania, Finland, Corsica, the Caucasus, the third in Germany, Bulgaria, the Ukraine. Through every kind of exotic variation, however, all betray a common source: the voyage to the dead undertaken in the shaman's trance. The journey of the living to the land of death, symbolized in such practices over thousands of years, constituted the clandestine core of the Sabbath, as it took shape at the end of the Middle Ages. In the third part of the book, Ginsberg explores possible explanations for the morphological unity of a folklore extending far into Siberia and Turkestan. He starts by suggesting that it could have derived from the nomadic migrations that spilled out of Central Asia in the 8th century BC, which brought the Scythians, an Iranian people, into the Caucasus and the steppes to the north of the Black Sea, where Greek traders and colonists encountered them, absorbing certain shamanistic features of their culture. In the 6th century, Scythian contingents penetrated south, establishing themselves in the Dobruja, where they ruled over a local Thracian population, subsequently joined by Celtic settlements. Could this Scythian region have been the original scene of a cultural synthesis, fusing mythological elements from all three peoples into a millennial substratum of beliefs and customs,
capable of spreading across the continent and surviving in the depths of folk memory from the age of Herodotus to that of Galileo, if not beyond? Does the remarkable similarity of animal-style art, whose decorative forms stretch from China to Scandinavia in a continuum where the Scythian achievement was outstanding, testify to comparable historical connections? After dwelling on the plausibility of these hypotheses, Ginsberg then points to the limitation of all diffusionist explanations which leave unanswered the question of why external contact between societies should lead to the internal reproduction of the forms of one in another. The problem posed by the persistence over time and dispersal in space of shamanistic motifs can only be resolved, he concludes, by postulating the existence of general structural characteristics of the human mind. To demonstrate these, Ginsberg proceeds to examine in another sudden shift of focus, myths and rites involving lameness. This motif had already been discussed by Levi Strauss, who related it to the change of seasons. Rejecting this interpretation, Ginsberg scours Greek mythology for every manifestation of a deeper category, in which lameness is only one variant, along with the wounded leg, the perforated foot, the vulnerable heel, the missing sandal, which he dubs asymmetrical deambulation. Oedipus, Perseus, Jason, Theseus, Heracles, Achilles, Philoctetes, Empedocles, and a host of other figures display this motif, as does Cinderella, the most far-flung of all folk tales, or the Chinese crane dance. Its symbolic meaning is a journey to the world of the dead. But if the pervasive recurrence of this motif belongs to a unitary Eurasian mythology, it is anchored in a universal human experience, the self-image of the body. Asymmetrical deambulation is the privileged signifier of contact with death, because all living beings are symmetrical in form, and among them humans are specifically bipped. The impairing of walk amounts to putting a figurative toe in the waters of extinction. There is thus in the end an ontological foundation for the symbolization of the voyage beyond human experience, to the world inhabited by the dead. Myths dictate the limits of their own variation, because they are constrained by the formal structures of the imagination. Storia Notturna ends with a brief conclusion that is in fact more like a coda. Here Ginsberg suggests that if the image of the witch's Sabbath could fuse so effectively clerical obsessions from above and folk myths from below, it was in part because they shared a common fear of conspiracy whose popular form was the belief that those who had recently died were moved by hostile resentment towards those who were still living. Perhaps too, he speculates, there was a psychotropic element in the trances which either in fact contributed or were projected onto the whole complex, the use of hallucinogenic rye or mushrooms. However that may be, the myths which flowed into the Sabbath all converged on the notion of a journey to the beyond and back again, crossing over to the world of the dead and returning from it. Ginsberg ends by arguing that the permanence of this theme, through hunting, pastoral and agricultural societies alike, has perhaps a simple but fundamental explanation. The voyage to the dead is not just one narrative among others, but the original matrix of all possible narratives. In the cauldrons of Walpurgis night are concocted the ingredients of every human tale. By any standards, this is a bravura performance. It is difficult to think of any other historian who combines such polymathic cultural erudition, grasp of textual or visual detail, and high theoretical aim, not to speak of literary skill. The result is a work of vertiginous effect. There can be little doubt of the audience it is destined to win. To do it critical justice, however, may not prove so simple. For with all its extraordinary gifts, Storia Notturna poses a series of difficult problems, concerning the methods it adopts, the conclusions it reaches, the outlook it suggests. It is best to begin with the first of these. Ginsberg tells us at the outset that the procedure of his book was inspired by a comment of Wittgenstein on Fraser's Golden Bough, to the effect that mythological materials did not need to be set out historically, as Fraser had done, but could equally well be presented perspicuously, that is, he explained, just by arranging the factual material so that we can easily pass from one part to the other and therewith see the connections. Hence, Wittgenstein went on, here is the motto Ginsberg took for his research, the importance of finding intermediary links,
as one might illustrate the internal relation of a circle to an ellipse by gradually transforming an ellipse into a circle. 3. For Ginsberg, this was the charter for the kind of morphology he was seeking. A more formalized version of it was to be found, as it happened, in an essay by the English anthropologist Rodney Needham, on polythetic classification, which Ginsberg duly uses for. Needham too was much impressed with Wittgenstein's insights, although he relied rather on the familiar text from the Philosophical Investigations, which describes the notion of a game as indicating no more than a family resemblance, without any common feature in the set of which it is used, just as the strength of a thread does not reside in the fact that some one thread runs through its whole length, but in the overlapping of many fibers. 5. Whereas monothetic classification requires the presence of at least one common trait in the class identified, polythetic classification, Needham argued, merely demands that each member of the set display a large number of the range of relevant traits, and that these traits are displayed in a large number of the members. He illustrated the basic idea with 3 descent systems, the first exhibiting features P/Q/R, the second R/S/T, and the third T/U/V. Such was the type of overlap that sufficed for polythetic purposes. In urging the importance of this kind of classification for the social sciences, Needham nevertheless entered 2 cautions. It was the example of the natural sciences, where it was first employed, that lent weight to the validity of the method, yet there the findings of bacterial taxonomy suggested that it did not, after all, make much difference, since a monothetic core of common properties appeared in polythetic classes anyway. On the other hand, whereas in nature there are discrete empirical particulars, elements and particles, from which classes can indisputably be built, no such readily isolable units exist in society. To meet this difficulty, Needham later went on to postulate certain primary factors of human experience as basic elements underlying the possibility of polythetic classification in anthropology. 6. But he warned that the latter remained a vague notion, since it lacked any rigorous definition of what counted as a large number, either of features or members. 7. Ginsberg, for his part, rejects Needham's primary factors of experience, as a conception too close to Jungian archetypes. But he provides no alternative elements of a formally comparable character in lieu of them, and he neglects the problem of defining the acceptable range of a class altogether. The result is effectively a hermeneutic blank check, drawn from an uncritical reliance on Wittgenstein. This is slender reed to rely on. Generally innocent of the social sciences, Wittgenstein was attracted to just one dabbler in them, Oswald Spengler. It is no accident that in the very note on the golden bough used in Storia Notturna the only specific example Wittgenstein gave of the method he was recommending should have been, precisely, Spengler, one that Ginsberg tactfully omits in citing it as a credo. The naivete of Wittgenstein's morphological recipes is thus what might be expected. Family resemblance, who has not winced at the fatuities of its discovery in any improbable infant feature, or for that matter adult, by doting uncle or gaga grandparent. Intermediate links, by the method of gradual changes, circles can be geometrically transformed not just into ellipses, but into any number of oval shapes or indeed into hexagons, triangles, or squares, at will. As a principle of comparison, the procedure licenses approximations without end. Myths have always formed treacherous ground for morphological analysis, at once apparently hospitable in their formal variations, yet actually intractable in their lack of natural segmentation. The kind of structural analysis practiced by Levi Strauss always depends on a series of analytic fiats which break up their narrative unity into so many semantic units at the convenience of the analyst, for rearrangement into putatively underlying patterns. In the absence of independent criteria for selection of the features so translated, the results are notoriously contestable. Scarcely one of Levi Strauss's exercises has ever enjoyed a general consensus. Seemingly insensible of the objections of method so often raised against them, Ginsberg's only real criticism of Levi Strauss is that he is insufficiently faithful to himself. Plus royalist KLEROI, he taxes him with a relapse into a humdrum phrase Ryan interpretation in viewing lameness as a mere seasonal, rather than lethal, motif or, as he grandly puts it, my Fraser has read Wittgenstein 8. The consequences are what might be expected. If polythetic classification is to be operationally defensible, it requires a reasoned demarcation of the features bounding the set in question, and an unambiguous specification of the proportion of them that counts for membership of it. Unless each of these features and proportions amounts to a dominant cluster, the class will be more or less arbitrary. Ginsberg does not attempt to show either. Instead, he picks out those elements in successive myths that interest him, and then connects them as so many intermediate links in a chain that confers a common meaning on them. His single-minded quest through classical mythology for asymmetric deambulation is a brilliant feat of imagination. But for all its ingenuity, it rests on a series of calculated extrapolations from the narrative contexts of the myths concerned. The story of Oedipus is clearly centered on sexual and familial issues. Sophocles paid little attention to his lameness, as Ginsberg himself admits. But he discounts the evidence of Athenian tragedy with the supposition that in the oldest version of the myth of Oedipus, pierced feet were the first stage in a tale concerned with travel to the world of the dead. 9. The portrait of Achilles in Homer does not even mention his heel, which is a late accretion first registered under the Roman Empire. Undeterred, Ginsberg tells us that behind the hero depicted by Homer, and unknown to him, a prior god of the dead has been discerned, of Scythian stock. 10. The figure of Theseus, pervasively connected to the sea, exhibited no physical defect at all. Ginsberg nonetheless enlists him for his construction on the grounds that he lifted a rock to find his father's sword and pair of sandals, a case of the circle cartwheeling from triangle to square indeed, since there is not even a symmetry in the deambulation here. The legend of Prometheus is incontestably focused on issues of knowledge. There is not even a hint of a hobble in the Forethinker, in any of its variants. Ginsberg, however, adduces first a Caucasian parallel, in which a hero stealing fire sacrifices some part of himself to a rescuing eagle, who restores it, and then an Italian folk tale in which another hero, without discovering fire, loses a heel to the redeeming bird. From this graphic example of the method of intermediate links he casually notes that the theme of intelligence plays no role in either fable. He confidently concludes that in all probability it is pure chance that Prometheus suffers no asymmetry of deambulation in the versions that have come down to us. 1. Classicists might well retort that the only thing lame about the Greek hero is this explanation of him. In his enthusiasm, Ginsberg dubs such parallelism between ancient Greece and modern Georgia or Medina with the same epithet that he once used to describe the convergence he found between Minocchio's cosmogony and Vedic or Kalmuk mythology, stupefacent. 1-2 With the perspicuous method of arranging the factual material, Wittgenstein promised, we can easily pass from one part to another. Just so. The passages are much too easy, as the morphology cascades swiftly from one myth to another in an accelerating torrent of identifications, the local evidence for which often consists mainly of variations on the formula it has been suggested, which recurs with telltale insistence. 1-3 Eventually, Greek gods and heroes flow, all but inevitably, into the great estuary of Cinderella tales. Here Ginsberg singles out as especially significant those versions which include the collection by the heroine of the bones of an animal who has helped her. He then goes on to argue that the most complete version of the fable involved the subsequent resuscitation of the dead animal from its bones. 1-4 But of the 300 and more stories accounted as versions of Cinderella, from across the globe, less than 10% include the gathering of bones, and less than 1% just 3 cases involve resuscitation. In such defiance of distributional frequency, it is difficult not to see a preconceived conclusion. The resuscitation of an animal from its bones is, of course, a shamanistic representation of the voyage to the dead. In his influential essay Clues, which can be taken as a general historical manifesto, Ginsberg argued for an epistemological paradigm attentive to small traces and discrepancies as the signs of hidden truth, whose great modern pioneers were Morelli and Freud. The kind of circumstantial knowledge to be wrested from minor clues went back to the first hunters peering at hoof prints in the ground. It was practiced by ancient medicine and divination, inspired jurisprudence and paleontology, before acquiring exemplary modern form in connoisseurship and psychoanalysis. Unlike the quantitative, generalizing knowledge pioneered by Galilean physics, it sought qualitative individuation of its objects. As such, it was the appropriate paradigm not only for history, but for the ensemble of the human sciences, which over time have ever more assumed it as their model. More generally indeed, we witness the decadence of systematic thought, after the unwise pretensions of Marx, and the rise of aphoristic thought, associated with Nietzsche, illumination in the fragment. 1.5 Although this argument recalls the familiar neo-Kantian division between nomothetic and ideographic disciplines, since Ginsberg too appeals to subjective experience for his circumstantial paradigm, the heuristic emphasis it gives to the vestigial and the anomalous sets it apart. But, of course, these can prompt inquiry in any field of the natural or social sciences, just as they never exhaust any. They provide no special model for the latter, which contrary to Ginsberg's suggestion, are certainly not closer to the model of diagnostic as opposed to anatomical medicine, as a glance at the procedures of economics or sociology would show. What is more striking, however, is that in arguing for the circumstantial paradigm, Ginsberg does not discriminate between his illustrations of it. Necromancy and science, empirical lore and speculative fantasy, jostle side by side in his catalogue of the arts of decipherment. Perhaps this is because Ginsberg assumes there has been a historical winnowing of them, leaving only certified candidates today for what he calls the elastic rigor specific to them. But the oxymoron says enough. Mentioning at one point Sebastiano Timpanaro's devastating work The Freudian Slip, Ginsberg says he would reverse its judgment, while Timpanaro rejects psychoanalysis because intrinsically close to magic. I try to show that not only psychoanalysis but most of the so-called human sciences draw their inspiration from an epistemology of divination. 1.6 Timpanaro concentrated his attack, conclusively, on the association of ideas as a method of interpreting the lapsus, showing that it was incapable of not disclosing the meaning Freud assigned them. In analogy with that method, Wittgenstein commended approaching myths and rituals as an association of practices. 1.7 This would be one way of describing what Ginsberg has done. The price, however, is the same. Just as at the level of the paradigm, there is no way of identifying what is not a valid form of divination, so at the level of the morphology there is no point at which the associations need ever stop, falsifications never feature. The end result is similar to Freud's interpretation of slips and dreams insisted, contrary to the most obvious and overwhelming evidence that the meaning of every diverse case of displacement, substitution, or condensation lay in repressed sexual desire. Levi Strauss once compared psychoanalysis to shamanism. But his own interpretation of mythologies reproduces the same schema. Beneath the inexhaustible proliferation of myths across the world, with their luxuriance of every kind of local vocabulary, lies one great invariable theme: mediation between nature and culture. Propp, who pioneered the morphological analysis of the wonder tale, producing the 31 functions of its 177 variants, likewise found just a single master fable underlying them all. In his case, it was the rite of initiation as a journey to the land of death, transmitted from shamanism. 1.8 Ginsberg has now taken over Propp's conclusion, and generalized it beyond the wonder tale, to the farthest flung corners of Eurasian mythology as a whole. The fascination of the data he assembles is beyond question. But once again, what is striking is the contrast between the richness and variety of the materials, and the paucity of the meaning to which they are reduced. Seeing the mote in the folklorist's eye, the anthropologist complained of the procedure, while reproducing it on a grander scale. 1.9 The historian, criticizing each, goes further, joining fable and myth together in a cosmic onal inner, encompassing all the narratives ever told. In venturing this final step, Ginsberg moves beyond the formal bounds of his own inquiry. The outline of a unitary Eurasian substratum of beliefs and rituals dissolves into universal categories of the human mind. In fact, the latter part of Storia Notturna continually hesitates between these two. Ginsberg poses this as a dilemma between two kinds of explanation of the regularities he finds, cultural diffusion or psychic uniformity. Declining to opt for one or the other, he exploits both possibilities. It is their combination that affords the interweaving of history and morphology at which he aims. But their simultaneous presence in the text looks more like tactical reinsurance than theoretical synthesis, for they cannot logically be reconciled. On the one hand, there is the hypothesis of a specifically Eurasian mythology based on the practices of shamanism. This line of thought has its own history. In the Russian emigration between the wars, Eurasianism was an orientalizing version of the Slavophile tradition, whose leading theorist was N.S. Trubetskoy, the founder of structuralist phonology. The presentiments and subversions of the Eurasian Manifesto, which were already preoccupied with unitary folk culture, 20 have an involuntary echo in the conjectures of Storia Notturna. Shamanism, for its part, received heroic exploration from Mircea Eliade, in a study tracing it far from its North and Central Asia homelands, to Germans, Greeks, Scythians, and many other peoples. It was Eliade who emphasized the difference between the ecstatic states of shamanism and possession, the shaman controlling communication with the spirits of the dead, the possessed controlled by them. 21 Ginsberg adopts this opposition, and makes of it a cultural frontier. Eurasia is characterized by the ubiquity of shamanism, sub-Saharan Africa by possession. The Cinderella cycle and scapulomancy, likewise, are common to the former and unknown to the latter. But if this is so, appeal from correspondences between Indo-European and Ural-Altaic ecstatic forms to universal categories of the human mind is ruled out. On the other hand, Ginsberg states unambiguously, "Long ago I set out to demonstrate experimentally, from history, that human nature does not exist. 25 years later, I find myself maintaining the exact opposite." 23 Although his Eurasian conjectures provide no support for it, the claim itself may of course be independently valid. Certainly there is nothing outlandish about it. Ginsberg's way of construing the notion of human nature, however, is quite particular. Loyal to his structuralist inspiration, he interprets it in a strictly intellectualist sense. By human nature here is understood the mechanisms of the human mind. Needs and emotions, which might be thought prime candidates, do not figure. Levi Strauss has announced, "I cannot give these turbulent forces primacy, they erupt onto a stage already constructed and patterned by mental constraints." 24 Needham, seeking the primary factors of human experience, goes out of his way to deny that affects count among them. No inner turbulence is universal. Anger in another civilization is not equivalent to anger in our own. 25 What is universal is a common repository of collective representations, derived from the properties of the cerebral cortex, which can be viewed as close to Jungian archetypes. 26 Ginsberg rejects even these as too concrete, for transcendental operations of the mind whose symbols are not so readily intelligible. But he too toys with the idea of fitting Jung with a materialist pediment, that is, giving universal myths a somatic foundation. 27 In the end, the deathly meaning of asymmetric deambulation is traced to an exigency of the self-representation of the body. At first sight, the case Ginsberg makes here looks plausible. But it rests on the slenderest of documentary evidence. One possible interpretation of a single myth from the Moluccas is the only empirical reference supporting it. The general argument depends, moreover, on the identification of humanity with the capacity to walk on two legs, a gait that is shared, however, by various animal species. The human species is more frequently identified with language, and one has only to think of the ease with which the same case could be made for myths involving irregular articulation, muteness, hoarseness, stuttering, lisping, whispering, mumbling and so on, to see how inconclusive it is likely to be. The problem is not the conviction, eminently reasonable, that there is such a thing as human nature, but where to locate and how to define it. Collective representations, however they are conceived, are unlikely to be the main road to an answer. Asymmetric deambulation, for all the ramifications it acquires, will not support the anthropological weight put on it. What then is its more specifically historical relevance to the original theme of the book, the witches' Sabbath? It must be said, rather little. Many fantastical elements went into this Christian pagan brew, but one thing it did not include was this. The only connections Ginsberg is able to offer between the ostensible subject and actual climax of the book is one limping boy in a version of Memories of a Livonian Werewolf and a Lamegyrian Bogey. 28 Neither has any direct relation to the Sabbath. Even by the method of intermediate links, this is a tenuous thread. The first part of the book must be regarded as an effectively independent inquiry, to be judged on its own merits. How are these to be assessed? Ginsberg's decipherment of the Sabbath involves two principal claims. The first concerns the configuration of the image of the Sabbath itself. Where Trevor Roper, following a long tradition, viewed this as essentially a theological fabrication incorporating jumbled fragments of peasant gullibility, Ginsberg in effect reverses the order of importance within the mixture, indicating popular belief rather than learned fantasy as the core of the phenomenon. This judgment is never quite spelt out as such, but it is insistently conveyed by the use of the term nucleus to describe the folkloric elements of the Sabbath. The grammatical ambiguity of such pronouncements as "here lies the folkloric nucleus of the Sabbath 29" is unlikely to be casual. Ginsberg employs the notion to suggest both coherence and centrality. What is his case for them? Here the problem of methodological imprecision returns. For the criteria required to decide what is dominant in a composite formation are missing. So too, in fact, are criteria for defining the composition. For Ginsberg there are essentially two layers to the Sabbath: Satanism on high, the pact with the devil, and shamanism below, the voyage to the dead. The latter is the organic substratum of the phenomenon, whose originally beneficent meaning is converted into a fearful ceremonial of evil by the artifice of the former. What this dualism, of sanguine folk myth deformed into vicious elite craze, omits is popular fear of witchcraft itself. General and intense belief in maleficium, the sorcerer's curse, as the agent of every kind of material injury or misfortune, was a fundamental condition of the witch craze. Massively documented by Keith Thomas and others, 30 it is virtually ignored by Ginsberg. But it has much more obvious claims to be regarded as the folk soil of the phobia than anything to do with ecstatic trances or monosandalism. In Hungary, a region where the presence of a shamanistic element in village life was probably stronger, certainly better documented, than anywhere else in subarctic Europe, it played a discernible role in only about 2% of witchcraft trials. 31 The male vice, on the other hand, was everywhere. Even the Benandanti, it has been pointed out, were involved in the transactions of the curse. 32 In other words, Ginsberg's account of the Sabbath paradoxically tends to forget the witches, in the most familiar sense of the term. Sociologically, this is an absolutely central lacuna of his study. How far, on the other hand, does Ginsberg's historical narrative sustain his ethnographic view of the Sabbath? Tracing its genesis to the French pogrom of 1321, he stresses more than previous historians the role of deliberate machinations by municipal, royal, and noble authorities in fanning a popular hysteria against lepers and Jews from which they stood to benefit economically. 33 Plot there was, but on the part of Christian magistrates rather than against them. Here, at the outset, initiative is firmly imputed to those above. But by the time of the Alpine witch trials of the next century, with which Ginsberg's narrative concludes, he goes out of his way to emphasize that in the emergent image of the Sabbath anti-heretical stereotypes unleashed from above were only a secondary element. 34 Norman Cohn is taken to task for exaggerating their importance. The claim is unpersuasive. Cohn's demonstration of the constancy of the stereotype of the secret sect practicing promiscuity, blasphemy, anthropophagy, from pagan accusations against the early Christians onwards, loses no relevance with the arrival of the Sabbath, since these were always the capital iniquities ascribed to it. The folkloric themes of nocturnal flight and animal metamorphosis were picturesque embroidery on this background, in themselves moral small change, dismissed as no graver than idle fancies by the canon episcopi in the Dark Ages. If any elements were secondary in the Sabbath, it would logically and functionally be these. As it happens, it is Kohn who provides the best explanation for a fusion of motifs. The inclusion of nocturnal flying in the anti-heretical stereotype allowed for multiplication of suspects, by magical assembly of a host of secret evildoers. 35. Beyond these structural considerations, there are also chronological difficulties in Ginsberg's reconstruction. His opening account of the pogrom of 1321 is a masterpiece of laconic narration, displaying all his exceptional gifts as a writer. Much of the power of his storytelling, here as in The Cheese and the Worms, lies in the understatement of its spare, concise prose. But this very conscious art is also, in another and less obvious way, highly theatrical. Ginsberg's narratives proceed by short, numbered paragraphs, with minimal connectives between them. The device of enumeration, typically used since Spinoza to suggest rigorous logical deduction, here evokes rather dramatic sequence, scenes or takes for stage or screen. This is a very effective way of unfolding a story. But it has a particular drawback as a method of writing history. It too often depends for its effects on withholding information. Ginsberg's way of recounting events militates against providing their context, which might slow the speed and diminish the surprise of the tale. We are told very little, in the end, about the Benandanti beyond their fabulous adventures, or the Friulian society that enclosed them, about the village life that harbored Minocchio, or the inquisitors who cross-examined him. So too Franz in 1321 is presented ex abrupto, shorn of all socio-political perspective. The lack of any informational frame general features of France in the early 14th century, immediate situation of the kingdom, policy and personality of Philip V, position of lepers and Jews quickens the sinister drama, but also deprives it of depth. One effect of this is especially relevant, and questionable. In representing the French massacre of that year as the starting point of the fuse leading to the European witch craze, Ginsberg neglects the cause célèbre that preceded it, the extermination of the Templars unleashed by Philip IV in 1307. The charges made, and confessions extracted, in this political repression were in certain respects closer to the phantasmagoria of the Sabbath than the accusations against lepers and Jews. Conforming to the anti-heretical rather than folkloric nucleus, however, they play no role in Ginsberg's account, despite the fact, critical for a local etiology, that the chief leper confession of 1321 borrowed from the show trial of the Templars 13 years earlier. 3-6 The more general problem posed by the timing and trajectory of the witch craze, however, remains. What generated the new persecutory hysteria that came to be driven by the image of the witch's Sabbath? Ginsberg criticizes Kohn for focusing on a single long tradition of anti-heretical phobia from the time of Roman emperors to that of Renaissance popes, at the expense of the evident cultural discontinuity introduced by the idea of a sect of witches. 37 But his own concentration on a substratum of shamanistic trance beliefs enduring far longer, across many thousands of years, raises even more sharply the question of what it was that suddenly precipitated the Sabbath out of them. The explanation he offers is conventional and cursory, little more than generic reference to the socio-economic crisis of the 14th century. 38 But reliable evidence for the crystallization of the Sabbath starts about 100 years later. The witch craze first reached its height in the relative prosperity of the late 16th century, persisting through the depression of the early 17th century. It then eventually subsided in the main regions infected before economic recovery was in sight. Moreover, its geographical incidence was very uneven. In Western Europe, England, lacking inquisitorial procedures and addiction to torture, was largely exempt from the obsession with the Sabbath. Also relatively unaffected were the United Provinces. In Eastern Europe, the Orthodox Church paid little attention to it, and major persecution was confined to Catholic regions, particularly Poland. Between these zones, the real epic entrees of witch hunting were Germany, Switzerland, and France, where Brian Levack has estimated perhaps 75% of all prosecutions occurred. 3.9 The fundamental enigma of the European witch craze is the pattern of its development in time and space, why it erupted when it did, whom it attacked, why and how it affected certain zones yet passed by others, why and when it petered out. In the answer to these historical questions must lie the key to deciphering the Sabbath. For all the steady gains of later research, the intellectual firmness and clarity with which they are posed in Trevor Roper's great essay has yet to be equaled. If Ginsberg's approach is so different, his aversion to this precedent so marked, the reason lies in the most constant conviction of his work. Tout ce qui est interessant se passe dans vomber, ran the epigraph to The Cheese and the Worms, from Celine. The hidden side of history is where the truth resides. In one of the essays in Myths, Emblems, Clues, Ginsberg maintains that no cultural opposition is so universal as the values ascribed to the positions of high and low, the former being always equated with what is better, the latter with what is worse. 40 He overlooks another pervasive opposition in our culture, which reverses it, the superficial and the deep. Here, what is below inherently excels what is above. But the surface covers the depths, and must be parted to get to the bottom of things. If there is a single assumption that unifies all of Ginsberg's versatile work, it is this, that the deeper something lies, the more significant it must be. Nowhere has this belief acquired such writ as in Storia Notturna. The meaning of the Sabbath that matters is to be found in a subterranean level of human imagination stretching back from European fertility or funerary cults through Greek myths and Scythian ornaments to Siberian or Mongol shamans, perhaps to Paleolithic bands before them, whose evidence is everywhere symbolic traces of the voyage to the dead. However hazardous some of Ginsberg's interpretative connections may be, his general argument for the persistence of motifs of shamanistic origin over a very long span of time can readily be accepted. But persistence is in itself no warrant of significance. What is missing from Ginsberg's account is that erosion of meaning which is such a large part of any cultural history, the familiar process whereby customs or beliefs once centrally active become in altered conditions sporadic or marginal, and then lose their sense altogether as they are surcharged with further developments that incorporate or efface them, ceasing to be understood by any current agents at all. Ginsberg himself notes often enough that classical authors failed to see the significance of asymmetrical deambulation in their myths. Indeed, he complains of their rationalistic reconstructions of the mysteries that interest him. 41 But he does not draw the obvious conclusion, of a symbolism gone dead. As facts of cultural history, the realistic explanations of the single sandal attempted by Thucydides or Servius are in many ways more interesting than its aboriginal sense, since they obviously tell us more about Greek and Roman society. Shamanism in its Siberian or Lap homelands was a central institution of rudimentary hunter-gatherer or pastoral tribes, whatever might have passed from remote social backgrounds, possibly akin to these, down to the Mediterranean city-states would necessarily have assumed a different weight and meaning in them, still more so, if there were such continuity, in the societies of late medieval or early modern Europe. Ginsberg insists on the parallels between shamanism and ecstatic trances of the kind he found among the Benandanti. Yet all of these were clandestine, whereas in Iliad's words every genuinely shamanistic seance ends as a spectacle unequaled in the world of daily experience, 4-2 A fundamental difference. Ginsberg finesses it with a structuralist flourish. A homology nevertheless holds by inversion. If shamans were public, their dreams were individual battles for the good, where the oniric combat of the Benandanti was collective, even if its performance was private. 43 Whatever the merits of this argument, the salient point it avoids is that the historical function of ecstatic experience had changed completely in the interim, from socially enacted drama to furtively secreted reverie, so too would have its subjective meaning. Likewise, the paraphernalia of broomsticks and toads resemble dim vestiges of a half or wholly mislaid past more than living emblems of the primary nucleus of the Sabbath. In social life, what is older and in that sense deeper is often more trivial, which has survived just because it has been reduced to insignificance. In a famous retort to Levi Strauss, Jack Goody once remarked that the persistence of certain dishes might be explained not by their symbolic meaning, but their indifference to it, as simple pegs of existential continuity. 44. The same could, of course, be said of many features of dress. This is the general phenomenon of buttons on the cuff. Words and myths, unlike objects of material use, are inescapable signifiers. But they too are always liable to designification, the process Ginsberg's morphology consistently forgets. The only difference is that in their case it typically involves the cancellation of one meaning by the superimposition of another, which can easily contradict the first. To seek to determine the essential meaning of a classical legend or a medieval phobia by appeal to a shamanistic origin is not unlike the attempt to demonstrate the contemporary significance of a philosophical concept by recourse to the etymology of its pre-Socratic roots, a procedure favored by Heidegger. But just as the words of a language can survive and evolve through the obliteration or reversal of their earlier meanings, so may the elements of myth, in neither does what come first have any semantic privilege. The temptation, however, to equate persistence with significance has its own promptings. Appropriately, Wittgenstein's commentary on Fraser gives revealing expression to one of them. Lamenting the narrowness of spiritual life we find in Fraser, Wittgenstein deplored his rationalist analysis of magical cult or ritual, whose mystery was better left to reverent contemplation. Even the idea of trying to explain the practice seems to me wrong-headed. We can only describe and say, human life is like that. 45. Above all, he rejected the idea that there had been any basic change, let alone for the better, in human sensibility with the development from magic through religion to science, as Fraser assumed. The simplicity of Wittgenstein's argument is unmatched. I wish to say, nothing shows our kinship to those savages better than the fact that Fraser has at hand a word as familiar to us as ghost or shade to describe their views. A whole mythology is deposited in our language. 46. Here the ideological drift of the fallacy of continuity is ingenuously clear. Ginsberg tells us that his first and most enduring ambition was to supersede the alternatives of rationalism and irrationalism. 47. Similar hopes are often expressed of the opposition between materialism and idealism, or left and right. It is rarely difficult to see which term of the two pays the cost of the operation. Ginsberg ends his introduction to Storia Notturna with the claim that, the immensely ancient myths which flowed, for what was after all a short time into the composite stereotype of the Sabbath, survived its disappearance. They are still active. The inaccessible experience which humanity has for millennia symbolically expressed in myths, fables, rites, ecstasies, remains one of the hidden centers of our culture, of our mode of being in the world. The attempt to know the past is also a voyage to the world of the dead. 48. This declaration of faith in the perennity of the nocturnal region of twisted gait and swaying trance is, of its nature, unadorned with evidence. It is doubtful whether Ginsberg would welcome occult magazines and palmistry stores as witnesses. He prefers instead the self-enclosing gesture with which Levi Strauss designates his own analysis of myth as itself another, thought by the common substance of the human mind. 49. So the sign of the hidden center becomes the enterprise of the historian himself. In this place of concealment, mage and scholar are one. There is no need to dwell on the weakness of the conceit in either case. It functions less as argument than as index of an outlook. In Ginsberg's case, as we have seen, what defines that outlook is the call of the deep. Paradoxically, however, the very consistency with which he has pursued underground cultural continuities provides its own antidote to them. The Benandanti, peasants practicing somnambulist magic to better the harvest or propitiate the dead, were bearers of a genuinely popular stratum of beliefs, with roots stretching far back into time, to an antiquity when they must once have covered much of Central Europe. 50. The Nicodomiti, intellectuals justifying religious dissimulation in the name of Christian detachment from outward rites, in a time of confessional wars, betokened a deeper and more homogeneous stratum of faith. Beneath the conflicts agitating the surface of European religious life in the 16th century. 51. The Miller Minocchio, village philosopher expounding a materialist cosmogony without magic or Christianity, expressed views and aspirations whose roots were sunk in an obscure, all but unfathomable stratum of remote peasant traditions. 52 Diana, Cinderella, Cordelia, heroines of myth, fable, drama alike, spring from a subterranean stratum of unitary Eurasian mythology, a stupefying dissemination of shamanistic traits, in which are deposited a history of thousands of years. 53 Behind Freud diagnosing a disorder or Berenson telegraphing an attribution, can be glimpsed perhaps the oldest gesture in the intellectual history of humanity, the hunter crouched in the mud peering at the tracks of his prey. 54 The vocabulary of depth and diuturnity is unvarying, but its objects are so various that they cancel each other. How probable is it that both ecstatic voyages to the beyond, and robust materialist denials of the divine, were ancient peasant traditions in the same Friulian hills existing beneath the surface of a European Christianity, whose own divisions were also traversed by a clandestine movement profounder than Catholic or Calvinist confessions. Each of these research programs has yielded fascinating empirical fruits. But it is a metaphysical predisposition that projects their results repeatedly downwards or backwards. The decipherment of the Sabbath suffers from it. Ironically, perhaps the most unanswerable objection to the thesis that its primary nucleus derived from popular ecstatic myths is supplied by Ginsberg's work itself. For the only investigated case of such cultic trances, the Benandanti, was actually treated with offhand indifference by the Inquisition. So little alarmed were the witch-finders by the quaint beliefs of the night-walkers that not a single prosecution was ever concluded against them. It is difficult to avoid the conclusion that the crux of the phantasm lay elsewhere. Ginsberg once wisely remarked that an ideological option may both vitiate the documentary findings of an author, and yet also be the condition of them. He was speaking of Georges Dumézil, one of the great pioneers of comparative mythology, in whom he detected possible pre-war sympathies with Nazism. 55 Mircea Eliade's myth of the eternal return, another landmark in the field, was born of the defeat of the Iron Guard in Romania, he observes elsewhere. 56 What of Ginsberg's own options? Reflecting on its pathos of human nature, the distinguished Italian critic Franco Fortini has termed Storia Notturna the work of a liberal conservative. 57 This is certainly unjust. Ginsberg's original inspiration, from which he has never departed, lay rather in a kind of populism, as he himself has noted. 58 But it is true that populism lends itself to a number of timbers, according to its perception of the people. Ginsberg's early work reflected the insurgency of the late 60s, whose mass character was more pronounced in Italy than in any other European society. It spoke of class culture and repressive tolerance, peasant war, and social utopia. With the subsidence of the 80s, the tone has changed. Ginsberg now declares, growing doubts about the efficacy and outcome of revolutionary and technocratic projects oblige us to rethink the way in which political action is inserted into deep social structures, and its real ability to alter them. 59 Storia Notturna is still dedicated, in the spirit of Walter Benjamin, to the history of the vanquished. But now the accent is on the simple perdurance of popular beliefs, across any number of social structures and through every kind of historical and civilizational change, because of their anchorage in the operations of the human mind. In the process, an immense cultural halo is swung round the gyrations of the shaman, in which we read imprinted as in a Trecento image the glowing letters of Greek legend and universal fiction. Thus are the folk shards of witching hour and animal familiar Trevor Roper's mental rubbish of peasant credulity 60, redeemed, as they enter into and yet pass beyond the Sabbath. The earlier Ginsberg warned against just such idealization. Commenting on a contemporary Italian cult near Salerno, in which a local woman periodically assumed the personality of a dead nephew, he did not evoke the grand continuity of Eurasian ecstatic traditions, but wrote, in wretched and disintegrated conditions, religion helps men and women to bear a little better a life in itself intolerable. It may not be much, but we have no right to despise it. But precisely because they protect believers from reality rather than prompting or helping them to become aware of, and change it, Such popular cults are in the end a mystification. To overvalue them in populist fashion is absurd and dangerous. 61. It would be good to hear that voice once again. For one needed word has disappeared from the vocabulary of Storia Notturna, superstition. It is salutary to recall that a Hungarian scholar, describing the poor, sparse societies in which it once dominated, could speak of the misery of shamanism. 62. That judgment is too strong for what was once a coherent set of beliefs, giving moral shape to a world. But superstitions are the scrambled relics of belief, no longer comprehended. Their role in the history of the Sabbath surely merits it. The perspective of, should we, in tune with the times, call it post-rationalism forbids the thought. Yet what is true of Dumézil and Iliad holds here too. The ideological option may affect the empirical materials, but without it they would not in all probability have come to light. Storia Notturna may overshoot its resources, but these are more than rich enough to justify the enterprise. Readers of virtually any persuasion will find Ginsberg's latest history a gamble to admire, a pleasure to read, a provocation to think. The pluralism of Isaiah Berlin. Intellectual hero to Noel Annan, whose political heroine is Margaret Thatcher. Should Isaiah Berlin be left to the unfashionable enthusiasms of our age? Or consigned to the dutiful plaudits that have broken out for his latest volume from The Spectator to The New Statesman? He himself strikes a more modest note. I talk about other people. I examine their views. But what about me, he said recently, disclaiming any large notions of his own. His opinions, he told Richard Ingrams, were just local currency. My ideas are very English. I've thrown in my lot with England. It's the best country in the world. One such loyal self-deprecation is scarcely less suspect. An accurate view of Berlin should start elsewhere. The crooked timber of humanity is more an elegant restatement than a substantial addition to his characteristic themes. 3/4 of the book consist of essays from the same fund of texts out of which the 4 volumes of his selected writings were assembled at the end of the 70s, and their topics for the most part retrace familiar ground: Machiavelli, Vico, Herder, pluralism, romanticism, utopianism. Even the longest piece, on Joseph de Maistre, is an enlargement of a portrait already sketched in an earlier comparison with Tolstoy. In a sense, however, this is the interest of the collection. It serves to bring the unity of Berlin's thought sharply into focus. A philosopher by training, Berlin's main work has lain in the history of ideas, a field which, he maintains, has traditionally been neglected in England. Between the time of Leslie Stephen and, say, Quentin Skinner, that was certainly true. Even today, this branch of studies has far less elbow room in English than American universities. But since the 70s the situation has been changing, and the rise of a new kind of intellectual history, originated at Cambridge, provides the appropriate background for assessing Berlin's contribution to the field. No other living practitioner has his European zest and range, encompassing Russian and German, Italian and French, not to speak of ancient literatures, or his capacity to throw out bold generalizations across them. There are 2 poles to this imagination. On the one hand, Berlin is fascinated by individual, often idiosyncratic, personalities, men like Belinsky or Hess, whom he has depicted in a series of inimitable cameos. On the other hand, he constructs and pursues very general notions, broad ideas matrices like monism or positive freedom, through swooping pedigrees down time. Perhaps these were the natural units of attention for an analytic philosopher of strong humanistic bent. The contrast, at any rate, with the practice of current historians is marked. Pocock, Skinner, or Ashcraft, in treating the ideas of Harrington, Hobbes, or Locke, have concentrated on detailed textual analysis of a corpus of work, and its setting in the discourses and the practices of the age, overturning many received interpretations in the process. Berlin has rarely given his thinkers the same kind of systematic scrutiny or contextual depth. This is not the result of oversight. Rather it is because, As he has often remarked, he believes the specific arguments of a theorist less important than their general outlook, and the origins of ideas less interesting than their echoes. To as much as statement of a method, this is the expression of a temperament. Its fruit is an approach best suited to unsystematic, intuitive thinkers who do not require, perhaps resist, close conceptual reconstruction. Berlin's most memorable essays deal with writers like Sarl or Tolstoy, rather than with the major political philosophers of the modern period. The sympathy for the informal and undoctrinal they reveal is one of the attractive features of his work. But it has its costs. Where there are elements in a particular corpus of ideas which for one reason or another are ungenial to Berlin, his characteristic procedure can free him from the need to accord them proportionate attention. The risks of selective emphasis exist in even the most systematic of treatments, as the controversies in recent Harrington or Locke scholarship demonstrate. But they are greatly enhanced, once specific arguments are discounted for general outlooks, documented origins for presumed effects. Berlin's accounts of, for example, Tolstoy's view of history, or Herzen's brand of politics, or Mill's conception of value, understate central aspects of each, the simple chauvinism of war and peace or mysticism in Anna Karenina, the agrarian socialism of the Bell, the declared utilitarianism of On Liberty. The result is to make each sound subtly closer to their commentator than they are. His readings of Vico and Herder, the major subjects of his later work, show the same proprietary impulse. Seeing them essentially as precursors of cultural pluralism, the tradition in which he situates himself, Berlin is disinclined to pay much attention to the themes of mental identity and emergent universality in their respective writings, which point in another direction. Machiavelli plays a rather similar role in Berlin's vision, becoming the stepping stone to a tolerant liberalism. Point 3 in this interpretation, the scandal his work provoked lay not in Machiavelli's counsels of princely crime, but in his equable observation of contrasting civic and Christian virtues. The only evidence for this claim, abundantly disproved by centuries of polemic, is the autobiographical illumination Berlin reports in these pages, the intellectual discovery he himself made on reading Machiavelli. For in such annexations, philosophical advocacy visibly takes precedence over historical balance. Detached from their context, ideas are gracefully unfunctioneered for present purposes. The title of this volume provides a graphic illustration of the point. Out of the crooked timber of humanity no straight thing was ever made, Immanuel Kant dixit. By dint of repetition it is cited once in Russian Thinkers, twice in Against the Current, 3 times in 4 essays on liberty, and twice more in the crooked timber itself. Berlin has virtually made of this a saw. 5 Here, we are given to understand, is a signal expression of that rejection of all perfectionist utopias which defines a humane pluralism. But what was the actual force of the text from which the sentence is taken? The idea for a universal history in a cosmopolitan perspective is a terse, incandescent manifesto for a world order still to be constructed, and a world history yet to be written. If there is a single prophetic vision of the political agenda now apparently unfolding before us 2 centuries later, it is this. Fukuyama might have done better to appeal to Kant rather than Hegel. The message of the idea is not the diversity of values, the imperfectibility of institutions, or the contingency of history. What Kant celebrates is the driving force of competition, the mutual antagonism implanted in the human species by nature, as the motor of social progress. It is the dynamic of the rivalry for honor, riches, and power that has generated every step of civilization. Social advance has at length reached the point where the task for humanity can be the realization of a civil society under the rule of law, guaranteeing freedom for all. But this can only be complete when external relations between states obey the same principles of peaceful union as the internal relations between their members. Humanity will have to endure many devastations and upheavals before such a league of peoples comes to pass. But the natural laws which govern the development of our species, engendering a productive common order out of colliding individual wills in the form of a competitive economy, which strengthens the state, should in the end also lead to a world society out of the conflicting states, in which the full potential of the human race would come to fruition. Then, in the fullness of time, nature will bring forth the Kepler or Newton capable of explaining the scientific mechanisms of this universal history. Meanwhile, the greatest difficulty in achieving civic union within a state derives from the fact that man is an animal that needs a master, to break his own will and oblige him to obey a generally valid will whereby each may be free. 6 But can only find such a master among other men, who are also animals that need to be mastered in their turn. It is this problem, of the unruliness of the ruler, that occasions the comment Berlin has taken for his motto. Kant, however, is referring not to humanity as a whole, as unfittable into any symmetrical scheme, but to the fallibility of any individual as sovereign. Das Hohe Saint Oberhaupt solely aber Gersp für sich selbst und doch ein Mensch sein, the highest magistrate should be just in himself and yet be a man. 7 It is this task, as Kant puts it, that is beyond fulfillment. He makes the distinction immediately clear, in a way that brings home sharply the distance between Kant's argument and Berlin's inference. The inhabitants of other planets may be able to perfect themselves in their individual lives. But with us it is otherwise, only the species can hope for this, but if we accomplish nature's mission well, we can certainly flatter ourselves that we may occupy no mean rank among our neighbors in the cosmic order. 8 In other words, the collective destiny of humanity, working through the deficiencies of its individual members, reveals what Kant calls the hidden plan of nature to bring into existence an internally and externally perfected political constitution. The naturalism and finalism of this vision are at the antipodes of Berlin's outlook. So far from Kant insisting on the irremediable crookedness of humanity in general, he uses the self-same term, crumb, to describe the kind of timber humanity need not become in a well-ordered civic union, where something straightjarate is just what can indeed be made. Only in such an enclosure as civil unification offers can our inclinations achieve their best effects, as trees in a wood which seek to deprive each other of air and sunlight are forced to strive upwards and so achieve a beautiful straight growth, while those that spread their branches at will in isolated freedom grow stunted, tilted, and crooked. 9 The imagery of the bent and the straight, in other words, tells the opposite story from its proverbialization. However frequently invoked, only a catchword is at stake here. But it pinpoints a procedure whose dangers become more acute in the vast genealogies of leading ideas that make up the other side of Berlin's oeuvre. The famous contrast between positive and negative freedom in 4 essays on liberty derives, of course, above all from Benjamin Constant's lecture under the Restoration comparing ancient and modern liberty. But where Constant sought to ground the difference between the two in a comparative sociology of the classical and contemporary worlds, Berlin treats them largely as normative conceptions floating free from determinate social contexts. Constant's portrait of Greek democracy as a society of martial conformists, contrasting with the peaceful and commercial individualists of modern liberty, is one-sided and polemical, ignoring the extent to which isonomia included ideals of diversity within the community, liberty in, rather than either from or to, in Pockak's phrase. But it is more worked through than Berlin's chain of associations, which link the most disparate figures lock momentarily cheek by jowl with Fichte, Burke arm in arm with Robespierre, into rapidly constructed alignments for the purposes of contrasting his two concepts, in which paradoxically even Constant himself, who in his fashion hoped to combine them, is scarcely done justice. The textual basis of the enterprise is very scanty, citations of a sentence or two from most of the roll call, elsewhere stylized utterances in an anonymous first pour son, as if attributed to a timeless tradition, illustrate the argument. 10 The risks of mistreating individual thinkers with this method are obvious, even if substantiation of each case might in principle still be possible in some larger compass. But it is the general upshot of the procedure that is often most disconcerting. In Berlin's conjuring of ideas, they appear at times to lose any specific gravity as they hurtle towards the most unexpected and perverse destinations, or shuttle back again with scarcely less ease. Kant's severe individualism issues into virtually pure totalitarian doctrine, and the combined efforts of at one time or another Locke, Spinoza, Montesquieu, Rousseau, Fichte, Hegel, Comte, Marx, Green, Bradley, and Bosanquet paved the way for the great, disciplined, authoritarian structures in which positive freedom eventually came to be pursued. *1 The evidence for these connections is essentially circular. Modern despotism proves the dangers of the ideal of positive liberty, so that ideal must have contributed to the rise of despotism. However captious this claim may be in the case of particular thinkers or exaggerated in the general importance it confers on philosophy in history, it is straightforward. The trajectory it postulates has one direction, pointing downwards. In the crooked timber of humanity, still larger claims of historical consequence are tacitly entered for the ideals of Romanticism, which is credited with breaking the foundation stone of millennial belief in one objective truth by which men should live, and thereby creating the modern outlook. 1-2, that is, the acceptance of a pluralism of values. For Berlin this represents the crucial emancipation from the past, permitting the ultimate advent of a liberal society. But although this Romanticism born in Germany liberated Europe by proclaiming the free creation of values, its cult of subjective will later fostered autocrats bent on suppressing liberty, when its aesthetic ideals were transferred to politics under Napoleon, reinterpreted by Hegel and Marx, and eventually instigated the furies of fascism and communism. But the unconquerable spirit of resistance to totalitarianism has also been inspired by this same untamed German spirit, the conception of men inherited from the Romantic movement. 1-3 The power of ideas as prime causes of political change is a not uncommon belief. What is striking here, however, is their alarming volatility, the same doctrines exercising diametrically opposite effects in sequence, or even concurrently. On occasion, Berlin speaks of the kind of connections he draws between concepts and consequences as not logical but historical and psychological. 1-4 The evidence for these, however, whose demonstrations would be a major agenda, is missing. In their absence, any number of speculative moves become possible. In an earlier text, the sources of totalitarianism are found not in the ideals of positive liberty or the values of Romanticism, but in the arrival of sociologies of knowledge, undercutting faith in the possibility of rational argument. 1-5 The compatibility of the different culprits is not pursued. Talking about the ideas of other people, then, Berlin can be a wayward raconteur. What of his own are they really English commonplaces? There is a clear sense in which the avowal of adoptive identity is relevant and valid. Politically, Berlin has in many ways been a liberal of a specifically English stamp, socially humane, empirical, sceptical. If we compare him with the two other great liberal thinkers of émigré background who left their mark on this country in the period of the Cold War, Hayek and Popper, these traits stand out. The Austrian duo have their own important differences, as Ralph Dahrendorf has recently suggested. 1-6 But the common features are plain. The specialized work of each, in the fields of economics and philosophy of science, has been radically original and systematic in a way Berlin's contribution to the history of ideas is not. Their ideological record, on the other hand, has been marked by a stridency and imbalance foreign to Berlin. Unlike Hayek, he never saw Italy as involuntary cousin to Goering, or felt, like Popper, soiled at the mental touch of Hegel. 1-7 Mill, object of lurking suspicion or overt rebuke for them, receives his unqualified admiration. Equality was an ideal for him, as well as liberty, which might on occasion take precedence over it, as Popper denied it might 18 for example, by the abolition of private education, anathema to Hayek. Berlin's oblique description of himself as a man of the moderate left 1-9 is ratified by the sniping he has drawn from the radical right. No doubt deeper personal immersion in English culture, arrival here as a child, rather than as an adult, explains some of this distance from his Viennese counterparts. But differing backgrounds in East and Central Europe must also have had much to do with it. The Habsburg Empire, autocratic though it in many ways remained to the end, was not a repressive despotism. Legal procedures, civic liberties, freedom of the press and political organization, if not effective assemblies or responsible government, existed. After the Metternich epoch, opposition was rarely driven to revolutionary responses. On the other hand, politics in the later empire were always more national or social than constitutional, and when it fell, the Austrian Republic divided between the Catholic and socialist traditions that dominate the country to the present. Paradoxically, the society which has produced the most powerful school of modern theoretical liberalism has less tradition of liberal politics than virtually any other democracy in Europe. Even today, the principal alternative to the Grand Coalition in Vienna is a party rooted in Germanic nationalism, rather than liberalism. Behind Popper or Hayek is an original background gone dully, or eerily, blank. The formulaic, doctrinaire tendencies in their work probably come in part from this uprooting. The Tsarist Empire, by contrast, remained an unregenerate absolutism throughout the 19th century, a police regime that suffocated any space for legal opposition. It thereby engendered a revolutionary tradition like none other in the continent, one that extended from its original center in the intelligentsia to the working class and the peasantry, and, what is often forgotten, in the end even affected significant sections of the liberal bourgeoisie. After two great upheavals against the Ancien regime, bureaucratic dictatorship followed in the 20th century, plunging the best of the Russian intelligentsia, after the briefest of intervals, back into persecution and moral opposition. The continuity of this background sets off Berlin's liberalism from the Viennese variants. Democracy installed, Hayek could brood on its dangers. Corporatism, eroding the freedom of the market, and flourishing as nowhere else in post-war Austria, became the main enemy. Tyranny renewed, Berlin's concern was for political and intellectual liberties, in the setting of a tradition where their greatest historical champion had been a revolutionary socialist. Russian thinkers, whose central hero is Herzen, gives touching testimony on every page of this engagement with his culture of origin. The warmth of Berlin's accounts of the Russian radicals of the last century, recreating the historical context of their lives in Moscow or St. Petersburg in a way unique in his work, the delicacy and wit of his portrait of their troubled observer Turgenev, the controlled intensity of his memories of Pasternak and Akhmatova, make this body of writing his hawked work. It is good to think of its appearance in Russia today. There was a second allegiance that distinguished Berlin as well. From boyhood onwards, he was committed to the creation of a Jewish homeland in Palestine. Many of the intellectuals from Eastern or Central Europe who had such an impact on English culture in this century were of Jewish origin, but few assumed it as a primary identity. Convinced and articulate Zionism was still rarer. Berlin and Namir were the two great exceptions. A generation older, Namir was the more active, but Berlin has been no less eloquent. Reviewing his current collection, John Donne has wondered whether Berlin was not always in some ways a deeply unpolitical person, only driven into politics by the threats of Nazism and communism. 20. The suggestion cannot survive a reading of his essay on Weizmann and the Foundation of Israel, the most powerful and personal of all his elegies, or his reflections on Einstein in Jerusalem. The World Zionist Congress was certainly an earlier and probably a greater value for him than the Congress for Cultural Freedom. Berlin's attachment to Zionism is not a separate compartment, without connection to the rest of his thought or sensibility, it is central to an understanding of his outlook. In an obvious way, it crossed over into his Russian world, where it formed what he tactfully records as his one point of tension with Pasternak. 21. For in Berlin's view, it was only from the Russian Empire that the historical chance of Israel sprang. The more rational, but more exhausted, the thinner-blooded, Jews of the West were not the stuff from which a new society could be molded overnight. If the Jews of Russia had not existed, neither the case for, nor the possibility of realizing, Zionism could have arisen in any serious form. 22. There is some shorthand here, there were Jews in Galicia and the Bukovina, outside Tsarist frontiers, who played a part too, Namir was one of them. But in a curious way, the loyalties of Berlin and Namir reflect the reality of the regional distinction he was making. Of the major Jewish émigrés in English intellectual life, they were the two who did not come from Central Europe, however broadly defined. But whereas Namier, who came from Podalia, put a detested Germanic world and all its works behind him, the Russian and the Jewish sides of Berlin's imagination, responding to historically nested situations of oppression, have gone naturally together. The specific character of Berlin's philosophy has emerged out of these conditions. It is less reassuringly English than it appears. At first sight, it looks like a classical liberalism centered around the defense of individual freedoms, the negative liberty of non-interference from the state. This was certainly the polemical force of his oration of 1958. But it is noticeable how ready Berlin was to correct over-interpretations of it. In an altered climate of 1969, he found no difficulty in conceding that positive freedom was, after all, a valid universal goal, and that the ideal of negative freedom too could foster great and lasting social evils, among them the blood-stained story of economic individualism and unrestrained capitalist competition. Simply, the dangers from ideological misuse of the former were now much greater than of the latter. Liberal ultra-individualism could scarcely be said to be a rising force at present. 23. The Miso point, which underlines his distance from the vision of a beneficent catalysy that soon became a rising force, involved no lessening of his personal preference. Negative freedom remained the superior value for Berlin. Significantly, however, it has never become the focus of a constitutionalist philosophy. Berlin is quite unlike Constant in this regard. He has not shown much interest in the juridical framework for the safeguarding of negative liberty, the classical object of much liberal thinking, rather a certain indifference towards the machineries of law and government. In Great Britain, he remarks, legal power is, of course, constitutionally vested in the absolute sovereign, the king in parliament. What makes this country comparatively free, therefore, is the fact that this theoretically omnipotent entity is restrained by custom or opinion from behaving as such. It is clear that what matters is not the form of these restraints on power, whether legal or moral or constitutional, but their effectiveness. 24. Such pragmatic insouciance is the specifically English element in Berlin's liberalism. But by the same token, it indicates why this is in a sense a secondary feature of it. The patriotic conviction that Britain is the best country in the world is also a kind of exoneration. If our island story is so satisfactory, what more is there theoretically to add? So indeed, Berlin has not had all that much to say about the politics or thought of his adopted country. A tribute to Churchill and a lecture on Mill, each impressive in its own way, are virtually the sum of it. Relieved of major duties at home, his imagination has essentially been drawn elsewhere. The theme which Berlin has really made his own is, famously, pluralism. The term, of course, has more than one meaning in current usage. How the imagination droops at the mention of that dingy word, exclaimed his admirer Annan, agitated by the disagreeable clamour of pressure groups in the winter of discontent. 25. Berlin's conception, concerned with values rather than interests, owes nothing to American political science. Its thesis is that Western thought from antiquity to the Enlightenment was historically dominated by the belief that a single ideal way of living existed, in which all ultimate ends achieved harmony, an assumption still informing every kind of utopian or totalitarian thought. Pluralism is the break with this superstition, the acknowledgement that human values are inherently multiple and conflictual, rendering any attempt to model society on one goal alone, capable of synthesizing them, a path to despotism. The presence of this case is all-pervasive in Berlin's work. The contrast between positive and negative freedom is in the end resolved into the opposition of monism and pluralism, in which two concepts of liberty culminates. The plea for moral judgment in historical inevitability insists on the need for awareness of pluralism. The gallery of historical portraits is selected and arranged for the contributions of its subjects to the advent of pluralism. The importance of Machiavelli, Montesquieu, Vico, Herder, Herzen, every one of Berlin's favored theorists, even such a disfavored figure as Meister, lies primarily in their rejection, to one extent or another, of the assumptions of monism. With unstaunched eloquence, the crooked timber of humanity once again addresses the theme. In a celebrated judgment, Berlin described Tolstoy as a fox, which knows many things, who took himself for a hedgehog, knowing only one big thing. The reverse might ironically be said of Berlin. Behind the guise of the fox, the darting variety of his gifts and interests, lies the gaze of a hedgehog, staring forever at a single all-absorbing verity. What is the nature of this truth? Berlin's accounts of pluralism characteristically involve a stark before and after. Up to a given historical moment, whose precise location can vary, but roughly falls between Machiavelli and Fichte, monism prevailed. The existence of a single normative standard was affirmed by all traditions, however much they disagreed over what it was. Beyond this time, understanding of the diversity of legitimate values gradually dawned. However often this contrast is repeated, there remains something puzzling about it. Can ancient, or medieval, or early modern society really have been so ideologically monolithic that the possibility of alternative conceptions of a good life was never seriously entertained? At the very outset of his story, Berlin seems to have mislaid Mount Olympus. What was classical polytheism but the personification of many and contrary values? Below, among the mortals, a well-known eulogy congratulated the city on its tolerance of different individual choices of life. Constant himself noted that antiquity allowed for more than one ideal. The practice of philosophy demanded virtues other than those of war, of equal dignity to them. 2:6 He could, of course, have added poetry. What else is the pastoral tradition founded on, but the consciousness of such discrepancies? Negligens ne qua populus laboret. Medieval society confessed a range of values too. According to the most established doctrine, fighting, praying and working were separate vocations, each blessed in the eyes of God. Chaucer hardly conveys the sense of a single type of human value. As for the Renaissance, Montaigne, Shakespeare, there is no mystery about all this. What Berlin has overlooked is the simple sociological fact that any society with a moderate division of labor is virtually bound to develop discourses justifying different roles within it. Out of them, literary or moral conceptions of the world, of greater or less sophistication, will emerge normally, however, continuous with the common wisdom of the society. Popular lore has long incorporated the insights of pluralism, to the point of sententious parody. It was Lebas who instructed Nicholas Jenkins in the adage "it takes all sorts to make a world," about the time Berlin was going up to Oxford. A few years later, a wide-eyed Wittgenstein found it a very beautiful saying. Unlike him, the author of Personal Impressions and Against the Current has made an imaginative reality of it. Berlin's sympathy for the most dissimilar figures, going well beyond the conventional English liking for the mildly unconventional, has a Russian largeness, capable of responding equally to the most powerful and the least assuming, Roosevelt or Moses Hess. But this personal gift leaves the intellectual problem intact. Can such a familiar evidence as the variety of commendable lives explain the construction of an entire philosophy of civil existence? Is this the sufficient motivation of the doctrine of pluralism? Plainly not. In principle, individual lives might embody widely differing values, yet each contribute to an overall social harmony. That, after all, is the claim of the traditional adage, the world is a mosaic of complementary temperaments. This is just the kind of conclusion Berlin's philosophy sets out to deny. Although it appeals to our intuitive sense of the rewards of human difference for much of its persuasive force, it is actually not a theory of individual identity at all, but of social choice. Valid human goals are indeed diverse, but they do not admit of collective composition. Berlin again and again emphasizes that the ends of life are often irreconcilable and indeed incommensurable. 27 No arrangement of society can ever satisfy all of them. The kick in his pluralism comes from this equation. What is different is conflictual, and what is conflictual is unrelatable. Logically, as we have seen, there is no reason why the identification of the first two, diversity with incompatibility of values, should not hold of individual existences, but be tractable in social structures. Berlin never directly addresses this possibility, no doubt assuming it to be empirically implausible. But it is the elision of the second too, the incompatible with the incommensurable, that is the weakest link in his position. His own writings make it clear that Berlin cannot sustain it. The one political experience of reform of which he has written with real admiration, significantly no British episode, but the New Deal in America, he extols precisely for demonstrating the reconcilability of apparently opposing public values. Roosevelt's greatest service to mankind consists in the fact that he showed that it is possible to be politically effective and yet benevolent and human. That the promotion of social justice and individual liberty does not necessarily mean the end of all efficient government, that power and order are not identical with the straitjacket of doctrine, whether economic or political, that it is possible to reconcile individual liberty, a loose texture of society, with the indispensable minimum of organizing and authority, and in this belief lies what Roosevelt's greatest predecessor once described as the last, best hope of Earth. 28 This is not an isolated outburst of enthusiasm. In this latest volume, he writes that claims can be balanced, compromises can be reached. Priorities, never final and absolute, must be established, we must engage in what are called trade-offs. 29 In other words, the major goods are commensurable after all, how else can claims between them be weighed? Beneath the surface radicalism of Berlin's assertion of irreducibly discrepant norms lies a tacit ecumenicism willing, after all, to compound them. The unspoken value that arbitrates between them is happiness, or rather its shadow, as Berlin speaks more reticently of avoidance of suffering. Utilitarian calculation, disavowed in Mill, discreetly reappears in its negative form as the best broker available. Berlin's pluralism is not ultimately agonistic. The difference is very clear if we compare him with the great theorist of modern polytheism, Max Weber. In Weber, the gods that have risen from their graves in a disenchanted world are truly warring. There is no common standard of value, no conceivable truce, among them, any more than in the world of the great powers. The hope of a eudaemonist mediation between rival deities was the paltriest illusion of all. This Nietzschean note is wholly missing in Berlin. It is no accident that he should scarcely ever have alluded to Weber's work, for all its absolute centrality to his theme. According to Annan, such silence bespeaks a dismissal even he finds ill-judged. 30 It is more likely to have been discomfort. If pluralism is simple byword between individuals, and sensible compromise in society, what explains the distinctive intensity of Berlin's concern with it? His manifest conviction that at stake here are no anodyne truths but a novel and controversial doctrine. The answer can readily be seen from the focus of his historical work. The pluralism that matters, which differentiates Berlin's thought from other kinds of liberalism, is the one that obtains not within but between societies. What Vico and Herder, the magnet of his philosophical interests, essentially stand for is the exploration of contrasting cultures, understood in a holistic sense that Berlin paradoxically commends. The multiplicity of such cultures is the real proving ground of pluralism. It is here that the notion of incommensurability cuts deep. How is one collective form of life to be historically judged against another? The logic of a pluralist anthropology appears to point to a relativist ethics. Neapolitan scholar and Prussian pastor alike, in Berlin's account of them, move towards the frontier of just such a relativism. They do so because, in tendency if not in letter, their thought denies the existence of any permanent human nature. Variable cultures so shape the different needs and dispositions of their members that no common moral standard is applicable to the species. But after affirming, even applauding, the intransigence of this rejection of the central concept of the Western tradition from the Greeks to Aquinas, from the Renaissance to Grotius, Spinoza, Locke, 31 Berlin then typically mitigates or retracts it. If the crooked timber of humanity strikes one new note, in fact, it is in the strength of its assurance that Vico and Herder were not after all relativists. This ideric seems to me now to be a widespread error, which, I must admit, I have in the past perpetrated myself. 32 The reason, Berlin explains, is that however diverse or incompatible cultures may be, their variety cannot be unlimited, for the nature of men, however various and subject to change, must possess some generic nature if it is to be called human at all. 33 values can thus be plural and conflictual, yet at the same time perfectly objective, because a common human nature does exist despite everything, in which they all ultimately come to rest. The intention of this solution is clear: to bar the path from the liberal notion of pluralism to the nihilist consequences of relativism. But it falls short of accomplishing it. The human species could exhibit a range of common characteristics, including a capacity for mutual communication, without these necessarily having any moral import, and if the social codes it develops conflict, value choices between them will on any definition be subjective. In one of his most acute essays, Berlin taxed Montesquieu with a central inconsistency. On the one hand, De Esprit de Lois showed that human laws and morals vary according to material and cultural circumstances, while on the other it upheld the existence of an absolute justice independent of time and place. Berlin comments that the only link between the two doctrines is their common libertarian purpose. 34. This is a good description of his own construction. For the best of motives, Berlin wishes to defend cultural pluralism without renouncing moral universalism. But this is a more demanding task than he appears to believe. He tries to meet it in two ways. Ontologically, he maintains, a minimum of common moral ground is intrinsic to human communication. 35. Anyone who rejects it ceasing to belong to the species. The claim has a Habermasian ring. But it confuses sharing with comprehending. The Allies and the Axis had no difficulty following each other's communiques. The facts of language will not yield the morals of the race, however minimally conceived. More historically, Berlin speaks of returning to the ancient notion of natural law, in empiricist dress founded on the factual ubiquity of certain basic principles, long and widely recognized, which may be reckoned universal ethical laws. 36. But that universe regularly turns out to be smaller than it seems. The central human values conveyed are those which are common to human beings as such, that is, for practical purposes to the great majority of men in most places and times. 37. The specification can be refined further. In time and place, there does exist a scale of values by which the majority of mankind, and in particular Western Europeans, in fact live. Indeed, when I say our conduct, I mean by this the habits and outlook of the Western world. 38. The universal shrinks with every step back to the local. The more empirical, the less natural the law within reach. There are other ways of trying to untie this knot. Hayek or Popper, for example, could square the facts of historical variety with the needs of moral unity by evolutionary theories of cultural progress towards common standards. This kind of route Berlin has always declined. The result is curiously a modern reprise of the original contradictions. In Vico and Herder themselves, the burden of the new science was actually an amalgam of historicism and innatism. The cultural diversity on which Vico insisted was also the expression of an underlying mental uniformity, of which his work set out to provide the dictionary. Whatever the variety of local customs, Providence had ordained a natural law for all nations in the three universal principles of religion, marriage, and burial. Uniform ideas originating among entire peoples unknown to each other must have a common ground of truth. 39. But Vico too showed himself less than completely confident in the scope of this moral code, with an equivocation nicely prefiguring that of his commentator. Since the criterion it uses is that what is felt to be just by all men or by the majority must be the rule of social life, these must be the bounds of human reason. Let him who would transgress them beware lest he transgress all humanity. 40. Herder's theory of cultural particularism was much stronger than Vico's. It was not just an intellectual tenet, but a political commitment to ethnic difference as a value in its own right. Radically egalitarian, Herder attacked Kant not only for his claim that man was an animal that needs a master, say rather, the man who needs a master is an animal. 41, but also for his belief in the racial inferiority of blacks and others to Europeans.
Yet after declaring in the most emphatic terms that every nation has its own cognitive, moral, and aesthetic standards, valid for its habitat, each nation bears within itself the symmetry of its perfection, incomparable with that of others. 42. He held out the prospect of each developing the potential of a common humanity, lodged in the original dispositions of the species. Reason and justice rest upon one and the same law of nature, in which the stability of our being also has its ground. 43. That law would find its accomplished form in the beautiful dream of a future life, incorporating the best of the cultures of the past as well as the present, a league of humanity gathering all the treasures of time and space. But this heady vision of a universal conformation of all ranks and nations. 44. Also sobers into something more prosaic, as the measure of progress towards it proves, after all, to be the advances of just one civilization. The outline for a philosophy of human history ends with the question Western historians have been asking ever since. How came Europe by its culture, and therewith the rank it has properly won above other peoples as the progressive embodiment of a reason and humanity that in time should embrace the planet? 45. Berlin's pluralism reproduces these oscillations instead of resolving them. The result is that even on the plane where value conflicts look most intractable, the doctrine seems on inspectqn to lose its sting, as the challenge of cultural diversity is neutralized by the insurance clauses of human identity. Here two radical premises appear to yield reassuring conclusions. The classical charge against pluralism as a theory of competing interests was always that it was less plural than met the eye, since political power was exercised within structural constraints set by one ultimate interest. However, unlike it in other ways, pluralism as a theory of values is open to a similar kind of objection in effect, that it is rather more discreetly monist than it suggests. What is the explanation of this paradox? In part, it clearly stems from a general difficulty. Where is the dividing line between a stress on the multiplicity of cultures that enlarges our sense of humanity, and one that dissolves it? For entirely honorable motives, Berlin wants to check any slide towards an agnosticism of values, on ethical grounds. This is the function of a semi-occidental human nature. The danger his pluralism seeks to avoid can be seen from another version that forms the most instructive contrast with it, Michael Walzer's spheres of justice. Unlike Berlin's, Walzer's pluralism is designed to reconcile differing values within any society by allocating separate regions of jurisdiction to each: consumption, welfare, office holding, art, in a normative division of labor which in principle allows for a reasonably harmonious demarcation of the spheres. Although there will always be border frictions, good fences make just societies. 46. On the other hand, each society as a whole makes up an autonomous form of life that can be judged only by its own standards. A caste system is just to those who live within its traditions. Internally, values are complementary; externally, they are incommunicable. This is just the combination, with corrosively relativist consequences, that Berlin rejects. Yet however different their solutions, it may be significant that these should be the two principal philosophers of pluralism. For one particular commitment unites them. The first focus of Berlin's political interests was Palestine. He subsequently often sought to distinguish between legitimate national sentiment, to be cherished, and nationalism as an ideology, to be condemned. 47. To separate the two, however, would be difficult enough over much of the world in the 20th century, and certainly impossible in the case of Israel. As Weizmann said, Zionism is built on one and only one fundamental conception, and that is Jewish nationalism. 48. In practice, Berlin knows this. It is fitting that his major move beyond the history of ideas towards history tout court should have been two striking essays on nationalism. 49. In these, he may overstate the degree of its neglect in the prophecies of the previous century, but what stays in the memory is the depth and intimacy of his insight into it in this one. Reading them, it is easy to see why the culturally driven Herder, bored by constitutions and fascinated by nations, should have interested him more than the juridically minded Constant, whom even his contemporaries found somewhat apocryphal. 50. National sentiment, indeed,
is the point of turbulence in which the clear-cut oppositions of negative and positive freedom buckle and dissolve, towards the end of two concepts. At one moment not to be confused with either kind of liberty, at another representing a hybrid form of freedom with elements of both, national self-determination visibly undermines the stability of their meanings. 51. If anything, it tends to rehabilitate the positive sense put under suspicion. When Berlin elsewhere describes Chaim Weizmann as the first totally free Jew in the modern world, 52, we can be sure he is not referring to the absence of civic constraints in Britain, or the position of the presidency in Israel. Emancipation can release a higher self after all. The attractive force of national identity, the tug of belonging about which Berlin has written so acutely, is the joker in his pack of freedoms. It may also provide another clue to the specific character of his pluralism, its liveliness, and its limits. For the universe of nationalism is by nature always a dialectic of the other and the same. The rationale of every nationalism is cultural difference, but the nationalist ideologies exalting it tend to be remarkably alike. Few rhetorics have been more repetitively general in this century than claims for the ethnically particular. The structure of Berlin's pluralism has an affinity with this formal scheme. Values, like nations, are diverse, conflicts between them are inevitable, but in the end nations, like values, share a common discursive universe. The realities of the international arena have always, of course, been very different. Berlin often somberly evokes them. 53. But they still do not figure with the force they should, as a special problem for his theory. Within the nation-state, he has an answer to the conflict of ideals. Competing values can be traded off into principled outcomes in the framework of a liberal constitution. But between nation-states, there is no authorized trader when objectives conflict. The standoff has historically been the rule. It was just this problem that prompted the composition of the idea for a universal history. Rather than rating Kant for a phrase, Berlin would have done better to address himself to his theme. The disasters of the 20th century began, not as Berlin has sometimes suggested, 54, with obscure eddies in tiny circles of socialist émigrés, but in the blaze and carnage of the Great War, when a liberal civilization broke Europe into modern barbarism. They look like ending with the collapse of the last empire of that time in national strife and communal violence. Russian and Jewish fates are crisscrossing once again, amidst many echoes of the past. In London,